Han Xiao calculated the idea of the strange god. His first reaction was that he would not guess that he had known this a long time ago. Instead, he mistakenly thought that the Empire's research on wormhole data had achieved results, so he had a vague hope. He measured the pros and cons in desperate situations, and finally had a high probability of giving up resistance. From a result, he was a gamble. The soldiers are never tired of deceit and attacking the heart first. If this news had not been used to successfully suppress the strange god, it would have to take more trouble to catch the other party, and there were many uncertainties. Speaking of this hangman has entered the palace for the second time. The last time he was sealed, his posture was so ecstatic. This time he became much more decent, looking like a little bird dependent on others. Han Xiao looked at the strange god in the amber, feeling a little emotional. If other factors are ignored, this guy is actually a pretty pure person, but he will do whatever he wants for his goal. As long as he doesn't block his way, everything will be easy to say. Otherwise, it will be the opposite. While he was admiring the sleeping position of the alien god, the surrounding Imperial group fleet immediately stopped the attack and retracted the weapon array into its armor. There were a large number of mechanical warriors floating on the battlefield. Some mechanical forces were shattered by the aftermath of the Imperial fleet's fire. In order to output, Han Xiao didn't care about the damage of friendly troops. He didn't know whether these teammates were fighting against the strange gods or him. He removed the mechanical god, released the mechanical force in his palm, turned into a chain arc, stuck to broken parts, used advanced mechanical generation to regroup them, and restored them to mechanical warriors. At this time, the fleet commander spoke in the communication channel and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we arranged enough traps in advance and gained all the advantages, so we caught him again at the lowest price. Okay, please give us the strange gods. We find a place to detain them again. Because the person who asked for the coffin to open the coffin inspection was Black Star, catching people again was not considered meritorious. But it was a heavy responsibility after letting go, and it was thankless, so the fleet commander naturally would not feel any gratitude to Han Xiao. And at this time, he was in a formal tone. This time, it seems easy to catch the strange god, but this is the result of taking advantage of the time, place, and people. Only when the strange gods cannot move can they arrange a circle of encirclement at will, and then release the weak gods after they are ready. If the strange gods can move freely from the beginning, they will basically not be introduced into the trap. This is like a player who plays a dungeon boss, makes all preparations in advance, and then finally starts to open a monster. Several Imperial spacecraft came to hand over the prisoners. Han Xiao witnessed the other party taking away the strange gods. He waited on the spot for a while before the Imperial fleet closed various space devices and lifted the space-time lock in this area. He curled his lips and then opened the Dimension Factory, stuffed all the mechanical legions present for maintenance, then refused the invitation to board the ship, took out a set of Emperor Mecha, and disappeared on the spot. The site was blooming, and the next moment, the scene around him turned into a mechanical factory. People were no longer in the Constellation Corridor. They directly crossed several star fields and arrived at the Black Star Palace in the Shining World in an instant, and teleported to the throne left in the private workshop. Ding bay bay bay. At this moment, the communicator sounded at the right time. Han Xiao took it out and looked at it. Sure enough, it was Ulan Rueyer's call. Because she approved the coffin opening inspection against the alien god with the special order of the head of state, she has been paying attention to the real-time broadcast and contacted her immediately. Black Star, I have already seen the details. It seems that the situation you are worried about has not happened. Ulan Rueyer nodded. Maybe. Han Xiao shook his head. The body of the strange god is still alive and alive, not empty. In the eyes of the Empire, it is naturally the deity which has relieved the doubts. Although he confirmed the relationship between the alien god and the noble deed, the information on the panel could not be used as evidence to convince the Empire. Although the alien god has signs of soul tearing, it is too difficult to verify. First, the alien god will resist and cannot be checked calmly, and it is impossible to detect it in space-time amber, so it has to be released, Second, the alien gods level is too high, and there are only a few peak super level A level in the universe who are skilled in the soul field to thoroughly detect his soul status. The premise is that the alien god does not resist fiercely. This is like the difference between using ability to beat people and treat diseases. The latter requires more refined control. Third, from the perspective of performance, the weak soul and the soul tearing effect overlap, which is extremely difficult to distinguish and can be regarded as the sequelae of space-time amber. Even if all difficulties are overcome and finally found that the alien god has the symptoms of soul tearing, from the perspective of the Empire, the connection between the alien god and the noble virtue cannot be confirmed, and the evidence is too low. Taking into account various factors, Han Xiao felt it was difficult to find substantial evidence in this regard. Han Xiao had no other thoughts and said, "Worrying is a good thing. At least this time, the hidden dangers for the Empire are eliminated, so that we could be assured to imprison the alien god. Moreover, you detained the alien god again without paying much price, which did not disappoint me." She would not think that Han Xiao had such a desperate move. The order was given by her. He Xing only performed the coffin opening inspection after she received her approval. At this time, the inspection result was correct, which was a good thing, not a bad thing. In her opinion, this action was treated as insurance. It's okay. Han Xiao had no intention of saying slutty words, and after chatting casually, he said goodbye and went offline, looking a little helpless. Han Xiao was very interesting. There was no contribution to this action. Instead, there is a risk of letting go of the strange god, so she would also have to bear the responsibility for making mistakes. At the end of her term, she must be determined by stability and is willing to approve her own plans. She has given her face and trusted her very much and could not ask others to do more. A strange god? Oh no. If Gauda wants to completely cleanse himself, he will definitely concentrate on doing things for the Empire when he is weak and will not show his strength again. However, he did not find actual evidence this time and could not raise accusations against Gauda. If there is no evidence, the Empire has no reason to cooperate with his accusations out of thin air to test the loyalty of a direct strongman for no reason. So this path is probably not working. He even suspected that if Gauda was truly cleansed, even if he showed evidence, as long as it was not a solid evidence, the Empire might not want to expose the matter and avoid losing a super-level A-level direct line with unlimited potential, and this kind of thing would not be completely impossible. I have to make other plans. I can't convince the Empire to investigate Gauda thoroughly, so I can only do it myself. Han Xiao frowned and thought, if you secretly attack Gauda and the matter is exposed, you will be in huge trouble, so there's no need to say that. If it is done secretly, the Empire will vigorously search for the murderer under the rage of the thunder and investigate thoroughly. Due to its own organizational nature, the Super A-Level Association will definitely become the main search target of the Empire, which will also cause a huge storm. If it is not done properly, it will become the fuse of the new peak tragedy. Han Xiao had to admit that Gauda's hand was so clean that he could not get ashore. He transformed himself into the 3 major civilizations and obtained a super amulet. Once something happened to him, more super A-levels may be buried with him. But if he doesn't care about him, it will threaten the entire explored universe, which is a huge hidden danger, especially since this slinger has entered the Empire. Who knows what kind of trouble can be done? Maybe he will eventually become the leader of the world civilization. Moreover, Gauda's superpowers have too much potential. He has only entered the super level of the A, which is still easy to deal with. But once he grows up, it will become more and more difficult and will be difficult to deal with. A dilemma. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little painful. Sometimes there is no solution to the best of both worlds. In reality, you can only make choices, and most of the choices faced by decision-makers are so difficult. He struggled his mind for a while and finally made up his mind. Before Gauda grows up, get rid of this time bomb as soon as possible. If he sees his flaws, it'll be too late. I will do it. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. His thoughts quickly started to work, analyzing the possible consequences, while his heart was constantly experiencing bad waters, and all kinds of ideas of killing people with a knife and framing them jumped out one by one. The best situation is not to let Gouda disappear out of thin air, but to let the Empire have an object to vent its anger and a target of targeting attacks, so that it will not vent its anger. So I not only need to avoid being suspicious, but it is best to find a way to put the blame on others, and, at the same time, I have to consider throwing the blame at different objects and what impact will it have on the overall situation. Han Xiao's thoughts quickly turned and soon had a thought. Regardless of the differences in various solutions, there are only two options in actual operation. One is to take action yourself and attack secretly, and then find a way to frame the situation later. The second is to try every means to create a desperate situation and lure others to attack Gouda, so that you will not be suspicious. Needless to say, the former is the core of the latter, is temptation. It is best not to come forward in any form. It is not feasible to actively call friends to siege and kill Gouda. For example, the Covenant organization has sufficient strength to siege Gouda, but Han Xiao cannot come forward to ask them to take action. This is equivalent to taking the initiative to give others a handle, posing hidden dangers. The initials of the recovery all have their own ideas, not one mind, nor his subordinates. They cannot guarantee that there will be no secrets in the future, and it is still a matter of whether they are willing to help this. The more people in the information, the greater the risk, and the same applies to other forces. No matter which path it is, I have to muddle the water first. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. On this day, Fangxing, the headquarters of the Super A-Level Association, welcomed an Imperial fleet, docked at the outer airport dock. Gouda walked out of the hatch, and the Imperial high-ranking officer uniform shone brightly under the light of the artificial sun, looking majestic. Welcome to Fangxing. A receptionist wearing an association uniform was at the dock, and immediately came up and raised a warm smile. The news that a new direct line of the Empire had been born, and it had spread in the upper circle, but only because of his name, he was almost unknown. The Empire did not disclose too much information, and even controlled the outflow of intelligence. Therefore, many forces are now secretly speculating on Gouda's behavior and specific abilities. This is a normal treatment for a new student who is super Gouda submitted an application for joining the association, and the procedures were complete, so the Super A-Level Association held an additional meeting today to welcome the new members, and the staff had been arranged to wait for Gouda here. Lead the way. Gouda's tone was casual. The two left the dock all the way, boarded an anti-gravity vehicle, and flew towards the spherical conference room at the top of the city center headquarters building. Looking down from a high altitude, there is a dense building complex on the ground, like a high-tech interstellar city. The receptionist introduced Feinstar like a tour guide, but Gouda did not stop him, but just lowered his head and silently observed the blocks passing by his sight. Various super-level A-level forces have set up offices here. In the past decade, Feinstar has built a prosperous interstellar city, with flying vehicles forming traffic, passing by at low altitudes, forming a transportation network. Grassroots personnel wearing uniforms of different forces can be seen everywhere on the street, and Gouda also saw many grassroots civilian personnel of the Black Star Army. However, these forces are just entering, and the association's own staff are responsible for managing the planet. The vehicle soon arrived at the platform outside the conference room. Gouda followed the reception staff to the exclusive lounge. Because he was the protagonist of today's welcome meeting and the arrival of the main body, he needed to wait for someone else to notify him before entering the venue through another door. Watching the receptionist close the door and leave, Gouda picked up the fruit and snacks on the table and started to chew on it, looking at the magnificent lounge with an admiration in his eyes. A Super A-level plate is loose for so long, and finally there is a trend of unity over the years. Black Star, Manison, Suai, and others have done a great job. Unfortunately, I didn't wait for such a good time before. However, they probably don't have the courage to accept the most vicious criminal in the universe. If I don't change my identity, all this will be unrequited. Gouda couldn't help but smile jokingly. If the gangster has made enough money, he will consider whitewashing the landing. The same is true for him. Crime is not his goal, but just an accessory in the process of primitive accumulation. After getting rid of his former identity, you can start a new life. Sitting in the room for a while, someone finally came to remind him to enter the venue. Gauda stood up, tidied his clothes, walked all the way along the passage to the end, pushed open the exquisite door that was 15 meters high, and his eyes suddenly became clear. The huge round table venue caught my eye, and all the remote projections of all the Super A-level members were on their seats, turning their heads in unison, and their eyes fell on Gauda, with different emotions such as scrutiny, kindness, curiosity, etc. Gauda became the focus of the audience. He looked around the faces of a group of acquaintances and couldn't help but have a moment of daze. For the first time, he appeared in front of most Super A-levels in the universe with a brand new identity. There were no more disgust, hostility, fear, and no more grudges in the past. His relationship with everyone is completely new. The feeling of regaining a new life has never been as vivid as it is at this moment. At this moment, Manison, who was sitting in the first place, spoke and nodded. This friend is Gauda. On behalf of all members of the Super A-Level Development Federation, you are welcome to join. It is my honor to join the association. Gauda came back to his senses. With an inexplicable smile in his eyes, he covered his chest with his hands and performed a slight interstellar greeting etiquette. Claudia, who had always been silent, pointed to the empty seat beside her. He spoke. You are the direct descendant of the Empire. You have left a seat for you. Come here. Seeing this, Gauda smiled lightly, walked over, and sat down next to Claudia. There were seats from the direct descendant of the Empire, looking like he had found the organization. However, as soon as his butt was touched on the chair, a voice of inquisitiveness suddenly sounded in his ears. The content of the question made Gauda's calm mood suddenly jump. Gauda, right? I heard that your ability is a super-risk superpower that only exists in theory. Energy manipulation. I wonder if it is true. As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere in the field changed suddenly. Everyone looked in a voice and saw that the person who asked was a neutral Super A-level, named Lu Qi, nicknamed Ancient Snake, who transformed into a supernatural power. He occasionally came forward to act as a mercenary of higher civilizations and kept hiding in the black market. Gauda stared at him, secretly surprised. He had only a handful of times. Only a few moves were revealed during the Cunny battle decades ago. After entering the Super A-level, he had never discussed with anyone. The specific ability should be known to only a few people in the Empire. The news was under control and had not yet spread. He did not expect that when he came to the association on the first day, someone called out his ability. Where did the news leak? Gauda didn't speak, and someone asked curiously, Lu Qi, where did you get the news? Black market, I found out by chance. Lu Qi said casually. Is the information true? Another person asked. How do I know? Isn't this asking? You guys haven't heard the news, right? Lu Qi was puzzled. The secret master frowned and said slowly, when I asked my subordinates to collect information, I also got similar information, but there was no real evidence, just catching the situation. On the black market network, there were no such speculations, and there were 800. I don't know who reported it. Most of them were random guesses. Seeing this, several other bigwigs who were hiding in the black market also agreed, saying that they had seen similar statements, but they didn't take them seriously. Han Xiao was watching the show aside and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gauda's ability and intelligence are his anonymous investment in the black market network. With his virtual technology attainments, no trace will be left. In the eyes of others, rumors seem to appear out of thin air. One can spread to 10,000 times, and in the end, no one can trace the source of the rumors. This kind of thing is common on the internet. The black market network is a magical place. Every day, countless intelligence transactions are circulating here. There are a lot of false news, but occasionally some secrets and powerful things appear. Sometimes, even higher civilizations don't know how they leak their secrets. Using super high-risk superpowers that only exist in theory as a gimmick, the topic is high enough, the communication is very strong, and it is easy to spread. Now, major forces are using their own intelligence channels to collect information about Gouda, a freshman who is super A-level. So there is a high probability that forces like the Secret Lord who are hiding in the black market will find this statement. But there are too many speculations, and there is no real evidence. These bigwigs will not ask Gouda in person for these rumors of storm. So Han Xiao chose several targets and gave them some dry goods to lure these people to take the initiative to raise this topic when everyone gathered, and Lu Qi was one of them. This object was not chosen casually. Others thought that Lu Qi was neutral super A-level, but in the later version of his previous life, this person revealed his identity and was the dark son of a superstar cluster civilization. Just like the traveler at the time, Han Xiao knew him well. Because of the sensitive relationship between the three major civilizations, Han Xiao is sure to lure the shit-stumbling stick who stays in the association to take the initiative. If it fails, he also has an alternative plan. On the other side, everyone talked for a while, then turned their heads to look at Gouda, with a strong curiosity in their eyes. What is your ability? Looking at the curious expressions of everyone present, Gouda breathed out and said slowly, "Who are you here to reveal your details? Anyway, I don't have to be curious. You will know in the future." Lu Qi curled his lips and asked, "Everyone is now a member of the association. What's there to keep secret? You have joined the association, but don't give any information at all. It's too unfair. It's not fair to us. Your abilities are really energy-controlled, right?" Hearing this, many people nodded and agreed. In the Super A-level group, newcomers are treated like this. Everyone wants to find out the details of fresh people so as not to have conflict in the future and be caught off guard by unknown abilities. Most newcomers come here like this. Gouda's eyes twitched slightly. He could see that Lu Qi was just a messenger, deliberately targeting him and insisting on forcing him to reveal his bottom. "No need to ask, I won't answer." Gouda shook his head, did not deny it positively, and avoided the problem. Confidentiality is only temporary, not an implementation of a task. The goal of the Empire to train him is to give him deterrent power. As long as he grows to a certain stage, the Empire will not only not keep it confidential, but will vigorously publicize his first superpower in ancient times and intimidate other civilizations Super A level. Therefore, the Empire's current requirement for him is to not answer questions about his abilities directly and not let him deceive others. Otherwise, it will be difficult to make a comeback when promoting it in the future. Moreover, denying his abilities seems to have no strong mentality, which is not conducive to building prestige. If he destroys his image in the Super A-level group, it will be much more troublesome to make up for it, so he had to avoid talking about it. "Then are you not giving face?" Lu Qi narrowed his eyes. "We are not here, otherwise as long as we discuss with you, your abilities will not be hidden at all. I don't know what you have to hide. It seems that rumors are not groundless, and your abilities should be energy control. Even if they are not, they must be very special, so they must be kept secret. Whatever you think." Gouda didn't want to argue with him anymore and looked away. Seeing this, many people's eyes flashed, and they became more or less suspicious. In their opinion, Gouda's ambiguous and unfavorable response has added a bit of credibility to the statement of energy manipulation. If this is not his ability, wouldn't denial be the most straightforward? If Gouda really had such a perverted super risk ability? Thinking of this, many people's thoughts were flying, and their eyes gradually changed. At this time, Han Xiao, who had been watching, made a smooth move and said with a smile, Okay. Gouda doesn't want to say it. Don't force others. Today we welcome newcomers. Don't make the atmosphere so stiff." The best result is that Gouda admits his ability, but there is no way for others to bite him to death. However, in Han Xiao's calculations, as long as the energy control information is transmitted to all Super A levels on this occasion, regardless of whether Gouda recognizes it or not, his goal will be achieved. When everyone heard the vice president who had the greatest voice speak, they exposed the topic and the atmosphere became harmonious again. Gouda glanced to Han Xiao and found that Han Xiao was nodding to him. He also responded with a smile, sighing in his heart. He did not enjoy the taste of being a good person and was always the encircled side. At this time, he had to admit that it was really good if someone helped him speak. The atmosphere of the welcome meeting is relaxed. Mainly to let new people appear, everyone contacts their relationship and help them understand the association's purpose, rules and regulations, or help solve some problems, such as helping new people develop their power, borrowing resources, strategic support, etc. However, Gouda is the direct descendant of the Empire and does not need help in power construction. Everyone chatted casually, pulling Gouda to ask questions. The main reason is that the Imperial factions are more active, and members of other factions only occasionally make a sentence or two. When chatting, Han Xiao glanced at Madison, smiled, and pretended to be careless. Gouda, you just joined the association and are still unclear. I would like to remind you to be careful. Our dear Master Jiagua, he is most interested in pink and tender newcomers. Oh, what? Gouda turned his head and saw that Madison had a calm face and looked like he was used to it. The Sun Hunter beside him laughed like thunder. Black Star is right. Madison has never been willing to give up his criminal skills. If you really have super high-risk abilities, then you have to be careful. He might be eyeing your delicate body and transforming you into his puppet. It's ridiculous. Madison simply closed his eyes and rested, without seeing him. Seeing this, everyone laughed, and the room was filled with joy. The Black Star Armed Forces Kingdom has been a repertoire of the conference. When Han Xiao said this, everyone thought it was a normal operation and was used to it without any doubt. Everyone was very busy. The welcome meeting didn't last long, and it ended soon. Everyone went offline one after another. Gouda also stood up and left, returning to the Imperial fleet. As soon as he returned to the room, Gouda received a message from the senior management of the Empire and asked, "We already know about the Super A-Level Association. You have not disclosed your abilities to anyone, right?" "No." Gouda shook his head. He was not surprised that the Empire received the news so soon. After all, there are many direct Imperial branches in the association, all of which are sources of information from the Empire. That's good. We will check where the news leaked, and it actually broke your ability. There must be something strange. Today's meeting content will definitely reach Guanghui, Zuling, and some superstar cluster civilizations, which may arouse their suspicion of your ability. Come back as soon as possible. The Shining World is too dangerous. You mean someone may take the risk and try to kill me? Gouda raised his eyebrows. That's not necessarily the time. The current era is different from the past because the existence of a Super A-Level association, as long as the rules are not broken, it is basically unlikely that a bloodshed will break out, but it's better to be cautious. Okay, Gouda replied casually and hung up the communication. He didn't think any force would take action. The Shining World is still fighting, and Guanghui and Zuling will not turn against each other. The Superstar Group did not dare to send out Super A-Level first, for fear of attracting the 3 major civilized direct lines to take action, and there were also guarantees from the Super A-Level associations. He felt that his situation was very safe. Today is different from the past. Haixing and others have established associations and have become all Super A-Level boons. Thinking back to the fact that the Black Star showed his sharpness and possessed a treasure, he was surrounded and killed by the glory and the empty spirit every now and then. Now, with the association's guarantee for super-level lives, this situation will basically not happen again. Gouda also enjoyed the benefits, not to mention that he also has the identity of the Imperial Direct Line as a talisman. He does not think that others have any motivation to deal with him, and the risks and benefits are completely inconsistent. Now is a great era of Super A-Level. Gouda sighed for a while and ordered the fleet to set sail. Imperial ships took off, flew into the galaxy, and flew towards the direction that left the Shining World. At the same time, the content of this meeting was passed through Super A-Level retellings and reached the ears of different forces. The home star of the glorious federal government, the presidential palace. The energy manipulator who is suspected to be only present in theory. Glorious President Bedell browsed the report sent by his direct line. His face slightly changed. The chief congressman on the side paused and said in a deep voice, "This is just a guess. The news may not be true. It's too hasty. But at least one discovery. The new student of the Empire is super A-level concealed. Regardless of whether his superpower is energy control or not, it must be not simple anyway." The above said that the news was circulated from the black market, and the intelligence department was instructed to collect relevant information on the black market network and find a way to verify it. Bedell paused and suddenly sighed. If the news is correct, then the Empire is really lucky. He actually got this superpower with infinite potential. In the future, it will definitely replace Claudie as the pillar of the country. They already have a black star, and now there is another great virtue. In the field of individual power, the Empire can guarantee the advantage of hundreds or thousands of years in the future, alas. The chief congressman frowned. "You won't take action, right?" "Don't. This is because of the small loss of the big." "Don't worry. It's not important to be a super A-level. I won't destroy the current good situation for this little thing." Su Ling's side probably made the same decision. Bedell waved his hand and suddenly changed the subject. "But others, I don't know. Don't think too much." The chief council elder shook his head. "The times are different. Nothing will happen." Bedell thought for a while and nodded. "Well, that's right. No one will do it unless it's a fool." On the other hand, the situation of the Super A-level meeting was also spread to the hands of various superstar civilizations, attracting the attention of senior leaders of various civilizations. Ancient Star Desert, Star Arc Civilization's mother star. Unprecedented energy manipulators. This kind of rumor will not appear out of thin air. Check it. Confirm the authenticity of the information as soon as possible. The leader of the Star Arc civilization was in a heavy mood. Over the past few decades, the development of the Red Empire has been so smooth that it has entered the Golden Age, and no higher civilization does not envy it. The Empire already has characters like Dark Emperor and Black Star, and now it has a promising virtue and is also a hardcore direct line. This news is undoubtedly bad news for the Superstar Cluster civilization. For each additional potential talent in the three major civilizations, the pressure on the Superstar Cluster Alliance in the field of individual power will increase by 1 point. When a traveler was publicly executed by the Empire, although his good brother Moto took the blame for no reason, the leader of the Xingu civilization saw that the loyal ministers he trained were executed by the Empire live broadcast. It was impossible for him to not be angry. He just took the overall situation into consideration and endured it. If Gouda can be eliminated and the future pillar of the Empire's country was killed in advance, then the traveler's revenge will be avenged, causing the Empire to pay the corresponding price for its original actions. The leader of the Xing Arc civilization's eyes changed and finally sighed softly, suppressing the impulse in his heart. Forget it. The situation of the Shining Battle is not optimistic. The Alliance is retreating step by step and is already in a difficult situation. It is not a wise move to provoke Super A-level participation in the war at this time. The situation cannot be ignored and take risks. There is no Super A-level participation in the Shining Battle at present. The three major civilizations promise not to use their direct line first. This is one of the few good things for the Superstar Group Alliance. Once the unspoken rules are destroyed, their situation will only make it worse. The Shining Battle is a faint hope for the Superstar Group Alliance to turn over. Compared with a Super A-level strategy, he can naturally know which is more important than a civilization strategy. The three major civilizations control the resources that have been explored in the universe. The stronger, the virtuous cycle. Later generations develop under restrictions and cannot keep up with the speed of other people's development. The gap will only grow bigger and bigger. This is the general trend of civilization development, and killing a super level of A is of no use. If the Battle of Shining was completely defeated, revenge would have been able to get some interest, but the risk of the action now is far greater than the benefits, so he naturally refused to do it. Whether it is Gouda or Black Star, let them go. The leader of the Xing Arc civilization shook his head. I just don't know what other superstar civilizations think. No one should take risks. The overall situation is the most important thing. As for Guanghui and Zuling, it is unlikely that internal strife will be in conflict at this time, right? Somewhere in the old galaxy, the secret base of the Machine Kingdom, Manison removed the remote projection, opened the virtual screen, and called up the Gouda information circulated on the internet. He gently tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers and looked pondering on his face. Gouda, I have never heard of this name before. It is not a super A-level seed in any star field. Now, it has emerged, which means that he has been secretly trained by the Empire. The last person with similar experience is Claudia. He has the ability to control dark matter. He is widely promoted by the Empire as soon as he comes out of the mountain. Generally speaking, the three major civilizations will promote the ability of freshmen to have super A level, but the Empire currently requires Gouda to keep it secret. This is a treatment that Claudia does not have, proving that this guy's superpowers are extremely special. The statement of energy control is not necessarily fake, interesting. A glimmer of interest flashed in Manison's eyes. If he really had such a perverted ability, he would be a little moved. If it were in the past, he would have probably tried to plot against Gouda and arrest him and become a prisoner for training. But now he has planned to wash his hands. If it weren't for a special situation, he would not create a new prisoner, otherwise he would not be able to gain a foothold in the association. Haixing Slinger is leading the rhythm every day, and he is constantly quarreling with his black history every day. He is really disgusted and wants to hang Haixing up and fuck his butt. Let's wait and see first. If Gouda wants to establish prestige in the future, he will definitely show his abilities. If he can't hide it, maybe someone will be eager to find him to compete with him before he leaves the shining world. Manison suddenly narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, so many super A-level and armed fleets have been staying in the shining world to facilitate the dispatch of people. Now, it is the most dangerous star domain in the universe, and it is the soil for nourishing conspiracies. While I don't know if the Guanghui, Zuling, and Superstar Group Alliance would do something, on the other side, the Infinite Consortium, the Shining World Division. Another potential stock has emerged. Sorokin crossed his hands and put them under his nose, recalling the situation at the meeting just now. In his opinion, high moral integrity has a bright future, and with the protection of the Empire, he will definitely grow up smoothly. If you book the position of the future pillar of the country, the Empire will definitely have high hopes. If it is operated properly, it may be able to provoke the second peak tragedy. Sorokin secretly thought to himself, thinking that this was a good opportunity. If you showed your hidden strength and quietly attacked Gouda, which made the Empire thunder furious, it should have provoked a huge storm, breaking the situation that the association has worked hard to create and allowing the camp battle to reappear. Although he joined the association, he was the one who didn't want to see a super A-level group. His goal has not changed. On the one hand, it is to make money, and on the other hand, it is to reduce the privileged super A-level group to create a large environment that is beneficial to him. Moreover, the hidden danger of Black Star was a thorn in his heart. He was used to it and instinctively wanted to clear away all factors that might expose his background. If you attack Gouda, you may find a way to blame Haixing and put him in trouble. But he knows my background and will definitely doubt me. And I will also be at risk. Sorokin frowned slightly. Although I have this idea, it is difficult to actually operate because Black Star has no motivation to deal with Gouda. In his eyes, even if he acted, the Empire would not doubt Black Star's head, and it is basically impossible to successfully scapegoat. He dare not take risks easily before making detailed plans. What should I do specifically? I have to make a long-term plan. Sorokin's eyes flashed, and his heart began to gush. A few days passed quickly, and with the help of those who were interested, the situation of super A-level meetings was exposed. This time, it was not only circulated on the black market, but also spread on a large scale in the interstellar society, attracting widespread attention. The topic of super high-risk superpowers is very high, which has aroused the interest of discussion among countless interstellar citizens. The rumors are getting worse. Although there is no solid evidence, under the secret guidance of some forces, the Interstellar Society seems to have already determined that Gauda's ability is energy control. Although the forces of all parties were surprised, no one took any action due to different considerations. They just silently stared at the three major civilizations and the Superstar Group alliance, guessing whether they would take action. In the eyes of various forces, as long as these two camps have no abnormal movements, nothing will happen. The changes in the outside world did not affect the itinerary of the Empire fleet, carrying Gauda in star space to the exit of the shining world. In the luxury practice room of the ship, Gauda was suspended in the air, with a glimmer of light all over his body, and the sound of water waves flowing in the air, and energy tides were setting off in his body. After a while, he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, the light dimmed, and his body returned to normal. Gauda stretched out his hand and gently flipped his palm. The next moment, a tiny light black energy suddenly appeared, like a small snake wrapped around his wrist intimately. He played with this energy and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Energy control is worthy of being the so-called upper power. After less than a month, the structure of evolutionary energy has been cracked by about half, and it can imitate semi-finished products, which is smoother than I thought. If this continues, I will be able to master this special energy very quickly, and then I can manufacture it at will, becoming a walking evolution block. Every psychic person enters super level, and his ability will produce new effects, and energy control is no exception. As long as analyzing an energy structure, it is equivalent to permanently mastering this energy and can be converted anytime and anywhere. The control object is not only the common energy, but also special energy forms such as evolutionary energy and primitive superpower bodies are included. As long as it is cracked, it becomes his own skill. Every time he masters one more energy form, his strength will increase by 1 point. Not only that, Gauda also had a faint feeling that after he grew to a higher level and mastered more energy forms, he seemed to be able to create new energy forms out of thin air. Even though he was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but be amazed that the potential of this perverted supernatural ability was so terrifying. The original supernatural body is erratic, but He Xing seems to have two in his hands. I am a colleague of him now. He wants to establish a good relationship with me. If he makes a request, he should lend it to me. This is much simpler than robbing. Gauda was in a comfortable mood, and he felt that the air was so fresh and the future was so worth looking forward to. When he was a wanted criminal, he had to rely on robbing good things and robbing food from Tiger's Mouth. Now he has switched to the order camp and finally felt the comfort of PUI. Gauda sighed for a while, then opened the door and walked out of the practice room. The Imperial soldiers he met along the way saluted respectfully, and he had become accustomed to it. Back at the bridge command room, the captain came over to say hello. His Excellency Gauda, we are close to the edge of the fourth phase of the Shining World. We will reach the entrance of the Stargate Channel in 2 days, and walk the territory of the Black Star Legion to quickly cross the remaining star clusters. Well, thank you for your hard work. Gauda responded lightly. It's okay. It's my honor to serve you. The captain was respectful, but before he finished speaking, the hull suddenly shook, suddenly withdrew from the jump mode, and stopped. Bang! The staff present were staggered by inertia, and some people fell to the ground directly. What's going on? The captain held the table and shouted loudly. Soon an operator replied, looking horrified, Captain, the spacecraft intelligence suddenly lost control, automatically locked the engine, braked urgently, shut down all detection radars, weapon arrays, shield arrays, and disconnected the quantum network. We can't contact other spacecraft. Is it an enemy attack? The captain was furious. I'm so brave. I dare to attack the Imperial force. Activate backup intelligence immediately and regain control of the spacecraft. The operator quickly returned to his post, and after operating it, he was sweating profusely. No. All functions of the spacecraft have been frozen. The Imperial crew in the bridge command room was in a hurry. Gauda took a look and stopped paying attention. He turned his head and looked out of the porthole and frowned. Is the enemy coming for me? Gauta's face was surprised. He felt that this was the only possibility. He analyzed early that in order to take into account their overall situation, the possibility of attacking him was extremely low. He thought that his schedule in the Shining World was calm, but he didn't expect that someone would take the risk. It looks like a virtual mechanics method. Could it be an old man from the Mechanical Kingdom? TSK, this guy really wants to arrest me and make me a prisoner. He is already in such a situation, and he dares to anger the Empire? Gauta was shocked and doubted. However, no matter how surprised he was not too nervous. He had too rich experience in the sneak attack and had no fear reaction at all. Moreover, he is not really a freshman, and although his strength is not as good as before, he has inherited some things and hidden super-spec combat power. This is one of his reliances. If the attacker was an armed country, he believed that he could not beat the other party now and could only find a way to run away. But if other forces want to kill him and deal with him as a new student, then they can only say that they are alive and dead. In his eyes, the forces that currently have the motivation and ability to deal with him are only the 4 camps of Guanghui, Zuling, Superstar Cluster Alliance, and Mechanical Country, and it is basically impossible for others to be. Gauta's thoughts moved, and his super A-level perception suddenly spread, covering the entire area. Let me see who wants to kill me. The perception force spreads rapidly in a spherical range, and the area covered is getting bigger and bigger. Gauta soon discovered a hidden energy source quietly suspended in front of the fleet, but cannot be observed by the naked eye, and it seems that some kind of perception occlusion ability was used. Just as the target was discovered, the other party revealed his figure. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the fleet, covering his body under the pitch-black mecha, and his identity was not visible. Is there only one person? This breath. Gauta's face changed slightly. His supernatural powers were very sensitive to energy fluctuations, and he could not forget them at all. He found that the aura fluctuations of this attacker were not unfamiliar with it, and he might have met. Because of the failure of the radar, he sensed the surrounding environment and found that the space in this area was anchored, which was a common trap, and all space abilities such as jumps and flashes could not be used. Moreover, his perception can't continue to spread out when it reaches a certain level, as if there's a layer of membrane that separates the outside world. At this time, the captain also found the attacker and responded quickly, shouting to the crew, "See a way to reconnect the network, report this to the Empire, and immediately pull out the smart chip, switch the spacecraft control mode, change to manual driving, and evacuate the pilot ship immediately." As soon as the order was issued, the crew moved quickly. The on-duty personnel in the main control room quickly went to the computer room to unload the smart chip and cancel the intelligent control authority of all spacecraft using hardware. This move is to prevent the spacecraft from being manipulated by the enemy, and to switch to manual mode to restart the paralyzed spacecraft. This Imperial fleet is only responsible for transporting Gauta, with only one small formation. Although the performance of the Imperial warship is higher than that of most models of spacecraft, the team is too small and has limited combat capabilities and is not qualified to fight against the Super A-class. The most important thing is that the communication is cut off and the outside world cannot contact the outside world for help. The first task is to find a way to spread the news, so the captain does not want to fight to the death. These are cases written in the tactical manual of the Imperial commander. However, although his idea was good, the communication network was cut off, causing the conventional command system to be paralyzed, and his orders could not be transmitted to other positions immediately, and it took a certain amount of time to convert to the magic side emergency command system, and this time difference became the difference between life and death. Before this Imperial fleet could take action, the attacker's figure suddenly burst out with countless dazzling golden arcs. In the arc, black bean-like particles suddenly magnified and turned into overwhelming mechanical army, instantly occupying everyone's vision. Mechanical force, soldier nest. Compression ball, innovation, martial body. It was Han Xiao himself who came to attack Gauta. He deliberately released the news, which aroused suspicion from major forces, but all the calculations must be implemented in the end. That is, to use thunder means to solve Gao. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort, and other forces would not take action and could only take action himself. Historical experience tells him that the more links a plan are, the more unstable factors will grow exponentially. Many conspiracies are not complicated at all, and there are not so many reversals one by one, so the means do not require pursuing fancy things. It is most important to grasp the main contradiction and hit the soul. Now undercurrents are surging under the water, and there are many suspicious targets. The goal of taking advantage of the troubled waters has been achieved. We can take the next step and start slandering people. Based on the Imperial route of action, he calculated the opponent's must-pass path and used the Imperial mecha to teleport to the frontline stronghold early and came here quietly. I found a remote location and arranged an intercepting trap. This area is not only equipped with a space-time blocking device, but also a large-scale detection and obstruction device similar to the world blocking curtain, which closes the area. Not only can it be detected outside, but the situation inside cannot be seen outside. No matter what it looks like inside, the remote astronomical observations outside can only see calm scenes and cannot sense the energy fluctuations of the battle, thereby reducing the chances of outsiders to discover clues. In addition, Han Xiao also arranged magic disturbances, mental fluctuation partitions, predictive cover, and other devices, and basically thought of every method in order to minimize the possibility of leaks. Only the mechanic can set up such a formation. These technical universes are already available. Han Xiao uses his own improved version, which integrates some similar drawings from Jace's technical treasure. It is very cutting-edge and has a much higher effect than conventional products. Of course, higher civilization warships have corresponding detection methods for these traps. If they sail normally, the Imperial fleet will be able to find the abnormalities here long distance. However, Han Xiao's virtual range is very long and has long quietly trained the intelligence of the Imperial fleet. He does not know the power of the fleet to control it, which makes the other party unaware of anything. Otherwise, the Imperial fleet would not step into his trap. Although Gaoda's energy control is powerful, he is also blind in the virtual field and can't find anything. He is specialized in his profession. As soon as the mechanical forces appeared, they opened fire at the paralyzed Imperial fleet without hesitation. The endless light shone in the darkness, and the next moment, the pouring rain of light penetrated the formation of the Empire fleet. The shield array of the Imperial battleship was frozen, as if exposed in a rain of bullets. A beam of light pierced through the hull, and the thick outer armor twisted and torn. The ships burst in the blink of an eye, turning into a bunch of fireworks. Buzz! However, at this moment, dark blue phantom barriers suddenly appeared, protecting the remaining spacecraft. The firepower coverage of the Mechanical Legion quickly shattered the barriers, but it also delayed for a while. In this short moment, the thrusters of these spacecraft suddenly ejected a blazing tail flame, accelerating instantly. Before the light rain came, they thrilled out of the frontal strike range covered by firepower. In the pilot's ship, Gauda's eyes were lit, his palms were claws, and a ball of light floated in his palms, emitting thousands of light threads. Just at the critical moment, he activated his ability to create a phantom barrier to block the next part of the firepower, and used superpowers to activate the energy furnace of the remaining battleship, skipping the numerous authority of the spacecraft's control and directly forcibly activate the thruster. Under one round of strikes, this fleet had already suffered heavy casualties and only 7 or 8 ships were left. It's so dangerous. Gauda's expression was solemn, and his nerves became tense. Just as he took action, he sensed the opponent's bursting energy level, which was definitely at the peak of the super A-level level, and he was one of the strongest people. There are only a few mechanics of this level in the universe. No matter who they are not what he can deal with at present. Of course, the most likely thing is an old thing like Madison. You can't fight in love, Go. Gauda glanced at the captain who was frightened and angry, and activated his ability again, pushing the surviving spacecraft to rush quickly outside the closed area. He knew that these crew members could not help, not because they wanted to save people, but because they were not as fast as warships and needed to run away with the help of ships. Only by leaving the space-time locked area and escaping the other party's obscure trap range can there be a way to deliver messages to the outside world. But at this moment, a palpitation suddenly surged into his heart. Gauda's intuition felt a strong threat. He immediately broke through the bulkhead and escaped from the spacecraft. Brush! Just the next moment, 5 extremely condensed red rays shot out from Han Xiao's fingertips, easily penetrating layers of plight barriers. Then, they pulled horizontally and cut the surviving warship into pieces in an instant, with a smooth cut like a mirror. The next second, the spacecraft's energy core exploded, and the blazing red energy expanded from the inside to the outside, immediately exploded into fireworks, swallowing up all the spacecraft's fragments. The fleet was completely destroyed in an instant, leaving only Gauda floating on the battlefield. What a powerful energy ray! It seems to have amazing penetration of shields in all energy forms. If I were hit just now, I would definitely be injured. Gauda was secretly palpitations, and he was almost hit by the red ray just now. He looked up and saw that Han Xiao's dark mecha was filled with red energy circuits at some point, densely packed like blood vessels, all connected to the tips of his fingers. As 5 red rays were emitted, these energy circuits dimmed again, as if they had entered the cooling. Seeing that the attack failed, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This anti-neutron cracking cutting line is silently. If it is an ordinary freshman who is super A-level, he should have been hit. He deserves to inherit some of his spiritual strength and predicted the threat. After years of research, the cosmic treasure-level mecha created by Han Xiao has no more than Emperor. This set of black mechas itself is a golden drawing in Jace's technical treasure. Han Xiao incorporated some modern new technologies into it, and finally improved it and gave it a new name called Black King Long Range Armed. This is just one of the products in the same series, and there are 3 variants: melee armed, legion armed, and defensive armed. They are proficient in different abilities, collectively known as the Black King sequence, all of which are golden quality armor. Han Xiao did not hesitate and rushed to chase after him. Gauda turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, without the spaceship, his physical body was far from flying speed compared to the mechanical forces, and he immediately fell into a heavy siege of the mechanical forces and fell into a hard battle. As soon as he fought, Han Xiao found that Gauda's superpower was too advantageous. Not only was he extremely terrifyingly resistant to energy attacks, but he could also absorb the enemy's attack energy in battle. The blue return efficiency was amazing, which was equivalent to the effect of infinite blue as soon as he entered the super A-level level. This superpower had an infinite amount of blue, which was extremely perverted. The superiority of the supernatural power itself is fully demonstrated, and he is simply a pride of heaven. Relying on his ability advantages, Gauda struggled to resist the offensive of the Mechanical Legion, and there was no sign of losing. As soon as he entered the A-level position, he had this level of combat power. In time, who else could control this guy? Seeing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but be amazed at Gauda's talent in his heart, and at the same time he was even more convinced of the idea of getting rid of hidden dangers as soon as possible. As soon as he flashed, he broke into the encirclement himself, approaching the other party quickly, bounced away the energy rays that Gauda had shot in a hurry, and successfully approached without saying a word. A powerful battle axe cheated on it from top to bottom. Gauda's face changed, and he hurriedly raised his hand to block it. Dong! A huge force hit him, and even if he used energy to protect his body was overwhelmed. His tendons broke one by one, his bones cracked one by one, and his severe pain was like a tide flooding. I didn't expect that a mechanic would make me look shocked. If my rank was higher, I would let you go without a reply. Gauda gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He was about to retreat, but he found that his arm was stuck in Han Xiao's leg armor and could not be pulled away. He hurriedly looked at it and saw black nanoparticles spreading in the contact area, quickly covering his arms and spreading all over his body. Not good. Gauda's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly mobilized his energy to break away. But at this time his brain suddenly shook violently, and his mind was dragged into a vast world constructed by data flow, losing control of his body. Before he could react, a figure that was so slapped in the sky and earth suddenly appeared and slapped his spirit into the ground. This move is a virtual soul. Gauda still remembered this freshly and gritted his teeth and asked, "Menison, is it you?" Han Xiao turned a deaf ear and attacked. In the virtual field, Gauda's mental body had no power to fight back and was beaten. Fortunately, his mental strength was far superior to that of the freshman and surpassed the A level, so he broke free as soon as possible. Gauda's consciousness returned to his body. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he found that his whole body was wrapped in mechanical parts, as if he was wearing a layer of mecha. "You!" Before he could break free, he saw Han Xiao snap his fingers in front of him. "Xiao!" The next moment, Gauda's figure disappeared without a trace, and the Emperor Mecha took him to break through the anchorage of time and space and teleported away. Implement the second plan. Han Xiao immediately turned his head and asked the Mechanical Legion to scrub the ground and open fire on this area, clearing out all traces that the fleet might leave and manipulating the mechanical force to fold and compress batches to return to his main force battalion. He has prepared several plans. If Gauda can quickly solve it here, it will be the best, but if Gauda has the ability to resist stubbornly, he will find a way to change the battlefield. Although multiple traps were set, the fourth phase of Shining World area was too lively after all, with uncertainties everywhere, and there were long nights and many dreams. He didn't want to delay here for too long to avoid being knocked out. So Han Xiao made second-hand preparations. When he walked with Sui last time, he recorded several deep-level dimensions along the way. When he was waiting for the main universe, he did not wait in vain. He took the time to choose a stable dimension that had never been visited by anyone, placed several sets of thrones of the Emperor, and left behind mechanical troops, and drastically transformed that dimension and turned it into a larger closed area. When you reach the deep world of the secondary dimension, this is the way out of Gauda's retreat. It should not be called the Earth, and the Earth is not effective, and there is no way to escape. Han Xiao quickly solved the problem, cleared the traces, took back the troops, and then replaced it with another set of emperors, and the teleportation disappeared instantly. I saw a glimpse of my eyes and came to a new place. There's a pale earth, a barren area, no life like a black and white world. Only outsiders have colors. And in midair, another mechanical force ambushing in this subdimensional area was besieging Gauda, making him unable to escape. Seeing Han Xiao appear, Gauda suddenly turned his head and looked over, his eyes full of shock. The teleportation function of the Emperor is already one of Han Xiao's symbols. After being hit, he finally knew the identity of the attacker and found it unbelievable. While struggling to withstand the siege of the mechanical troops, Gauda stared at Han Xiao tightly, his tone full of shock and confusion. "Black Star, it's you. What do you mean?" He couldn't understand why it was Black Star who attacked him. "Are we not friends now? Don't you still want to make friends with me? Why deal with me?" Having confirmed that Gauda had become a turtle in the jar, Han Xiao finally spoke the first sentence until now. His tone was calm. "Stop pretending. I know who you are. A strange god. Do you really think you can cut off the past and regain your life?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gauda's pupils instantly shrank into the tip of the needle, and his mind was in a mess. Impossible. I did it perfectly. How could he know? Back then, in order to synthesize super risk abilities, he captured the abilities without caring about the consequences, integrated countless abilities, and finally synthesized the abilities gene chain of energy manipulation. Because the body cannot turn back and his lifespan is about to end, at that time, he has the idea of leaving a way out to open up a new life. So he hid this ability and never showed it. He secretly chose Gauda as a container for reincarnation, implanted this superpower gene chain into Gauta's body, wanted to inherit this result after reincarnation, and destroyed all his informed subordinates to ensure that this Vest's life experience is innocent. The core of the plan is Power Rebirth, which is a one-time ability that can only be used once in a lifetime. It gives the owner a second life. It is not a simple soul domain superpower, but involves a high-dimensional information state, which is more advanced. The effect is naturally not as simple as splitting the soul, but rather the complete integration of consciousness and containers to form a complete new soul, which has nothing to do with the body. Although memory is retained, thoughts and personality will undergo certain changes, which means that high moral character is high moral character, no longer the former God, who completely abandons the past and truly completes the new life. When he was caught by Han Xiao and his group in a short period of time when the space-time amber was not yet formed, only the effect of superpower rebirth could save his life in desperate situations. So he made up his mind to tear his soul apart, break the tail, and escape, and upgraded the main consciousness into a high-dimensional information state through this ability. So he broke through the soul blockade of Swordsman Fu and others, and positioned it and transmitted it to Gauta. No one knows all this. After so many years, Gauta has been relieved and thinks that no one can see his methods. However, at this moment, the deepest secret in his heart was revealed by Han Xiao. Gauta's heart was filled with storms, and he had no idea where he had revealed his flaws. Even because of his mental loss, his defense was omitted and he was blown away by the mechanical troops with several additional injuries on his body. At this moment, Gauta's thoughts flew, suppressing his inner shock, pretending to be shocked and suspicious. Extraordinary God? What are you talking about? You still don't admit it now? It seems that you still have unrealistic hopes and hit me. Do you think there is still a possibility of escaping? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and immediately understood the other party's thoughts. Even if he was in a desperate situation, Gauta could not admit that he was a strange god no matter what. He believed that if he disappeared, the Empire would search vigorously, and there would always be a chance to find the head of the Black Star, and he still had hope of escape. But if he admits his identity, Black Star's actions will be justified. Only by not leaving a handle can he wait for the Empire to rescue. So no matter how shocked the heart is, no matter how Black Star tests, Gauta can only bite him to death, pretend to be deaf and dumb, or even turn the raid. Black Star, your words are extremely absurd. If you want to do something, find a better excuse. Do I have any relationship with a strange god? You are afraid that I will threaten your status when I grow up, so you want to kill me in advance. Anyway, there's no one here, so why do you have to make up a non-existent crime? Gauta gritted his teeth and spoke righteously, as if he had suffered a huge injustice. He was in his words and wanted to add a crime without any reason. Why didn't I know before that your acting skills are comparable to those of Quirky? Han Xiao curled his lips. Gauta turned a deaf ear, as if immersed in anger, shouted, I understand. You are the one who leaked my ability in the black market. You must have inquired about information from the Empire, wanting to mess up the water, picking up your suspicion, and framing others. Don't think that you can hide it from everyone. The Empire will not let you go. Since you dare not admit it, it's useless to say more. Han Xiao shook his head. He originally wanted to talk to Gauta openly, but at least he had known someone for decades, so he left some last words with him, but he didn't admit it even if he died, so there was nothing to talk about. After the words came, Han Xiao released his mechanical force without hesitation, released the troops of the main battalion, and then merged some of the war soldiers and turned into a mechanical god. This closed, deep-level dimension is not disturbed by anyone, and Han Xiao can finally let go without any scruples. Brush! The star-killing blade slashed down fiercely, shattering the barriers like a fly, slapped the unavoidable Gauta from the sky to the ground, like a falling meteor, smashing a large pit like a crater-shaped mountain. The shock wave burst out, with Gauta as the center, and the pale earth cracked into cracks, extending to the end of the line of sight. Puff! Gauta's pores all over his body were bleeding, and his clothes were dyed red in an instant. The severe pain swept through every nerve. Before he could breathe, his vision was occupied by dense black shadows. He saw that the muzzles of the mechanical troops in the air were shining. Gauda quickly bounced up and pulled back. The next moment, he saw countless phantom cannons merge into a thick beam of light and penetrated into the pale earth. The ground instantly cracked and raised like a mountain range was pulled up on the flat ground, and then it exploded. Boom! The surging aftermath spread rapidly, and even though Gauda generated layers of shields, the shock wave still blew him away. As soon as he flew into the air, he was hit back to the ground by the mechanical god who was catching up, breaking countless bones. Although Gauda's superpower has extraordinary potential, its potential is not strength after all. His current level is still too low. In front of Han Xiao, who has full firepower, he is as weak as a child, without any power to fight back. The situation is completely crushed, and Gauda can only survive being beaten. While Han Xiao pressed Gauda to explode, he took the time to look at the battle information on the panel. Because his level is far beyond Gauda, all his abilities are visible at a glance. Unlike the strange gods who do not know the depth, Han Xiao was sure that Gauda had no means to escape from the desperate situation. Although I had seen Gauda's panel before, Han Xiao confirmed it again at this time to be on the safe side. If you don't look at it, Han Xiao found that Gauda had a new skill. Energy control, evolutionary energy, not activated. You are analyzing the energy principle of the evolution block. After completing it, you can master this energy. The current analysis progress is 50.2%. Where is this hanging man still trying to make an evolution block? Han Xiao. This guy is so terrible that he hasn't given up on the evolution block yet. Gauda's ability was too hidden, and he only started to analyze it after leaving the palace, but he didn't notice it at that time. Fortunately, due to other reasons, the opponent's calculation was intercepted in time. Otherwise, Gauda would have learned to steal. Han Xiao suddenly realized a sensitive problem. I don't know if Gauda did this. Was his own intention or the Empire's instructing him behind his back? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. His face was not very good-looking. Although the Empire has not raised the issue of evolutionary blocks recently, Han Xiao knew that some people in the Empire always wanted to control this thing, and Gauda is now the direct line of the Empire. The senior officials of the Empire knew his ability and sent him over to analyze the evolutionary blocks quietly, and then called it the result was studied and that it was impossible for him to have an attack. Han Xiao had nothing to say about the Empire's behavior. Everyone got what they needed. Nothing was right or wrong. What he cares more about at the moment was what impact this information would have on his actions. If it is instructed by the Empire, the risk will increase. In the Empire's view, if it has the motivation to act, it will no longer be a person who has no suspicion at all and will become one of the suspects. However, this also gave me a new excuse. People are in the wrong hands first. As long as Gauda is not killed, even if the matter is exposed, the Empire will come to him, and it will not turn out to be the worst result. It seems that there are disadvantages and advantages. I will not turn around and take him down first. Han Xiao shook his head, suppressed this idea, and focused on manipulating the mechanical troops to fight. No, fight Gauda alone. The mechanical legion, like a dark tide, was surging endlessly. As time went by, Gauda's condition became worse and worse. Although his superpowers had the effect of infinite blue volume, they did not have the high-speed recovery function. The injuries accumulated more and more, and the regular recovery speed could not keep up. Gauda dragged his tired body and struggled to break through again and again, trying to escape, but he was dragged back by the mechanical forces like a poor man who was cruelly tortured. He wanted to climb out of the room again and again, but he could never reach the door and was constantly grabbed and dragged back. The gap in strength is too big, and Han Xiao is fully prepared, so Gauda can't make any waves. As several beams of light pierced through the chest, Gauda could no longer hold on. He fell on the devastated pale ground like a falling bird. Blood gushed out and soon gathered into a pool of blood. Han Xiao removed the mechanical god, and his body slowly landed beside Gauda. He saw that Gauda had not given up his desire to survive, and he was squirming and crawling with his holy body, and the blood dragged out a dazzling mark. Don't work hard. Han Xiao looked at the panel and confirmed that Gauda was seriously injured and dying. He shook his head and sighed, bent down and grabbed Gauda's neck, lifting him up. Gauda's feet were in the air, and he was unable to struggle. He stared at Han Xiao with a strong reluctance in his eyes. He finally returned to the Super A-level field with a bright future, and he is full of expectations for the future. But he didn't expect that after developing low-key for so long, he met the Black Star who saw through his identity as soon as he came out of the mountain and wanted to kill him in the cradle. He is unwilling to give up. He still has a bright future. He has a lofty goal, years of planning and lifelong ambition. All of this seems to turn into nothingness and disappear. He can't accept it. Can't be planted here. Han Xiao looked at Gauda's twisted expression and shook his head. No matter whether you admit that you are a strange god or not, you cannot change the facts. I'm not targeting you because of personal grudges. If there was no such thing, I would not care about you when you joined the Empire. After all, I am not a good person, and I am not qualified to judge your crimes. However, I know how persistent you are with the existence on the other side of the wormhole. I cannot let you enter the Empire to operate freely. That threatens not only me, but also the entire explored universe. Although that day will come sooner or later, your existence will not only advance this day, but also bring unpredictable impacts because you are too pure. As long as you have the opportunity to improve, you don't care who you fight for. And I don't like to wait until the hidden dangers break out before taking action. Gauda's pupils shrank. He subconsciously wanted to ask Han Xiao what he knew, but he opened his mouth and finally didn't speak. He didn't want to leave any handle that aroused suspicion. Black Star, the Empire will not let you go. Gauda repeated this sentence. Seeing that the other party was still not showing his strength, Han Xiao knew that he could not pry open his mouth. With a mechanical force, the nanoparticles spread along his arm to Gauda's body, quickly covering Gauda's whole body, turning into a spherical mechanical imprisonment device, like a coffin, wrapping Gauda inside. Immediately afterwards, Han Xiao activated the space-time amber and slowly covered the entire imprisonment device. After thinking about it, he said, including this time, this is the third time you have fallen into my hands. Without waiting for Gauda to respond, Han Xiao completed the manufacturing. Buzz! The next moment, the space trembled and the amber took shape. The entire device was sealed in. From the outside, you can only see a spherical mechanical prison in the amber, and you can't see what's inside the prison. It was not until now that Han Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his tense nerves. It was finally solved. Nothing unexpected happened. He did not kill Gauda on the spot. First, he left himself room for action. Second, he did not allow Gauda to have the opportunity to recover the sanctuary in a short period of time. And third, he did not want to waste the super high-risk superpower, energy control, that the alien god spent countless years synthesizing. When the time and space amber erases Gauda's soul, Fredin can use the soul-turning instrument to allow his confidant to occupy Gauda's body. The linkage between these two cosmic treasures has always been the solution Han Xiao wants to test. Or maybe waiting for the little strange god, Evans, to grow up and absorb the superpowers of the virtues is also a choice. You can even wait until you thoroughly study the criminal technology and secretly turn Gauda into a criminal. But this is Lao Meida's way, with great side effects, and Han Xiao doesn't want to imitate it. As for whether Gauda can be resurrected after doing these tricks, Han Xiao doesn't know whether he can still do it. He hasn't tried it, so how do you know now? If Gauda can be resurrected, there's a possibility of leaking the secret. In the future, if the Imperial research discovers the sanctuary, he will definitely try to revive this direct line. However, who knows what the situation will be, and he can completely delay this day indefinitely. The method is very simple. Before being confident in dealing with the Empire's accountability, he will not attack Gauda, just be imprisoned. Every time he takes Gauda out of the amber, he will beat him up and let him go to ensure that his soul cannot be erased. In this way, Gouda is considered to be a life that cannot be reborn, and he will never be reborn forever. Resurrection. I'm ruthless and cruel, cruel and fierce. Why is my style getting more and more villain? Han Xiao touched his cheek helplessly. After silently complaining about himself, Han Xiao put away his joking mood and his face became slightly serious. Capturing Gouda is just the beginning, and more importantly, dealing with the storm caused by the Empire's anger soon will sweep away senior forces. I have done everything I should do, and the next thing I'm waiting for the change. Alas, I didn't expect that the fuse this time was actually picked up by me. Thinking about the various possibilities he analyzed not long ago, Han Xiao took a breath, turned his head, and opened the panel, and took a look at the task. The hidden mission, Gouda's Secret, was actually completed. The task requirement was to crack Gouda's secret. Han Xiao didn't know how to judge this. There was obviously no physical evidence, and Gouda did not admit it. Could it be that as long as you call the other party's identity in person and guess it right, it won't be that simple, right? Well, the main reason may be that he beat someone down. The mechanism for judging hidden tasks is very mysterious, and Han Xiao was not confused, so he turned around and put his hands on it. He controlled the mechanical legion, blew this secondary dimension into a mess, collapsed and disappeared, cleared away all traces, and did not even leave the battlefield. After completing this step, Han Xiao did not delay here too much. He took the mechanical troops back to the barracks, then put on the Emperor and teleported directly back to the Black Star Palace. Without saying a word, he went to the library to find Fording. Fording just looked up at Han Xiao, then focused on reading, allowing Han Xiao to touch it, with a calm look of, "You touch yours, I look at mine." Han Xiao rubbed his hands full of energy, then returned to the exclusive practice room, rubbed his hands excitedly, and chose the settlement task. Gouda's secret completed. You have obtained the People Advent card, Gouda. People Advent card, Gouda. Energy analysis. You can efficiently analyze the principles and composition of an energy form. So as to master this energy, the maximum number of times you use, 0/4, you get reward. Randomly draw one of Gouda's ability, skills/features. Tip. Gouda is a psychic, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession. Random drawing. The drawing is completed. Please choose one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Plasma Shock. Skill. Release plasma arc rays, causing damage to the enemy. The power depends on intelligence, mysterious attributes, and energy output efficiency. Consume at least 5 power points. Cooldown force. 2. Kinetic Energy Strengthening. Skill. Use power to strengthen cells, continuously enhance melee power. The effect depends on strength, agility, endurance, mysterious attributes, and energy output efficiency. Consume at least 10 power points per minute and cool down 12s after closing the effect. 3. Spiritual Contraction. Features. Increase 15% mysterious attributes, 10% charm attributes. 4. Energy Concentration Ring. Skill. Absorb free energy, quickly restore energy. Consume 2 physical strength per second. No cooling. It can be open continuously. 5. Perfect Energy Affinity, Physical Constitution. Teacher. You have amazing affinity for various energies. Your basic energy perception plus 120%, your basic energy resistance plus 90%, your basic energy absorption efficiency plus 60%, your basic energy attack power plus 30%, your upper limit of power plus 20%, Seeing the last option, Han Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, it's ship. Only the last one of the random drawing abilities is valuable in this wave of random drawing. This is one of Gouda's template specialties, and the first 4 are not very good, and they are all equipped with knife points. This expertise is a basic bonus with a very considerable increase. In his opinion, the 3 most useful bonuses to him are 90% basic energy resistance, 30% basic energy attack, and 20% power limit. His immortal body mainly has an amazing recovery rate, and it has not reached an exaggerated level in terms of resistance. but this expertise has almost doubled his resistance to energy attacks. As the strength grows, the power of the Mechanical Legion becomes stronger and stronger, and the threat of Tianyi Tong's Ho to itself is also increasing. Last time, when Zuxinglian used this move, he almost sent himself away. If you have this ability and experience the same battle again, you will not be in danger of your life and go further and further on the road to the armed and stable. If it weren't for this ability, Gao De would have been ravaged by him and lost consciousness. Strengthening the power of basic energy attacks is only an increase in the output of the body for Gao De, but it is powerful in the hands of the mechanic. It can improve the power of all energy-based weapons. The most direct manifestation is that the power of the Legion's far-reaching shelling has increased again, and the basic increase of 30% is already very high. So far, Han Xiao has drawn so many abilities and has discovered a feature. That is, the template expertise of other professions will be greatly amplified, which is the advantage of the large number of Legion flows. The final power limit is plus 20%. You don't have to think about it, just build it. The current upper limit of my strength is more than 290,000, and I can soar nearly 500 yuan in one go. It is more than enough to get a new layer of strength bonus, and it is not impossible to even 2 layers. In a later stage, power bonus and racial sublimation are one of the main sources of attribute points, which can often be several thousand points, and a simple upgrade cannot be compared. At his current level of strength, the attribute bonus brought by every level of improvement is very amazing. Now, after upgrading to another level, the total attribute can be added by 6,000 to 7,000, which can be distributed in different aspects according to the tendency of profession and race. The mechanism of power bonus is that as the blue amount is consumed, the attribute bonus falls layer by layer. Superpowers with infinite blue amount and blood blue exchange abilities have huge advantages and can always maintain the power bonus at the peak level. Han Xiao, Suai, and Ulu are all Super A level of this type. You gain new expertise, perfect energy affinity, physical constitution. There is nothing to worry about, so Han Xiao naturally chose the last item without hesitation. The next moment, a severe pain burst out in his body. Fortunately, his nerves were strong, so he instantly controlled his body. This expertise is a change in physical constitution. The cells in the body are undergoing transformation. After a long time, the pain slowly faded, and the perception of the outside world has changed again, and I feel a refreshing feeling. Han Xiao experienced it and could directly feel the ubiquitous free energy of the universe without using any ability. Just like years of myopia being cured, he could observe the outside world more seriously and have a clearer veins. Moreover, the body is automatically pulling free energy, and the free energy around it gathers unconsciously, rubbing against his body from all angles, just like a pet who wants to get close to his master. This physique can be considered a natural genius in the hands of normal people. He has twice the result with half the effort and has a very fast growth rate. Gao De can quickly enter the Super A level, so he should have the credit for this expertise. Han Xiao was full of energy. He glanced at the attribute panel. This wave of strengthening has enabled his energy level to break through the 100,000 mark, which is worthy of being a template specialty. However, there is no additional prompt on the panel, and I don't know if the 100,000 level is a barrier. He doesn't care much about this. According to experience, the benefits of breaking through the energy level barrier will generally appear when advancement. The phase progress of energy level and energy level are both such mechanisms. So low level and high energy level means amazing potential. As for the effect of the character card, Han Xiao has not tested it yet, but according to the basic mechanism of the character card, the effect of energy analysis is definitely not permanently mastered, so he has 2 guesses about this. First, master the selected energy within the duration of the character card. As soon as the time comes, the ability disappears. Second, the character card similar to Jace. After the time of the character card has passed, although the ability is lost, I still remember the analytical knowledge results, which will help me study this kind of energy yourself in the future. However, he does not have the superpower gene chain of energy control. He cannot convert energy by himself like Gouda, and can only simulate it by mechanical means. This will be much more difficult. The superpower gene chain is like a production equipment operated by fools. Users do not need to understand the principles at all and can produce products directly. However, other people cannot copy this kind of production equipment. Others can only use other means to analyze the products and find another type of production method. It is equivalent to a superpower who only needs to understand that 1 plus 1 equals 2, while others need to argue why 1 plus 1 equals 2 is hugely difficult. If the special energy generated by superpowers is so easy to analyze, higher civilizations would have been mass-produced long ago, and energy control would not be regarded as a perverted ability by the Empire. But at least there are 4 opportunities to use, but there is a cost of trial and error. Han Xiao nodded. He is still quite research-oriented. Although I can fight with big muscles, I know I'm a good scientist. After browsing for a while, Han Xiao turned off the panel and then entered the quantum field of view. During this period, he did not plan to go anywhere, but just wanted to monitor the interstellar network at home and wait for the storm to come. Gouda and the escort fleet are all missing. In the office of the head of the Red Empire, Ulanr, who had just received the emergency report, suddenly stood up and his face changed drastically. In front of her was the remote projection of the Exploration Army Marshal Terekov, with an extremely serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, not long ago, the remote link between Gouda's escort fleet and the Lighthouse Star Intelligence Center was suddenly disconnected. We tried to repair the network, but all ended in failure. Now we can't contact Gouda and anyone in the fleet. The Imperial Fleet intelligence of the Shining World is monitored by the Lighthouse Star Command. Once it is lost, the Lighthouse Star can find which unit is missing in which position, thus forming a rapid response military system covering most areas of the Shining World. Where are they missing contact?" Ulan Rueyer frowned. "Just on the edge of the Emerald Star Cluster in the Shining World, close to the Stargate entrance of the 3rd phase exploration area. We used the nearest space float as the endpoint to circle the approximate range of the missing area. I have already drawn nearby troops to check it out on the spot." Hearing this, Ulan Reel could only wait patiently and ask seriously, "What do you think the reason for the missing connection is?" "There are insufficient clues, and it is impossible to draw a conclusion for the time being." Terekov hesitated for a moment and said, "But I personally guess that the fleet is likely to have been attacked. Someone wants to intercept Gouda, which is the greatest possibility." Ulan Reel sat down again, put his hands on his nose, his eyes gloomy and clear. Before long, Terekov received a report from his subordinates. His face changed slightly, and he said, "Haint, the frontline troops sent back the message. No trace of the fleet was found, and there were no abnormal traces in the area. The surrounding spacecraft also said that no abnormal situation was observed, and the fleet where Gouda was located seemed to have disappeared out of thin air." Hearing this, Ulan Reel did not hesitate anymore, and immediately contacted the Secretary General with a firm tone, issuing an emergency mobilization order to inform all the senior management to put down all the work at hand immediately and come and have a meeting. More than 10 minutes later, the remote projection of the senior management of the Empire came to the conference room one after another. The bosses from various departments gathered together and whispered in a low voice. "I don't know what happened, and it is worth Ulan Reel to summon them with great fanfare." Soon, Ulan entered the room, looked cold and glanced at the many senior executives in the field, and went straight to the point. In an emergency, the Empire's super-level Gouda was suspected of being attacked and has been confirmed to be missing. As soon as he finished speaking, the field was silent. Every senior executive showed a look of astonishment and surprise on his face, and he didn't expect to hear such sudden news. At this time, Terekov attended and reported the incident in the most concise language. After understanding the current situation, many senior officials present were furious. "You dare to attack the Empire's direct line. This is trampling on the dignity of the Empire. Investigate." Investigate strictly. The empire cannot be provoked. No matter who does it, it must pay the price. Everyone's attitude was completely consistent and extremely furious. They are one of the rulers in power. Some people actually took the courage of the bear heart and leopard, attacked their direct line, and strangled their talents, and did not take the empire seriously at all. This kind of ignorant behavior can be summarized in one word in the eyes of everyone: seeking death. A senior intelligence official spoke in a deep voice. The fleet is missing, and it can be determined that the enemy has succeeded. We must first confirm Gauda's life and death. If Gauda is still alive, we must focus on saving people. That's right, Gauda is an important direct line Super A level. As long as there is a glimmer of chance, we must try our best to save his life. Another senior military executive agreed. Gauda is at least Super A level. The enemy will take it down in such a short time. There must be a big formation. There are traces to follow. I suggest checking the nearby space buoy immediately. There should be a large-scale fleet sighting report. Don't hold too much hope. Since the enemy can easily cut off the long-range connection of the fleet, it must be able to tamper with the monitoring records of the space buoy. The other party dares to attack the Empire and will definitely be fully prepared and will not leave any obvious loopholes. The enemy can make our fleet lose contact silently. There is a high probability that a Super A-level mechanic will participate in this matter. Yes, the enemy may leave clues in the field of quantum networks. I suggest that the Quantum Demon Spirit is a DC search. If it really doesn't work, you can ask Blackstar for assistance. Blackstar is a top virtual mechanic. There are not many people in the universe that can hide it from his eyes. Everyone gave advice, discussed fiercely for a while, and the topic turned to the suspect. An officer thoughtfully said, "Some time ago, unknown forces spread information about Gauda's real ability on the internet. This may be the fuse. Some people try to stifle our talents, or are greedy for this super high-risk superpower. There are not many forces with ability and motivation to do such things. Guanghui and Zuling have always been in a competitive relationship with us. They don't want us to get talents like Gauda, and they can act, especially the Guanghui Federation. They have a high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter, which can kill Gauda without knowing it. No, now is the period of shining world development, and they're still fighting. Guanghui and Zuling will not lose their big mistakes because of small things. For such a thing, the superstar cluster is the most suspicious. They may feel that the situation of the war is powerless, so they want to take the opportunity to eradicate a future threat before losing. I heard that Black Star has been criticizing Manison's criminal technology, and the Machine Kingdom is also suspected. Don't forget that Niga of the Zuling sect was suspected of being intercepted by Manison, causing Zuling's Scepter of the Gods to fall into Guanghui's hands. This guy has a criminal record. Everyone present basically had these three guesses, and these three camps have all the abilities and motivations. Apart from that, no force dared to stroke the tiger's beard to attack the imperial lineage. Looking at the crowd excited, Beccaroti's face changed slightly, and suddenly he thought of something. No, there's another person who has a motive for committing the crime. At that time, he signaled Gauda to analyze the evolutionary energy. If Gauda's actions were discovered by Blackstar, then Blackstar had a reason to take action and was also a suspect. But he can't say it now. The plan to analyze the evolution block has long been stopped by Ulan Real. Beccaroti got the hint of the next head of state, so he came to Gauda without telling it and secretly re-promoting the plan. Such things cannot be discussed on the surface, regardless of whether it was done by He Xing or not. As long as his behavior is exposed, it will not only cause any loss, but will also implicate the next head of state. If it was really done by Blackstar, although he had the responsibility, he had a greater responsibility. He would act against orders, so that the empire would be in the first place and would lose the rice if he could steal chickens. All kinds of calculations flashed through my mind, and Bercoti opened his mouth and finally chose to remain silent, pressing this matter to his heart. Even if it was really made by Blackstar, he wouldn't speak anymore. Beccaroti thought it very clearly, suggesting that he was promoting the plan to the next head of state. Both sides were tacitly aware of it. When Ulan Riel stepped down, the new head of state cracked this case can enhance the right to speak in prestige and win the favor of the imperial direct line. However, although Beccarotti had such a plan, what prompted him to choose to remain silent was actually not convinced that Black Star would be the real culprit. With the status of Black Star, even if Gauda discovered his hands and feet, there is no reason to make a big deal. Although he has a motive, he is a little weak. Besides, in Beccarotti's view, the name of the pillar of the country and the three major civilization consultants is enough to tie Black Star's hands and feet. When Black Star tastes the sweetness, he will worry about losing this halo, so he will not do anything randomly. While Bercotti was thinking about random things, everyone quickly discussed the charter. Seeing this, Ulan Rueyer's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he made a decisive decision. Immediately draft an announcement in the name of the Empire, announce Gauda's missing information, and tell the whole universe that the Empire will investigate the murderer at all costs. Crazy la la. The many senior officials present stood up and nodded seriously. I understand. Shining World, Emerald Star Cluster, Border Star Gate Transit Station. A figure wearing the uniform of the Infinite Consortium stood in the observation deck area, looking at the starry sky outside the window through the porthole. Not far away is the Transit Star Gate. A band of light composed of the stern flames of the spacecraft extends from the blue space vortex, all of which are spacecraft queuing to enter and exit the country. Calculate the time. The fleet escorting Gauda will arrive in at most 1 day. The staff member of the Infinite Consortium whispered to himself. At this time, it was not the original owner who controlled the body, but Sorokin's sense of possession. According to the Imperial Fleet's action route, it should be to go to the Black Star Legion territory to leave the Shining World. So Sorokin possessed this person a few days ago and waited at this Stargate station early. If you want to observe the scale of Gauda's fleet at close range, you can only make a careful plan if you know yourself and your enemy. However, although he was making preliminary preparations, he was still hesitating whether to take action. After all, it was of great importance. If you do it, it is best to operate on the Black Star Army territory, which is suitable for scapegoating. Even if it is not successful, Gauda has a responsibility for something happening to the Black Star territory. Sorokin calculated silently. Ding bye bye. At this moment, the communicator suddenly vibrated. Sorokin took it out and took a casual look and found that it was an administrative notice issued by the Empire on the wide area channel, forcing each communication terminal to automatically pop up the window to remind him. According to the provisions of the Quantum Network General Communications Law, only civilizations that control an area are eligible to do so. Other forces do not have this authority. Especially private consortiums are not allowed to use this function to promote business. TSK. It would be great if it could be used to advertise. Sorokin muttered secretly and clicked on the message. Just a glance, his expression froze on his face, and he was stunned. God was attacked and has disappeared. Sorokin was stunned and full of questions. No, I haven't started to act yet. Which kind-hearted hero did my job? So fierce. I really thank his whole family. The sharp turn of the situation almost made Sorokin's old ways flash, and he was completely confused. Not only him, but once the anger of the Red Empire was issued, it caused a huge uproar, and the entire interstellar community was sensational and shocked. Things came too suddenly, and everyone was not mentally prepared, and Sorokin was far more confused. On the other side, somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, a small fleet was sailing slowly. The armored signs on the outer spacecraft showed that this unit belonged to the Ancient Snake, which was the fleet of Lucci, who was called the Great Power at the welcome meeting. Lucci stood in front of the bridge porthole with his arms folded in his arms, staring at the starry sky outside the window, and beside him, another neutral super A-level boss who was also a black market slut. How long will it take to reach the Stargate at the Star Cluster border? Lucci asked without looking back. Captain, it's probably still a day away. The captain in the distance answered hurriedly. Hearing this, The neutral super A-level side shook his head and said helplessly, I feel that I can't catch up with Gouda. Lu Qi, do you really need to talk to him? I just want to figure out what his ability is. Oh, he is the direct descendant of the Empire, so he can't accept it at all. Do you dare to collide with the Empire fleet and force him to do it? You have to give it a try. Lu Qi pursed his lips and showed an attitude of breaking the casserole to ask the end. After the welcome meeting, he led the fleet and pulled a familiar super A-level surplus array. He followed Gouda's voyage route and chased him, wanting to stop Gouda for a discussion. He did this naturally, not only to satisfy his curiosity. As a secret son of a superstar civilization, he received a secret order from a senior executive, asking him to find a way to force Gouda to take action and confirm whether the other party's ability was energy control. So he persevered in tracking Gouda. The superstar cluster civilization basically does not want to attack Gouda, but this kind of temptation is still within the scope of acceptance, and everyone wants to figure out Gouda's true abilities. At this moment, the spacecraft radar suddenly rang. Please note, there is a space anchoring area ahead, and the jump mode cannot be maintained. Please stop jumping or deter. The two were stunned for a moment. Space anchoring areas generally represent trouble, and neutral super A-level mixed in the black market basically does not like to cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Qi was about to let the fleet bypass when the spacecraft suddenly received a communication. This is the Red Empire Exploration Army. We will temporarily inspect all passers-by. Please stop the ship immediately and cooperate. Repeat it again. Please stop the ship immediately. Hearing this, Lu Qi had to let the fleet stop. He saw that outside the window was a line of defense composed of Imperial warships, which seemed to block a large area ahead. 3 Imperial ships immediately came up and started various detection equipment to scan Lu Qi's fleet. At the same time, a projection of the Emperor-like official appeared on the communication screen, looking at Lu Qi and the others, and said expressionlessly, Please show your identity code, spacecraft navigation permit, crew list, navigation log. Although Lu Qi was unhappy, his real identity was sensitive after all, so he had to let the captain cooperate. In his opinion, there was nothing that could not be seen. The Emperor and the man next to him began to check, and found that Lu Qi and the man next to him were super A-level. His face changed slightly, and a strong sense of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He asked, What are you doing here? Why do you pass through this area? Where is the destination? Imperial should also be in charge. This is one of the routes to the border Xingmen Station. Is it strange that I pass by here? Lu Qi frowned. But what are you checking for blocking this area? Look for someone. The Emperor and the Emperor were unwilling to say more and continued to check. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that Lu Qi's navigation log had a record tracking Gouda. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted in an unquestionable tone. Everyone left the spaceship immediately and received further inspection. It's a little too much. We're just passing by. The neutral super A-level next to him frowned. I will repeat it again and leave the spacecraft immediately for further inspection. Otherwise, we will enforce it. After that, the Imperial fleet behind activated the weapon array without saying a word, and a gun was aimed at Lu Qi's fleet, and there was a situation where the formation was fired if there was a disagreement. Are you threatening me? Lu Qi was immediately annoyed. The Empire has great achievements, and the officers are not in awe of them at all. That's fine, but now they still want to be more aggressive. They use chicken feathers as command arrows and try to manipulate me as a super A-level. Is it easy to mess with me? He is a neutral super A-level, and he really can't afford to offend the Empire, but he doesn't think that any cat and dog in the Empire are qualified to disrespect him. Besides, with a super A-level association behind him, we are not a person without a backer now. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Lu Qi wanted to get angry, everyone's communicator on the ship vibrated. Lu Qi frowned, pressed his anger for the time being, took out the communicator, and then saw the Empire's forced pop-up announcement, and his face suddenly changed drastically. Is Gouda missing? Who did this? You're so brave. Lu Qi's body suddenly shook, and immediately realized something was wrong. Wait, he seemed to have been tracking Gouda and want to find him to compete. If there was nothing wrong with Gouda, this behavior would be normal and would not arouse hostility from the Empire. But now it's different. Gouda has an accident. No one in contact can escape suspicion. Although he is just chasing behind and has not met Gouda at all, he is also suspicious in the eyes of the Empire, and he will not let go of any clues. No wonder the Emperor *** official has this attitude. Lu Qi knew the severity of the matter. Now is not the time to care whether others respect him or not. He must find a way to clear the suspicion. If he dared not cooperate with the Empire's work, he would have no doubt that the angry Empire came to him to vent his anger. Now is not the time to show off. Lu Qi's arrogance suddenly faded and did not dare to get angry. He had to call everyone to leave the spaceship in a frustration and cooperate with the Imperial inspection obediently, and secretly hated him. Which bastard is this slander who made the mistake? I'm so fooled. What? Gouda is missing. Is there really someone going to attack him? President of the Glorious Federation, Bader, suddenly stood up from the chair, looking confused. Damn, are there really fools? No, this is not a fool. It should be a lunatic. The chief elder of the council was also surprised and confused. Who is so bold that he really attacked the imperial lineage? This will leverage the entire situation, cause a huge storm, and cause trouble for everyone. Badel frowned and said in a deep voice, Su Ling is like us. If we don't move, they won't do anything randomly. So it's probably what the Superstar Group Alliance did. That's right, it must be Superstar Group. The chief elder of the council nodded. Before the incident, the two did not think that Superstar Group dared to take action, but when the matter really happened, in the eyes of the two, if we ruled out themselves, the case could only be done by Superstar Group. What a courageous one! If you dare to attack the Empire's direct line today, will you dare to attack their direct line tomorrow? The wings of the Superstar Cluster are hard. It seems that the peak sorrow made them hold grudges. I think it's time to educate them again. Bader's eyes flashed. The one who suffered losses was the Empire. He was actually secretly happy and weakened the Empire without having to do it himself, and enjoyed the fruits. But on the other hand, the Empire represents the civilization of the ruler. As one of them, when the ruling authority is provoked, he cannot help but feel the same hatred of the enemy. These two feelings do not conflict. The chief elder thought about it, his face slightly darkened, and he said, Although we are not the murderer, we have the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter and are best at raids and assassination, and it is likely that it will become one of the targets of the Empire's suspicion. Well, this is also a problem, so we must express our opinion and take the initiative to help the Empire investigate the case. Badel thought about it. However, it is not only us who have this teleportation ability. Who knows whether the mechanical state has learned this technology secretly. Also, Blackstar also has a similar single-type teleportation mecha in his hand, and he may also... The mechanical state is suspicious, but he is still a glorious ally. If it is done by him, we have a responsibility. As for Blackstar, the chief elder laughed. Haha, as long as the top leaders of the Empire have no problem with their brains, they cannot doubt Blackstar. That's right. Badel shook his head helplessly. Who did this? The leader of the Xingu civilization seemed to have been bolted from the blue, and he was stunned. Although this is what he wants to do, the leader of the Star Arc civilization knew in his heart that no matter who attacked Gouda, the Superstar Group Alliance must be the Empire's first choice of doubtful target. This is pushing them into the fire pit. For a moment, the leader of Xingu civilization was in a mess, and one suspect after another flashed through his mind. I didn't do it. Could it be other superstar civilizations? Who has such a motive? Could it be Moto? Moto left the stage early, and the war situation had nothing to do with them. So Moto is really not afraid of doing such a thing, and it is not even ruled out that they have the motivation to drag the Superstar Alliance. They don't worry about being indifferent, but not being equal. Moto has no hope of competition, so he wants other superstar civilizations to fail with him. The leader of the Star Arc civilization turned his brain rapidly. Or, this is the calculation of Guanghui and Zuling, which kills the Empire's talents and then blames the Superstar Group Alliance so that we can take the blame. Even this was the Empire's own conspiracy, which made Gouda Missing blame the Superstar Group, take advantage of the problem, and let the direct descendants have reason to participate in the war, and use this as an excuse to set off the peak of the peak again, killing the Superstar Group's Super A level. Otherwise, how could things be so sudden? And how could Gouda have no resistance at all? The leader of Xingu civilization looked gloomy, and he felt that he had seen through everything. This is a conspiracy against the Superstar Alliance. The three major civilizations will never die. It's too passive. I have to do something. I can't let the three major civilizations make up things. The leader of the Xing Arc civilization gritted his teeth. Want to blame us? It's not that we don't know this trick. We must push a scapegoat that makes the three major civilizations speechless. One of them suddenly stopped after a flash of figures flashed across my mind. There is no lack of motivation, perfect ability, and serious suspicion. It can also make this person even more disconnected from the three major civilizations. It will be you, Manison. In just a few days, the Empire's announcement blew across all the star domains like a hurricane, causing a sensation in countless areas. Some regional terrorist organizations that were unsure of the situation actually expressed their responsibility for this matter. However, in less than a day, the Imperial fleet arrived and wiped out its thunder without leaving a single living. Basically, everyone has realized that this time the Red Empire was completely furious. Many forces were silent and keenly smelled the trend of storm. It seems that the situation is about to change. The Super A-Level Association also held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with this matter. In Fangxing's large roundtable conference room, many Super A-Level gathered for heated discussion. How could this happen? It's so sudden. A few days later, alas, people with this kind of strength are 80% of the people in the association. Who did it? Let's stand up. Everyone was filled with indignation. Although Gouda is a direct descendant, his experience also made everyone feel empathetic. From time to time, people turn their heads and look at Gouda's empty seats, and their faces are filled with sadness. The venue was as noisy as a vegetable market. At this time, the Sun Hunter spoke, and the thunderous sound overwhelmed the whole audience. Everyone turned around and saw him staring at Manison with a suspicious look on his face, and said in a muffled voice, "Jiagua, to be honest, did you do it?" "Nonsense. I think you have all been brainwashed by Black Star. I am the president after all. How could I take the lead in breaking the rules?" Manison's face was twitching, and he was angry. However, everyone was skeptical and still stared at Manison and looked at him. Han Xiao has always been persevering in leading the rhythm, and has already subtly planted the seeds of doubt in everyone's hearts. Seeing this, Manison's forehead was full of blue veins, and he felt that Jun Feishue was full of grievances. No matter how he explains, he cannot remove the suspicion. These Super A-level groups of people suspect him, and this situation is caused by Black Star children. Manison turned his head and glared at Han Xiao fiercely, hoping to fight with Han Xiao in public and make the sky dark and the sun and the moon shine. At this time, Claudia slowly stood up, expressionless and a cold tone. "Gouda's disappearance. No matter who is here, we will find you out and let you understand the end of provoking the Empire." As he said that, he glanced at Manison indifferently. Everything was silent. The three major civilized direct lines did not speak normally, and at this time they all expressed their seriousness, saying that they must catch the murderer. Many people glanced at the military country sitting in the first place from time to time. Manison's face became even more ugly. However, Sorokin's eyes looked at Manison became gentler. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Sorokin almost wanted to give Manison a thumbs up and angrily praised what a hero. At this moment, Han Xiaoqing, who had not spoken much, cleared his throat, which attracted everyone's attention. He then slowly spoke. "Before the accident, Gouda had joined the association and was also a member of us, and was protected by the association. Now that he had an accident, this is not only provoking the Empire, but also provoking the authority of the association. We have an obligation to investigate the real murderer, which is the responsibility of the association. So I suggest that we start immediately. The association announces a thorough investigation of the matter. All Super A levels will look for clues together and issue a cosmic hunting order. As the words fell, everyone applauded, whether sincere or false. The vice president is right. The association cannot stay out of the matter. Who dares to touch our people? Think we are all decorations. Han Xiao's proposal hit the appetite of most people. If some people are worried that if they do not express their opinions, the Empire will take revenge activities like the peak of the tragedy, threatening their lives. Now Han Xiao advocates that the association can provide assistance to remove hatred and avoid being vented. Moreover, protecting member safety is one of the responsibilities of the association. Most people are happy to see the association dispatched, which means they will receive such treatment in the future. For a moment, there was a warm atmosphere in the field where Han Xiao raised his arms and responded. Claudia glanced to Han Xiao. His face calmed down a little, he nodded slightly, and sat down again. He also wants to seek help from the association. After all, so many Super A-level forces are extremely powerful, and he has a greater chance of finding the real murderer. Black Star is an ally of the Empire and is very proud of his face. He made a decision to help. Seeing this scene, Claudia felt more and more that the Empire's strategy was correct. Let the Black Star master the association be absolutely good for the Empire. Han Xiao looked at everyone's reaction and maintained a serious expression on his face and felt a secret relief. This is the effect he wanted. All forces doubted each other, but they didn't know that the real murderer was right in front of him. The pool of water had been completely disturbed by himself. The next day, led by the Super A-Level Development Federation, all Super A-Level forces jointly issued an announcement, saying that this matter is also a provocation to the association. The association will assist the Red Empire and work together to investigate the whereabouts of the murderer and give him justice, and he will see people alive and die. The super-level forces are based on warlord forces and extend to all walks of life, with lush branches and leaves and mixed roots. So many super-level forces launched influence search clues together, which immediately caused a chain reaction in the entire shining world, and countless ordinary forces were affected. In response to the statement of the Super A-Level Association, Empire also made a public response, and especially praised the leading behavior of Vice President He Xing. Not mentioning the full president of Manison at all, the difference is extremely obvious. At the same time, the Super A-Level Association issued a cosmic hunting order to the outside world. Each member paid some money and raised a sky-high reward of up to 4 billion inars. Among them, the Black Star Army alone paid 350 million yuan, showing the outside world his eagerness to find the murderer. The so-called here is a brave man under heavy rewards. The sky-high reward immediately aroused the enthusiasm of the entire shining world, and almost everyone speculated about who the real murderer was. In addition, the Imperial Exploration Army has mobilized a large amount of manpower and material resources to search clues. The current direction of the shining world has changed. Although the shining battle is still the focus of interstellar citizens, there is now another Where is Gouda? In addition to fighting, these forces have also drawn out people to find clues everywhere. Guanghui and Zuling did not watch and issued announcements one after another, stating that they felt the same hatred for the Empire's experience and would send people to assist the Empire and try their best to cooperate with the search work. One by one interstellar forces were interrogated, and all the information before and after the incident was summarized into the hands of the Empire, but no clue was found. Superstar League, remote conference room, a meeting is underway. If this matter happens, the Empire cannot be left alone. We must come up with an explanation. It is okay if we can find it. If we can't find it, we will definitely find a temporary murderer to restore the Empire's prestige and let the anger be vented. We are the best choice for the Empire. Everyone here is a remote projection of the head of the civilization of the Superstar Cluster. Listening to the leaders of the star cluster civilization talking, everyone's expression is quite serious. At first, they suspected their own people, and when they met, they asked, "Did you do it?" Thinking that it was a foolish thing that an ally did without authorization. However, after sharing internal information, everyone dispelled their suspicions and agreed to the outside world. The leader of the Xingu civilization gave out his ideas at the right time, and it was approved by many leaders. Everyone knew that they were too passive now. No matter whether the Empire found the real murderer, the Superstar Group alliance was likely to become the scapegoat. The three major civilizations would definitely not mind taking advantage of the situation and throwing dirty water on them with righteous words and fabricating false charges. The Peak of Sorrow is a bloody lesson. No superstar cluster civilization is willing to repeat the same mistakes and allow the three major civilizations to occupy the public opinion high ground to play with themselves. Therefore, the leader of the Star Arc civilization said the words of everyone. Yes, we cannot sit and wait for death. We must turn passive into initiative. Defending is useless. It is best to create a clear murderer and publish it, so that the three major civilizations cannot talk nonsense and cannot take the opportunity to attack us. Manison is a suitable object. Everyone nodded slowly. Seeing this, the leader of Xingu's civilization breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. He proposed this plan at the meeting to attract the cooperation of the entire Superstar Group alliance, because relying solely on Star Arc civilization is not enough. Only when everyone works together can there be a higher success rate that will make Manison take the blame. And now, the entire Superstar League has reached a consensus and is preparing to blame Manison together. Somewhere in the old galaxy, the secret base of the country of machinery, Manison looked unhappy and hung up the communication from Guanghui, frowned slightly. The Empire's request was too much. It actually asked me to show all the prisoners and to submit the navigation records of all the spacecraft under my command and even open the memory database of all the mechanical warriors for them to view. He said that he hoped that I would cooperate with the work, but in fact he had regarded me as the main suspect, so he just said he would take me back for interrogation. Manison shook his head. He couldn't see where the three major civilizations still used the intention to explore the coordinates of his various bases. Although he didn't do things himself, he wouldn't naively think that he could stay out of it. From Manison's perspective, 80% of the things were done by Superstar Cluster, and Superstar Cluster naturally did not want to sit and wait for death, so he would definitely do some tricks. He was caught between the three major civilizations and Superstar Cluster. It was a serious suspect and was the most suitable victim. 80% of the people would splash dirty water on his head. We must be careful. We must make some preparations, arrange some countermeasures, and hold the responsibility on Superstar Group. Well, if they try to blame me, it should prove that they're the real murderer. Manison was clear about it. If possible, he even wanted Black Star to take the blame and teach this slutty person a lesson. Unfortunately, the operation was too difficult and it was basically impossible to complete, so he could only extinguish this idea. Somewhere in the ancient Star Desert Covenant base. This happened outside. In the room, many revived initials gathered in a group, looking at the communicator in the middle of the swearing man's hand, while talking non-stop, gossip burning, giving the feeling of the Elder Lease Activity Center. The current era is really terrifying. Even the perverted superpowers of energy control have appeared. Unfortunately, I was killed just after entering the Super A level. Black Star is right. The outside world is very dangerous. This murderer made a mistake. No matter how flawless he did, as long as the Empire studies the sanctuary in the future and revives the great virtue, the truth will be revealed. This is the gap in intelligence. Everyone shook their heads. The swearer was a little worried. If the Empire had never found a murderer, once you resurrected people appeared, the Empire would definitely suspect you. This is not good news, Vigel said helplessly. So we are also implicated by the murderer, and we must be more cautious when we come out. Everyone sighed suddenly, feeling that the fire at the city gate affected the fish in the pond. A few days later, the Black Star Palace, the Legion Commander's office. Han Xiao sat on the chair, with virtual screens floating in front of him, scrolling on them showing the movements of the quantum network. In the past few days, he has been paying attention to the direction of the situation like this, and has watched the flames he lit up spread with his own eyes, and the scope of the influence has become wider and wider, making him feel as the mastermind behind the scenes that he secretly stirred up the storm. I guess this will be the norm in the future. As long as the real murderer cannot be found in one day, the Empire will not end in one day, just like a hornet's nest. Han Xiao pondered and thought. At this moment, the communicator suddenly beeped, and he took it out and took it and looked at it. It was Tarkov's call. As soon as the communication was connected, the remote projection of the old tower suddenly appeared in the room. "Old Marshal, I haven't seen you for a while." Han Xiao greeted him. Tarkov nodded with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Hey Xing, I will tell you a long story short. The Empire needs your help now. Just say it straight." Han Xiao's heart moved. Gauda has been missing for several days. The Empire has searched the records of the area before and after the incident for a month, but has not found any substantial clues. Therefore, the senior management decided to form a special task force to track down the matter. The Empire hopes to invite you to settle in as an expert and rely on your ability to search for clues on the quantum network. What do you think? Han Xiao almost laughed out loud. Ahem, no matter what, I am also a consultant of the 3 major civilizations. I have no choice but to prepare for this matter. Okay, the task force will meet online in one day. If you can find clues, the Empire will thank you very much. Tarkov did not delay. After asking for a few precautions, he decisively hung up the communication. He was busy recently and really had no time to reminisce. Han Xiao put down the communicator, and a strange smile flashed in his eyes. This wave is a fierce prophet who succeeded and even got the sheriff. Asking him, the mastermind behind the scenes, is possible to catch anyone, but it is impossible to catch the real murderer. He even joined the task force as an expert, which means he has certain power of life and death. With his ability, it is too easy to do something. In this way, there are more directions for framing. However, there are still risks in forging clues. Han Xiao plans to be more cautious and act according to the opportunity. Let's see what the suspects react first. Just when he was secretly happy, the panel suddenly responded and a new prompt popped up. You trigger the mission, Chasing Warrant. Mission introduction. An important figure in the Red Empire is suspected to have been attacked and is now out of touch. The Empire is interested in your ability and hopes that you will join the search team and contribute to your strength. Mission requirements. Solve the case and catch the murderer. Reward. Depends on the mission evaluation. What's the matter? Han Xiao's expression froze, a little confused. The situation has not yet fallen out of his control, but unexpectedly, the panel shows him. Good, I did the things, but can it trigger such a task? How to complete this? Do you really want me to capture myself? I don't know what rewards are. Han Xiao was a little curious. The task requirement is to seize the murderer, but it is not said to be the real murderer. He feels that there is room for operation, depending on whether the task judgment logic is mainly based on objective facts or from the perspective of the Empire. If it is the latter, then can a mission be completed as long as you successfully prove to the Empire that a person is the murderer? In this case, there is still a chance to complete it. It is impossible to surrender yourself, and it is impossible to surrender yourself in this life. Werewolf will not do it. Only by shaking others can you maintain your life like this. Han Xiao shook his head. He did not clear out all the obsessive-compulsive disorder of the mission. In his opinion, this task is the best to complete. If it cannot be completed, it will be overwhelming and will be too lazy to go around. According to the nature of the mission, the rewards are mostly based on the contribution level of the Empire. In the past, he needed this kind of thing to exchange for some technical drawings of the Empire. But now with Jie Bao, he no longer cares about the contribution level of the Empire's camp, and only political assets can touch him a little. The next day, Han Xiao was raising his energy and entered the online channel of the Imperial Task Force by time, and remote projection arrived in a conference room. As soon as I entered the room, I saw projections appear one after another, looking at each other. There are acquaintances and strangers here. Han Xiao saw Claudia, Kant, Raven Lauder, and others. Before everyone could talk, Tarakov appeared, attracting everyone's attention, and then said seriously, "They are all members of the Imperial Task Force. I won't say anything extra. Everyone knows what they're going to do. This group brings together professional talents from all fields. All the resources of the Empire in the Shining World are for you to mobilize. The Empire has only one requirement, that is, to find the whereabouts of the murderer in Gouda." The next moment, Claudia said lightly, "I am temporarily the leader of the task force. You can tell me any application for resource mobilization. As for the specific arrangements for the work, it will be decided by the deputy team leader." At this time, a tall and thin male Imperial cadre stepped forward, looked back at everyone, and performed the greeting etiquette of an empire. "You can call me Sherlock Dillman, who works in the Imperial Intelligence Department. I cannot disclose the specific organization. This time the senior management will transfer me to serve as deputy team leader to be responsible for the overall search work. My strength alone is limited, and everyone needs to work together." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Sherlock? This name sounds like a detective. This person is definitely not simple. You should be a special talent in the field of case solving. The task force does not require force, only professional ability." So Sherlock became the deputy team leader, and the Super A-level identity in the group is an expert in different fields. In short, it is a tool person. Everyone introduced themselves one after another. There were 3 experts in charge of quantum network searches, namely themselves, Kant, and the Empire's direct descendant Judith. Sherlock assigned tasks to experts with different divisions of labor, and soon came to the 3 of them and quickly said the requirements. "This is the situation. The virtual field is the key area for searching. Please be sure to find clues. Please ask the 3 of you." Sherlock bowed with a respectful attitude. After saying that, he turned around and walked away and ordered others to go. Seeing someone walking away, Kant scratched his head helplessly. "It's enough to have you too. I'm not a virtual mechanic. What did the Empire pull me over? I guess the Empire is just being polite to you. I didn't expect you to agree. I didn't expect you to be shameless." Han Xiao joked, "Hai Xing, you'll lose my friend like this." Kant's mouth twitched. "Ahem, yourselves, the authority has arrived, so let's start construction as soon as possible," Zhu Dis said from the side. Han Xiao calmed down and received the quantum network permissions shared by the other party. The Empire gathered together these experts, so naturally, not let them fight alone. The Empire opened up almost all the resources of the Shining World. Take the 3 people as an example. In one sentence, all the virtual mechanics of the Empire in the Shining World can be mobilized. At the same time, the quantum network base stations set up by the Empire in the Shining World all have the back-end permissions to the 3 people, allowing them to log in to the Shining World's quantum network directly as an administrator. In fact, some of the authority of the Imperial Lord Intelligent Hero Soul was temporarily opened to Han Xiao and Kant, 2 outsiders. In addition to investigating the case, Zhu Daisai's mission was to prevent the 2 from doing anything randomly after obtaining such high network permissions. Han Xiao landed in the background permissions, and his mind sank into the quantum network vision, and he felt suddenly enlightened. Most of the networks in the Shining World are in full view, and they are under control. They seem to have become a processing center and can read any data stream passing through the base station at any time. They have great power and even have the illusion of omniscience and omnipotence. It's comfortable. Han Xiao enjoyed it quite well. No matter how powerful the virtual invasion is, it is still a thief who slips through the door and picks the lock. Now it seems like the owner of the house directly lends the entire house to him, and he almost does whatever he wants. Although there are Judith and Kant monitoring each other, with their own abilities, they should be able to hide it from the 2 of them, but it is best to wait and see. More importantly, if you have this authority, you can take the initiative to erase your possible flaws, further clear away the evidence and confirm your alibi. Since the Empire gave such an opportunity, he would naturally cherish it. In the next few days, Han Xiao was sleeping in the quantum network and cross-searched with Zhu Daisai and Kant. Han Xiao originally thought there would be no clue, but he had found nothing in the past few days. He found that things had changed subtly. Without having to do anything on their own, Superstar Cluster and Manison took the initiative to stumbling over each other, trying to forge clues to confirm the other's crimes, and began to blame each other. Both sides did it in a relatively secret way. If Han Xiao had not mastered the back-end permissions of the Shining World Quantum Network, he would not have discovered the behavior of both parties. With permission at this time, coupled with his amazing virtual technology, the small movements of both sides did not escape his eyes. Tisk, it's obviously not yours, but you can't wait to blame. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. It would be fine if others saw this behavior, but he was the real murderer. From his perspective, this situation was like two villagers biting each other to death, and there were werewolves fighting each other in the wolf pit, but no one cared about the real werewolf, afraid they would be laughing. But when he thought about it, he understood the thoughts on both sides. The Superstar Group was afraid that the three civilizations would give them a false situation, so they should take the initiative first. Manison knew this and took countermeasures. So both sides immediately discovered that the other party had bad intentions, and immediately thundered the earth and fired, and they pinched them. This is the purpose of our muddy waters. Plan pass. There are suspicions of both sides blaming each other because it is impossible to find the real murderer, so one side will definitely be used by the Empire for surgery. Han Xiao's eyes rolled. Now both sides have offense and defense, and neither side can confirm the other party's responsibilities, so there is room for their own operations. With such a development, it is easier for me to pass the blame than expected. With his current power, just a gentle move and doing some tricks can affect the imperial judgment and help one side overwhelm the other, which is equivalent to taking dominance in his own hands. Who is better to help? Han Xiao thought secretly, thinking about it. He has always been inconsistent with Manison, but in this matter, he plans to help Lao Mai too. After all, Manison is the current president of the Super A-Level Association. If he takes the blame, although it will hit his personal prestige, the Super A-Level Association will be greatly affected and has a bad impact. The president secretly attacks new members, and many members of the association will be in danger and become more cautious, which is not conducive to the construction of the association. In turn, letting the Superstar Group take the blame can create another effect, making Super A think that Gouda is suffering because he is involved in the struggle of the camp. So it makes people feel that if he does not join the camp, he will not encounter such a mess. Instead, it will increase some Super A's recognition of the association, which will help development. The most important thing is that the three major civilizations and the Superstar Group Alliance are already fighting, and if they take the blame, more people will not be implicated. Although the Empire will not stop searching for the real murderer in the future, for now, the impact of making Superstar Cluster unlucky and taking risks can be reduced very little. Old Mai too. I'm not helping you. I'm the Guchuan Association. Han Xiao curled his lips. After muttering a few words in his heart, he immediately started to operate. No matter how powerful the two good people are, the result is decided by me, the wolf policeman. I always feel that there is a mysterious force helping me. In the secret base of the mechanism country, Manison's face looked a little strange. These days he realized that Superstar Cluster was indeed inappropriate in his plans, so he took countermeasures to hurt each other. There is only suspicion on both sides, but no evidence, but now they have added a lot of flaws to the other party. In this silent offense and defense, Manison is actually at a disadvantage. After all, his opponent is the entire Superstar League. Although his virtual technology is strong, he is unable to support himself and exhausted to deal with it. However, he discovered an abnormality not long ago. Some of the evidence for the Superstar League was forged, and some of the evidence disappeared for no reason. It seemed that someone was helping him resist the other party's method of framing. I could discover the battle between me and the Superstar Group, and also have the ability to intervene? Could it be that the three major civilizations secretly participated? Manison's thoughts flew around. The reason why the three major civilizations do this is probably because they confirm that the superstar group is the murderer, so they don't want the other party to successfully make the blame and get rid of the responsibility. Think deeper. If the Empire cannot tell who the real murderer is, then this behavior is out of strategic considerations, and the superstar group is given a false crime, and they will definitely be punished and then settle the score in the future. If I think about it further, Manison thought about it and fell into the cycle of dolls. 7 or 8 days later, the Red Empire Mother Star, the head of state office, Ulan Rier browsed the report of the task force and couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. After searching these days, you have obtained a seemingly complete chain of evidence, pointing all suspicions to the Superstar Group alliance. But this is not the original intention of the Empire. In front of her was a long-range projection of a senior executive of the Imperial Intelligence Department, and said helplessly, "It doesn't matter whether it is true or not now, as long as this chain of evidence is enough to convince the outside world. What I want is the whereabouts of the real culprit and Gouda. Otherwise, what should the task force do?" But time does not wait for anyone, and the real culprit has left no clues. Continue to search step by step. The truth is far away. The outside world is already questioning whether the Empire can find the murderer. Some people on the internet have even begun to worship this murderer who angered the Empire but still gets away with the law. We can slowly spend time looking for the real culprit in the future. Now the Empire needs results urgently. Hearing this, Ulan Rueyer frowned. After Han Xiao's various tricks, the task force discovered a complete chain of evidence pointing to the superstar cluster. But after careful consideration, the task force knew that this was forged, and it was probably Manison's tricks. The behavior of both sides to blame each other did not escape the Empire's eyes. But even so, after discussion, the task force finally submitted the results to the senior management, and the senior management of the first-level empires knew it well, but they still handed the report to Ulan Rueyer's table. Nowadays, various rumors from the outside world are rampant. What the Empire needs most now is a result, whether it is true or false, and the target pointed to by this link of evidence is in line with the Empire's strategy, and the Superstar Cluster is the best object. What's more, Superstar Group's move was to create a murderer on its own, the one who started the Superstar Group alliance. If it delayed for too long, the others would succeed. The Empire didn't want to see the other party succeed. Ulan Riel hesitated for a few seconds and did not agree immediately. He sighed, "Call Claudia and Sherlock here. I hope to hear their opinions." At this time, she paused and added, "Call Black Star, by the way. P.S. The moderator has compiled a new event and called me to promote it. One is the 4th book review event. This time, in addition to fancies, he also collects fan paintings, and the other is the 5th. If you're interested, you will go to the book review area to read related posts, which contains detailed introductions." Not long after, remote projections of Han Xiao, Claudia, and Sherlock appeared in the office. "History of the First Emperor." The three nodded. Ulan Riel nodded, pointed to the report on the virtual screen, and said straight to the point, "Is this the result of your work during this period? I'm not very satisfied. You know that what I want is not such evidence to fool outsiders." Sherlock stepped forward and said with a tough bullet, "Host of the First Nations, we have been trying to track down the whereabouts of the real murderer, but the enemy has no flaws, and we have no clues. We just happen to find the mutual frame between the Superstar Group Alliance and Manison. So," he explained the task force's recent work situation. "In short, there is no real clue. There are a lot of fake evidence that confuses the public, seeing the outside world becoming more and more doubtful. Coupled with the pressure and hints from the top leaders, Sherlock could only extract some of these forged clues and use his inference and analysis skills to form a self-consistent link of evidence. Although it is fake, after his analysis and sorting, it sounds like it is true." Ulan Riel frowned. "Give me a definite statement. How long do you think you can find the real murderer? It seems that it is nowhere to be achieved at the moment, unless you find any breakthrough." Sherlock shook his head helplessly. "You two have the same idea. Ulan Riel turned his head. Claudi's face was as deep as water, and he didn't say anything and nodded slowly. Han Xiao spread his hands and looked like, "I can't do anything," and said, "The people who attack Gouda are very cunning and have no flaws left. Even I am still clueless. According to the current situation, I think the Empire can only look at the problem from a different perspective, considering the interests, and need to find a suitable partner to punish them to temporarily calm the storm. Superstar Group is the most suitable, and they are eager to get rid of the crime, and there are still some tricks in it, which is not considered unfair." Ulan Rueyer shook his head and said, "But there must be someone outside who will see through our plans. Superstar Group will not easily admit guilt. This is the Empire. I know your concerns, but it's not important." Han Xiao interrupted her and talked freely. When Gouda was attacked, the Empire lost. He was already the one who suffered a loss, and he could only try his best to save it. Now, what the Empire needs most is the result. It shows attitude and force, and cannot block other people's mouths, but it can block other people's courage. In this way, even if someone mocks her, the people who should be afraid will still be afraid, and the purpose will be achieved. But in this way, wouldn't the real murderer laugh to death when he saw that the Empire hit the wrong person? Will some people with ulterior motives think that the Empire can be used? Ulan Rueyer said in a deep voice, "This is what she's worried about. Once the outside world sees through the Empire's practices, some people will think that the Empire is easy to deceive, which also reduces the Empire's prestige. There's no way. There's no way to choose the least of the two evils. There must be a choice. You can't always do things based on your preferences, right?" Han Xiao smiled as thick-skinned as armored. "Besides, this may not be a bad thing. It can make the real culprit careless, giving him a chance to show his flaws. Maybe one day it will bring us a breakthrough." The senior official of the intelligence department who was listening to the audition also echoed, "Your Excellency Blackstar is right. We always have to make a choice." Ulan Rueyer sighed and signed the order. "Then do it like this." In fact, this proposal appeared on his desk. Ulan Rueyer understood that this was a silent consensus among the top leaders of the imperial level, and she was the only one who signed it. The head of state could not do whatever he wanted, and she was also wandering through compromise and checks and balances. She was almost stepping down and could not do anything to do her own thing again. After signing the order, Ulan Rueyer felt a little relaxed inexplicably and shook his head. It seems that the task of finding the real murderer can only be handed over to the next head of state. Well, I can feel much easier. At this time, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said, "Actually, we are trapped in inertial thinking. There is another possibility for Gouda's disappearance. I wonder if the Empire has considered it." Everyone turned their heads and looked over. "Oh, tell me." Ulan Rueyer became interested. "You guys think it's possible that this is Gouda's own behavior, and he took the initiative to cheat and disappear?" Hearing this, the senior official of the intelligence department couldn't help but smile and said, "Old Haishing, we have made this assumption a long time ago. The final judgment is impossible. Gouda has no such motivation." "I don't think so." Han Xiao shook his head. "The direct descendant may not be completely loyal. Is it possible that he just wants to use the resources of the Empire to step into the Super A level, and then cheat and jump out of the barriers of the camp and hide his name?" After saying that, he glanced at everyone, put the expressions of disapproval of the few people in his eyes, and immediately added, "Of course, this is just a logical judgment. I don't know Gouda's origin and life experience, so I naturally won't believe him completely. Anyway, this kind of thing is not impossible. Isn't there any example in history?" Sherlock thought, "Well, your suspicion makes sense. Gouda has served the Empire for too short." Ulan Rueyer glared at him and spoke in an old official voice. "You don't have to worry about this. The Empire's own system for the review of the direct descendants, and will not collect any doubts. The Empire absolutely trusts the loyalty of the direct descendants." Han Xiao glanced at Claudia, who was expressionless, and knew that Ulan Rueyer didn't want to continue this topic here. He shook his head and smiled, pretending to be casual. "Okay, I just mentioned it casually." Sherlock asked unyieldingly, "I'm more curious. Why do you think out his idea of committing death? There must be some factor that makes you think this idea. Do you think he has some doubts? Han Xiao was stunned and looked at him in surprise. This thick-browed and big-eyed person actually likes supporting actors so much? I don't know if you should say that you have a strong desire for knowledge or that you don't pay attention to the occasion of speaking, and you haven't seen the senior Imperial intelligence officials beside you wink. Han Xiao suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to set the pace. He rolled his eyes, coughed pretendingly, and said, "On the one hand, I can't find any clues. It's too clean, unlike outsiders' attacks. On the other hand, it's not that Gauda showed any suspicion, but that I happened to know a guy who had successfully cheated him. So I remembered it." "Who is that?" Sherlock was curious. "This person is also famous. You must know him. He is the Sworgen of the Infinite Consortium." Without waiting for everyone to ask questions, Han Xiao continued to talk to himself. "I discovered his little secret by coincidence. He is not as weak as he appears. I feel threatened from him. His strength may not be lower than mine, but he has always shown himself as a weak person, and I don't know what to plan. Moreover, his soul's real age seems to be far beyond the present. I tentatively tested him and found that he may be a super A level in history, suspected of using the method of fraud to hide his identity until now. He concealed some key information and exposed Sworgen's old reputation with ambiguous words, which made several people doubt it." "How did you know?" Ulan Riel was puzzled. "This involves a certain cosmic treasure I got not long ago, which is very effective in the soul field." Han Xiao smiled, without a specific explanation, pretending to be in a mysterious posture. Ulan Riel knew that Han Xiao didn't want to say it, and did not ask. He thought about Sworgen's previous behavior and said thoughtfully, "If this is true, then Sworgen's goal is very big. You need to adjust your attitude towards him." She would not believe it immediately, but Han Xiao has a lot of political assets, and even a weird bonus like civilized leader assassinator, and his words are more important. Ulan Riel plans to investigate Sorokin in private. Compared with Black Star, Sorokin is an outsider. Seeing this, Han Xiao stopped and didn't want to expose too much. He just wanted to arouse the Empire's interest in Sorokin. This is the benefit of Shang Daishanting. Today, he happened to encounter the right time, so he directly applied eye drops to Sorokin in front of the Empire. After all, the Superstar Group is just a stopgap solution for the Empire, and we will continue to look for the murderer in the future. The matter is not over, so Han Xiao really wants to take the opportunity to get Sworgen. This guy is proficient in the great way of being able to bend and stretch. He hides too deeply and doesn't know what he is planning. If he could be exposed and prevents him from continuing to pretend to be a greedy chicken, it is undoubtedly a good thing. If there is such a thing as Gauda, once Sorokin's strength is exposed, it will become a suspect. Although in the eyes of Technician Han, Suozai has no motive for committing the crime, he can at least disgust this dog. Humph! Let him conspire and plot against me every day, and think that our little notebook is in vain. Okay, this is the case. I have nothing to ask, if there is nothing else. Ulan Riel was about to end the communication, but before he could finish his words, he heard Han Xiao speak again. "Wait a minute, there is one last thing. You said..." Ulan Riel gritted his teeth secretly. She thought Han Xiao was going to make another report, but she saw Han Xiao suddenly correct his face with a serious face and spoke in a deep voice. "His Excellency, I am now talking to you as the Vice President of the Super A-Level Association. I support the Empire's behavior against the Superstar Group this time, but I hope this matter will not involve the members of the association." Hearing this, the few people present were excited and looked at Han Xiao in surprise, and their faces became serious. "Continue." Ulan Riel narrowed his eyes. "I believe we all know that there is a direct lineage of the Superstar Cluster hidden in the neutral Super A level. I support the Empire's targeting the Superstar Cluster this time, but I don't want the Superstar Cluster's Superstar Cluster to be revenge in the ranks of the Empire. I am not protecting the murderer, but I ask the Empire not to take offense to some of the neutral and suspected Superstar Cluster's Superstar Cluster. Perhaps there are murderers among them, But before proving the real murderer, they are protected by the association. Han Xiao looked solemn, and he had an attitude of not hesitating to offend the Empire and fighting for reason. Ulan Rueyer and others immediately understood what he meant. He Xing knew the ins and outs and understood how the evidence came about. Although he supported the Empire's actions, he did not want it to become an excuse for the Empire to use super A-level surgery and prepare for the future. One code is the same as one code. You can play a superstar cluster, but you cannot involve other irrelevant super A-levels. The transformation of identity is seamless. In the last second, it was an ally for the Empire, and in the next second, it became the vice president of the Super A-level association, taking on his position. You're really flawless. Ulan Rueyer's eyes were complicated. If I don't speak for the association after his spread, will I, the vice president, still do it? Han Xiao didn't care. Okay, I understand. The target of the Empire's attack is limited to the forces of the Superstar Alliance. Before obtaining complete evidence, they will not attack their hidden Super A-level direct line. After all, the association has also expressed its intention to assist us. Ulan Rueyer sighed. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled again, thought for a while, and said, Okay, if the Empire doesn't mind, cooperate with me to promote it. It means that the Empire originally wanted to track down the whereabouts of neutral Super A-level and even conduct forced interrogation, but the Empire and I argued with us to maintain the members of the association and finally convince the Empire, dispelled the Empire's idea, and highlighted my role in this. Although the few people didn't say anything, they all revealed the same information in their eyes. Wow, you are so rude, and you are shameless. Okay. Ulan Rueyer took a deep breath to calm down, otherwise she would not be able to help but grab the thermos on the table and hit Han Xiao. Although she complained deeply, she decided to promote it and improve Black Star's voice and reputation in the association. The Black Star Hosting Association has more benefits to the Empire than disadvantages. Who can be cheaper than this reputation? After receiving a definite reply, Han Xiao smiled and took his leave. He removed the remote projection and returned to the office where the body was located, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. My rhythm has finally completely taken the path of the Empire. Han Xiao felt much more relaxed. Fortunately, he had enough political assets, which made it easier for the Empire to accept his opinion. If it weren't for the mutual explosion between Madison and Superstar Group, he would have to work hard. Now, it's equivalent to picking up ready-made ones and taking advantage of the problem. It can be said that both sides helped him, making things much easier, directly grasping the main contradictions, and no fancy operations are needed. And it can also boost the reputation of the association so that members can see that the vice president is willing to fight with the Empire in order to safeguard the interests of the association. As the saying goes, a leader who does not fight for the interests of his subordinates is not a good leader. This wave will probably convince more people and see the benefits of presiding over the power. Han Xiao couldn't say how many birds this stone hit. He only knew that the negative impact of Gauda's attack was eliminated and resolved by him. When the Empire announced that it would take action against the Superstar Cluster, the matter should be temporarily over. As for other unknown chain reactions, he could only wait and see. On the other side, Ulan Riel and Claudia were left in the head of state's office. Ulan Riel subconsciously pinched his fingers. His face hesitated, and after a while he whispered, "Do you think you'll be the next military country?" Claudia glanced at her and shook his head. He's 100 times more dangerous than the military country. The situation in the Shining World is now tense, like a volcano brewing an eruption. 78 fastest update Omega point 78 Z Omega. C Delta since Gauda was attacked. The Empire's search operations have attracted the attention of the entire interstellar society. Nearly a month has passed. The Empire has made such a big noise, but it still has no results. The outside world is gradually wondering. As the outside world rumors became more and more intense, the Empire, which attracted the attention of countless interstellar citizens, finally issued a new announcement, showing a complete chain of evidence. with the goal directly aimed at the Superstar League Alliance, and its words were fierce, which sparked heated discussions in public opinion. This official announcement claimed that after rigorous evidence collection, it was found that the three superstar cluster civilizations were inseparable from suspicion and planned an attack on Gouda. So the Empire held accountable in a harsh tone, requiring these three superstar clusters to open the database and cooperate with the investigation unconditionally. Otherwise, further measures would be taken. The Superstar League wanted to take the blame, but the methods against Madison were repeatedly resolved by mysterious forces, which eventually led to the Empire being one step faster. Faced with this naked method of differentiation, the Superstar Cluster Alliance strongly denied it, refused to cooperate with the investigation, and issued an announcement to defend it, claiming that the Red Empire was just taking advantage of the problem. And anyway, it broke up and simply counted the unfair suppression of the Superstar Cluster by the three major civilizations over the years, trying to seize the high ground of public opinion. Guanghui and Zuling also came in to join in the fun and support the Empire. The battle between the two sides has set off a craze in the interstellar society. Most people believe in the three major civilizations more, and a small number of people see the Empire's means. But even if they know there is something wrong, they cannot affect the general trend. No matter how much he said, he still had to speak with force in the end. After several days of fermentation, the Empire took further action, claiming that since the Superstar League had already attacked the Super A-level alliance, the original agreement was invalidated, and announced that the Empire would mobilize the direct Super A-level division to participate in the shining battle, and Guanghui and Zuling followed suit and expressed their opinions. The Super A-level association, which has long passed with the three major civilizations, expressed support, claiming that the Superstar Group Alliance was breaking the rules first. Soon, the direct lines of the three major civilizations advanced to the A-level and rushed to the front line one by one. With the addition of Super A-level, the intensity of the war quickly escalated. The three major civilizations destroyed one stronghold after another, and the Superstar Group Alliance retreated and lost territory at a faster speed. The outside world originally thought that the Superstar Group Alliance would also send direct troops to fight, but things did not develop like this. The Superstar Group Alliance only relied on existing troops to resist the three civilized direct troops Super A levels. Even if they retreated step by step, they did not show hidden Super A-level powerhouses. Relevant questions circulated on the quantum network at the right time, secretly guiding more interstellar citizens to be curious. After this issue attracted widespread attention, mysterious people sent out the so-called internal intelligence to explain the reasons. Information shows that in the Super A-level association, there may be personnel from the Superstar League Alliance who have been convicted of attacking Gouda. Originally, the Empire planned to strictly investigate all neutral super levels, but after learning about this, Black Star did not hesitate to offend the Empire and went to argue with the head of state, devoted himself to safeguarding the interests of the members, claiming that unless tangible evidence was found, other members of the association could not be implicated. Finally, after several days and nights of negotiations, the Empire was convinced by Black Star and dismissed the idea. Because of Black Star's efforts, the Super A-level association has not been treated as a forced search. Everyone speculated that the chess pieces of the Superstar League Alliance were hidden, so the Superstar League would rather be beaten by itself than let the chess pieces be exposed. This news aroused the surprise of countless forces. Faced with the search warrant under the rage of the Empire, basically everyone cooperated obediently, but Black Star dared to refuse. Moreover, the Empire knew that the murderer might be hidden in the association, but still agreed to Black Star. What kind of sidelines is this? Many interstellar citizens were shocked. He is worthy of being the first joint consultant of the three major civilizations throughout history, and even the Empire in anger wants to sell him face. Superstar League Alliance, remote conference room. Many civilized leaders gathered together, and the atmosphere was filled with sad clouds. We guessed right, the three major civilizations really attacked us. All this is like a planned one. The leader of the Xingu civilization clenched his fists and was very angry and uneasy. Originally, Manison alone could not stop so many of their superstar cluster civilizations from hiding the blame together, but they found that there was a mysterious force in the secret that was destroying the criminal plan and constantly supporting Manison, causing their actions to slow down several steps. The mysterious power that secretly helps Manison can only be the three major civilizations. The three major civilizations have long planned to let us take the blame. So after discovering our plans, they secretly destroyed them in order not to give us a chance to escape the crime and have to accept their target. A leader was angry. Superstar Group guessed the plans of the three major civilizations and was afraid of taking the blame, so she blamed Manison. While Manison guessed the plans of the three major civilizations, he countered himself. While the three major civilizations were one level higher, and guessed that the plans of the three major civilizations were guessed their plans. So he helped Manison, and the ultimate goal was to target Superstar Group. In their opinion, the interests were such a dull. Everyone was filled with strong anger and a deep sense of powerlessness. They felt that the three major civilizations weaved a big net, leaving them with nowhere to escape and unable to struggle. What should we do now? The three major civilizations have sent their direct lines, and the intensity of the war has escalated. Our fleet has limited reinforcements. If we don't take out our direct lines, we will definitely lose. Some people were worried. Everyone looked at each other, and they all showed a look of entanglement. Forget it. Can't you see the situation clearly? Even if we take out our direct descendants, we have no chance to turn the tables. We can only expose the details in vain. One person sighed and said what everyone was thinking. Instead of this, it's better to let our direct descendants continue to hide their identities and lie dormant. The situation is different now. Black Star maintains the Super A-level association. As long as our people are not exposed, they will not be implicated. Everyone nodded. If there were no super-level A-level associations, the three major civilizations would definitely investigate most of the neutral super-level A-level ones, and no one dared to take care of them. As a result, it was probably another peak sorrow. I would rather kill the wrong ones than let them go and wipe out the hidden personnel of the Superstar Group Alliance. Now that the Super A-level association has been established, the three major civilizations cannot do whatever they want. Because of the existence of the Black Star, the Empire cannot wantonly attack the neutral Super A-level. In this way, the dark suns of their Superstar cluster are also protected. Black Star. Many civilized leaders have complicated expressions. They don't like this guy, but it's an indisputable fact that Black Star's behavior indirectly protects their people. The leader of Xinjiang civilization sighed inwardly, exhausted, and said helplessly, "The situation is hopeless. Don't make irrational actions. The three civilizations are forcing us to come up with their direct descendants. Once we fall into the trap, they have a reason to thoroughly investigate. Don't waste the security that Black Star has indirectly won us for us. So let them continue to stay dormant in the association." Super A-level association headquarters, Fine Star. Thanks to Black Star this time, otherwise we would have been implicated. In a large round table conference room, the atmosphere was cheerful and festive, and many ordinary Super A-level members were filled with relaxed smiles of relief. Since the incident, many neutral Super A-levels have been worried that they will be implicated, but now the matter has finally settled. If the information had not been released, they would not have known that Black Star had once fought with the Empire and successfully safeguarded their interests. This really touched many Super A-levels. A leader who seeks benefits for his subordinates is a good leader, although they are not in the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Because of this, they respect Han Xiao more, and their sense of identity with the association has increased greatly. Faced with the enthusiasm of everyone, Han Xiao waved his hand and smiled with a Sorgen-style signboard. "I'm the vice president after all, but I just did what I should do. Everyone should be polite to me." "That won't work. I must thank you very much." Lu Qi suddenly stood up, saluted respectfully Han Xiao, and said gratefully, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when I could be free again, so you shouldn't be humble. Because I was discovered after Gouda, the Empire captured him." Lu Qi had a ghost in his heart, and was frightened for many days and was released not long ago. With such an experience, Lucy knew better than anyone that without the operation of the Black Star and the protection of the Association, he would probably die at the hands of the Empire and would not be able to regain his freedom. So although he is the dark son of the Superstar Cluster, his gratitude at this time is not something he pretends to be, and he is still in fear. Lu Qi's words aroused widespread agreement from everyone. Everyone has a scale in their hearts. If you compare the role of the chief and vice president, you can find that the benefits of Black Star to the Association far exceed that of the military country. Putting aside those slogans, the goal of everyone joining the Association is to protect themselves and interests. Whoever can bring more benefits will be their representatives. In this incident, the president, Manison, not only did not play any role, but also implicated the Association with suspicion. The contrast was too obvious, and everyone's eyes looked at him became more and more subtle. Okay, don't be too excited. It's a good thing not to be implicated. At least Manison cleared his suspicion. Don't target him today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Han Xiao coughed and couldn't help but interrupt. Although it was a move to win reputation, it was almost the same. The members were too excited. He was worried that he would continue and put on a yellow robe later. Hearing this, everyone suddenly looked like a sunny look. Black Star actually spoke for Manison. Our youth is over. Everyone held their heads and looked disbelief, while Manison turned his head to glance at Han Xiao, his face a little complicated, but less hostility. Others don't know. Can he still not know? After the Superstar Group took the blame, he guessed that 80% of the mysterious power that secretly helped him came from the Black Star. He should be doing this to take the overall situation into consideration. Manison sighed. When he was in the Battle of Hela, he helped Black Star, and now Black Star has helped him in turn. The two have been competing against each other for many years, and at this time, Manison couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. Han Xiao also noticed Manison's gaze and turned his head to glance at him. What are you looking at? Nothing. Manison withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes to rest, hiding his emotions. Han Xiao ignored him, looked forward to see Sorgen on the other side. I saw that Sorokin did not put on a sign and smile today, but instead looked worried and distracted from time to time. Looking at his ghostly appearance, it is probably because the Empire took action in secret. Han Xiao laughed secretly. Superstar Group took the blame only as a stopgap. His mission was not shown to be completed, but he didn't care much about it. The matter was settled, and the storm that quietly broke up Gouda finally came to an end. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the current situation. He cleared the hidden dangers and had not been implicated. This result was already very good. After everyone discussed for a while, Han Xiao suddenly turned to Solemn and said loudly, "Everyone, we can't be happy too early. The situation is clear now, and the three major civilizations will surely win. The Superstar Group alliance will not last long. Once defeated, it will be dormant for at least dozens or hundreds of years. When the three major civilizations are freed up, the next target to target is us. Don't forget that the three major civilizations have such plans, but they have been delayed by the Shining Battle. Our development has been smooth over the years because the real difficulties have not yet arrived. Everyone should be mentally prepared. The suppression of the three major civilizations is not far away." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became serious and nodded. The participation of the three direct civilized groups was like the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. The battle situation quickly changed from a barely stalemate to a one-sided and destructive. Most people originally predicted that the war would take another 2 or 3 years, but due to the influence of the Gouda incident, the process was greatly shortened. In just 11 months, the three civilizations cleared the army of the Superstar Group alliance in the fourth phase of the Shining World and took back all occupied territory. The Shining Battle ended with a crushing defeat in the Superstar Group alliance. He invested countless resources and suffered a serious injury to his vitality. In the end, he was unable to change his fate and could only lick his wounds silently. The Red Empire redistributes the territory in the fourth phase of the region, and the territory seized by its participants is allowed to be retained. Some of the remaining territory is developed by itself, and some are rented, sold, or rewarded to other forces with credit. This time, all Super-Level A allies have no territorial rewards. Han Xiao successfully bought the Milton Star, the venue for the players' national war, and let the Legion enter and repair it slightly. There was no large-scale transformation, and the terrain left behind by the players' battle was still retained. The war was extinguished, and the shining world temporarily returned to peace. The three major civilizations began to deal with the aftermath of the war, restored public security and order in various places, and rested. However, the impact of the Gouda incident did not disappear with the defeat of the Superstar Group alliance, but only settled down and fermented in places that no one could see. Mo7 to the power of 8 Chinese 81 omega mega mega .7 / 8 z w.com. First release, domain name. Please remember that the stars change and the time passes. In this atmosphere, more than half a year has passed in the entire starry sky. And on this day, the Red Empire finally ushered in a long-prepared event. Ulan Rueyer resigns, and the head of state has changed. Red Empire Mother Star, Tyron Hamel Palace. The Empire Conference venue is the venue for various large-scale ceremonial activities. The handover ceremony of each head of the Empire is held here, as usual, and will be broadcast to the entire universe. The venue has been laid out, and the seats are full, basically remote projections, including senior officials from the Empire, leaders of civilized allies, and envoys of glory and vile spirit. Super A-level allies were also invited to attend, sitting in the area behind the middle, next to the Empire's direct line. Han Xiao was Kant and Lao Long on both sides. Before the ceremony began, the three of them were still talking. Another term has passed in a blink of an eye, and Ulan Riel is about to retreat, Kant's side. I have experienced 4 heads of empires in total. Although Ulan Riel is not the most wisest one, he is the best to get along with and do good. Milizao's muttered in a low voice. As an ancient man, his life, Longsheng has rich experience. Chiba Chinese first release 7 * 8ZW. M.7 * 8ZW. That's it. This is the first time I have witnessed the change of the head of state. Han Xiao was quite interested. Players in previous lives could not reach this level. It was the first time he had experienced such an event personally and felt it was fresh. Although I am stronger than most super level A in the universe, I am still a baby. At this time, Kant whispered in front of him, "Did you see it? That's the new head of the Empire. Do you know who he is?" "I don't know." Milizao's shook his head. Han Xiao also looked over, and the seat of the new head of state was next to Ulan Riel, and from his perspective, he could only see a burly back. Long before today's handover ceremony, the change of the top power layer of the Empire was determined internally, and the road had been paved. However, according to the Empire's convention, the identity of the new leader was still kept confidential to the outside world, and allies had no way to know it before today. However, Han Xiao was not like this. He had known who this head of Empire was for a long time. After chatting for a while, it gradually approached the time when the ceremony began. The voices of the speech in the venue became smaller and slowly disappeared, and everyone's sitting straightened. At the time, the audience was already solemn. The senior officials who presided over the meeting stood up and first expressed the Empire's welcome to everyone's attendance, and then announced that the ceremony had officially begun. The handover ceremony of the head of state implemented the style of his own civilization, with a simple process, not as fancy and cumbersome as the glorious Federation. After one link after another, it finally came to the highlight of the handover, with Ulan Riel giving a speech on leaving office. In full view of everyone, Ulan Riel stepped onto the podium. She was wearing a simple imperial uniform today, and her hair was coiled up high, and nothing surprising was that. She looked around the venue for 3 seconds and spoke slowly. Today's scene made me think back to the day when I took office as the head of the Empire. I was as full of energy and confidence, and I firmly believed that I could make the Empire better. After so many years, my original vision has been realized in different ways. I can proudly tell myself that I have not let down my original beliefs and the Empire's expectations for me. Looking back on the past, we have made many achievements in politics, economy, and cosmic security. The greatest achievement is the development of the Shining World, which will lay the foundation for the future rapid development trend of the Empire. On the way of the Empire's development, we were fortunate to meet more like-minded partners and more allies who are watching and helping each other. The Empire's achievements are not my personal contribution, but the result of the joint efforts of each Empire colleague. Here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you for your contribution. Ulan Riel bowed and performed an imperial etiquette, and thunderous applause suddenly echoed in the audience. After a few seconds of applause, Ulan Riel stood up, raised his hand to press it down, indicating that there was no need to continue applauding, and then continued. Of course, the Empire's road ahead is full of obstacles, and it has never been smooth sailing, and we are also facing many challenges. The Empire rose in the end, and our ancestors worked hard and survived disasters one by one, and finally allowed us to stand tall in the forest of cosmic civilizations and become one of the cornerstones for maintaining the order of interstellar society. The Empire's golden spirit has been passed down from generation to generation and has been imprinted in our genes. We are not afraid of hardships and have solved many difficulties, including intelligent disasters, which not only safeguards the civilization itself, but also safeguards the security of the universe. What cannot kill us will make us stronger. The development trend of the world has always been moving forward in twists and turns, and there will be new challenges and new opportunities in the future. I sincerely wish all compatriots in the Empire to maintain the spirit of the Empire in the days to come. No matter what difficulties they face, they will not retreat and face it with a smile. Today, my term is coming to an end, and my responsibilities will be smoothly transitioned and handed over to the next Empire helmsman, and the later generations will continue our great system and continue to fulfill our lofty responsibilities to civilization and the universe. I believe that the Empire will create glory in his hands, just as I believed in myself at the beginning. Finally, may the Empire last forever. After saying that, Ulan Riel bowed again. Her speech on leaving office did not have long talks, nor did she boast about her achievements, and maintain the Empire's usual concise style. Crazy la la. The next second, there was a tsunami applause in the venue, giving the greatest praise to a retired head of state. Han Xiao also applauded, recalling the scenes of getting along with Ulan Riel in his mind, and sighing secretly. After knowing each other for decades, putting aside the identity factor, the two are somewhat friends. It may be difficult to see her again in the future. After the head of state left office, he continued to enjoy the same level of treatment, but he did not have real power. He usually lives in the mother planet of the Empire and rarely appears in public. After his death, he can choose whether to upload backup memories and integrate into the hero's soul of the Imperial Lord. The applause was thundering, and it took a full minute to stop slowly. Ulan Riel stepped aside, and the burly new head of state walked onto the podium and appeared in front of everyone. This person has a strong face, a high hairline, revealing a smooth and round forehead, and has a burly figure. The strong pectoralis and biceps make the uniform tight, outlining a toned figure. The whole person exudes a tough and fierce aura, like walking male hormones, who are energetic and ambitious at this time. Bruce Peel Statham, the new head of the Empire, was a military cadre in the imperial state. Later, he was transferred to an administrative position and was in charge of the government. He was promoted from Xingchong to the Star Commander, and then transferred to the center of the Empire. During his tenure as Ulan Riel, he was qualified to train the Senate and became one of the candidate's successors. He finally stood out and decided to take over the head of state. Relevant information flashed through Han Xiao's mind. This person was the head of empire that players in his previous life were most familiar with. Ulan Riel is half an alien. A person like Bruce is actually the normal style of the head of the empire. Among the heads of the empire, there are the most people in this style. 7'8" Chinese genius Bruce looked around the audience and gave a simple self-introduction, then said in a solemnly, "I pay high respect to Ulan Riel's contribution over the years. The Empire has its current achievements, and she has made an indelible contribution. And in many years to come, I will be the helm for the Empire. Just as she believes in me, I also believe in myself. I will live up to my mission and continue to move forward with the Empire." His tone contained strong confidence and talked freely. The inaugural speech is different from the resignation speech. He analyzes the current situation, looks forward to the future, tells his political philosophy, emphasizes the development route of the empire, sets his own ruling goals, etc. In comparison, he has been much longer, and he has been talking for more than an hour. Han Xiao summarized a general summary. The keywords are strengthening centralization, strengthening regional control, expanding military power, leading multi-field cooperation, reducing unnecessary waste of resources, etc. This has changed a lot from Ulan Rueyer's policy during his reign, and it emphasizes the empire's control over different fields. Many guests present did not show their expressions on their faces, but actually they had already stirred up their hearts. When the empire changes its development policy, many forces will be deeply affected, and the tough concept of a new head of state is naturally not good news for them. Now, they're just giving them a vaccination. Many super A-level allies also had their eyes flashing. "I didn't expect the new head of state to be so tough. I thought he would choose to seek stability when he first ascended the throne." Kant murmured in a low voice. If people say this, it must be that the empire is angry, and there is no objection within the empire. Can we outsiders still influence the appointment of leaders of the three major civilizations? His position is extremely stable. Milazau's shook his head. "Oh, my honeymoon period with the empire is probably coming to an end." Han Xiao shook his head, vaguely having this premonition. The reason why Ulan Riel trusts him so much is that he has experienced incidents and established a mutual trust relationship. Mar Bruce and himself have always had a simple life. Even if he values himself, he will not be as easy to talk to as Ulan Riel. But it's enough. After decades of cooperation dividends, the Black Star Legion has completed its rise. As long as the status quo is maintained, he will be quite satisfied. Everyone has their own plans, and on the surface, they still take a serious look and show no slightest attitude. Not long after, the handover ceremony finally came to an end. Ulan Riel and Mar Bruce shook hands heavily, declaring that the handover of the empire's authority was completed, and this scene was frozen in the photo. On February 15th, 740, the head of the Red Empire changed its leadership. Ulan Riel stepped down, and the empire entered the Mar Bruce era. 2 days later, the Glorious Federation also held a new term change ceremony. Vader resigned from the position of presidency, and a new Glorious Federation president took office, named Louis Rocky. 2 of the 3 major civilizations changed their leaders together in just a few days, and the entire interstellar society broke out in heated discussions, and most interstellar citizens were analyzing what changes this would bring to their lives. On the 3rd day, Han Xiao finally received an invitation from Mar Bruce to meet alone. Han Xiao's remote projection came to the head of state's office. Mar Bruce was already sitting in Ulan Riel's former seat, but the personal guard next to him had not changed, and it was still Claudia. "Black Star, I have long been famous." Mar Bruce showed a masculine smile, full of manly aura. "HSN Law." Han Xiao also nodded and greeted. "You are a legend in the universe. I have always wanted to meet you, but today I finally realized my wish." Mar Bruce spoke in a heroic tone and a polite attitude. Seeing this, Han Xiao also started to blow up with him in business. In Han Xiao's view, Mar Bruce had just become the head of state and needed to meet with important personnel from every empire. This meeting was just a simple understanding and had no special purpose. The two chatted for a while, and then Mar Bruce made the point. "I will not change the agreement between Ulan Riel and you. The territory that has been allocated to you will not interfere in the future. I will not stop your support, so you can rest assured. Haha, I have always believed that the empire is fair and just. One effort will bring you a gain. I have never doubted it. Han Xiao said the scene. Bruce grinned and suddenly changed the subject. The issue of super A-level associations is still being discussed in the Empire. If you have any opinions, you can ask me at any time, and I will consider it as appropriate. Han Xiao moved his heart, kept smiling, just nodded without an answer. The two chatted for a few more times before Bruce expressed his intention to end the conversation. Han Xiao was about to say goodbye and leave when he suddenly glanced at Claudia and smiled. I wonder if the Dark Emperor can send me away? You have a remote projector. What's the point of giving me? Claudia frowned. At this time, he suddenly found that Bruce nodded to him and had to lead Han Xiao out of the room. Close the door. Han Xiao looked at Claudia and asked curiously, "Is Ulanriel?" She? He joined the Senate. Claudia was puzzled. What are you asking about this? The Red Empire is different from the Glorious Federation. The Senate of the Empire has no power to discuss and can only be responsible for cultivating successors at most. It is really a place for retirement and rarely contact the outside world. I'm just curious, but why are you still the head of State Guard? Haven't you been transferred? Han Xiao smiled. No. When Gouda grew up, he might have taken over. Now he is gone. Other direct descendants have their own positions and cannot be easily transferred. I can only let me continue to be a personal guard. Claudia shook his head. Although he still had a cold face, his tone was somewhat helpless. Just as the two were chatting outside the door, Bruce in the head of state's office looked at the closed door, and a gleam of fear flashed in his eyes. The X really left me a problem. There are so many things you have given to Black Star. As a representative of the Hardliners' launch, Bruce doesn't like Black Star at all, who is too powerful and uncontrollable to the outside ally. But for the moment, he does not plan to do anything to Black Star. He can only maintain the status quo and wait for the future. Bruce still remembers Bicolodi's return. Gouda, who had high hopes, may have fallen into the hands of Black Star. Although he does not know the true or false, he has already become alert to Black Star before the example of a military country. After removing the remote projection, Han Xiao opened his eyes, looked at the familiar scenery in the room, and breathed out. Bruce has a lot of ideas about the Super A-level association. No wonder, in his position, it is incompetent to have no idea, and it takes some achievements to get on the ranks. Han Xiao shook his head. As expected, Ulanriel is better. Unfortunately, in the future, I can only adapt to it. The decades of dividends of the honeymoon period between the two sides are an important factor in the rise of the Black Star Legion. In order to take care of all aspects, the Empire cannot take it back. Even if Bruce has ideas about him, he can only pinch his nose and recognize the cooperation agreement signed by his predecessors. Therefore, Han Xiao doesn't have to look at his face at all. Even if there are no other benefits in the future, these interest agreements are enough. Anyway, you can't afford to pay, so let's continue to make do with it. While planning this issue, Han Xiao left the office and came to the confidential area of the Black Star Palace, and walked into a practical practice room with extremely high authority. Dang, 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 as soon as he entered the door, he saw a tall mecha warrior fighting a pair of virtual opponents. Every step he took was shocked in the room. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, the mecha soldier stopped and stood respectfully with his hands down. Han Xiao smiled and said, "It's very hard-working. Come out and let me see what level you are now." The mecha cracked from the center line, revealing the user inside, Luo Taier, with a blank expression on his face. Since assassinating the leader of Modo, Luo Taier has been hidden by Han Xiao and has been practicing hard. This mecha is a training auxiliary equipment specially made by Han Xiao for martial artists. It has no combat ability, but will instead add extremely high load on the user and strengthen the training effect. Almost 10 years have passed. Rothel's strength has been improving and becoming more and more profound, which is very different from those cadres who are stuck at the natural disaster level. It can be seen that the potential has not been drained, and Han Xiao has high hopes for him. Han Xiao raised his hand, jumped a golden arc with his fingertips, pressing it on Rothel's shoulder, and a strong stimulating current poured into Rothel's body. Luo Taier's body was shocked and the next moment he resisted his discomfort and allowed Han Xiao to electric shock. After a while, Han Xiao took back his hand, looked at the trigger battle information, and smiled and said, "Your strength is improved now than when you were last tested, but your strength is still a shortcoming and needs to be supplemented." He said it casually, and Luo Tire listened carefully, and from time to time he wrote Han Xiao's suggestions on his cultivation schedule. This is an auxiliary practice method developed by Han Xiao for his own characteristics. He checks the other party's attributes through the panel and then points out the other party's training direction. Because the attributes are clear at a glance, he can often give constructive opinions, which not only allows the other party to have a goal to move forward, but also clearly see the degree of improvement of the strength of training for a period of time and give positive feedback, so he is more motivated to exercise. In this way, we can help others grow. Han Xiao has used some important cadres over the years. Luo Tire has enjoyed the benefits, so he cherished the opportunity of Han Xiao's guidance. After saying his opinion, Han Xiao patted Luo Tire on the shoulder and smiled and said, "Practice well. Maybe the next super A-level legion will be you. If you want to go out independently to establish power, I will support you." Luo Tire shook his head. "I will always be your sharp blade in the darkness." Even if he can become a super A-level legion, it cannot be separated from Han Xiao's guidance. Luo Tire is grateful for this. He is not a kind person, otherwise he would not have joined the legion in order to repay him. It will be great if you have this kind of heart. Han Xiao was quite pleased, and after giving a few words of advice, he left the room. Following the base passage, she came to another room. Aurora was sitting cross-legged in the room, full of life energy, and was exercising her energy. When she saw Han Xiao, she rushed over happily. Bang! Han Xiao reached out and pressed her head, blocking her from a position, and said helplessly, "Be reserved. You are so old. If you put on the aquarium star, you could be someone else's grandmother at your age." "I have to worry, Mom." "Bah, I will always be 18. Aurora immediately became unhappy, and we are still good friends without mentioning age. "Okay, let me see your development. Cough, how are you growing?" Han Xiao twisted the arc of his fingers and poked Aurora's forehead. The combat attributes appeared on the panel, and Han Xiao took a look at the energy level and strength and nodded secretly. In the past decade, Aurora has been harvesting the leaks from the seeds of holy light, constantly accumulating energy. It is a terrible characteristic that there is no bottleneck, and her strength has steadily increased. Even Aurora doesn't need to develop her own abilities, because the information left by the two sisters in the previous generation in the supernatural powers is equivalent to a skill tree that has been developed and directly inherited. What is cheating? This is cheating. Han Xiao felt a lemon in his heart. He didn't do anything during this period. He was always jealous of life energy and had already used energy analysis on Aurora. As he expected at the beginning, he could control this special energy within the duration of the character card. After time, he lost his ability, but he left a partial understanding of the essence of life energy in his mind, which helped him study it on his own. The perfect energy affinity physical constitution, derived from Gouda, played a role in this, greatly improving Han Xiao's analysis efficiency of life energy. Although it is still extremely difficult to use mechanical means to create life energy, he already has a direction for research. However, Han Xiao's current research focus is on Jess's technical treasure, which is the most cost-effective research project. Before squeezing out the essence of Jess's essence, he will not spend too much time studying anything else. The thought flashed, and Han Xiao took back his hand and said with a smile, "You have worked very hard recently. No worse than your sister." Upon hearing this, Aurora immediately smiled. She liked to hear Hela, Dragon Zodiac, or Han Xiao praise her the most. At this moment, Aurora suddenly remembered something. "By the way, my sister notified me a few hours ago and asked me to call you to the underworld dimension. It seems that there is something. You go and take a look." "Then why did you tell me now?" Han Xiao. "It was my sister who said that if you are busy, I'll notify you later. Anyway, it's not an urgent matter." Aurora murmured in a low voice, fingertips to point. "I understand." It's probably because she's itchy and wants to get beaten. Okay, I'll beat her now. It's nothing to do here. Han Xiao waved his hand, opened the Emperor, and suddenly disappeared. The sight was filled with a flash, and the next moment I was already in the underworld dimension. Compared to the last time I came, the area of the underworld seemed to have expanded a lot. Where is the person? Han Xiao looked around and didn't see Hyla, so he raised his foot and stomped on the ground. Come out, Grandma Land. As soon as he finished speaking, Onisalu's figure came out from the ground, looking helpless. She didn't know what Han Xiao meant, but it didn't prevent her from understanding Han Xiao's meaning, and she was unable to complain about Han Xiao's evil taste. You are finally here. Hela has been waiting for you. Where is she? Start fighting quickly. I have brought all the tools to resolve the battle as soon as possible. I still have something to do when I go back. Han Xiao took out a lot of lethal weapons and looked around. Onisalu was helpless. It's not about fighting with you. The underworld was completely repaired yesterday. Hela planned to awaken all heroes and was worried about an accident, so she asked you to testify together. Oh, so that's the case. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He waved his hand to put away his weapon, and secretly calculated that with Hela's charging rate, it took nearly 10 years to repair the underworld. He still remembers that he has a mission called Heir of the Underworld. As long as the underworld is restored to its full scene, he can get the reward of Brain of the Underworld, mobilize the power of the underworld to a certain extent, and, at the same time, he can also send the undead into the underworld. The heroic spirits are all sleeping in my source energy core. Hela is already waiting there. Hold my hand, and I will send you there too. Onisalu raised his arm. Han Xiao grabbed Onisalu. In the next second, he felt a distorted force bursting around. Then he saw a flash of vision and came to a space similar to an underground cave. In the middle of the cave is an energy ball emitting white light, with dark red patterns on the surface, like blood vessels, still twisting slightly. This is the source energy core of the underworld. Only when the dimensional consciousness leads the way can it be easily entered. The external underworld is like Onisalu's skin, and when it comes here, it cannot be considered to have entered her body. It was the first time Han Xiao came in, but Hela had been in and out countless times. She was sitting next to the core of the energy. She closed her eyes and rested. As soon as Han Xiao arrived, she felt a sense and opened her eyes to greet her. Let's start right away. Hela had no idea of greetings and went straight to the point. Seeing Han Xiao nodding, dark red death energy surged out from Hyla's palm, and it poured into the source energy core. Onisalu, who was beside him, also controlled the underworld to cooperate. Buzzing, a slight vibration spreads, and the source energy core becomes more and more dazzling, until his vision was filled with strong light. An extremely large beam of light suddenly soared into the sky, penetrated the thick underworld, and shot into the gray sky. Han Xiao looked up at the light column. Through his keen observation, he found blurred figures erupting into the sky with the light column. In his perception, one mental wave after another appeared out of thin air. The beam of light extends, hitting the inner wall of the underworld dimension, sliding in all directions, looking like a flashing fountain that runs through the sky and the earth. One by one, the awakened heroes turned in a light rain and fell on the underworld. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes, and soon, the deserted underworld became very lively. The originally deserted land was now full of heroic spirits. The light on each hero's body slowly faded, and the appearance looked no different from the living bodies. At this time, they were all confused and were looking around, as if they had not yet come back to their senses from a long sleep. It's going very smoothly. Let's go and meet them. Onisalu breathed a sigh of relief, flew up first, and Hyla pulled Han Xiao closely behind. The three of them flew to the sky, and all the heroes were perceived. They looked up and saw the familiar Onisalu, and basically everyone showed a look of memories. Not long after, 7 unique heroic spirits soared into the sky and surrounded the three of them. Onisalu, The underworld has been restored? Are Nigos and Aras back? One of the heroes couldn't wait to ask. Well, it's recovered, but it's not the two sisters. Let me introduce it. This is the new Lord of Death, Hela. She inherited Guess's abilities and is now the new master of the underworld. Onislaw took the initiative to introduce each other and then pointed to the 7 heroes in front of her and said, "And these 7 heroes are the 7 great heroes in the underworld. They were all super A level during their lifetime and are the 7 most powerful beings in the underworld." Hearing this, Han Xiao looked at the 7 people in front of him, all of whom were the first names left in history, and couldn't help but nod. No wonder the resurgence of the Covenant organization said that in the exploration history, few people are willing to provoke the 2 sisters of life and death. They can summon 7 super A levels, and they are all immortal beings. Who can withstand this? Even in modern times, such combat power is the first echelon in the universe. However, before Onislaw finished speaking, what happened next made Han Xiao's heart beat hard. Although the underworld is a free soul requiem, there are too many heroic spirits. In the past, in order to facilitate management, we established an organizational structure with the help of 7 heroic spirit kings. Under their jurisdiction, there are a total of 3,600 natural disaster level heroic spirits, 180 million B-level heroic spirits, and tens of billions of other heroic spirits. These are all residents of the underworld. Han Xiao subconsciously took a breath. WDNMD. So many souls? Your family is in hell. There are so many superpowers. These are 3,600 natural disaster levels. Wherever they are placed, they are a terrifying force that is enough to subvert the region. If there were no players, I'm afraid the Netherworld would be the most terrifying immortal legion. From this number alone, you can indirectly know how fierce the war in the exploration history was. Some of them are the undead collected by the 2 sisters, and the other is the person who actively requests to enter the underworld to obtain eternal life. 7-8 Chinese fastest carrot mobile. Just when he was secretly surprised, the 7 heroic spirit kings were looking at Hela, feeling the death power on her body, and they all knew that Onislaw was not false, and their faces were suddenly gloomy and sunny. It would be fine if they played for the 2 sisters, but now they have changed a new master. They're not willing to accept it in their hearts, but they cannot choose and are quite entangled. However, their willingness to enter the underworld for eternal life means that they care more about their lives and do not care about serving others. So they convince themselves in their hearts without having to worry about being too long. What's more, and Arus committed suicide, which really made them, the heroic spirits who believed in the 2 sisters, miserably, and they were all resentful. At this time, the 7 heroic spirit kings turned their heads and looked at Han Xiao, showing a look of confusion. 7 to the power of 8 Chinese 81 omega 0.7 / 8 z astrow.com first release. Domain name, please remember. Then who is this guy? Could it be the new Life Master? No, my name is Blackstar, but Han Xiao was interrupted by Hela before he could introduce himself. He heard Hyla speak lightly. "I am your boss. He Xing is my boss. You can call him boss. Now you're all his subordinates." "What's wrong with you?" Han Xiao was surprised. Hela turned his head to look at him, and his tone softened slightly. "My power is your power, and these heroic spirits are also for you to drive. I'm really touched when you say this, but..." Han Xiao pointed to the 7 heroic spirit kings with bad expressions and said helplessly, "Don't be so straightforward. Take care of others' feelings. Others are the first ones who are powerful, so you give them to me like goods so they don't have any face." One of the hot-tempered kings of hell was immediately annoyed and said in a deep voice, "It is true that the new lord of the underworld, we are under your control, but you must respect us. Even your ex dare not talk to us like this. Forget it this time. I won't be able to do so, but we will never obey the orders of others. You already have us, and you are unlikely to have an opponent in the universe. You no longer need to serve anyone. If you want, we will immediately take down this person named Blackstar, and you can deal with it." Han Xiao was immediately unhappy. This slinger person will provoke his relationship with Hela as soon as he comes out. If it weren't for your physical condition, I would have beaten you up on the spot and couldn't take care of yourself. I could only rely on a catheter to solve the problem of eating in the second half of my life. Hyla frowned and said in a deep voice, "Shut up. If you don't want to fuck you, you can get out. At worst, you can continue to let you sleep and never wake up." The 7 heroic spirit kings suffocated their expressions, looked at each other in surprise. Even the 2X sisters are very courteous to them and will not offend them, because they control their bodies themselves during the battle. The 2 sisters can only temporarily revive them and cannot control their battles, so they can do nothing to do. But this new owner is not polite at all, as if he doesn't care about their power at all. Even if he offends them, he still has to support his boss. Your strength has skyrocketed to a super A-level level. Do you want to lick the dog like this? The 7 people's gazes moved back and forth between the 2, and suddenly they thought of something, and their expressions became ambiguous. Hey, we are knowledgeable, and in this case, we either owe favors or just roll off the bed sheets, so we are so devoted. At this time, Onislalu spoke to smooth things over and said, "You have been sleeping for too long. Many eras have passed. This black star is one of the best in the universe. You may not be able to beat others together. What's more, there's only the Lord of Death in the underworld, and the Lord of Life is still growing, so you cannot have the entity and have no combat power." Upon hearing this, the 7 people immediately gave up the idea of being tough and able to bend and stretch their true feelings and laughed out loud. "Ha! We're just joking with you. That's right. Don't be so serious. This Black Star brother is a talented person and has a bright future at first sight. It's our honor to serve him. That's right, right? If it's not for the time being, we'll live a whole life immediately and show our talents." Han Xiao raised his eyes and twitched. Is this the heart? What a shitty hero. It sounds tall and proud. In order not to continue sleeping, I don't want any moral integrity. As expected, I shouldn't have any expectations. Although the character of these heroic spirit kings made him complain, he had to admit that the strength of the underworld is very strong, which is the biggest legacy left by the 2X sisters, and the ability of life and death is more like the key to opening the legacy. But for now, Aurora has not reached the Super A level. Although the power of the underworld is terrifying, it can be seen but not used. Moreover, the recovery also consumes energy and has a duration. Compared with the revival of the sanctuary, the biggest feature of the underworld is that it is always present. The revival target is not limited to super level A, and its strength is not much weakened. But the disadvantages are also obvious. They can only rely on the master of the underworld forever. Without freedom, they will prosper and lose both prosperity and loss, and become retainers. While several people were chatting, countless heroic spirits on the ground also returned to their gods and began to borrow source energy to transform the underworld. I saw buildings rising from the ground on the originally deserted black land, restoring the scene before and quickly regaining the prosperous atmosphere in the underworld. At this moment, Han Xiao's panel was moving. Heir of the Underworld completed. You gain 5,000 W experience. On Isla Favor plus 20, you get People Advent card. Oneslu People Advent card. Oneslu 10,000 Soul Source. Immune to all mental attacks. Absorb them. Replenish strength and health. Maximum number of usage 0/1. You complete additional mission requirements. Onesla Favor plus 40. You obtain a new skill, People Brand. This task has finally been solved. It's not difficult, but it's been too long. Han Xiao's eyes moved. He looked down at the back of his hand and saw a mark slowly being generated, with the pattern exactly the same as that on Hyla's hand. He looked up and saw Onisla looking at him with a smile. This is a brand of the underworld. You can borrow some of the power of the underworld. Without your help, the underworld will not be able to restore its peak scene. I have nothing to repay you. This is my intention. Understand, I will use your body well, cough from the underworld. Han Xiao Gon Koget. The underworld is Onisla's body. Is this considered? The little woman has no choice but to give up on her body. We are serious people. Please step up our efforts. After suppressing the complaint Yuwang in his heart, Han Xiao felt the mark of the underworld. Widths of black air flow escaped from the mark, wrapped around his palms, and took a little bit of the energy of the underworld. This is the secondary dimension that has a link to oneself. In contrast, the mind and spiritual links in the void dimension are more advanced, while the underworld dimension can only borrow some of its power with the help of the medium. But there's also a little bonus. At the same time, due to the special nature of the dark dimension, the enemies you kill can choose to absorb the dead souls through the dark dimension and turn them into heroic spirits under Hela's command. When Aurora enters the Super A-level realm and allows Arito to recover, he should be qualified to summon heroes to fight by using Arito's imprint. But this requires the energy of Hela and Arito's and the cooperation of the three parties. In this case, the more heroic spirits there are in the underworld, the more benefits I will have, and it is not considered a waste of work. Han Xiao muttered for a while, looking at another reward, Onisalu's character card. The effect of 10,000 soul source is always domineering and is immune to all mental attacks, which is simply inhumane. Although it can only be used once, it is undoubtedly a killer-level trump card and can perform strange results when appropriate. When he checked the mission rewards, the underworld was changing a lot. On the other hand, Hyla had already communicated with the 7 heroic spirit kings. 78, the fastest update, .78 Z Omega, C Delta. After these 7 people admitted defeat, the process of reaching a consensus was much smoother. From today on, you're non-staff members of the Black Star Army. Do you understand? Hela said in a deep voice. Mo 7 to the power of 8 Chinese 81 omega.8z*w.com. First release. Domain name. Please remember, no problem. Your Excellency Black Star, let us go east. We will never go west. Let us go to heaven. We will never go to the ground. The 7 people patted their chests and promised, and their attitude changed very skillfully. They used to be the same. Han Xiao next to him was curious. Onisalu whispered. The former master did not have much idea of expanding the underworld. Among these 7 people, 2 of them provoked the 2 sisters, were beaten to death and captured, suffered all the torture, and had long been smoothed out. 3 of them escaped and owed favors, and the other 2 of them took the initiative to join in, crying and begging the 2 sisters to accept them. So you should be able to imagine what their virtues are. Niupi. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. From the behavior of the 2 sisters, we can see that they act as they please and do not have the idea of taking responsibility. The reason why there are so many people in the underworld is that many people take the initiative to come to join in order to achieve eternal life, regardless of whether the 2 sisters are reliable or not, and they don't even want freedom. Obviously, there will be no moral integrity left. Han Xiao smelled the breath of his companions here. This is a master. When people sit at home, the leaks come like clouds, which fully shows that making products is worse than building a platform. Sure enough, the essence of all wealth accumulation is to raise leaks and cut leaks. Without the dedication of leaks, there will be no happiness of oligarchs. Although the reasons for joining the 7 heroic spirit kings are different, after years of experience, they have long been reluctant to live forever and dare not offend the master of the underworld. They also expect the Lord of Life to summon them, so that they can go to the outside world to have fun. This kind of personality is a submissive attitude to the inside and a heavy blow to the outside. Internal fighting, external battles with illusion gods. Currently, the most powerful among the King of Heroes is the original man named Raiga. According to the data, his energy level is around Ona, and he has not reached the peak of Super A level, but in general, he is a medium to high level. With an immortal body, his actual performance can be improved by half a level. Han Xiao thought for a while, took a step forward, and asked, "Do you know any information related to the sanctuary?" In the past, he wanted to inquire about the information about the sanctuary from the heroic spirit of the underworld, but the cooperation on the Covenant has been further launched, and he has been recollecting the key to open the door of the third sanctuary, and there is no need for the help of the heroic spirit of the underworld. Moreover, these heroes definitely have less understanding of the sanctuary than the Covenant. Han Xiao is just trying his luck to ask, "Sanctuary? I didn't expect you." The boss knew this too. The 7 heroic spirit kings looked over at the same time, their expressions slightly complicated, as if they had thought of some past. Before we entered the underworld, there was a rumor circulating between a few super-level A levels, saying that some people could accidentally perceive a special existence outside of time and space. Some people called it a sanctuary, but most people did not have such an experience and could not test the authenticity, and it was always considered a rumor, said a heroic spirit king. Some people say that the sanctuary is a step further. Some people say that the sanctuary hides all the technologies from ancient times to the present, and some people say that the sanctuary can bring people back from the dead, and no one knows the truth or falsehood. Another spoke, Lei Jia sighed, and shook his head. We don't know much, but during the exploration, I remember a group of super A-level groups and established an organization, which seemed to want to reborn in the future by using the sanctuary. We think it's unreliable, so we didn't join. Now, they should have failed. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What's the name of that organization? It seems to be called Shun Covenant. Han Xiao pursed his lips, not knowing what expression to make. It was indeed a covenant, and the other person did not fail at all, and the plan was a great success. Of course, most of the credit is on the people who have taken the oath. I don't know what good things the revived first people did in their previous life, so that they could hit such a reliable partner. But don't tell the 7 heroic spirit kings in front of you. After entering the underworld, it is estimated that they will never be able to recover through the sanctuary. If they were allowed to know about this, these 7 slingers would probably regret it to death. It is better for them to continue to think that the Covenant organization has failed. They do not tell the cruel truth, which is also to protect the physical and mental health of the leaks. No matter what, these heroes are also alternative immortal. Although they embarked on different paths, they eventually arrived at the other side. All kinds of thoughts flashed by. Han Xiao suppressed his inner emotions, stopped speaking, and listened to Hela's communication with the 7 heroic spirit kings. After chatting for a while, the 7 heroic spirit kings said goodbye and left, and went back to rule the heroic spirit. Seeing the 7 people walking away, Hela turned her head and asked, "What do you think of them?" Han Xiao smiled. Although the personality is not right, the strength cannot be fake. The Netherworld is a very strong armed force. Although it is useless now, Aurora will only maintain the current growth efficiency. She will soon enter the Super A level. At that time, there will be few people in the universe that can threaten you 2 sisters. Speaking of which, Hela is like your exclusive special universe treasure. TSK, I am so envious. Hela did not accept this legacy in his previous life, and it was wasted. This time, as long as nothing unexpected happens, the 2 Hela sisters are enough to join the first echelon of the exploring powerful people in the universe. As soon as Aurora stepped into Super A, the 2 sisters took off directly. How about you? Can you defeat you? Hyla's eyes shining. What? Are you trying to seek power and usurp the throne? Han Xiao joked. I think beautifully, and I can still beat you up until then. I don't believe it. Hyla curled her lips slightly and said, I will know after I try. She secretly decided that after she went back, she would do nothing and would encourage Aurela to exercise every day to restore her combat power as soon as possible. After finishing the business, Hela felt Han Xiao Ningxi's strong aura, and the addiction suddenly came up, secretly feeling itchy, and asked for an invitation. You have nothing to do now. Do you want to do it with me once? The underworld has just recovered, and you still have a lot to be busy with. It's better to sort out a list of heroes and talk about the matters next time. Han Xiao waved his hand. That's right. Hela had to endure it. Han Xiao gave a few instructions, put on the Emperor, teleported away from the underworld. Back at the office of the Black Star Palace, Han Xiao changed into casual clothes, called out Philip, and added information about the underworld to the confidential plan file. While recording, He secretly analyzed that although it was good news, his heart was a little heavy. In this way, I have another powerful secret force on my hands. In the future, the status of the two sisters of Hela in the universe will inevitably surge, enough to become the top leaders of the Super A-level association. When the Covenant comes out, the whole universe will have two paths of recovery. One is the sanctuary and the other is the underworld. There is room for choice in the Super A-level, but at present, only me and the Swearer know that the sanctuary is infinitely recovered. Others think it is a one-time, and it is not ruled out that some people will turn to the underworld because of wrong intelligence. But for superpowers above the A-level, they only have one choice, that is the underworld. These two ways of recovery are related to me, both openly and secretly. I will inevitably become the focus of the entire universe and the focus of the three major civilizations. Now the Empire is in power by hardliners, and the new president of the Glorious Federation seems to be a muscular man. TSK. The situation is not optimistic. The importance of the sanctuary and the underworld is far higher than the evolutionary block. Higher civilizations cannot give up this time. I may become the starting point of the storm. When the development reaches a certain stage, I cannot stop. If I do not advance, I will retreat. Higher civilizations that represent group power will never stop targeting Super A-level. Han Xiao frowned in thought and had to consider the future. The complex relationship of interests has led to too many things being unsolvable, and he suddenly had a vague and bold idea in his mind. If the Super A Association is allowed to merge with all Super A forces and form new forces, and completely separate the classes of ordinary people and superpowers, this may be an unconceived path. A change that subverts the world will kill many people. At his current position, he has the ability to dominate the direction of the universe pattern, and many seemingly impossible things are no longer unimaginable. But once he decides to change, it will affect the lives of hundreds of millions of creatures. He currently only has ideas and no intention to put them into action. The shadow of the World Tree is still shrouded in the explored universe, and now is not the time to make these plans. After solving the foreign enemy, it depends on the situation. I really don't want to take this step. Han Xiao let out a breath, suppressing the surging waves in his heart, and pressing these thoughts into the deepest part of his heart. And just then, the communicator suddenly rang. Ding, ding, ding. He took out the communicator and took a look. It was Sivia's call. Legislature Commander. The Red Empire sent a letter to send envoys to conduct a phased inspection of the cultural transformation of the Kundi people. If the standards are met, you can consider opening up some blockade areas and allowing a group of people to enter the Interstellar Society first. Oh, it's less than 30 years, much earlier than expected. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He still remembered the mission of the Kundi people. Moto had lost all his money, and only the requirements for cultural transformation were not completed. As long as he completes this task, he can truly get the few abilities he has in mind. Generally speaking, a cultural transformation movement aimed at a large-scale civilization will last for 2 to 5 generations, while the Kundi people have been closed for less than 30 years. It is too early to talk about openness now. The Empire decided to lift the ban in advance, probably some other thoughts. Han Xiao's eyes rolled, and he had a vague guess. Although the Kundi tribe was defeated, the trillion-dollar survivors were also a rich population resource. Now placed in the territory of the Black Star Legion, it has almost become the Legion's pocket. On the way to cultural transformation, the Black Star Legion is also constantly carrying out ideological construction, propaganda, to promote the benefits of the Legion and trying to cultivate the yearning and loyalty of the Kundi people in advance. The Empire is doing this now, probably because it wants to stop the Black Star Legion's publicity of the Kundi tribe as soon as possible, prevent the Legion from continuing to cultivate ideas, avoid the Kundi tribe from becoming a talent reserve pool for the Legion, and at the same time, let the Kundi tribe who has not been completely transformed cause some minor trouble to the Legion. TSK, this kind of little thought. Han Xiao curled his lips. I met Mar Bruce not long ago and reacted so quickly. There must be a senior instructor behind the incident, and the change in the Empire's attitude towards itself can be vaguely seen. Han Xiao didn't care. It was good news for him. After pondering for a few seconds, he said, "Reply to the Empire, welcome the inspection team to visit. You have to ask someone to negotiate with the Empire for a time arrangement. At that time, we will also arrange a patrol team to accompany the Empire envoy to conduct on-site inspections." "I understand." Zaiwia nodded. "There's another thing. The Infinite Consortium has owed the final payment for the Manya Consortium for 3 months. I asked the financial department to negotiate. The other party pushed 3 obstacles and 4 no reply. Do you want to ask in person?" The fastest update of the 7-8 Chinese Carrot computer terminal. "Infinite Consortium owes me money? There is no problem with their capital flow recently. Inteps has already made people calculate that the Infinite Consortium's business is very stable, and even the performance in some fields has created new records. The capital flow is very healthy, but the other party just drags it down and does not pay. How much does it owe?" There are 34 cooperative projects in total, with a total amount of 48.2 billion in analysis. Before Suiya could finish speaking, Han Xiao glared and interrupted her. "Oh, this slutty man actually owes money and doesn't pay it back. I'll talk to him in person." After saying that, Han Xiao took out Sorjan's private number and dialed it directly. The ringtone rang for a while before the communication finally reconnected. Sorokin's projection appeared on the screen, and his seemingly enthusiastic voice came from. "His Excellency Haixing, you are such a rare guest. I just said why I was in a good mood today. It turned out that a distinguished guest came to me. Do you know what you have ordered? It's nothing else. I just heard that you owe me a lot of money recently. I'll urge you to settle the final payment." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Sorjan immediately put on an embarrassed expression and expressed his heart-wrenching tone. "Oh, the consortium has not been in good condition recently, and the capital flow has been tightened. You also know that in order to maintain the power, a big family like us, he will burn hundreds of millions of funds every day when he opens his eyes. Now I can't afford to pay. Stop lying. Do I think my finance department is a decoration? My report here is that your business is in good condition and has expanded a lot of business. Do you tell me that there is no money? It's because of expanding the business. You need to spend more money to open channels. The speed of burning money exceeds the estimate, and I really can't get it. Breaking nonsense. Don't blame me for not reminding you that you don't settle the final payment within the agreed period. You have to compensate for the liquidated damages. Don't regret it at that time. By the way, I heard some time ago that you're using your headhunting company to dig up my corner and are planning to use high salaries to lure the intelligence team to change jobs. Is this true? Haha, I am a businessman, all of which are normal business operations. Don't take it to heart. The two of them had a fight, but Sorogold did not make any effort to get in, but they just didn't give in. Looking at Suo Zai's abnormal behavior, Han Xiao suddenly had a flash of eyes, and there was a vague guess in his heart. He immediately changed his tone and said meaningfully, "It seems that this is not a business problem, but there are some conflicts in our identity cognition." Hearing this, Sorjan showed a smiley expression and said slowly, "I thought we had a tacit understanding of cooperation, but I seem to be wrong." The two of them spoke ambiguously, but because they didn't want to leave evidence, they actually understood what each other meant. Since Han Xiao took advantage of Gauda's disappearance to report the abnormal situation of Sorokin to the Empire, Sorokin has been searched and targeted by the Empire openly and secretly. In the past 2 years, he has to be careful everywhere, fearful and annoyed. Sorokin initially thought the Empire was a normal search suspect, so he endured it, but the Empire's recent actions made him feel that something was getting worse and worse. He inquired through his connections and was shocked to find that the motivation for the search within the Empire was to doubt his identity. Currently, only Black Star knows his secret in the universe. Originally, the Unlimited Consortium's concession cooperation meant to block Black Star's mouth, but now the Empire is targeting itself. It is only Black Star that revealed the information, which made Sorokin feel frightened and angry. That's why today's appearance was made. Since it was betrayed, Sorojin didn't want the Black Star Army to lie on him and suck blood. If there's nothing else, I'll go offline first. Haha. I still have to work hard. Sorojin smiled and didn't smile. Hang off the communication. The screen went dark, and Han Xiao also put away the communicator, and his face was fun. He deliberately forced Sorokin to turn from secret to light, and was quite curious about what Sorokin would respond. You think I'm just making things difficult for you, but in fact I hope you will lose your calmness. If you take the initiative to attack me, it will be better. I will be justified in hitting you. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Sorojin's identity is similar to Gouda, both of which are amulets, but Han Xiao dared to touch Gouda because of his level suppression. He could see all of Gouda's abilities and was confident that he could take him down steadily. But Sorojin is different. His level is higher than his now, and there are a lot of question marks on the panel. I don't know what methods are hidden, and Han Xiao is worried about a failure. The most important thing is that the reason why we're doing good deeds is too much. If we don't take action, we will suffer together. Sorojin's importance is not yet at this level. So Han Xiao does not want to break the rules of the association for personal grudges, which is also his few remaining ethics. Of course, this is limited to not taking the initiative. If Sorojindo is desperate to jump over the wall, then Han Xiao would not mind playing a song, Welcome to You, for him. And on the other side, as soon as the contact was cut off, Sorokin's expression collapsed and his face turned gloomy. He regretted it at this time. He shouldn't hesitate when his identity was called out, so he should eliminate the hidden danger of Black Star as soon as possible. Although gathering all soul species will cause the body to be scrapped and the vest will be lost, but the Black Star will also put the vest at risk of being exposed. Since you will lose money no matter what, you might as well bring Black Star as a cushion. Sorojin looked gloomy and calm. Although he was ruthless, he actually had to worry about whether he was making a big deal and whether he could beat Haixing. In any case, arrange the way out first. It would be a pity to leave such a huge asset to others. I have to find a way to inherit some of the financial resources. 2 huge capital flows. Even if you go to the black market channel, it will attract attention from all parties. It is best to turn the whole into pieces and turn the funds into physical objects. Sorojin gritted his teeth. No matter whether you do it or not, it is definitely right to prepare for a retreat first. In this way, you have the confidence to take action anytime and anywhere, and you will not be passive. The body of Black Star is indestructible, and his spirit is the only breakthrough, but this is relatively speaking. No matter how he does, he has a peak resistance level of super level A, and it is extremely difficult to kill him. He has the Emperor Mecha, and the plan to exile him to the point where he does not explore the universe will not work. So according to my ability and the universe treasures collected in the dark, there is only one solution with a higher success rate, that is, to severely damage or seal his soul, forcing him to fall into a long sleep. In this way, I'd better take the Soul Flame back, so that the success rate will be higher. I don't know if Soul Flame has a host now. If so, I can only kill him and take back this superpower body. Solo Jean said in his heart. A few days later, the Empire and the Black Star Army agreed on the date of their investigation and sent an envoy to the Shining World from the Central Star Sea. The Imperial inspection team had to spend a lot of time on the road, so Han Xiao ordered the garrison troops of the Kundi tribe to spread the news of the upcoming arrival of the inspection team across every planet, telling the Kundi tribe that as long as he performs well, he will be able to see the light of day again. Originally, the inspection of cultural transformation operations should generally be carried out confidentially, because once the inspector knows the news in advance, in order to lift the ban early, it is possible to cheat and deceive the inspection team. There have been similar cases in history, but this time the Empire did not react much, because releasing the Kundi tribe earlier was also their secret target. Although Han Xiao's approach was not very consistent, it was exactly the same as the Empire's wishes, so he turned a blind eye. Han Xiao also hoped that the Kundi people would lift the ban as soon as possible and let him get the mission reward. So he acted at the opportunity, which was in line with the interests of the Empire and his own needs, and everyone was happy. Both sides took their own needs. The only difference was that Han Xiao guessed the Empire's idea, but the Empire didn't know what interest he had. The upcoming notice from the Empire inspection team quickly spread across every Kundi residential star. The many Kundis who had originally lived in a daze gradually ignited hope. Kundi residence, star number 77, south of Sigaya City, apartment F0044, rooftop. Barton stood at a high place and looked at the entire city. He saw towering gray rectangular apartments arranged neatly, with the same height, shape, and spacing, like erected metal coffins. The city layout exuded a strong sense of industriality. The sky was gray, the setting sun appeared in the clouds, and the afterglow coated the city with a layer of decay and bleakness. Patton couldn't remember how many times he had seen such a monotonous and unconventional scenery. In his eyes, this was not a city, but more like a large prison with a lifeless life. The bitter, cold wind blew by, bringing the sound behind me. Brother Patton, the news said that this is the first inspection of the Red Empire inspection team. Can we really leave here? Hearing this, Patton looked back and saw hundreds of people standing on a rooftop, all of whom were young Kundis. He was silent for a while, nodded slowly, and his tone was firm. It's certainly possible. They are all children of residents of this apartment, born in the Great Lockdown era. Patton is the oldest and is recognized as the leader of all young people here. During the cultural transformation period, their lives can only be arranged by others. The residential areas are planned, and residents in each area are arranged. When traveling, they must report to the local intelligent management system. Only by obtaining permission can they leave the classified living areas, and every move is under monitoring. The Kundi tribe under control does not allow the development of technology, and the only thing that can be spread is only a part of super-energy knowledge. This is the work of the Black Star Legion. It regards the Kundi tribe as a talent reserve and does not want to develop all of them into dead homes. Cultural transformation permeates all aspects of life, including various daily necessities, news propaganda, educational courses, etc. More than 20 years have passed and has become the norm of Kundi life. When you receive this information every day, the change of your thoughts occurs subtly. However, the first newborns born in the era of Great Blockade, the former glory of the Kundi people, only exists in language. Young people cannot imagine what it is. On the one hand, they are educated in public schools, and on the other hand, they are influenced by the hatred left by the previous generation. Some of the elders who have experienced the defeated Kundi tribe still have unforgettable hatred and warn their descendants not to forget their hatred. Some people kept silent and chose to let their descendants forget the past. Only in this way can the clans have a day of lifting the ban and have a new future. Planet blockade, social decay, and split thoughts have jointly created a confused generation, and no one knows where the road ahead is. Now, the arrival of the Empire expedition team has finally given them hope that is more precious than anything. In our lives, perhaps only this opportunity. If anyone has an accident, he will be the sinner of the entire race. Patton glanced at the hopeful gaze and said in a deep voice. A young man sighed. Brother Patton, we may not have any problems, but you also know that there are too many people with hatred in this apartment alone. This is probably not what the inspection team wants to see. Patton was silent for a while, slowly lifted his pliers, and saw slight electric arcs beating on his body's surface, and he whispered, Someone needs to take the lead in setting an example. We still have time to prepare. Go and negotiate with every person with hatred in the apartment. For the sake of the ethnic group, they will be sensible. If someone really fills his brain with hatred, distorts his will, and is unwilling to make any changes, dragging everyone's back. Patton's voice stopped for a moment, and a painful emotional color appeared on the shell. Then kill them, even if there are family inside. After a long cross-star voyage, the Empire expedition team finally arrived at the Black Star Palace and was received by Han Xiao in the reception room. Hello, Mr. He Xing. We are the envoys of the Kundi tribe this time. A group of imperial cadres walked into the room with neat steps, and the leader of the inspection team led by the head, spoke respectfully and took the initiative to extend his hand. Han Xiao shook hands with him and invited everyone to sit down. The other party briefly introduced himself a few words, then took out the document and got to the point. At present, there are 113 residential stars in the Kundi people, with a population of trillions. This time, the Imperial Colonial Review Department gave us 25 planets to unblock the quota. This is the upper limit, not a fixed number. If the assessment does not meet the standards, we can also not lift the ban. Can more than 1/4 of the population be lifted? I understand. Han Xiao did. Each planet of the Kundi tribe is independently blocked and cannot communicate with each other, so there are differences in the cultural transformation process of each planet. Scanning the planets with high degree of transformation is the work of the inspection team. Although the Empire has other goals, the inspection team is likely to be just a formality, but there must be hard standards. If a transformation is not optimistic, the ban will not be lifted, and the Empire does not want to release too many restless factors. After everyone talked for a few words, Han Xiao called the inspection team on the Legion and asked both sides to discuss the details themselves, and left the room himself. At his level, it is enough to express his attitude, so he naturally doesn't have to be responsible for the specific work. Han Xiao returned to the office and soon received a message from Philip, saying that the Empire inspection team and the Legion inspection team reached a consensus that they had already taken a spaceship to leave the Black Star Palace and were working vigorously. Check the current status of each Kundi planet. Han Xiao ordered Philip to call out relevant information. He didn't have time to keep an eye on the progress of the Kundi transformation. Now that the inspection team has arrived, he plans to carefully browse the current situation of each Kundi planet. And by the way, see how the effect of his advanced notification is, so that he can understand it. In a virtual screen floating in front of him, data from Kundi planets flashed quickly, and Philip's voice also sounded at the right time. 7-8 Chinese fastest update Carrot computer terminal. Master, after statistics, after the news release of the inspection team, the appearance of Kundi planets has changed. The popularity trend of anti-imperial thoughts has been reduced by 46%, and the average proportion of haters has dropped from 32% to 7%. But the social security level of some planets has declined. Homicide cases have occurred frequently. Some haters died from internal killings. Is it the arrival of the inspection team giving them hope? The closure of more than 20 years has made them realize that lifting the ban is the only way out for the ethnic group. Some people cherish this opportunity, so they began to eliminate stubborn ones. That's right. Yes, Buzz, it's quite rational, a group of wolves killed, but this behavior may have the opposite effect. Han Xiao scratched his chin. He sacrificed a small number of people and eliminated the internal diehards on his own and showed obedience. At first glance, this behavior was for racial justice and was quite great. But the Empire's perspective on the problem is different. It is too eager to lift the ban, which means that it is highly purposeful in killing each other, which means that a new hatred relationship has been established. According to normal review standards, this is a manifestation that the level of cultural transformation is not yet deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It is necessary to continue to blockade until the target ethnic group is flattened. However, since the Empire conducted inspections many years in advance, it naturally understood that such a situation would occur. Han Xiao estimated that the standards would be very low, and this behavior might have a positive effect. 7 or 8 Chinese genius. In the next few months, the Empire expedition team visited one Kundi planet after another, and the assessment records became richer day by day. Kundi residence, star number 77, Segaya's City Prison, interrogation room. The double-sided mirror wall divides the room into 2 spaces. One is the interrogation room, where the prisoner is located, and the other is the surveillance room. At this moment, the Empire expedition team was standing in the monitoring room. The head of the inspection team held a file and glanced at a Kundi people in the interrogation room from time to time, slowly reading out the contents of the file. Barton, 22 years old, superpowered by the mechanical department, graduated from a number 1 superpower academy in Segaya City, with excellent talent and excellent grades. He was promoted to C level during the test last year. The reason for being imprisoned: instigated others to murder. A total of 126 people died indirectly by his orders and killed 7 people with his own hands, including his relatives. The deceased were all enemies in the census record. He claimed that his move was to eliminate stubborn people. When the law enforcement officer came to his door, he stopped his accomplices who tried to resist, chose to surrender, and took on all the crimes with all his strength. So cruel. The leader of the Black Star Army patrol team beside him tickled. After reading the report, the head of the Empire inspection team cleared his throat, then turned on the call system and spoke to Patton. "Patton, you instigated murder and committed bad behavior. The purpose is to deal with the Imperial inspection." Patton closed his eyes and said nothing. Seeing this, the head of the Empire inspection team continued. "Just think you think so. You can't not know that when you do a case, the law enforcement officer who monitors everything will come to you. In order to eliminate the so-called stubborn elements, you are willing to go to prison and even blame some of your accomplices. Is it worth it to compensate for this?" Patton shook his head calmly and whispered, "There are prisons here and outside. What's the difference? On this planet, no one's life is valuable. If you can get some hope, it's worth it. Do you think you're great?" The leader of the inspection team looked expressionless. "I am the Imperial Inspector. To be honest, I don't like your extreme behavior very much. The purpose is too obvious. Do you think that doing this kind of behavior can impress the Empire? Young people, do you underestimate us too much?" Patton's body surface changed slightly, but soon returned to a calm color and whispered, "In my life, maybe there's only one chance to investigate. I just did what I thought was right at the right time. No matter what the inspection result was, I reduced the source of hatred, and fewer enemies will be born in the future. Even if it is not possible now, the chance of passing the inspection will be increased in the future. At least my efforts are meaningful." The leader of the Empire inspection team was unmoved, and there were many examples of defeated races receiving cultural transformation. It was commonplace, and his mood would not fluctuate. He thought for a while, changed the topic, and asked, "If the planet is lifted, what do you think should be done to quickly revive the tribe?" "Join the Black Star Army." Patton's answer this time was not hesitant. The leader of the Empire expedition team narrowed his eyes. "Why? Even if the ban is lifted, the Kundi tribe lives in the territory of the Black Star Legion. In the short term, the Kundi tribe still needs the protection of the Black Star Legion, and our civilized power is still too weak. If someone can become a cadre of the Black Star Legion, the Kundi tribe can get corresponding help, allowing the superpowers to serve the Black Star and feed back the group with individuals. This is the best way out at present," Patton said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the Imperial inspection team leader couldn't help but look at the Black Star Legion inspection team and snorted. "It seems that your publicity work is done well. Thank you for your praise. It's all the commander and the leader are good and have too strong personal charm." The Legion inspection team leader smiled. The head of the Empire inspection team withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and thought for a while before writing notes on the review form and placing a few checks. It was not until the inspection team visited all Kundi planets that Han Xiao received the final assessment results. There are 17 planets in total that meet the standards for lifting the ban, and the review standards are lower than I thought. Han Xiao curled his lips and looked at the list of the bans, including the number 77 residence star. After thinking about it, he summoned Philip and ordered, "Well, there's no problem. Just follow this list. Let the garrison troops of these 17 planets guide residents to familiarize themselves with the Interstellar Society and issue a recruitment announcement. Although the Kundi tribe has been lifted, they have nowhere to go, and a large number of people will choose to join me. Also, broadcast the process of the lifting of the 17 planets to other planets live. Encourage them to accept the transformation and regain their freedom as soon as possible." Han Xiao issued an order, then looked at the details of the investigation process and found the dialogue record between the leader of the Empire's inspection team and Patton. "Oh, this kid is a bit interesting." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. and recalled Patton's information to look at it, then said, "Philip, notify the prison department of Planet 77 to release this kid and let him join the Legion." With Han Xiao's current status and level, it is no longer easy to impress in one or two sentences. On the one hand, he felt that Patton had a pursuit and was not a salty fish, and on the other hand, he felt that Patton had the value of training. After all, the Cunny tribe had no superpower system before. Patton was the first group of contacts, so he became a sea-level superpower when he was young, and he should have good potential. However, Han Xiao had no intention of meeting him. He just habitually picked out a good leek with good quality from the vegetable field, and it would not be specially cultivated. If Patton failed to make a name for himself in the Black Star Army, Han Xiao would not have remembered him specifically. A few days later, the assessment results passed the Imperial approval, and the Black Star Army immediately took action to lift the blockade of these 17 planets, and the hundreds of billions of Kundis were liberated. On the day of the lifting of the ban, countless people's ecstasy cheers resounded through the sky. After more than 20 years of hardship, they finally saw the light of day again. Whether it was the old or the young, tears were filled with tears at this moment. Everyone still had prejudice against the Empire, but most of them were deeply grateful to the Black Star Legion. They not only thanked the Black Star Legion for their advance notice, but also thanked the Black Star for severe damage to Moto, for revenge for the Kundi tribe, and for decades of protection. Within the Kundi tribe, the Legion's reputation was unparalleled, and the relationship had reached its reverence. At the same time, Resident Star number 77 is in Sigai's City Prison. Patton walked out of the prison gate. The dazzling sunshine made him almost unable to open his eyes. The street was full of carnival crowds, and noisy cheers came from different directions, ranging from far to near and frequently. The lifeless city in my memory seemed to suddenly come alive. Patton was stunned for a moment, feeling like a different life. "You are already out of prison, Go." The warden spoke from behind. He was instructed by He Xing, so he did not dare to neglect and personally sent Patton out of prison. "Isn't my case very bad? Why did you let me go?" Patton turned around, shocked and puzzled. "Do I think I want to?" The warden complained in his heart, but a stiff smile appeared on his face. "No need to thank me. This is the commander of the Legion, who personally named and released the person. It must be because he likes your ability. Work hard and don't let the commander down the Legion." Patton was shocked, and his body was filled with incredible emotions. News promotes the power of Black Star every day. If you don't admire the strong man of this level, it must be a lie, but Patton has always kept his worship in his heart. He originally planned to sacrifice himself, but he didn't expect to be released, and it was personally instructed by the legendary Black Star. Doesn't this mean that Black Star knows about him? In an instant, Patton felt a hot stream of heat sweeping through his body, and he was dizzy as if he was drunk and had his head on his head. The carapace quickly turned into an excited red, as if it had been cooked. "Since Black Star? No. Since the Legion commander respects me, I will definitely be worthy of his cultivation." At this moment, Patton made up his mind. You must grow up and become a cadre of the army, proving that Black Star did not misunderstand him today. He hopes to stand in front of Black Star one day and express his inner gratitude in person. "His Excellency Black Star, our assessment work has been completed, so I will say goodbye and leave." In the office of the Legion commander of the Black Star Palace, the Empire inspection team saluted respectfully to Han Xiao and expressed his intention to leave. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. "Thank you all. I'll go back and say hello to your boss." Everyone responded, and then came out one after another. Han Xiao was soon left in the room. Han Xiao opened the panel and took a look at the task list. The first requirement of Kun leaders while providing shelter during the transformation of the Kundi culture finally turned into a golden, completed state. Only the first batch of planets have been lifted, and more tribes are in the stage of cultural transformation. However, the first batch of Kundis have entered the interstellar society. In the future, they will naturally take care of their compatriots who are still under the blockade. I'm not the only one who protects them. Han Xiao curled his lips. This was already fulfilling his original promise and fulfilling his righteousness. I have protected you for so long, and finally I can charge a little interest. Han Xiao exhaled and chose the settlement task in the panel. A series of prompts suddenly came out like a waterfall. S-level mission. Kun leader's last wish has been completed. You have reached the task requirement 1. You have obtained 60 experience. Point the Kundi favorability, random reward x2, political assets, Kundi, x4, Kundi enters awakening age, super awakening rate plus 10%. You have reached the task requirement 2. You have obtained 120 experience, Kundi favorability, designated blank character card x1. You have obtained new expertise, enemy of swearing. You have obtained a new expertise, leader certificate. You have obtained a new skill, Wrath of Kundi. I've got it. Han Xiao's eyes shining. He has been favoring these 3 abilities for a long time, and after crossing a full version, he finally gained something. Both Swearing Enemy and Kun's Wrath require the consumption of health. The former is a passive feat in a battle. The more accumulated blood is lost, the attack power will gradually increase, with a cap of 25%. The latter is a skill, which greatly improves mental resistance within a duration of up to 40 seconds. It can also be immune to nearly all negative mental states. Among the 3 abilities, the strongest effect is also Leader Certificate. This is the half-template expertise mentioned by players. Even players can obtain it. The mechanism is that when you are a leader of the camp, you will get a comprehensive bonus. The bonus range will increase with the size and level of the camp. The most terrifying feature is that you will not be capped. No matter how strong the player's power is, he cannot reach the level of a super A-level force, and he cannot get enough bonuses from this feat. But he is different. The Black Star Legion has a unique position in the universe. After a version of it, it has long been stronger than when it triggers the mission and can gain more benefits from its expertise. The bonus range of 78 Chinese starter 7 *8 ZW. Endpoint 7 *8 ZW. Leader Certificate is quite comprehensive, including and not limited to basic attributes, health, physical strength, ability strength, professional strength attributes, mechanical affinity, magic affinity, various resistances, attack strength, skill levels, etc. Han Xiao took a look at his expertise and found that the judgment range was more than 1 camp. In addition to the bonus brought by the Black Star Legion, it also shows that the Super A-level association also provides some bonuses. The identity of the vice president can also be edged by the leader certificate, but this part of the effect is incomplete and only the position of the main president can be fully improved. Overall, leader certificate brought him a huge increase. One specialty directly caused his energy level to soar by 5,400 Anna. As the energy level increases, the actual combat power gap between each point becomes more and more amazing. He is now at the level of 10W or above. At this level, he has increased by 5,400 Anna and has taken a step further with a very high combat power increase. Feeling the amazing energy surging in his body, Han Xiao let out a long breath, his eyes filled with joy. This expertise is indeed very suitable for me, and it is one step closer to a higher level. Han Xiao looked at the effect of Leader Certificate several times and couldn't let it go. After years of wish fulfilled, he couldn't help feeling relaxed. The Kundi people must be voluntary when joining the Legion. The early lifting of the Empire will reduce the number of volunteers, but it also allows him to get the greatest benefits in advance. As for the future development of the Kundi people, Han Xiao did not intend to interfere frequently as long as no major happens. Anyway, the Kundi tribe now lives in his territory. Even if it returns to normal civilization, it will have to pay taxes to him in turn, which is equivalent to protection fees. If the Kundi tribe wants to expand within his territory, it will need to rent or buy a planet from the Legion. Controlling an area is indeed an excellent profit method. By selling land, renting land, and providing various services, we can harvest the overall labor surplus of the Kundi people and share their actual output. And we have the right to regulate the price of the planets in our jurisdiction, which means that the harvest range is completely controlled by ourselves, and we can fish in the water or flow slowly. Han Xiao naturally prefers the latter. Well, in this case, I can attract the superpowered Kundi tribes to join the Legion through special benefits. For example, every small cadre promoted within the Legion can provide fee reductions for the Kundi tribe to purchase resources or accumulate the contribution value of the entire clan in exchange for certain resource support. Han Xiao secretly planned. The Empire must have wanted this and must be reluctant to see this scene, but cannot easily tear up the agreement signed before. So when the Kundi tribe is lifted to a certain stage, the Empire will definitely find a way to make the Kundi tribe ask for immigration. The struggle behind it is complex and troublesome. Han Xiao can now guess what means the Empire will use. However, he has such a big plate as the Black Star Legion, so he doesn't have to do everything himself. Naturally, there are people below who are responsible for dealing with it. Moreover, this situation is basically impossible for decades, so there's no need to worry about it now. Han Xiao shook his head and said to himself, in short, release the system first and guide more talents to join the Legion. A few days later, the Black Star Legion announced a system to the Kundi tribe, claiming to respect the Kundi civilization. The Legion will not give benefits through alms, but will provide the Kundi tribe with a large number of job opportunities to make people self-reliant. The Black Star Army said that on the one hand, this move is to guide the Kundi people into the interstellar society, and on the other hand, it is to give the Kundi people a channel for resources. All members of the Kundi tribe accumulate contribution values through their work and can be counted under the name of the entire Kundi tribe. And the Kundi tribe can use this special currency to purchase various services to accelerate the reconstruction of civilization. As soon as the system was introduced, it was responded enthusiastically by the Kundi people. Putting aside Han Xiao's reputation, although these hundreds of billions of Kundi people who were lifted were free, they were also confused. Many people did not know how to integrate into the interstellar society. Now the Black Star Legion has specially provided a clear direction, and the result is that there are many responders. Han Xiao is already familiar with cutting leaks. This method is exactly the way to harvest the players of the Blue Star in the 2.0 version of that year. It makes itself a guiding camp, which can not only be used by players, but also by Kundi people. A large number of high-quality Kundi laborers poured into the Black Star Army, and the number of grassroots superpowers increased rapidly. At present, the Black Star Legion is vigorously developing branches in other star fields, and the Kundi tribe is at the right time. The personnel department arranged for Kundi people to stay away from their hometowns and go to different star domain development branches to work outside to accumulate contributions to the ethnic group and to break them into pieces to avoid large-scale groups. The Red Empire also introduced similar policies, but because the transformation time was too short, a very small number of people were willing to work for the Empire, which was far less than the scale of the recruitment of the Legion. However, more Kundi stayed in the tribe to rebuild civilization and did not work for other forces, and the Empire's approach also achieved certain results. And when the Black Star Legion digested the Kundi labor force, Sorokin began to act. I finally arranged a retreat route, and I can do it any time. In the office of the Infinite Consortium headquarters, Sorokin sensed the actions of his body, and a look of relief appeared on his face. In the past few months, he has returned to the headquarters of the Infinite Consortium located in the Sea of Stars, prepared a way out according to the plan, and left secret warehouses in various star fields and some subdimensional worlds, storing a large number of resources. Sorokin knew that the virtual mechanic was powerful and did not leave any traces in the database. All of these tasks were completed by the spirit and body, while the related fund mobilization was disguised as normal business transactions, avoiding financial supervision, and using the method of consortium executives filling their own pockets and hollowing out consortiums. But the consortium is his, its business is booming, there is no business crisis, and the boss has no need to run away at all. This behavior is like stealing his own things, and not many people will realize the problem. At the same time, Sorokin also left the hidden danger of breaking the capital chain for the Infinite Consortium through a series of commercial operations. If he is fine, the problem can be easily solved afterwards. If something happens to you, the trust of all partners plummets. As long as you come to ask for debts, the Infinite Consortium will suffer a major blow. Other large consortiums will not miss the opportunity. They will inevitably annex a large number of business departments of the Infinite Consortium and dismember them. In this way, what is left to all shareholders of the Unlimited Consortium is a mess. Even if they want to inherit, they have to pay a considerable price to fill this hole. This is also one of Sorokin's backings. He would rather destroy his years of hard work than make a wedding dress for others, especially among the shareholders, He Xing, who made him hate him. The cosmic treasures I collect can be called at any time, but the most helpful thing to the action is the soul flame. Sorokin's eyes flashed. He was once the host of Soul Flame and knew the functions of the psychotrope. In his opinion, if he obtained this ability again, the success rate of the plan could be increased by 20%. When he abandoned his identity as the Spirit Emperor, he didn't know where the soul flame went. In order to keep his identity confidential and not be recognized by any acquaintance, Sorokin changed his soul frequency very early with the characteristics of his supernatural powers, which was equivalent to a complete look at the spiritual level. However, he did not completely disconnect his spiritual sense of soul flame, but separated it and turned it into a soul species, which had been in a sealed state. As long as he untied the seal, he can sense the approximate direction of the soul flame. For a long time, Sorokin disguised himself as a common psychic in the universe and never showed all the characteristics of psychics. Therefore, although they are psychics, their specific abilities seem to be quite different from the Spirit Emperor in history. Mo7 to the power of 8 Chinese 81 omega point 7 / 8 z *w.com. First release, domain name. Please remember, in order not to cause association, he has never dared to take back the soul flame. Anyway, there's a sense in his hand. In his opinion, no matter where the soul flame goes, it is a thing in his pocket, and it can be taken as you like. Sorokin narrowed his eyes slightly, found the dusty soul species in his supernatural sensing vision, ignored the distance, and retracted it back to its body, and removed the seal. The next moment, Sorokin's eyes changed subtly, and there was a little more indifference. Each soul seed is like a fragment of his personality. The more he recycles, the more his personality is, the more he looks like the real spiritual emperor Roville Sisak. While the soul seed was unsealed, a distant sense appeared in his perception and pointed to a direction. Sorokin turned his head and looked into the deep starry sky through the floor-to-ceiling window. The soul flame is in that direction, is the ancient star desert. At the same time, the Covenant organization. The swearing man who was playing the Veen card with everyone suddenly felt something, and suddenly turned his head and looked out the window with a look of doubt in his eyes. Why do you suddenly feel like you're being spied? Before he could think about it, Baijel opposite him patted the table impatiently. Don't be idle. I'm a weapon country. Do you want it? The swearing man came back to his senses and threw out a card. A black star, you. TSK, dog luck. Don't want it. Keep going. The swearing man's attention returned to the game. The Veen card covers almost all the forces and characters in the interstellar world. So if you want to understand the current cosmic pattern in history, the Veen card is actually an extremely efficient way. It is definitely not that we like playing cards. Ancient Star Desert, somewhere in the desolate universe belt. An armed fleet was slowly advancing in the universe. Sorokin stood in the main ship command room, looking at the stars in the distance. This armed fleet is a mercenary group he secretly trained in the ancient star mount. Except for a few senior executives, no one knows that the boss behind them is the Infinite Consortium. For this operation, Sorokin secretly replaced the pillar and left a body-bearing surgery at the Consortium headquarters, and the body sneaked out and led the mercenary group to the location of Soul Flame. The Corps did not know the specific purpose of the trip, but just followed the orders of the senior management. Sorokin was safe and put on a mask to cover up his face. At this time, except for the leader of the Corps around him, no one in the fleet knew that the famous Sorokin was on the ship. The sensing is much stronger which means the distance is getting closer and closer. Sorokin observed the star map. There is only one desolate planet within a certain distance of the direction of the straight line. He was basically sure that the soul flame was on this planet. On the star chart, this planet has no name, only number, extremely barren, and is marked as a planet with no development value. When the fleet advanced for a while and was still a long way from the planet, Sorokin stopped the fleet. The whole ship stopped moving forward and used astronomical observers to observe the surface of the planet from a distance. After the observation, boss, there is no abnormality on the surface of the planet. It is desolate. Nothing worth noting. The specific situation still needs to be conducted on-site inspection. Well, let a reconnaissance ship be released first to land on the planet, most of which remain hidden, and stand by here. Sorokin nodded and ordered. Be careful of sailing for 10,000 years. He had long been used to it. He was worried that the soul flame would have a host, so he planned to check in first. Even if it was a deserted planet, he would have to repeatedly confirm the potential danger and dare not expose himself as soon as possible. The reconnaissance ship left a large force and drove quickly towards the planet. Sorokin quietly used his ability to possess the captain of the reconnaissance ship. After waiting for a while, the reconnaissance ship finally arrived at the planet, turned on various scanning instruments, and began to observe the situation on the planet's underground. However, after scanning for an hour, all the results were normal and nothing was found. Sorokin realized the problem and narrowed his eyes. Induction shows that the soul flame is located at a certain location underground, and it is impossible not to be discovered, unless someone has a camouflage device arranged underground. It proves that there are unknown people here. Even if the scan can be blocked, it is impossible to hide the real thing. As soon as he changed his mind, Sorgen spent a rough area on the underground model of the planet, ordered the crew to stop scanning, and directly released the engineering robot to dig the ground, intending to drill a hole to reach the location of the soul flame. However, just as the engineering robot was released, the reconnaissance ship was suddenly paralyzed and turned off, falling straight to the ground. The people in the cabin seemed to be in a can that was shaken by someone, falling to the point of bleeding. Sorokin restrained his instinct and did not let his body reveal his ability. Just as the reconnaissance ship was about to hit the ground, a blue-purple magic space gate suddenly appeared below, and the reconnaissance ship fell in and disappeared on the surface of the planet. At the same time, the leader of the corps from a large army in the distance hurriedly reported to Sorgen's body. Boss, the reconnaissance ship has just disconnected the communication connection and has suddenly disappeared. Should we go over and take a look? No, let's retreat first. Sorgen's eyes flashed. It seems that there is indeed an enemy near the soul flame. He possessed himself on the captain of the reconnaissance ship, which was just preparing for the future. Now it is just for observation of the enemy situation. He can use all his heart and show his vision and perception in his mind at this moment. 78 Chinese fastest carrot mobile terminal. After the reconnaissance ship fell into the space gate, it seemed to fall on a buffer platform. It did not crash, but the vibration in the cabin made everyone fall again. Several operators covered their bleeding heads and quickly pressed the operation table a few times, panicking. Captain, all functions of the spacecraft have been frozen, and we are missing from the main force. Sorokin pretended to be in a panic and whispered, "Everyone put on the land exploration armor. Manually open the hatch door, and go outside to see where we are." When the order was issued, many crew members hurriedly changed their clothes and turned into landing exploration armor warriors one by one. They endured their inner tension and carefully opened the hatch door manually. Swish! The sound of the air pressure valve adjustment sounded. The hatch door quickly slid open, seeing the scene outside clearly. Everyone's bodies suddenly froze. I saw that this was a space similar to an underground apron. Outside was a large group of mecha warriors wrapped in tight bodies, holding explosive guns, surrounding the entire reconnaissance ship, aiming the muzzles at the hatch door. "Where is this? Who are you?" The crew of the reconnaissance ship was shocked. The mecha warrior outside was unmoved, and the leader spoke coldly. "Discharge immediately, Raise your hands and walk out. Otherwise, we will open fire immediately. Is this a strange organization? It should be hidden under the planet. Sorokin didn't see the power sign on the mecha of the group of people, and his heart moved slightly. He immediately pretended to be nervous and afraid of death. He loudly asked the crew to throw down his weapons and walked out with everyone with his hands raised. Soon, the crew members were captured and held separately. Sorokin's body stayed alone in an interrogation room. After waiting for a while, the door was pushed open. A mecha warrior who was also not showing his face walked in and sat opposite him, obviously coming to interrogate, concise and concise. I ask, you answer, otherwise you will die. Do you understand? Sorokin nodded in fear. I just checked your navigation logs and found that you belong to a mercenary group. Told me why you are here. I don't know either. I just obey orders. Sorokin answered deliberately stutteringly, and he felt relieved. By checking the navigation logs and interrogating the crew, the unknown organization must have known that the large unit of the mercenary regiment was also here. Fortunately, he was cautious and kept the large unit a long distance. At the same time as the reconnaissance ship crashed, the large unit retreated. This measure had an effect, making the unfamiliar organization unable to obtain accurate information. The interrogator asked many more questions. Sorokin said something real or false, basically maintaining the level of information that the captain should know, pretending to be trembling. He has been acting for most of his life and has been familiar with it for a long time. He is also a strong competitor to the throne of the actor and has not aroused the other party's suspicion. After a while, the interrogator finished asking the question and was about to stand up and leave the room. At this moment, Sorokin's body, his eyes were shining. The possessed mental power suddenly rushed into the interrogator's body with vision as a springboard and tried to possess it. He needs to inquire about the background of this unknown organization. So changing an internal person as a body-attached person is naturally the best choice. Sorjan's ability to activate was almost no sign, and it was extremely secretive. It was so close that this interrogator, who was less powerful than the natural disaster level, was naturally unprotected and was seized from his body control in an instant. As soon as he seized his body, Sorjan had no time to be happy. He suddenly discovered a bright flame like a starry sky in the brain of this body. Soul Flame Seal. Just as the interrogator's brain area was occupied by an external spiritual body, the flame seemed to sense something and suddenly jumped up, as if it would turn into a sea of fire in the next moment, directly burning the brain area of this body. Sorjan's face changed, and he adjusted his soul frequency in an instant and carried out a series of complex operations with a mental power covering the flame. The next moment, the flame slowly calmed down again, but a little spark popped out from time to time, as if it would burst out at any time. Seeing this, Sorokin breathed a sigh of relief. He knows the effect of Soul Flame too well and can set this surveillance seal on others to prevent some secrets from being leaked or to be searched by others. Once triggered, all relevant memories will be burned immediately, and the Soul Flame host will sense it. This method is useful to most people, even Super A level, but this does not include Sorokin. He was once the host of Soul Flame, and had already studied the mechanisms of various abilities very thoroughly. Moreover, there was still spiritual sensing in the Soul Seed. In addition, his own abilities were characterized by his ability, so he was able to temporarily avoid the Soul Flame ban, which meant that he was one of the few people in the universe who had the ability to penetrate the Covenant. After some operation, he successfully made the Soul Flame ban make a wrong judgment on him and did not explode immediately. But Sorokin knew that he was not a real host now, so he could only cheat the ban for a period of time. If the possessed mental power is retracted, the ban will lose his suppression and will immediately explode and be discovered by the current host. Similarly, he did not dare to read the memory of this body, because the Soul Flame blocked the relevant memories, as if it had buried a series of trapped trigger lines. Once triggered again, he could not continue to deceive the Soul Flame ban and would be exposed immediately. It's so dangerous. Could it be that every member of this mysterious organization has his soul flame seal on it? Sorokin was alert and secretly surprised. In this way, the host of Soul Flame should be the leader of this strange organization, and he is still a senior leader. This way, we can ensure that all members of the organization do not leak secrets. What kind of big secret is it that requires such a big deal? What exactly does this organization do? While controlling the new body to leave the room, he secretly thought in his mind that although he could not read the memory, he could use the convenience of his body to observe the situation of the organization. As soon as he walked out of the interrogation room, someone came up to hand over the deal. Sorokin adhered to the principle of saying more and making mistakes, and handed over the review report silently. Seeing that no one gave him an order, he left the area on his own. After walking around for a while, he soon discovered that the organization's base was large and the number of people was large, but there was no sign of power, no matter where. Sorokin dared not ask others for fear of being exposed, so he could only wander around by himself. However, the authority of this body seemed to be very low and could not go to many areas, especially the sensing direction of Soul Flame, which is in a forbidden area that does not allow grassroots personnel to enter. It's not possible to continue like this. I can't find any valuable information. My infiltration will be exposed sooner or later. It seems that external forces must be activated. Sorokin's heart moved. In his opinion, this mysterious organization pays great attention to confidentiality. Once exposed, it is highly likely to transfer, which will allow the mercenary group not far away to attack the planet on a large scale, forcing the organization to show its strength and start transferring. At that time, there will be more opportunities to discover the secrets of this organization and the identity of the host of Soul Flame. As for the possible casualties of the mercenary group, he didn't care at all, and it was a pawn that could have been sacrificed. Thinking of this, Sorokin immediately turned his head and said to the leader of the corps, "Transfer my order and send 70% of the troops to bomb the planet, and the remaining 30% of the troops followed me to continue retreating." Understand. The leader of the corps immediately ordered. Some armed fleets immediately advanced and entered the strike area after a while. Then, without saying a word, various long-range weapons were activated. A giant physical missile like diamond-shaped shuttles was shot out with a buzzing flame and headed straight for the target. Buzz! Suddenly, a light blue magic barrier enveloped the entire planet, and all the shellings were stopped, and fireworks were blown into outer space. Before the fleet could continue to take action, all the warships that went to attack the planet were out of control, as if they were being controlled by others, and they were killing each other. At the same time, a ring of fire as bright as a starry sky suddenly spreads its address in all directions with the planet as the center, like a phantom, rapidly penetrates the fleet. The next moment, more than 90% of the crew members in the fleet were burned to death and died suddenly in an instant and died on the spot. The armed fleet that went to attack completely lost its combat capability in less than a minute. At this time, holes suddenly opened on the surface of the planet, like an airport orbit. Unmarked spacecraft sailed out and seized all the remaining warships in the outer space. Is he blasted so quickly? Sorokin, who was far away in the main ship, looked dark. He knew that the mercenary group was cannon fodder, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed so quickly. However, although the battle process was short, he did not find anything. In the short time of the fire exchange, he saw the terrifying combat power that almost made him breathe. Magician, virtual mechanic, and soul flame host. There are at least 3 super A levels in this organization. Sorokin's face was gloomy, and he was still scared. This organization is too unfathomable, but fortunately I was cautious and chose to test. If I rushed to the door like a naughty Qin-Wu Taoist, I might be caught off guard. Fortunately, I'm so cowardly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let the remaining fleet retreat at full speed and keep the distance as far as possible. At the same time, Sorokin infiltrated the Covenant's body and received an emergency order for the transfer. At the underground base of the planet, members of the organization are quickly transporting materials, destroying bases, and starting spacecraft. Sorokin was also summoned by his superiors and rushed over quickly, and while he came to work at the dock, he observed around. Not long after, the location of the soul flame in the sensing was approaching quickly. Soon, a dense sound of footsteps came from a passage, accompanied by the sound of chatting that was getting closer and closer. He actually felt the sounds of several of them sounded a little familiar. Strange, what happened to the fleet just now? Why did they suddenly attack us? Are they coming for us? Did they discover us? No, just a little armed force. You will not overestimate your ability to deal with us. It seems that a passing fleet discovered our base. Can you still be so unlucky? Didn't you wash your face in the morning? The voice got closer, and soon the group of people walked out of the passage, complaining, and walking towards the spaceship docked at the dock. The Soul Flame host who was sensing the instructions was among the group of people, and Sorokin subconsciously turned his head to take a look. With this glance, his mind lost. The king of War Panagon, the god of law Bigel, the purple emperor Meiji, are all the first ones of his era, and there's also the enemy who killed him. Didn't they die long ago? Why did it appear in this place alive? Just as Sorgen was in a state of turmoil, his mental power that suppressed the body's soul flame ban also fluctuated and omissions appeared. The next moment, the ban broke through the suppression and suddenly exploded, instantly burning the soul that was attached to the body. The swearing people who were leading the way in front of a group of revivals immediately felt something, turned their heads, and looked over, and saw the slumped body that fell to the ground. Someone just triggered the restriction of soul flame. An uncontrollable excitement suddenly flashed in the eyes of the swearing man. Could it be? The legendary insider appears? Good boy. After so many years, I thought you really didn't exist. You finally revealed your flaws. The mental power of the possessed Covenant warrior was burned by the soul flame. Sorgen's body did not care about the exposed things. Thinking about the scene he saw before he fell to the ground, an incredible look appeared on his face. Does the initials have all lived to modern times? Did they pretend to die like me? Sorgen was shocked. How is that possible? Some people are obviously dead. Can they be lifted? How did they spend their exploration history and live incognito until now? Could this be the nursing home for the first one? Or is this group of people hiding for so long and have been brewing some shocking conspiracy? Sorgen was in a mess, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt terrifying. He originally thought he was a crocodile hidden under the water, but now he realized that the water that had explored the universe was deeper than he thought. This organization is so hidden, I have never heard of it. Will no one in the universe know this secret except myself? At this moment, Sorokin suddenly felt excited and hurriedly ordered to the leader of the corps, scatter the troops immediately, evacuate separately, and escape at full speed. Sorokin's tone became rarely panicked. He was confident in his own strength. He thought that this trip was easy to win and regain Soul Flame was a good success rate. Even though he had tested 3 Super A-level moves not long ago, he was just a little more serious and did not think he could not succeed. But he didn't expect that there were more than 3 super level here, and multiplying 10 was not enough. The situation exceeded expectations. Who can withstand this? Dozens of Super A levels have exceeded the limit he can deal with, and possession has touched the alarm of Soul Flame, which has basically stabbed the hornet's nest. Sorokin immediately lost any desire to move, and he just wished he could escape from this area in an instant. The farther away, the better. At this moment, the leader of the corps looked at the remote observation screen and suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, their fleet is moving and is flying towards us." And dozens of high-energy reaction bodies suddenly appeared on the radar, all of which are suspected to be Super A level. Then why are you standing there? Why don't you run away quickly? Sorgen was shocked and angry. You can quietly inquire about the details of this organization in the future. If you are caught up now, you will be even a future. The mercenary group quickly scattered and fled separately. The main ship where Sorokin was located inputted all the energy into the engine, entered the overload mode, and jumped at full speed to escape. The starlight outside the window was pulled into luminous silk threads. But before long, the radar suddenly sounded a harsh buzzing alarm. Boom! Just the next second, the entire spacecraft shook and suddenly withdrew from the jump mode, turning from extreme movement to extreme static. The huge inertia caused all crew members other than Sorokin to fall into rolling gourds. Sorokin ignored the painful screams of the crew members on the ground and hurriedly looked out the window. I saw magic circles everywhere in the surrounding space, and glass-like translucent arcane tentacles stretched out from it, firmly entangling the entire spacecraft and constantly tightening and squeezing. You could clearly hear the sound of teething acid tearing in the cabin, and cracks appeared in the alloy bulkhead. At the same time, right in front of the spacecraft, a magic portal suddenly opened, and Bygel walked out of it with a group of first people. Virgil. Sorokin's eyes were filled with anger, gritting his teeth, and new and old hatreds surged into his heart. Damn magician. At this time, the spacecraft was suddenly taken over by the virtual mechanic among the original ones and automatically entered the communication state. The next moment, the projection of the swearing man appeared in the cabin, looking up and down at Sorokin, who was hiding his head and tail with 3-point excitement, 3-point curiosity, and 4-point anger. It is you who bypassed the warning of soul flame and possessed my subordinates? I don't know what you were talking about. Who are you? Sorokin raised 100% alert. Interesting, you might not say that you were just passing by chance, right? The swearing man narrowed his eyes. Listen to me, What you have to wait for is time to explain. Before Sorokin finished speaking, dozens of super A-level attacks took action at the same time, and amazing energy burst out and headed straight for the spaceship where Sorokin was. Boom! The spacecraft was instantly crushed into molecular dust by the torrent of energy. Sorokin crashed out of the cabin at the critical moment, feeling the desperate comparison of combat power, and complained in his heart. He originally wanted to use words to stabilize the group of people first, but if these people came up and took action, he had no choice. Although the body is not the foundation of his life, Sorokin doesn't want to fall into the hands of this group of people. I can only do it. Sorokin gritted his teeth secretly and took back most of the soul species. His whole person's temperament suddenly changed, exuding a sense of coldness and violence. The amazing spiritual fluctuations burst out with him as the center. The surrounding universe caused ripples visible to the naked eye, as if a spiritual storm was set off out of thin air. The fastest update of 78 Chinese carat computer terminal. Sensing this fluctuation, the swearing man's eyes condensed, pulled his teammates into the mental chat channel, and instructed, "Be careful. This guy is very strong. Don't overturn the boat on him. Don't worry, we have a lot of people." Everyone laughed and besieged them together. The two sides fought fiercely and a fierce fight broke out, but in less than a few seconds, Sorokin fell into a one-sided disadvantage. His combat power is indeed very strong, and he can occupy a place in the peak super level A. However, no matter how strong he has not entered a new level and is still in the super level. Dozens of super ill-level rushing forward, Sorokin had no choice but to be beaten and was tortured to the ground. Even if the evolutionary god came over, the ending was almost the same. Sorokin could only defend hard, and soon his mask was shattered, and everyone finally saw his appearance clearly. Is this guy Sorokin from the Infinite Consortium? The swearing man was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this guy who infiltrated the organization would be a famous Chable oligarch in the universe. Isn't this guy famously weak? Isn't he at the bottom of the Super A level? How could he have such strength? Could it be that Sorokin has always pretended to be weak and hide his strength, so he is so slutty? Just as he was confused, Bygel suddenly discovered something from Sorokin's combat mode and exclaimed suddenly, "This kind of superpower, are you the Spirit Emperor?" What? Everyone was shocked, and they hurriedly observed carefully, and they all found clues. Modern people can only analyze the ability of the Spirit Emperor from the data, and they fought with the Spirit Emperor in countless times and suddenly discovered clues. Upon hearing this, Sorokin secretly hated her. He has always avoided all his strength, just because he is afraid of being recognized, but he still cannot avoid it. He knew that he could not hide it from these acquaintances. He had the idea of giving up this vest anyway. Thinking that the acquaintance could make up for it, he simply stopped pretending and shouted in a deep voice, "It's me. Haven't you guys died long ago? Why are you still alive? It's really you Roville Sisak." Many of the first people looked surprised, and their offensive slowed down slightly. If it were strangers, they would not have psychological fluctuations, but Lingdi was a character of their contemporaries, and at least an acquaintance. Everyone was very curious about what happened to Sorokin. "We didn't revive you. Could you be that you're not dead at all?" Bagel's eyes changed slightly, remembering Black Star's words, implying that the Spirit Emperor was alive. "You guy, did you pretend to die?" Bagel was shocked and surprised. "I beat you to death at that time, and there was no sign of life left." "What did you do? You dare to mention it?" Sorokin avoided another magic arrow that could penetrate the planet, and his forehead was full of blue veins, and he remembered the memories at that time. 78 Chinese fastest carrot mobile terminal. At that time, the body lost its life and was indeed on the verge of life and death. The strong unwillingness in his heart prompted his potential to explode, allowing the superpower to awaken and complete the upgrade and comprehend the ability of Soul Immortal. Otherwise, he would have died with his original body in the exploratory war. At this time, the swearing man thought of something and suddenly suspected his judgment of the insider. It seems that Sorokin doesn't seem to know about it for a long time. Could it be that it has nothing to do with the organization's previous intelligence leaks? "I didn't expect you to be the Spirit Emperor, hiding deep enough. How did you discover us? I just want to get the soul flame back, follow the sensing, and didn't know about you at all." Sorokin gritted his teeth. "Stop hitting! Let me go!" The swearing man recalled the process of what happened just now, believed in 6 or 7 points, but still shook his head. "No matter whether you know it before or not, you have broken our secrets today, so don't leave. We are all from the same generation. Have a good chat. But then you have to surrender after you lose your ability to resist. You have no possibility of escaping, so why continue to suffer?" Everyone agreed, and most of them did not intend to kill Sorokin immediately. After all, they were acquaintances from the old era. In modern times, reunion was somewhat fate. They all wanted to inquire about Sorokin's experience over the years. Bang! At this time, Sorokin was punched in the face by Panergon again and flew out in a circle, feeling embarrassed. He forced his concentration not to be distracted, observed the battlefield environment, and his heart continued to sink. Dozens of Super A levels formed an encirclement, and he had no ability to break through head-on. In terms of mobility, the magician's teleportation technique completely exacerbated him, a spiritual psychic, and there was no possibility of escaping. Is this body that has been cultivated so hard to be cultivated really here? I obviously want to use it to deal with Black Star, but now I haven't even seen Black Star's face. Although Sorokin is sure to ensure that he will not die here, if he can run away physically, he doesn't want to take risks. After all, with a criminal record of fraud, this group of people will definitely check it more carefully. I haven't been so embarrassed for many years. I still can't practice with cowardly. If I had known that I would have poked a hornet's nest, why would I have a murderous intention toward the Black Star? Wouldn't it be better to retreat directly? Sorokin was very regretful. "What? Don't you surrender?" Bagel snorted. "Don't think that we are acquaintances, and we really won't kill you. I can kill you once, and I can kill you again." Hearing this, Sorokin suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and suddenly remembered a long-closed memory. "I remember it. Covenant, you are the Covenant." The memory of the exploration history became alive again. Sorokin had heard of the name of the Covenant, but he just sneered and did not join. After so long, the first ones died one by one. He had long thought that the secret Covenant organization had disappeared in the long river of history. When he first discovered dozens of Super A levels, Sorokin was too shocked and ran away, and he didn't even think of this. In order to find the possibility of escape just now, his brain turned rapidly, and he finally remembered the rumor circulating among the first people of the exploration history. So, is a revival of the sanctuary true? Have you succeeded? Sorjan's face suddenly changed, and his tone was full of disbelief. If it was recovered, then everything would make sense. I didn't expect that such unfounded rumors would be true. Seeing Sorokin guessing the truth, everyone present was shocked. Emperor Ling is an insider of his contemporary era. It is not impossible to guess the truth. However, although everyone is mentally prepared, they will still be shocked if they rashly reveal the secret. At this moment, lightning flashed through Sorokin's brain, connecting all the experiences just now. A plan quickly came to his mind, and ecstasy immediately surged into his heart, as if he had discovered a glowing exit in the dark, desperate situation, and found the only hope of escape. The Covenant is so mysterious, so I must not want to expose the information about the revival of the sanctuary. This is the only handle that can be used. Only by betting that this group of people dare not expose it will things turn around. As the thoughts turned, Sorokin shouted without hesitation, "You have been hiding your name and keeping the secret of the resurrection of the sanctuary. You must remember that my ability can possess outsiders. I really can escape your siege today, but before you kill me with my ability, I have full time to control the body of other star fields and spread the news of the resurrection of the sanctuary. If you don't want to leak the information, stop immediately. Otherwise, I will expose the information to all forces immediately." As the words fell, everyone's faces changed, subconsciously slowed down the offensive, and looked at the person who started the oath. "Are you threatening us?" The swearing man looked gloomy and gloomy. "This is what you forced me. I just want to survive." Sorjan wiped the blood from his forehead. Although he was unconfident, he could only pretend to be tough and said in a deep voice, "You are the host of Soul Flame. You could try to stop me, but can you bear the consequences? It is better for me to know the secret than the whole universe." The swearing man looked at Sorjan silently for a while. When the atmosphere became more and more tense, he suddenly raised his hand and signaled everyone to stop fire, saying in a deep voice, "Stop everything." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's offensive stopped, but his face was still bad and surrounded Sorjan, not allowing him to escape. This really hit the weak point of the swearing man. He knew what impact the sanctuary revival would have after it was exposed. In contrast, Sorokin's life was not worth mentioning in his eyes. The swearer is also an expert in the spiritual field, but he is not 100% sure to prevent Sorjan from activates supernatural powers to control his body. Who knows what new methods this guy has developed after living for so long. If the dog is anxious, he will jump over the wall. The person who swears does not necessarily have to go to that point, so he plans to take a steady step to see the situation. P.S. P.Y. promotes the book Initial Evolution, a new work, one of the 3 evolutionary trilogies. If you're interested, you can go and read it. Seeing everyone stop attacking, Sorokin finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt the wounds on his body were so painful. Although the battle was not long, the combat power comparison was too great. He was beaten by a group of people throughout the whole process and was rubbed by dozens of big men. He was seriously injured. If it weren't for his extraordinary combat power, he would have been beaten into a cake if he had been a normal super A-level player. Fortunately, he became wise in a hurry and hit the weakness of the Covenant. Otherwise, he would be disappointed. Moreover, it is not enough to know that the Covenant is weak, and he must have the ability to match to threaten it. In this case, only a very small number of people in the universe can do this, and Sorokin is one of them. No one knows how much he possesses his body and where he hides. Moreover, everyone was not sure what Sorokin had to pretend to die, so they dared not act rashly. At this time, Sorokin suppressed the twitching of his nerves, suppressed the anger in his heart, and put on a stiff smile. Ahem, that's right. Everyone is old acquaintances. We should use a peaceful way to solve today's misunderstanding. It's not good to fight, kill. What do you have to say? The person who swears up stood with his arms floating in the star space, his tone was unanimous. Sorjan's eyes rolled. We can cooperate completely. Cooperate. The swearing man looked up and down at Sorjan. Yes, we're all old guys from the old era. The grudges of the past have long dissipated with time and are not enemies now. Today's things are a misunderstanding. My goal is actually just soul flame, but by chance I broke your secret. The biggest contradiction between us is your distrust of me, and I am worried that an outsider will leak information. So you plan to catch me? Sorokin had calmed down at this time and took out his 3-inch tongue that he had learned from his business world for many years to negotiate. He observed everyone's faces, paused, and continued. But now you can't stop me from spreading the information, and I am worried that you are not good for me. And we have concerns about each other. So for both of us, cooperation is the best choice. If we can reach a peaceful consensus, we can prevent the situation from intensifying into a loss-making loss. Then how do you want to cooperate? Asked the swearing man, narrowed his eyes. It's very simple. You are worried about leaking the secrets and are worried that I will act outside. So let me join the covenant and everyone becomes their own people. Isn't that the solution? Sorokin smiled on his face. His core idea is very simple and can't beat it. So join. This is not a stopgap measure to save one's life, but a result of careful consideration. Although this encounter brought life danger, he thought about it carefully. It may not be a wonderful opportunity, an opportunity to explore the secrets of the universe. He was already preparing to abandon the Sorokin vest. He originally planned to retire in the secondary dimension world for a while, but now it seems that the Covenant organization may be a better place to go. Not only is there a group of old acquaintances to accompany him, but it seems that he is still planning some big plans. When he stays here, he can also pretend to be revived to the outside world. After the initial shock, Sorokin had become very interested in the revival of the sanctuary. His other goal was to reduce the number of Super A levels in the universe, but now he found that Super A levels had channels for resurrection. If he didn't figure out what was going on, he would be unable to sleep or eat. At the same time, Sorokin was inevitably a little bit lemon-like. He originally thought that most of the first people had disappeared in the long river of history, and that he was the only one who had reached the new era. Although he didn't say it, he actually had a vague sense of superiority in his heart. He believed that among the strong men of the same era, he only laughed to the end. But now, seeing a large group of first people living, Sorjan's superior spirit suddenly disappeared, and he felt sour, especially thinking of his life invisible and cautious over the years. He couldn't help but be jealous and envious of these resurrectionists, so he became more interested in the resurrection of the sanctuary. You want to join the covenant? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their eyes became strange. I didn't give anything, but I just wanted to share our victory fruits. Why do you think so beautifully? After not seeing each other for so many years, how could the powerful spirit emperor in my memory become so smooth? The swearing man frowned and, thoughtful, didn't say anything, and seemed to be struggling. Seeing this, Sorokin added another fire and said, "To be honest, I happen to have the idea of retreating. If the Covenant is willing to accept me, I will not come empty-handed. You should know that I am the head of the Infinite Consortium. I can bring huge amounts of activity funds to the Covenant. No matter what plan I want to make, it will be money." He was also jealous of the secret of the sanctuary's recovery and spared no effort to exchange for the qualification to join. If he could also enjoy this kind of welfare, his life will be more guaranteed. Hearing this, the person who squared up said quietly, "If you let outsiders join, the risk is not controllable. You hide so deeply, and we lack understanding of you. It is difficult to trust you. I understand your concerns, but I am indeed very sincere. As for what outsiders say, I don't think it is rigorous." Sorokin smiled and said, "We are all old acquaintances, and we have a certain understanding of each other's style, and we do not lack a foundation for trust." Bigel suddenly shook his head and interrupted, "No, we are not familiar with you. Go to your uncle. You cooked me back then." Sorokin almost wanted to swear, but he still had to keep smiling. The swearing man said slowly, "So many years have passed, you must have changed more than one identity. How do we know what changes you have?" Hearing this, Sorokin was rarely silent and shook his head. Everyone has a little secret. No matter what I experienced before, I am just Sorokin now. He did not want to disclose information about other identities. The vests of the Spirit Emperor and Sorokin were still clean, but he had done many things with other identities. If exposed, it would become a new handle. Therefore, he refused to expose the vests he had used, and it happened to take this opportunity to appropriately express toughness in the negotiations and remind each other of their equal status in the negotiations. The swearing man thought about it, changed his question, and said, "Let's put this aside for now. Let me ask you first, you said you can sense the soul flame, but there has been no movement for so many years. What should I do if I suddenly find this ability? If I don't explain this clearly, we can't believe what you said." Sorokin hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Actually, I met a strong enemy and wanted to deal with him. So I have to take back the soul flame and try my best to improve my strength." "Who is that strong enemy?" "Black Star." As soon as the words fell, everyone was shocked and hurriedly controlled their expressions, without showing any abnormality. The swearing man suppressed his inner surprise and pretended to be puzzled. "Black Star? I know that this guy has only risen in recent decades. He seems to be the strong man in the first echelon in the universe. It is said that his strength is unfathomable. Why did you mess with him?" As soon as he talked about this, Sorokin's face became gloomy. He saw through my identity and came to blackmail me at home. I decided to calm down. I agreed to his request and lost money to cooperate with him, just to satisfy his appetite and not reveal it. But this bastard is too bullying. He took my money and also had to expose my details. He was underestimating me behind my back. If I don't teach him a lesson, he might really think I'm easy to bully. This time Sorokin's anger was not performed, but revealed his true feelings, and he looked irreconcilable, as if Black Star would kill him on the spot if he was in front of him. "So this is why you abandon your current identity and want to hide your identity." The swearing man couldn't help but think about it when he saw that Sorokin's behavior was not like a fake. "That's right. I don't want to be paid attention to by the 3 major civilizations. He forced me to give up the power I had been operating for many years and run away." Sorokin said hatefully. He was extremely hostile to Han Xiao, and he even developed greed just now, wanting to use leaks as a threat to force the Covenant organization to help him deal with Black Star. With such a powerful anticipated external armed force, Black Star will definitely catch Black Star off guard. But after thinking about it carefully, he still gave up this impulse idea. After all, the Black Star has a teleportation by the Emperor and does not eat and surround him. At the same time, his threat will inevitably lead to dissatisfaction with the Covenant, and there is a chance to refuse to accept him. Compared to the secret of the Sanctuary's recovery, targeting the Black Star is less important, so Sorokin doesn't want to lose the big picture because of the small. And he has learned from this experience. Since he has chosen to be cowardly, he should be cowardly to the end. So Sorokin didn't want to create any more troubles. With the big secret of the Covenant organization in front of him, he secretly decided to cancel the plan to deal with Black Star and retreat safely. Anyway, he feels that the future is long, and he will always encounter better opportunities in the future, so that Black Star can pay the price for what he does. The swearing man narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "If you are targeted by Black Star, then this is a risk. If we accept you, maybe one day Black Star will find the position of the organization because of tracking you, which will lead to our exposure, just like today." Sorokin hurriedly said, "No, Black Star does not have much obsession with me. He is likely to be just greedy for my assets. You don't know that this guy is insatiable, domineering, ambitious, cunning, and insidious, extremely shameless. His goal is to swallow the assets of the Infinite Consortium. If we hadn't been in contact with Black Star, maybe he really believed in your evil. But shameless is true." The swearing man rolled his eyes secretly and said seriously, "This is just your guess. You can't guarantee what Black Star will take. If you want to join the Covenant, it's better to solve this hidden danger first." Sorokin was secretly furious. He was planning to cancel the plan for safety. Unexpectedly, the Covenant wanted to force him to continue targeting Black Star. 7-8 Chinese genius, but in his opinion, the worries of the swearing person are reasonable and there is no problem, and Sorokin doesn't think there is anything abnormal. To be honest, I'm not sure about dealing with Black Star alone. He is too strong. Sorokin was helpless. The swearing man glared. Do you still want us to help? Don't be too arrogant. If you really think you can threaten us at will by grasping the handle, we would rather expose it than kill you. His attitude was so tough that Sorokin didn't feel that the Covenant was related to Black Star. What do you do? Sorokin asked back, feeling that the swearing man said so much, and it was impossible for him to still think about defeating the death. The swearing man narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly slowed down, and he said, Anyway, you cannot leave at the moment. We must ensure that your body is within our sight, but we will not attack you. This is just an insurance measure to prevent you from leaking secrets. As for the request to join the Covenant, we still need to consider it and weigh the pros and cons. Everyone in the Covenant heard the meaning of the swearing man giving in, and his expressions were different. No, we really won't accept him. Bigel pretended to be surprised. This is not a choice. Otherwise, he will really let him leak the information. The swearing man turned his head and glanced at him, then glanced at the others, and then turned around and said lightly to Sorokin, This is my condition. If you don't accept it, there is nothing to talk about. Sorokin weighed the pros and cons, and found that he didn't have many choices. The result was already good, so he took a breath and nodded slowly. Okay, I promise this condition. I am willing to be under your control for the time being, but you cannot quietly set up a trap to block mental fluctuations. Although this kind of thing is not very useful to me. As long as you have such signs, I will regard it as if you have no sincerity to cooperate, and immediately tear up the transaction and let the attached body expose the information. Yes, the swearing man nodded. The two sides reached a consensus, and the atmosphere quickly eased. Everyone surrounded and headed to the Covenant fleet with Sorokin, intending to monitor this guy every minute and every second as a new entertainment activity other than playing cards. Sorokin was taken away by everyone obediently and wiped his cold sweat quietly. He felt that this experience was like a dream and was secretly grateful. Fortunately, I have a good persuasion and won the turnaround. When everyone walked away, the swearing man breathed a sigh of relief. His plan was similar, and he would also stabilize the other party first. In fact, for the swearing person, if Sorokin sincerely joins, it doesn't matter if he accepts the other party. Both sides have no deep hatred. After all, they're acquaintances of the same generation, have common topics, and can prevent leaks. The Covenant is not an affiliated force of others. In fact, there's no need to report to Black Star when recruiting newcomers. However, the swearing person thinks that it is better to notify Black Star about this matter. After all, Sorokin and Black Star have conflicts, and the person who swears still tends toward Han Xiao. For him, the Black Star Legion is a more important partner. Thinking of this, the swearing man closed his eyes slightly and secretly used spiritual projection to contact Han Xiao. Black Star Palace, Legion Commander's office. The projection of the swearing man appeared in the field, and he looked up and saw the burly figure processing documents in his seat. Seeing the arrival of the swearing man, Han Xiao raised his head and smiled. Oh, old Qi, a rare guest. The swearing man did not feel like chatting, and said in a deep voice, Hey Xing, an emergency happened just now. I think I need to notify you. This matter may seriously affect our plan. Then just say it. I didn't block your mouth. Han Xiao was not nervous and joking. Just now, Sorokin came to the door. The swearing man said the situation just now without reservation. There's such a thing? I thought my luck was trash enough, but I didn't expect you to be bad either. Han Xiao was immediately happy. He didn't expect Suo Zai to be so brave and dare to trespass into a nursing home. You can still laugh. The swearing man was annoyed. What should you do about this matter? If you have no objection, I will really take him into the Holy Covenant. Hey, why are you anxious? Isn't this very easy to solve? Han Xiao waved his hand casually. What do you do? I think you are in a misunderstanding. It is understandable that care is confusing. Han Xiao put his hands on his chin and chuckled. You are worried that he will leak information, but he doesn't know my contact with you. So in his eyes, exposing intelligence can only threaten the Covenant organization, which is useless to me. If you change your thinking, you will know that this is actually good news for me. Chiba Chinese first release 7*8ZW. M.7*8ZW. You mean, the person who raised the swearing moved. I never had the chance to attack him secretly. Now, you have helped me fix my prey and indirectly created a secret execution place. Sorajin didn't even know that the handle he had was useful to me. Just a simple act of acting, the problem will be solved. This is the meaning of the existence of a partner. In other words, Han Xiao smiled, and a glimmer of light flashed across the underworld mark on the back of his hand. He's gone. 2 days later, the Covenant fleet was the main ship, the assembly center. A group of initials sat around Sorokin, playing cards while using their energy to lock Sorokin to prevent him from having any abnormal movements. Sorokin was sandwiched in the middle and moved a small stool to the table. He watched others play cards, and he would always give some advice, not treating himself as an outsider. At this time, the door opened and the swearing man walked in. The noisy atmosphere in the room became quiet, and everyone, including Sorokin, looked over. The swearing man looked around, his eyes fixed on Sorokin, and said in a deep voice, I have considered it for the past 2 days, and I agree to you join the Covenant. Sorokin showed a happy face. Just as he was about to speak, the swearing man interrupted him and added, But the premise is to resolve the conflict between you and the Black Star. I don't want your joining to bring hidden dangers to the organization. Hearing this, Sorokin's expression was solemn. What do you think? The swearing man said slowly, First of all, we need to test the risk, that is, test the degree of Black Star's pursuit of you. So we have to forge a coordinate and use it as bait to see if the Black Star will pursue it. What do you do specifically? The swearing man opened the star map and clicked on a transportation hub planet in the ancient star desert, saying, We will find a way to spread intelligence, saying that you have passed by Dilstar recently, and then monitor and observe Black Star's reaction. If his men come to collect intelligence, it means that he is indeed chasing you. If Black Star uses virtual means to invade the nodes of Dilstar, our people can also find out. In order to reflect the sincerity of cooperation, you can share the surveillance situation. Sorokin thought for a while and nodded in agreement with this plan. Although he did not think that Black Star would chase him, forging whereabouts would not threaten his safety, he had no objection, but appreciated the prudence of the Oath person. He liked such a steady person. From his perspective, he can retire directly and do nothing, but the Covenant does not agree. He is preparing for the future and is worried that Black Star will come to him like him. So he wants to take the initiative to solve the hidden dangers. He could not make decisions on behalf of the Covenant, and this matter was finalized, so he could only cooperate with the idea of the Covenant. What if Black Star really chases him? Bigel interrupted and supported him. Then there are only 2 ways to solve the hidden dangers. The swearer looked at Sorajin and made a troubled expression. Either do you turn over the Black Star, or you have deceived Black Star to death. Bigel agreed on the side. It makes sense. Only Black Star thinks he is dead will give up the pursuit. After all, the dead are the safest. Anyway, Sorajin will cheat him. It's enough to deceive him at that time. Sorajin felt that this statement was fine, so he couldn't help but nodded, but he thought about it. His tone was a little embarrassed. Chiba Chinese Starter 7*8ZW. M.7*8ZW. But it's too risky. Since Black Star knows my identity, he will definitely be wary of me cheating. I'm worried that if he finds out at that time, he will become a real death. The swearing man shook his head. To be honest, this is more convincing. We control the revival of the sanctuary. If you really die, we will revive you. Not only will you solve the hidden dangers, but you will also become your own person. Sorajin laughed dryly. Forget it. Let's forget about this. And he also has a cosmic treasure like time and space amber. I'm worried that he will seal me. It sounds nice, but he dares not trust the covenant. If he dies happily and others don't revive him, then he will be fooled by others. The swearing man frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "This is the solution with the least risk and the highest success rate. After all, you always say that you want to join the covenant, but in fact you still don't treat us as your own people. I am very sincere, but trust needs to be cultivated." Sorogen said the scene, looking embarrassed, and was secretly complaining in her heart. "This plan has the least risk for you, and you basically don't have to pay anything. No matter whether I die or fake death, the problem has been solved. On the contrary, the plan to deal with Black Star is very risky for the Covenant, but his own risk is smaller, so he will definitely choose this." "Humph, so you're still forcing us to help you deal with Haishing and kill people with a knife." Zihuang Meiji, who was not far away, snorted coldly. Sorokin was speechless. "Let's talk about it then. Let's test the result first." The swearing man glanced at Sorokin as if he was dissatisfied, and without saying much, he turned around and left. Not long after the secret operation of the Covenant organization, Sorokin spread the information on Dillstar on the black market. At the same time, the Covenant organization arranged a lot of manpower to monitor it on Dillstar. Time passed day by day, and the news gradually fermented. Because it was uncertain whether Black Star had received the news, everyone could only wait and stare at the surveillance screen 24/7. Because it is about himself, Sorokin is most concerned, staring at the surveillance screen at all times to eliminate any possibility of fraud. After nearly 10 days of this, the Covenant organization finally obtained information and found that a fleet of the Black Star Legion stationed in the Ancient Star Desert Branch arrived at Dill Star and inquire about Sorokin's information on the planet. The situation is very obvious. Black Star is indeed chasing you relentlessly. You have brought us risks. In a remote monitoring room, the swearing man glared at Sorokin, his tone very dissatisfied. Sorokin didn't answer. His face was extremely depressed, and his heart kept sinking. The evidence was as strong as a mountain, and he could not refute it, but he didn't expect that Black Star really had such a big obsession with him and was actually chasing him in secret. It turns out that this guy not only wants to make money, but even wants to kill me. Take evil people. Damn, I just exposed a vest. It's worth chasing and killing. Although I have calculated you several times before, I have paid the price, but Haishing, do you have to die? Such a grudge. At this time, the swearing man asked in a deep voice, "Do you really want to cheat Black Star?" "I don't want to." Sorokin shook his head decisively. The person who swears out looks ugly and paces back and forth as if he is hesitating. After a while, he made a decision as if he was pinching his nose and said with a reluctance, "Since that's the case, we can only join forces to encircle the Black Star." As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed like he had poked a hornet's nest. The other first-timers present suddenly became shocked and strongly opposed it. "We have no grudges and no enemies with Black Star. Why do we provoke such a strong enemy for Sorokin? Will we share our relationship with Black Star, also reveal our existence? This guy is threatening us. Don't be fooled." The excited reaction of the crowd scared Sorokin, and he didn't dare to interrupt and express his opinions. "Stop quarrel." The swearing man quarreled with everyone for a few words, then raised his tone and said toughly, "This is only once. No one will be the case." Immediately afterwards, he glared at Sorokin fiercely and said coldly, "You have achieved the goal of killing people with a knife. Are you satisfied now? Don't talk nonsense. It's not that I force you to deal with Haishing. This is your decision. I would rather treat him as heir and ignore him." Sorokin said that he would not accept the blame and was quite helpless. He actually did not intend to threaten the Covenant organization against Black Star, because this would make people sick, so the choice was not on him. With his position, he could not change the other party's stubborn ideas at all, and could not convince the Covenant to ignore the Black Star. It's like a debtor who goes to someone else's house to take refuge, not only causing trouble for others, but also having to be at ease to persuade others to decorate ostriches and endure the entanglement of debt collectors. Even Sorokin felt that this approach was a little shameless. The swearing man snorted and said slowly, "Anyway, The trouble is brought by you, and it must be solved by you. Since Black Star is chasing you, then you can act as bait and lead him into a trap. I'm the only one, Sorgen asked. Of course not. There will be 3 more people accompanying you, which not only prevents you from escaping in the face of battle, but also helps you resist the Black Star. The swearing man shook his head. As for the rest of us, we are ambushing in the distance, waiting for the opportunity before breaking into the battlefield. Is this possible? It is said that the Black Star has a teleportation by the Emperor, and he is not afraid of surroundings. Baijel interrupted again, showing the professional quality of a supporting actor. Don't worry, Black Star would never have imagined that we have dozens of people. This is our biggest advantage. Sorokin sets only 4 people, which is just our first layer of arrangement. But in Black Star's eyes, it should be all the troops that are ambushed. With Black Star's combat power, he is unlikely to escape in the face of 4 people, and will definitely try to fight. So the task of Sorokin and the others is to hold Black Star up. The swearing man said seriously and said the same as the truth. What then? Then of course we are trying to create opportunities. Dozens of us accumulate offensives in the rear. As long as Sorgen, you temporarily control the Black Star, so that he can't use the Emperor, we will directly kill in through Bagel's teleportation technique, allowing dozens of people to accumulate momentum to attack and concentrate on the Black Star. At the same time, all those who are good at mental attacks cooperate together and try to severely damage the Black Star's soul with one blow. The swearing man's tone was decisive, full of strong confidence, and even he himself was almost convinced. Sorokin analyzed the feasibility of the plan and felt that the success rate was much higher than that of him alone. He believed that as long as the Black Star was not resisted by space-time amber, he would probably not be able to withstand dozens of super-level waves of accumulation of momentum. Although the soul flame is not in his own hands, it is the same for the swearing man to use it. Moreover, in the Covenant, there are more than 2 of them who are good at spiritual attacks. Sorokin feels more confident. This plan should be feasible, with the estimated success rate being more than 70%. Now the interstellar community has almost deified the Black Star, but no matter how strong he is, it must have its limit. Sorgen breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his support. Seeing that the fish was caught, the swearer was well aware of the way of fishing, and his eyes flashed, and he spoke in a low voice, with a warning, "Don't be happy too early. You'd better pray that this action can be successful, otherwise Black Star will run away. He will definitely leak information. At that time, the handle in your hand will be useless. I will blame you. You can guess what will deal with you. So for your own sake, you'd better give me all your strength in this action." Hearing this, Sorgen's expression became serious and nodded calmly. Half a month later, the ancient star desert, somewhere in the desolate universe belt. The galaxy is like black velvet dotted with diamonds. A small spacecraft hovered in the deep space. There were only 4 people in the spacecraft, namely Sorokin, Baijel, and 2 other superclass A-level people. TSK, I didn't expect that one day we would join forces with you to fight the enemy. It's bad luck. Baijel stood with his arms in his arms, glanced at Sorokin beside him, and said in dissatisfaction, "Fisk, do you think I'd like to see your face?" Sorokin snorted coldly. He was too lazy to bother, and moved the topic away and asked, "It's been so long. Will Black Star really come?" "Who knows? We have already spread the coordinates anyway. It depends on whether he loves you deeply enough." Baijel joked. Sorgen was about to talk back, but suddenly an uninvited guest broke into the range of perception, and his face changed suddenly. Someone is here. The other 3 also sensed it, and, at the same time, they fell silent, looking in the corresponding direction outside the porthole. After a while, a meteor approached rapidly, as if he had also found Sorgen and the other 4. So he stopped not far away and revealed a familiar figure. "It's Black Star. He's really here." Sorgen's face darkened. He flew out of the cabin, confronting Han Xiao, while Baijel and the other 2 followed. Han Xiao glanced at several people and laughed in the wide area channel. "Oh, It turns out that you deliberately leaked the coordinates to bring me into a trap. So, your whereabouts were deliberately released. Hee hee. Although you don't know where you found helpers, the four of you dare to attack me. Sorajin, you underestimate me too much, right? Haixing, I didn't expect you to pursue me. You don't want to give me a way out. Since that's the case, don't blame me. You forced me. This is what Sorajin was most annoyed. In his opinion, he was obviously losing money, but Haixing still had to pursue me hard, which was simply too bullying. Sorry, I'm a person who holds a grudge. You have plotted against me again and again. If you let you run away, there will be many consequences, so it is better to stay in my time and space amber, which is safe and affordable. Han Xiao spoke in the wide area channel while glanced at Baigir and the other two with a smile on his eyes. There were 5 people in the field, but there were 3 group chats. One was the wide area channel, and the second was the temporary combat group chat group of Sorokin and Baigel. The third one is a group chat between Han Xiao and Baigel and all the ambushed Covenant members, and only Sorokin is kept in the dark. Take it. Sorajin was unwilling to force Han Xiao too much, so he directly attacked Han Xiao and asked Bagel and the other two to attack together. Seeing Sorokin's impatient performance, everyone laughed out loud in the director's team. He was anxious, and he was anxious. Why did I suddenly feel that he was so pitiful? It's so miserable. I almost couldn't bear to look at it. Look a few more times. I'm afraid I won't see him again. Everyone laughed in a mess, and the director team was filled with joy. Stop making trouble. Be serious. Han Xiao cursed with a smile, and then summoned the Mechanical Legion to face Sorokin's offensive. 7 or 8 Chinese geniuses. Baigel and the other 2 hurriedly joined the battle, suppressed their smiles, and began to perform their acting skills. They fought fiercely with Sorokin, and looked more real than the other. The battle broke out immediately, and the 5 people were rushing around in the field, and the torrents of energy left twisted and scorching marks in the universe. There is only a moment of chance to reverse. If Sorokin cannot be killed quickly, this guy will still have time to leak information. So now is time to showdown. The Covenant is still playing Sorokin. Sorajin thought he was sure to win and was fully focused on fighting Han Xiao. But he didn't know that his teammates, whom he had high hopes, were all actors ready to backstab at any time. The Mechanical Legion circled like a clown, releasing a series of energy torrents, raging in the battlefield. Han Xiao himself replaced the combat armed forces of the Black King sequence, advancing and retreating, fighting with the 4 people endlessly, fighting back and forth. At this time, everyone was fighting fiercely, and it looked extremely fierce. In fact, only Sorajin was fighting, and the other 3 teammates only gave out 6 or 7 points, while Han Xiao was silently stacking. Baigel clearly felt that Han Xiao's legion's attack power was several levels lower than last time, and it was not as full of oppression as before. He immediately understood that Han Xiao was holding back. Han Xiao's strength has soared recently. In order to make Sorajin hope, he deliberately lowered the output power of the Legion, which was only slightly higher than the last time he took action in public, creating a stalemate situation. He was not afraid that Sorokin would notice it, and the two had never fought. Sorokin's judgment on his strength came from the intelligence on the internet. Since he had never experienced it personally, he naturally had no way to know what level of his real combat power was. As long as he performed similarly to public intelligence, the other party would think it was at a normal level. However, Sorajin's strength is very good. His mental ability is very tricky, and various negative states are emerging one after another. Han Xiao has not yet opened Kundi's Wrath and 10,000 Soul Source for the time being, and he still has a lot of pressure to deal with it. To be honest, judging from Sorajin's performance, Han Xiao estimated that this guy's energy level was at least 90,000, and he undoubtedly entered the first echelon of the powerful people in the universe. It's a pity that this guy is crispy. Han Xiao curled his lips secretly. No matter how crispy you can be, there is a limit. Only the meat shield has an infinite future. Sorajin's physical strength seems to be relatively fragile at the same level, but destroying the body cannot kill him. Sorajin is blessed by his expertise, such as Soul Immortal and Soul Power Foundation. The soul is the basis of his life and can survive independently from the body. Moreover, Sorokin has the ability to reshape the body and does not need to seize or stay like a mind master. He can create a new body for himself at any time with his spiritual energy. For him, the body is just a replaceable barrier for the soul, and where the soul is located is the body. Through the introduction of the ability of Soul Immortal on the panel, Han Xiao knew that Sorajin was immune to physical attacks in the soul body state, and had extremely high resistance and was very difficult to deal with. He destroyed the physical body, but only allowed him to enter the second stage. The killer he prepared was the Imperial Imprint. The Imperial that has returned to its full state has a special suppression effect on all souls, and is the nemesis of all souls. Han Xiao's goal is to find an opportunity to kill Sorajin's body in seconds, force him to appear in his soul body state, drag his soul into the underworld, and let the professional team send him away happily. On the other side, Sorajin was also thinking quickly. The Black Star's strength is similar to what I expected. It is indeed very powerful, but it is not as exaggerated as the rumors. With his level, the chance of success of this ambush is higher than that in the plan. Sorajin was excited and his mind became active. It is not good for him to be passive. Although he has mastered the handle of the Covenant, his personal safety is controlled by others. Only by breaking away from the control of the Covenant can the chips in his hands play a greater role. Otherwise, he can only protect himself. The Covenant does not want to be exposed, but even if it is exposed, the Covenant will only cause trouble, and he is 80% dead. The price is not equal, and there is not much room for negotiation. He felt that the moment when the ambush was successful, there might be a chance of running away, but he, a mental psychopath, had poor mobility and the success rate of running away was too low. First, follow the plan, find an opportunity to control the Black Star, and then act according to the opportunity. Sorajin calmed down, pressed his eyebrows, and hundreds of spiritual piercings rushed straight to Han Xiao. The 5 people fought fiercely, all waiting for the opportunity silently. After a long time of confrontation, Han Xiao's movements suddenly froze, as if he had endured too many mental attacks, and finally had an abnormal state. "Do it!" Before Sorokin could speak, Baijel suddenly yelled in the battle group chat and took over the burden of leading the rhythm. He had violent magic fluctuations all over his body, and a series of control spells that had been charged were taken quickly, and all of them were superimposed on Han Xiao. The other 2 Super A-level players immediately follow without saying a word and threw out the control skills that had been accumulating for a long time. Buzzing. I saw energy of various colors and forms tightly entangled Han Xiao, as if he had fixed him in midair and could not move. Seeing the opportunity appear, Sorajin had to cooperate, glaring at his eyes, and the almost substantial mental impact appeared like a series of mist-like light waves, bursting out, piercing through Han Xiao's body. In the blink of an eye, various negative states were detonated. The next moment, Baijel raised his hand and saw a series of portals appear on the battlefield. The dozens of Super A-levels who had been ambushing for a long time came out, and they were holding the long-established killer weapon in their hands and were about to release it toward Han Xiao. However, at this moment, Han Xiao was shocked. He didn't know what ability he used, but he suddenly got rid of the control skills exerted by Gear and the other 2. In fact, he did nothing, but it was Bagel and the other 2 who quietly removed their abilities. As for Sorokin's skill, he activated Kun's Wrath in advance, immunizing a lot of negative mental states, and was not controlled at all. Han Xiao even revealed his flaws on purpose. Baijel cooperated according to the instructions of the director team, making Sorajin mistakenly think that the opportunity has come. In fact, it was a signal that Han Xiao and others took action. The mutation occurred in the flash. Before Sorajin could react, Han Xiao immediately followed the void jump as soon as he escaped, teleported to Sorajin in front of him, and pressed Sorajin into his broad mind. "You?" Sorajin looked shocked, as if he saw a blood-red danger appearing on his head. Before he could finish his words, dozens of super A-level people gathered directly at the two people holding each other. On the other hand, the Mechanical Legion also turned around and opened fire at the two of them. This time, the power was no longer controlled, and the firepower was fully activated, and the world lived a life of the same life. Han Xiao activated all his explosive abilities, and then a virtual soul shot to suppress Origin. The two of them were fixed on the spot at the same time, and could only watch countless attacks approaching quickly. The next second, the figures of the two were flooded with light. Boom! The hedging energy torrent turned into a rapidly expanding energy ball, sweeping across all directions. The terrifying energy fluctuations almost took away the perception ability of everyone present, and there was only a dazzling whiteness left in everyone's eyes. The light ball expands to its extreme and explodes suddenly. The energy shock wave bursts out with the explosion point as the center, blowing away everything around it. The light quickly subsided, and Han Xiao was the only one left in the field, dragging his broken body, and large streams of blood gushed out from each wound, like a water bag poked dozens of holes, which was obviously severely damaged. Dozens of super-level A-level killer weapons and the Mechanical Legion's fire-raising offensive are the most terrifying damage Han Xiao has suffered so far. He can survive, and the bonus of perfect energy affinity and leader certificate is strong enough. Moreover, Han Xiao specially wore a set of Black King sequence defensive armed forces. Although it was scrapped, it resisted a lot of damage. Otherwise, he felt that he was afraid he would have to give a resurrection coin here. On the other hand, Sorokin's body had been completely annihilated in the terrifying explosion, and there was not even the residue left. In this case, if someone else had already died, but for Sorokin, it was just entering the second stage. A stream of light suddenly appeared in front of Han Xiao, forming a luminous green energy body, transforming into the appearance of Sorgen. At the same time, a spiritual message came into Han Xiao's mind. The attack worked. It seems that your immortal body is not really eternal. Sorgen secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he did not survive on his body. When the soul body was separated from the body, there was a moment of invincible phase. Otherwise, the wave of attack just now would have caused him severe damage, and the soul body was still in full state at this time. Another wave, Black Star will surely die. Sorgen didn't say anything, and in just a short moment, he launched a series of mental shocks, all hitting Han Xiao, trying to prevent Han Xiao from changing into the Emperor and running away. The soul body was not controlled by physics, so he immediately retreated and walked through Han Xiao's arm, trying to quickly distance. At the same time, he spoke in the combat channel and asked everyone to seize the opportunity to launch the second round of fire concentration. However, just as Sorgen was about to retreat, Han Xiao raised his palm and inserted it into his soul body. The imprint of the underworld on the back of his hand suddenly lit up, bursting out with amazing suction. What is this? Sorgen was shocked and felt that the mark seemed to have become a vortex. His soul body suddenly became uncontrollable. Before he could take action, an irresistible force pulled him in. Catch this, kid. Han Xiao grinned with a mouthful of hot blood. These incidents seemed to have been a long time, but actually happened in a very short period of time. If it weren't for the decree of the decree's intentional cooperation, he wouldn't have been beheaded so easily. But now it's only half successful, and the problem has not been completely solved. Follow me. Han Xiao put on the Emperor, threw out a few spare items at the same time, and threw them to several super level experts, such as the swearing man who are good at the spiritual field. The mecha was automatically replaced. The next moment, Han Xiao shot out several mechanical forces in his palm. Activate the Emperor mecha on everyone's body. A flash of light, and several people disappeared without a trace. Pooh! Sorokin felt dizzy and fell on a pitch-black rocky ground. At this time, the unknown power that pulled the soul body disappeared. Sorgen immediately flew up and observed left and right with vigilance. not knowing where Black Star sent him. The eyes quickly swept across the lively land, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged into my heart. Suddenly, Sorogen suddenly remembered something. His soul trembled, and his face changed drastically. 78 Chinese fastest carrot mobile terminal. Is this the underworld? As the first person who was exploring the exploration history, he had also heard of the names of two sisters and was not unfamiliar with the existence of the underworld. Sorokin was left with disbelief. Aren't the two sisters dead? Why does the underworld still exist? Why did Black Star send me to this place? Just when he was shocked, Onisalu's figure appeared in front of him out of thin air, revealing a subtle smile that made Sorokin feel bad. Oops! Sorokin had no time to think about it, and hurriedly retreated, heading straight into the sky, trying to rush out of the underworld. If it were replaced by other secondary dimensions, he would not be so scared, but the first ones knew that all life that existed independently in the form of a soul was strongly restrained by the underworld. The netherworld is the nemesis of all soul bodies, the forbidden area that all souls and lives fear. Onisalu Piao was not chasing her, but just stretched out her palm and clenched her figure as she was moving away towards Sorogen. Buzz! The underworld started to operate according to her will, and an inexplicable force suddenly came, as if there was an unparalleled pressure, and all the heroes in the entire underworld were pressed to the ground. The underworld soul-suppressing. Now the underworld has returned to its fullest state. Onisalu is professional in dealing with the soul. Even though Sorogen's soul body was extremely special and had super A-level combat power, under this special restraint, his flight speed instantly plummeted by 90%, flying lower and lower. Onisalu smiled unchanged, and she pulled her from a distance. Underworld soul retaining. The rich power of the underworld seeped out of the dark earth, turned into countless tentacles, and soared into the sky, entangled Sorogen, trying to pull him down. The soul body that can pass through various substances, but cannot pass through the power of the underworld, but will be stuck tightly. Sorogen tried his best to try to break free from the soul-detaining tentacle, but could only stay in the air. Who? At this moment, a red tornado rose into the air, revealing Hyla's figure. She had been ambushing here for a long time and had been waiting for a long time. It's you. Sorokin was shocked. His soul body was immunized to mental damage, and Hela happened to restrain him. You go down. Hela's eyes were burning, and with a wave of his hand, the death energy ejected, like a violent current of water, washing down Sorogen's soul body. Sorogen fell on the dark earth. Onisalu hooked his fingers and saw chains formed by the power of the underworld extending out from the ground, penetrating Sorogen's soul body, surrounding him and locking him on the ground. Just as Sorogen gritted his teeth and struggled to break free from the chain, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Emperor who teleported Han Xiao and the others who raised the oaths and took off their mechas one after another. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao laughed. It seems that you and my friend are having a lot of fun. Sorogen saw the swearing man appearing with Han Xiao, and suddenly stood there, stunned. At this moment, he understood everything. So you are from the same group? Sorogen was frightened and furious. Without saying a word, he immediately tried to contact Akuru, wanting to expose all the information immediately. However, the next second, he was stunned again. His connection with the body was completely interrupted. Why do you think I have to work hard to get you in? Here, unless you have the permission of the consciousness of the underworld, no one can transmit soul signals to the outside world. The swearing person is not sure to isolate you, but the underworld can. Han Xiao gently stomped the black rock under his feet. After all, the original function of the underworld is a cage. Chiba Chinese has the fastest update carrot computer terminal. I didn't expect that the trump card you mentioned was the underworld. I thought it had died with the two sisters. The swearing man looked around and said in a surprised tone. When the director team was discussing the plan, Han Xiao said that he had a trump card that could isolate Sorokin's ability and just create opportunities for him. He did not explain clearly what the trump card was, because the interests of both parties were consistent, and the Black Star had always had good credit, so the swearing man expressed his trust. Only now did the several Covenant members present realize that Han Xiao's so-called trump card was the familiar land of the underworld. Did the two sisters have also recovered? Vigel was surprised and suspicious. That's not. Now the master has been replaced. Han Xiao shook his head, let Hela land beside him, patted her on the shoulder, without explaining the information about the inheritance of the two sisters. At this moment, the 7 great spirit kings suddenly emerged around Sorokin, looking at the Covenant members present in shock, looking disbelief. You are still alive? Hey, so are you? Several members of the Covenant and the 7 heroic spirit kings stared at each other. Han Xiao looked at this scene and suddenly saw the scene, my fellow villagers meet their fellow villagers, and they are in tears. Both sides are the first ones and have chosen different paths of recovery. Now they have achieved their goals. In modern times, countless years later, they are filled with mixed feelings and more of the surprises of seeing acquaintances. However, in comparison, the 7 heroic spirit kings are somewhat uncomfortable. I originally thought that the Covenant was unreliable and the route I chose was the right one, but I didn't expect that the Covenant would be successful. It would be great if I had joined the Covenant in the first place. Seeing this scene, Sorokin was already confused. The existence of the Covenant was incredible enough. He did not expect that even the underworld still existed. A large wave of initial people who have reached modern times were not the only ones. Sorokin suddenly felt that the complacency over the years was a joke. At this time, Han Xiao squatted down, looked straight into Sorokin's eyes, and said slowly, I have always liked to give others the opportunity to choose. Now there are 2 ways in front of you. One is to be destroyed by us, and the soul turns into hellish nourishment, and the other is to become a heroic spirit in the underworld and be controlled by the underworld. Which one do you choose? Sorokin is also a top combat power after all. The foreign enemy who has explored the universe has not been resolved yet, so Han Xiao naturally is reluctant to put him down. In fact, if Sorokin had not broken the secret of the Covenant, Han Xiao would not have wanted to take the initiative. He just disgusted that Sorokin had plotted against him before and felt that this guy was too greedy and did not regard it as an opponent he had to kill. Now that Suo Zai has completely fallen into his own control, Han Xiao almost wanted to make a classic villain speech. You scream, no one will come to save you even if you scream. Sorokin looked around everyone present. His expression was gloomy, and he said in surprise, What are you planning? Black Star actually had connections with Shang Covenant and the underworld, which was simply unfathomable. He felt that Han Xiao must have been planning some big plan in secret, and he faintly smelled the scent of conspiracy. Isn't this group of people trying to subvert the universe? Also, if Black Star is with this group of people, isn't it the first one who has survived to this point? After being exposed to this series of secrets and thinking about Black Star's performance, Sorokin couldn't help but fantasize about this aspect. Do you think I will tell you now? Han Xiao smiled. Telling the enemy a complete plan when the action is about to succeed is a big taboo for the villain, so we won't fall into the trap. At this time, the 7 great heroic spirit kings had already learned Sorokin's true identity from the person who had swore. Lei Jia, the leader of the heroic spirit king, came over, patted Sorokin on the shoulder, and comforted him. Don't hesitate. When you join the underworld, you will know that it is very happy to be a heroic spirit. Lei Jia, didn't expect you to be a domesticated too? Sorokin sarcastically said coldly. All of them were acquaintances of the same era, so he naturally knew the 7 heroic spirits of the underworld. Lei Jia was not angry and smiled and said, Don't say it so badly. As long as the underworld is immortal, the heroic spirit will never die. If you survive in the main universe for so long, you must be reluctant to die. It's not good to be happy with us. You never need to worry about being killed. How free and easy. The other heroic spirit kings also started to persuade them with a warm attitude, and inexplicably felt that they advocated the advantages of their own companies when recruiting companies. It's not that they care about the life and death of the Spirit Emperor. When they cannot go out, life in the underworld is relatively monotonous. The 7 heroes know each other well and have long lost their sense of freshness. Now they have finally caught a newcomer, so they don't want to let go. Hearing this, even the Covenant members next to him nodded with deep consent. The experience of exploration has proved that as long as there is no problem in the underworld, no matter how heroes kill, they are fine. To be honest, they're also envious. Because the swearing man concealed part of the information about the revival of the sanctuary for some purposes, the members of the Covenant now think that the revival of the sanctuary was a one-time thing. Seeing the underworld, the minds of several people became active. I thought there was only one chance to be reborn. With the underworld, wouldn't mean that they could live forever, although you have to become someone else's subordinate. But as long as you can live, what's wrong with being a dog? Heixing has a big relationship with the underworld, so you have to have a good relationship with him. Baijel muttered in a low voice, expressing everyone's thoughts. Han Xiao's ears moved, and he laughed in his heart. He brought everyone to the underworld, and there was no such intention. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the members of the Covenant did not know the true situation of the sanctuary revival, he used the existence of the underworld to improve his position in the minds of the first person to revival, so as to facilitate his future actions. Even those Covenant members with other goals cannot ignore their existence in order to leave a way out. They can influence this group of people and prevent them from taking too extreme actions to a certain extent. I like it very much. Han Xiao curled his lips, and when he saw Sorajin shaken, he couldn't help but say, "You like Go so much. Now you have just changed your place, Go, and you have no worries about your life from now on. What else do you have to hesitate?" Sorajin was silent for a while, sighed, with a look of depression and helplessness, and said in a low voice, "I'm defeated. I'm willing to join the underworld." He has always believed that it's better to live without a good death. So he had to say goodbye to freedom, and chose to live in vain with resentment and unwillingness. 7-8 Chinese, starter 7*8ZW. Endpoint 7*8ZW. Han Xiao winked at Onisalu, as expected. Onisalu raised his hand and grabbed it. A cluster of underworld power seeped out from the ground, floating beside Sorajin, and smiled and said, "It may be a little painful to let go of protection and accept transformation, but don't resist." Swish, without waiting for Sorajin to reply. The next moment, the underworld power rushed into his soul body. In full view of everyone, Sorajin's soul body color was stained with the power of the underworld and gradually changed toward a heroic spirit. Sorajin only felt that his soul body was inserted into it by scorching irons, becoming extremely hot from the inside out, as if it was about to burn into ashes at any time. Seeing this, the 7 heroic spirit kings showed joy, and they were just beating drums and drums beside them, and welcomed another unlucky guy to join them. It took a long time before the transformation of heroic spirits ended. The chains formed by the power of the underworld disappeared. Sorajin lost his shackles and slowly stood up. He looked down at the soul body that had been transformed into the heroic spirit of the underworld, feeling the connection between the underworld and his superiors and subordinates. His expression was extremely complicated and his heart was mixed. Unexpectedly, fate was so wonderful. After so many years, I finally became the heroic spirit of the underworld that I once sneered. At this moment, the 7 heroic spirit kings surrounded me and raised a warm smile. "You will be the 8th heroic spirit king from now on, and the underworld welcomes you." "Huh!" Sorajin couldn't laugh at all, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Onisalu suddenly exclaimed and turned to look at Han Xiao. "He is different from other heroic spirit kings. Although he has been transformed, he still maintains his original combat power." Han Xiao said intimately and asked, "He is quite special. Can you suppress him?" "That's fine. It has been transformed into a heroic spirit and has established a connection with the underworld and is under my control." Onisalu nodded. "That's good. Han Xiao nodded slightly. Normal heroes have no combat power. Only by obtaining the blessing of life energy can they temporarily obtain the body and restore their combat power during their lifetime. But Sorajin has soul immortal and soul power foundation. Even in the state of heroic spirit, he still maintains super A-level combat power. This is different from ordinary people. However, after the Two Sisters improvement, the Netherworld has long been a treasure of a cosmic wonder level, with a complete operating mechanism, and it is no problem to suppress Sorajin in its heyday. Seeing Sorajin's face unwillingness, Han Xiao smiled and said meaningfully, "Don't be depressed. Good and bad luck are bound together. Maybe one day you will think that joining the underworld is a blessing. I think there will never be that day." Sorajin was full of resentment. Just don't be so fragrant. Han Xiao didn't care and chuckled. As his strength, status, and connections continued to improve, the enemies he felt were difficult to deal with were no longer so difficult to deal with, and another hidden danger was solved, and he was quite satisfied. Sorokin's value is not only combat power, but the large amount of resources and intelligence this guy has is also a huge cake. Thinking of this, Han Xiao turned around and ordered Hela, "Talk with Sorokin and let him tell me the information he has." Hela nodded and took Sorokin to the side for interrogation. As the current master of the underworld, it is most suitable for her to do this job. Seeing that Sorokin's problem had been resolved, the Covenant members present breathed a sigh of relieved, and turned around and chatted with the 7 heroic spirit kings to reminisce about the past. Han Xiao and the swearing man walked aside alone and talked about another question. "How is the collection of the keys of the third sanctuary?" "I'm still working hard. I have the experience of the last time, plus the channels you provided. This time it should be much faster," the swearing man replied. "As soon as possible. I have a feeling that peace will not last too long." Han Xiao whispered. He still has not completed the mission about the sanctuary. Even if he puts aside the mission, the sanctuary is a super A-level way out. He has to go in and check the situation anyway. The swearing man nodded, suddenly changed his subject, and asked, "Although I am not in the super A-level association, Sorokin's sudden disappearance should have a significant impact, right?" Han Xiao glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Gauda disappeared a few years ago, and now Sorokin is gone, which makes people think of associations. But the difference is that no one will stand up for Sorokin, and the impact will not be too fierce, mainly the suspicion and self-inspection within the association. It will not affect you, right? If it is handled properly, there is no big problem. Recently, the Empire is secretly investigating Sorokin. You can find a way to urge Gauda's crime to Sorokin, and then fake his disappearance, saying that he was absconding for fear of crime, shaping him a motivation, so as to complete a closed loop. As for the future, there is no need to worry that others will find out that Sorokin is with me. His superpowers can change the frequency of soul body, and plastic surgery can solve most problems." Han Xiao has long been accused of this situation. Sorajin is now bound to the fate of the Netherworld. Although he has no freedom, it is not without benefits. Han Xiao still understands Suozai's personality. This guy's biggest characteristic is that he knows things and basically won't do anything to the death. Don't worry about him not cooperating. The swearing man expressed his support. "It's good that you have a plan. You are better at this insidious method. Sarcastic, don't imitate me." Han Xiao glanced at him angrily. The two of them didn't talk for long, and the other Covenant members were still waiting for news in the main universe. Han Xiao used another set of emperors to send the swearing man back, recounting the situation here to make the others feel at ease. After seeing off the outsider, Han Xiao turned to the interrogation site between Hela and Sorokin and saw the two sitting opposite each other, asking questions and answering, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Although Sorajin was unwilling to accept it, the raw rice had already been cooked and the person had to bow his head under the eaves. He was quite cooperative. Han Xiao walked to Hyla and asked, "How is the situation?" Chiba Chinese genius Hyla looked up at him and showed a rare, playful expression. "You came just right." He seemed to have explained something amazing. A few minutes later, "So, You are behind the peak sorrow? After listening to the interrogation results of Hyla's report, Han Xiao couldn't help looking at Sorgen in surprise, with a look of, "It turns out that you're good at messing around. I have changed many identities and have been trying to reduce the number of Super A levels in the universe. But as a result, you see that the Covenant and the Underworld have found a way to recover, and this route cannot be done." Sorgen looked desperate. Entering the Underworld, he became a grasshopper on a line. There are no secrets that cannot be revealed. Besides, Hela can control him in every minute. Reducing the number of Super A levels was his former idea, but the emergence of the Covenant and the Underworld gave the passing Super A levels a chance to recover. He knew that this plan could not be successful and could only be forced to change his ideas. Sorokin revealed other vests he had used and explained his experience of secretly promoting the peak of the tragedy. He is a person who knows the truth. No matter how reluctant he is, he also knows that this past may become an irregular time bomb. So he took the initiative to speak out. If you hide it, although you have the opportunity to cheat Han Xiao, now you will be prosperous and lose. If the Underworld is damaged, it will also affect him. The old saying goes, since you can't resist, then enjoy it. The heroic spirit of the Underworld at least has almost endless life. Although it is not what he really wants, it is actually not bad. He has to choose to protect this remaining benefit. After hearing the various identities that Sorgen explained, Han Xiao said, astonished, "It turns out that these vests are all yours, and you are afraid that the world will not be in chaos." Originally, he was still thinking about how to throw Gauda's charge on Sorgen's head, but now it's much easier to deal with. Sorgen has so many vests and has a criminal record of guiding the peak sorrow. Isn't that the motive there? As for clues and evidence, there's Sorgen, the real master here, so there's no need to worry about not being able to get it out, and there's no need to worry about him not cooperating. Han Xiao temporarily suppressed this idea, changed the subject, and said, "Put this aside for the time being and explain the resources you have, such as a secret treasury or the internal information and commercial secrets of the Infinite Consortium. Be frank and lenient, resist and strict. If you cooperate well, you can't leave some for you." Sorgen knew that Han Xiao was obsessed with his accumulation and wanted to squeeze him out the benefits, and he was reluctant, but Hela was forced to tell the truth next to him, so he could only reveal his family's assets. Han Xiao wrote it down one after another and couldn't help but look at him sideways. "That's great. You have accumulated a lot of good things. In addition to technology, drawings, and knowledge, you have also secretly collected 8 cosmic treasures. If we hadn't had a master treasure, the inventory of cosmic treasures would be similar to this one. Having money is indeed amazing. As for the Infinite Consortium, this is a big cake. Although Han Xiao wants to take it alone, he has to control his appetite, otherwise it will arouse greater suspicion. Sorokin's flee with money and fear of crime will inevitably lead to the Infinity of Consortium being severely damaged and being shared by a large number of forces. Han Xiao did not plan to enter the market early. He planned to let Minya Group and other forces take action together after the incident was revealed to ensure that a cake was enough. Too greedy would be too much. However, Sorokin secretly left the retreat left by secretly withdrawing funds from the Unlimited Consortium, which makes it cheaper for him and can basically eat them all. After Sorgen finished giving the statement, Han Xiao also put away the record with satisfaction and grinned. "Okay, what you should say is over. You can stay here and adapt. Hela, take care of this guy. I'll go back first." Hela nodded expressionlessly. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of him." She emphasized the word, "take care," and Han Xiao suddenly remembered the attributes of Hela's combat madman, and couldn't help but secretly observing the silence for Sorgen. He has no time to compete with Hyla, and Sorgen is currently the only soul-body hero in the underworld with super A-level combat power, and is obviously the most suitable tool person. If you can't kill him, you'll fight to the death. Han Xiao glanced at Sorgen with a strange look, shook his head, and teleported away in the Emperor. Seeing this, Sorgen sighed secretly in his heart, feeling that life encounters are like dreams, and he can only adapt to a new life. At this time, the 7 heroic spirit kings came over with a smile. Old Ba, let's talk to us about what major events have happened in the universe over the years. We're very curious. Sorokin's face turned dark. Who is your 8th brother? Don't bother me, get out. Time passed day by day, and not long after Sorokin disappeared, the interstellar community finally discovered that the head of the Infinite Consortium had not appeared for a while. Although Sorokin's level is too high and few people can see him, he is the head of a first-class consortium in the universe after all, and his attention is not low, and he cannot keep his name in mind. Without the orders of the head, there was also a certain amount of chaos within the Infinite Consortium. The spread through first-level employees was even more impossible to hide this situation. Just when the interstellar community was in amazement, the Red Empire suddenly issued a wanted order, and the reward target was Sorokin. In the wanted order, the Empire claimed that the investigation had made breakthrough progress, exposed Sorokin's true identity in many vests, listed many crimes including his guidance of the Peak of Peak, and even claimed that Sorokin and Gauda's disappearance were inseparable from the loss of Sorokin. Believing that Sorokin was absconding because of the fear of guilt, so the whole universe pursued it. Since Han Xiao revealed Sorokin's background to the top leaders of the Empire has been secretly investigating Sorokin's various experiences in the past 2 years. Taking this opportunity, Han Xiao left behind some relevant evidence revealed by Sorokin, and did not come forward in person, but secretly guided the Empire to discover these clues by itself during the investigation, which naturally exposed Sorokin's actions. Once the news was released, the entire interstellar society was shocked, and countless interstellar citizens and interstellar forces were shocked by the news. For a long time, Sorokin's image in the eyes of the world is a business tycoon and a cosmic chable, and he is also a super A-level who doesn't like to use martial arts. His business talent has attracted more attention than his super A-level identity. No one expected that Sorokin had such a big secret. A large chable that is famous for the universe is actually the mastermind behind so many cases. For a time, the popularity of public opinion about Sorokin broke through the sky. His experience was so legendary that almost everyone couldn't help but think about it. Conspiracy theories became the most popular saying. The interstellar community talks about Sorokin's deeds. As public opinion continues to spread, the statements gradually become entertaining, as if they are infected by memes, and more people are beginning to tease Sorokin. In the mouths of interstellar citizens, Sorokin seemed to have become the biggest conspirator to date. Everything was related to him. Even the sound next door suddenly gave birth to 7 cubs was his unknown plan. A new meme was born on the interstellar network. No matter what happened, the discussion ended with, "It's all Sorokin's conspiracy." JPG. The melon-eating crowd was caring, while the Infinite Consortium was filled with sorrow. The head of the consortium ran away with the money, and the suppression of the Empire was like a shadow. The negative impact caused the consortium to be untrusted. A large number of creditors came to collect debts. The stock price was severely hit, and various partners and star banks no longer borrowed loans, and the capital chain gradually showed signs of breaking, which was already difficult to collect. Aware of the dilemma of the Infinite Consortium, various jackals, tigers, and leopards showed their fangs and began to act, eroding the huge commercial empire of the Infinite Consortium in one go. A large number of forces have a feast together. A large number of talents in the Infinite Consortium have been expelled, countless businesses have been swallowed up, and the scale has shrunk wildly. Sorokin's years of hard work have collapsed like dominoes. Under Han Xiao's instruction, mechas Consortium also participated and got a share of the pie as a shareholder. Maizi, Kukezi, and other shareholders were not willing to be lonely and tacitly shared the remains of the Infinite Consortium, eating all over the mouth. On the other hand, Sorokin is one of the members of the Super A-Level Association after all. Because of this, the association had to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with it. Fangxing, the headquarters of the Super A-Level Association, a meeting is being held in the Roundtable Conference Room. It's hard to imagine that Sorokin, who has always shown his weakness, has such a big secret. That's the first one who survived so far. Who knows how strong he is? After so long, we haven't discovered it. Saurier's tone was full of surprise. It's indeed hidden very deeply. I always thought he was really weak and even laughed at him. I guess he was just watching a joke in his heart. The Sun Hunter scratched his head. Actually, I have some doubts. Will Sorgen really do this? Could it be the blame for others? After all, some people have a criminal record. A neutral Super A-level team couldn't help but glance at the Imperial Direct Line. The subtext was self-evident, and he was so angry that he was angry as soon as he spoke. We have absolute evidence. Claudia responded lightly, without getting angry. Everyone talked for a long time, and suddenly, Han Xiao coughed and said that he had something to say, and everyone suddenly became quiet. Seeing this, Han Xiao smacked his lips and said slowly, Sorgen's conspiracy has been confirmed. He has caused the peak of the tragedy. He may have attacked Gouda because he wanted to use the same trick again. In any case, as a senior executive of the association, he was not the same as us. Instead, he wanted to split a Super A-level group. He destroyed the association's principles and caused a very bad impact. I suggest canceling his membership status as a punishment. Please vote. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. After a while, someone raised his hands one after another. Second discussion. One of the top A-levels expressed their opinions one by one, and the majority of those who agreed were the ones. And soon only Manison was left without saying anything. Old man, what do you say? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Manison glanced at him and said expressionlessly, I agree that from now on, Sorokin's seat will be canceled. He will no longer be a member of the Super A-level Development Federation. Red Empire Mother Star, head of the office. Is that true? The Super A-level association has canceled Sorokin's membership. They are quite sensible. After reading the report, Mar Bruce nodded slightly. His expression was quite indifferent, as if he had expected it. Opposite him was Beccarodi, and there were only two of them in the room. Beccarodi wanted to speak, but stopped and whispered, Do you really believe that Gord was attacked by Sorokin? I don't believe it. Mar Bruce answered without hesitation. Then why are you still? Mar Bruce knocked on the table and said slowly, The evidence came too easily. Let me ask, if you were Sorokin, would you leave so many intelligence flaws? This evidence is strange. Although it is confirmed that it is not fake and it is the real situation, someone secretly guides us to get it. Maybe it is to confuse the public and try to hide the real murderer with a real lie. But Sorokin is indeed missing. According to your idea, the guy who made Sorokin disappear may be the same person as the murderer who attacked Gouda. Well, it is very likely, Mar Bruce thought. Don't you think all this is too coincidental? It seems that there is an invisible big hand controlling the overall situation. Do you think it was really done by Black Star? I dare not make a judgment easily. Burkrati hesitated. In theory, Gouda was just trying to copy evolutionary energy. Black Star would not cause such a big storm. He had no reason to do so. Maybe there is something hidden behind us that we don't know. Mar Bruce did not comment. His eyes flashed. I have a kind of intuition. There may be a powerful force hidden in the universe that we have never discovered. What are you referring to? Haha, this is a secret. Mar Bruce shook his head and smiled, without answering, silently recalling a certain level of information that was only viewed after being promoted to the head of state. As the first one, Ling Emperor has survived to this day. Is it really just an isolated case? The latest website, Sorokin's disappearance and the collapse of the Infinite Consortium have had a certain impact on the economy of the interstellar society. However, the fall of an oligarch means that a group of giants have taken over. Many forces have absorbed the nutrition of the Infinite Consortium, completed the transitional handover, filled the business vacancy caused by the Infinite Consortium's bankruptcy, and continued to maintain various services in the interstellar society's life. In this competition to divide the cake, Mingya Consortium relies on the shareholder status of Black Star and the armed advantages of the Legion to inherit the unlimited consortium's ace businesses and a large number of talents. It swallowed everything whole and almost became a fat man in one bite. The scale suddenly expanded and its stock price soared. After experiencing this, although Infinite Consortium saved the last bit of industry and survived the storm with difficulty, it was also severely damaged, leaving only a few elite children of Sorokin to guard the family business. But even if the Infinite Consortium was broken up like this, it only fell from the position of the top cosmic Chable and could barely join the ranks of large consortiums at the first-class star domain level. This shows how rich Sorgen's family has been working hard for many years. In terms of the upright ways to make money, no one in the A level may be better than him. If it weren't for Suzai's inconvenience to appear in public, Han Xiao would almost want him to act as the head of the Legion's business field. He had confirmed that making money is really one of Sorgen's few hobbies. In Sajuo's own words, the growth of money can be seen by the naked eye, which is much easier than the improvement of strength. He likes this positive feedback mechanism that grows like a snowball. The increase in assets makes him feel physically and mentally happy. However, Han Xiao did not intend to let Sorokin be idle, so he simply let Sorokin handle part of his business affairs behind the scenes, from a boss to a combination of senior consultant and professional manager, from working for him to working for himself. Anyway, this guy likes to make money, and he is idle too. Letting him continue to develop his hobbies is also an entertainment activity. At worst, he can give Suozai some dividends on the books. Anyway, he has no place to spend it. In Han Zhao's opinion, the most unlucky player belonging to the Infinite Consortium will be the same when the new version is launched. When you look back, the reaction will be 80% the same. Where's my camp? What a big camp. Han Xiaowang thought about it and felt so greedy, so miserable. It seems that we must use a warm embrace to keep these homeless leaks so that they can feel the true feelings in the world. On the other hand, after the Red Empire issued Sorokin's wanted order, Gauda's storm seemed to finally settle, and the Empire had no follow-up actions and returned to peace. The interstellar community's focus was immediately removed and returned to the development of the Shining World. The fourth phase of exploration has ended, ending with the exit of the superstar cluster. Next, there are the fifth phase, the sixth phase of exploration, etc., all with peaceful development as the theme. The subsequent development basically has nothing to do with super A-level allies. A few months later, Mechas Consortium finally digested the legacy of the Infinite Consortium and finally presented a detailed report to Han Xiao. Black Star Palace, Legion Commander's Office. Han Xiao carefully browsed the Consortium report on the screen. After a long time, he nodded with satisfaction and looked at Sivya in front of him in Intel's remote projection. You have done a good job and have annexed these businesses of the Infinite Consortium. The Legion's expansion of branches in various star fields has made a big step at once, saving them at least 20 years. This is all your leadership is good. You are the beacon of the Legion, guiding us in the direction of progress. Zaiwia smiled flatteringly. Han Xiao rubbed the back of his hand. I see that the report also wrote that we have recruited some of Sorokin's children, and some of them even took the initiative to change jobs. That's because your personality charm is beyond your control. Sivya licked it again. Han Xiao glänzt erheerstrindeli. Is this woman a sex change today? Don't you ignore me? Han Xiao ignored her and turned to look at Inter Paper. How do you plan to arrange Sorokin's children? Inter Paper touched his beard and said slowly, although Sorokin escaped for fear of crime, his children are basically innocent. Many of them have been trained in elites and hold senior executive positions in Infinite Consortium. They have outstanding abilities. Adopting these people is a strengthening for the budding consortium. Of course, I will let them take the assessment and limit their power and distribute them in management positions at all levels. Well, do as you say. Han Zhao's face was quiet, but he was a little confused. Is this wave considered a thief, as his father? Well, I feel that with Suozai's personality, giving birth to these children is just to cultivate assistance, and there will be no too many feelings. It is very common to reproduce super-level offspring as assistants, but most people make babies normally. In order to improve efficiency, it is the only one in this era when extreme practices like the beast ancestor. The descendants are really good. They can be customized and trained since childhood. Maybe I should make a baby too, Han Xiao said to himself. Suiya's eyes lit up and she opened her mouth. I do. Maternity leave is also fake. I don't dislike it. Han Xiao almost slid under the table in shock. No, are you so crazy about taking leave now? Not only do I want to have a holiday, but also want to sleep with my boss. How can I be that cheap? Bah. Intelpus coughed from the side and whispered, if you want to take maternity leave, I can actually help. Suiya glared at him. I think beautifully. Get out. Intelpus' expression was suffocated, and she stepped down in disgrace with Han Xiao's meaningful gaze. There were only 2 people left in the room. Suiya suddenly smiled charmingly, twisted her waist, and walked to Han Xiao, supported the table with her hands, leaned forward, her lips pressed against Han Xiao's ears, and said softly, I didn't joke just now. Do you have any ideas about me? You're an estrus? It seems that I have to remember today's day and calculate your cycle. I have to hide from you in the future. Han Xiao felt thoughtful. Suiya twitched, her smile became stiff. She held back and said, Do you really don't know how charming you are? My admiration for you has long been flooding. Do you have the heart to treat me like this? Don't do this. It's not good for me. Just say something. Han Xiao was unmoved and slapped Suiya on the forehead and pushed her head away. What are you doing? I am a serious person, deeply educated by socialism. I never do anything to do the secretary, and I am very decent. I usually do not slander me, but today I become a flattering machine. As the saying goes, I am either a traitor or a thief when I have nothing to do. I must have something to ask me for. Suiya's face turned down. She kicked Han Xiao hard on the calves, then grinned and rubbed her toes, and said angrily, I've been the chief affairs officer for decades, so you just treat me as a tool man. Is it true? I really can't stand it anymore. I want to change my position. Han Xiao thought about it. Although Suiya was very loyal, she had an objection after being a tool man for a long time, especially the lifespan of a natural disaster level is far less than that of a Super A level. Basically, she has devoted her great youth to the cause of the Legion. Usually, he always says that the hairline is the durability of a cadre, but Han Xiao feels that he is still quite humane. As long as the requirements are reasonable, he will not really treat cadres as tool people. Then what do you want to do? I want you to teach me to be a Super A. What? Han Xiao thought he had heard it wrong. I have done my best for the Legion and wasted great time, but you don't even want to teach me. Suiya was angry. That's not. It's just that Super A-level people pay attention to talent. Even if I teach you, you won't have much hope. Han Xiao was helpless. No matter what, I just want you to teach me. Suiya grabbed Han Xiao's arm and kept shaking it like a coquettish. She was a decisive and capable chief affairs officer in front of outsiders. But in front of Han Xiao, she would occasionally be just a little girl pestering the teacher like she used to. Okay, after the handover is done, you can go back to my subordinates to continue to be a student. Han Xiao had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing this, Suiya raised a bright smile and slapped Han Xiao's side face, and then ran away like a little thief who had stole a chicken. When she reached the door, Suiya paused and looked back and smiled, like a lively elf with a slightly red face and a naughty tone. I'm really not joking about my previous proposal. After saying that, she seemed to have run away without waiting for Han Xiao's reaction. TSK, I believe you, a ghost, a slandering little goblin. Han Xiao shook his head and wiped off the lipstick mark on his face. Thinking of her previous life, after her father was imprisoned, Suiya could only wander around the universe aimlessly, and now the Legion gave her a home, giving her a goal to fight for it. Han Xiao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Before we knew it, the fate of many people has changed because of themselves. Suiya's potential should not be enough to reach the A level, but nothing is absolutely true. Even such sluts like Cole and Bioni can be Super A level. With my training, Suiya may not have no hope. Depending on the situation, teach her some knowledge in the jewelry. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Ding bye-bye. At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. He took it out and took it and saw that it was Emmer's communication. As soon as Suiya left, Emmy's deadly serial call came. Why is this such a coincidence? Is this the sixth sense of a woman? Han Xiao shivered secretly. He calmed down and answered the communication. Emmy's figure appeared on the screen, holding his cheek with one hand and an elegant smile on his face. I haven't seen you for a while. Do you want to come and chat with me? Aesop brewed a batch of new wine. That's it? Don't go. And I miss you a little bit. Emmers blinked. Get up. Han Xiao changed the emperor without saying a word. In recent years, apart from regular meetings, he has not met Emmers in private. He has been planning conspiracies and researching machinery. He is somewhat disappointed. Moreover, he needs some adjustments just after the big thing was done. Latest website. In the Dragon Palace in the center of Long Tanfu Island, Han Xiao's figure teleported to him. When he looked up, he saw a round table in front of him, with exquisite snacks and fruits neatly placed on it. Emmers sat on the chair, as if he was ready. Emmy smiled at the communicator. When he saw someone coming, he ended the communication. He put away the communicator, moved his eyes to him, and kept the corner of his mouth in an upward curve. I knew you would come. Sit down. The wine is ready. Han Xiao stepped forward, sat next to Emmers, and said helplessly, I've been busy lately. I haven't come for a while, so I've neglected you. When are you not busy? Emmers did not agree. Han Xiao shook his head, picked up the cup, and took a sip of wine, smacked his lips. Why is the taste different from before? Aesop improved the recipe after he came back last time. Emmers controlled the force field and filled Han Xiao with wine. Han Xiao smiled. It's really a bit surprising to me that after Aesop's kidnapping, you didn't refuse Aesop's request to travel. I thought you would have been banned from him for a long time. If it weren't for the soul-turning instrument, I wouldn't have agreed. Emmers snorted softly. After Fording obtained the soul-turning instrument, Han Xiao gave advice for Aesop. After Aesop thought for a long time, he adopted his opinion and asked Fording to temporarily transfer his soul to other powerful people and follow other powerful people out, which is both secret and safe. Emmers finally agreed to his request. Soul transformation array is indeed a good thing, but unfortunately Fording is only at the level of natural disasters now, and his effects are limited. Han Xiao shook his head, suddenly remembered something, and changed the subject. I have a gift for you. What do you give me? Emmers raised her eyebrows. Han Xiao took out a pure white ball from his pocket and handed it to Emmys, and smiled and said, This is a cosmic treasure I got by chance. It can help you develop the ability of the superpower system. I'll give it to you. Emmys took the ball, controlled it with the force field for several rounds, and said curiously, What's the name of this thing? How to use it? Just call it a superpower enhancement ball. The usage is very simple. Just use your strength every day and just use it to spread it. Han Xiao briefly explained the function. This thing is one of the universe treasures secretly collected by Sorgen, and he seized it. The item introduction on the panel shows that the function of this thing is to randomly strengthen the various ability parameters of the psychics. It takes a long time to wear it to have the chance to trigger the effect. The probability is unknown, and the increase rate of each trigger is not high. When accumulated to the limit, the ability potential will be increased by one level at most, allowing the ability to complete an upgrade transformation, and then it will be invalid for the same users. However, the enhancement effect does not necessarily appear and may be useless. According to the introduction, the probability of triggering enhancement depends to a certain extent on the lucky attribute. It can basically be understood that people with a bad face will not be welcomed. Han Xiao had used to play dragons before, and remember that Emmys had a high lucky value, so he should be able to trigger this treasure. After using it, with her relationship with Hela and others, can she not lend it to them? It's simply perfect. Then I'll accept it. Thank you. Emmers played with it for a while and put it away. Over the years, Han Xiao often gave her gifts. In the past few years, Han Xiao even secretly gave her a complete set of supernatural knowledge, which almost made her think that Han Xiao had gone to invade the Empire's database. While eating snacks, the two started chatting together. Most of the time, Han Xiao was saying that Emmys was listening, holding his chin with his hands and staring at Han Xiao with a smile. After chatting for a while, Emmys suddenly spoke and interrupted Han Xiao. I found that you have been worrying a lot in the past few years. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. How did you see that? I know you too well. Emmy smiled softly. Do you want to talk to me? Han Xiao's face was helpless. Indeed, since he learned the secret of the sanctuary and iteration, his psychological pressure has increased. He has been focusing on research in recent years, making himself very busy and dare not slacken. Han Xiao thought for a while and said in a low tone, in recent years, I have been thinking about a question. What if our world was just a phantom of the past, and the reality in our eyes was just an illusion in the cage? Why did you suddenly have such an idea? Emmers was curious. I just came into contact with some information and developed associations. Han Xiao's answer was ambiguous. Naturally, he would not easily reveal information such as star alliances, universe iterations, and sanctuaries. In fact, he had this kind of doubt for a long time, but he knew that it was difficult to have an answer to this question, so he kept pressing his heart until he came into contact with a sanctuary and iteration that he had more guesses. Although Emmys didn't understand what Han Xiao was saying, he could feel the pressure revealed in Han Xiao's tone, as if it was a sense of distantness and a little bit of rare confusion. Most of the time, Han Xiao is very confident. She rarely sees Han Xiao like this. Although she doesn't know why Han Xiao is so stressed in recent years, for her, these are all unimportant details. She only knows that Han Xiao in front of her needs her own comfort. Thinking of this, Emmer smiled faintly. It doesn't matter, I just know that breathing is real, temperature is real, and touch is real. As he said, Emmers held Han Xiao's palm in both hands, held it in the palm of his hand, blinked his eyes, and said softly, I am real too. The two looked at each other, and looked at each other for more than 10 seconds. Ahem, be reserved, this is not in the secondary dimension. Han Xiao suddenly coughed, and pulled out his hand. Huh, Emmys chuckled, meaning inexplicable. The two of them tacitly exposed the topic, and chatted casually for several hours before Han Xiao stood up, and said goodbye, and teleported away. Looking at the empty seat, Emmers suddenly sighed softly. After being together for so long, she had long felt that Black Star seemed to have extensive friendships, but for some reason, she always closed her heart and did not let anyone go to the deepest part. A secret military training base in the Red Empire. This is the place where cultivated good deeds. One spacecraft was docked at the port with a wide door open, extending 2 long dragons, one lined up to board the boat, and the other was disembarking one by one. Most of the former were dejected, while the latter was basically confident. This is a carrier ship that transports a new batch of trainees and is also responsible for picking up the eliminated trainees at the training base. Carlot mingled in the team on board and couldn't help but look back at the direction of the training base. Carlot has always been on the verge of the elimination list in every issue. If it weren't for the support from Gouda, he might have been kicked away by the base manager. Now that Gouda has evaporated, his effect will naturally be lost at the beginning. The base supervisor did not give Carlot special treatment and put him on this elimination list, and no longer focused on training. I have been studying here for almost 10 years, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to stay here forever. Carlot sighed in a low voice. He was not very depressed, but felt sorry. After working hard for so long, I finally discovered the tricks of the super energy system. Before I could change my training method, I was kicked out. Forget it. At least I didn't waste these 10 years of study in vain. Just gained something. Carlot shook his head, withdrew his gaze, no longer nostalgic, and stepped onto the spaceship. His high-spirited mental outlook was incompatible with the depressed crowd around him. After the dust settled between Gouda and Sorokin, the Interstellar Society finally entered a period of stable development. The superstar cluster civilization, which failed in the shining battle, licked the wound silently, while the major forces participating in the battle rested and continued to digest and explore the dividends. The Red Empire and the Glorious Federation will change their leadership, which will require a period of stability, while the Super A-level association will continue to react chemically to build a consortium of interests. In the atmosphere of tacit understanding and peaceful development among all parties, Shining World successfully completed all exploration plans such as the 5th and 6th phases, and finally officially incorporated the entire Shining World into the territory of the explored universe, which further led to the Interstellar Society becoming more prosperous, bringing countless business opportunities. Even a pig can fly when standing on the vent of the wind. The development of Shining World has spawned many emerging forces. Every once in a while, new consortiums appear in Shining World. After annexing part of the business of the Infinite Consortium, the Black Star Army developed more rapidly, expanded rapidly in various star fields, and became increasingly powerful, which also made Han Xiao's status rise higher. The two hidden dangers of Gouda and Sorokin were solved, and Manison was accumulating strength in a low-key manner, so no one in the universe came to provoke Han Xiao during this period, which made him finally obtain the longest period of peaceful development so far. The external environment is calm. In addition to daily activities, Han Xiao has been focusing on studying Jess's technical treasures and occasionally trying to analyze life energy. He is basically busy and fulfilling every day. As a person who has been at the forefront of public opinion for a long time, he will eventually be slapped in the face every time he says he wants to be low-key. But this time, Han Xiao finally faded out of the outside world's vision and retreated behind the scenes, just like other normal super-level practices in retreat. Although he is remembered in the universe, the stage is empty and left for the newcomers to stand out. This situation continued until the 780th year of Xinghai calendar. On this day, the Super A-Level Association attracted the 50th anniversary of its establishment. At the same time, this also means that the position of president with a term of 50 years has finally reached the time for a new term. P.S. P.Y. promotes the book, Monsters Will Be Dead If Killed. Author Intian Shanin. Introduction. A story of avenging revenge, clearing away the haze, letting the conspiracy dissipate, and evil defeat. A story that turns fate, overcomes tragedy, and turns all sadness into perfection. May 13th, 780, Xinghai calendar. Shining the World, Gaolu Star Cluster, Sagoma Galaxy, number 3 Forbidden Zone. After 40 years of vigorous development, the territory of the Black Star Legion has become very prosperous, with fewer and fewer undeveloped areas. This is the Black Star Legion's logistics base stationed in Shining World, and is not open to the public. In the arch area of several satellite bases, a soft platinum energy flashed, like a golden star radiating light, expanding and shrinking like breathing, emitting a circle of light golden energy that was rhythmic like ripples. Two figures, one black and one red, were floating not far from this star body. There were densely packed mechanical soldiers around, forming a defense circle to defend this area. This day has finally come, and Aurora has also entered our field. The red figure sighed softly, with a faint satisfaction and pride in his tone, and his always cool face showed a kind smile of my child is growing up. The two are Han Xiao and Hela. The golden star body that is glowing and heating is not far away, and is Aurora, who is undergoing the last step of transformation of Super A level. 40 years have passed, and Hela has no trace of time left. Except for her colder and more majestic temperament, her appearance has basically not changed. For ordinary Super A levels, this time is only equal to the 6 or 7 years of ordinary people, and for special Super A levels like Hela, who has the authority to die, it is just a flash of fingers. If Aurora had been allowed to accumulate by herself, it would probably take more than 100 years to enter the A level, and now it is earlier than I expected. Han Xiao smiled slightly. His appearance has not changed much, but 40 years of precipitation has made his aura more and more unfathomable. The Legion has expanded steadily over the past 40 years, and the bonus of Leader Certificate has also been increasing. On the other hand, through his research on Jie Bao, Han Xiao has transformed his divine nature to an extremely high level, and his overall strength is not even a little stronger than 40 years ago. The method of cutting leaks by the holy light particle shortens the process of Aurora's accumulation of energy. In addition, it has no bottleneck characteristics. It is natural for Aurora to become a super A level, and the time is similar to Han Xiao's initial judgment. After a long time, the golden star in front of the two began to shrink, from a huge light ball like a star to a figure emitting a light golden light all over, exuding an inviolable holy temperament, just like a combination of motherhood and divinity. Aurora's image changed drastically. Her figure became very tall, and her facial features were amazingly beautiful. To put in a tacky description, she had an angel-like face and a devilish figure. She suddenly changed from a petite and cute style to a royal sister-like style, not like the same person. Seeing this, Han Xiao and Hela flew to Aurora, looked up and down, with a look of surprise on their faces. "Why have you changed?" Hela stretched out his hand and compared his size, and found that Aurora was actually half a head taller than him. Han Xiao stared at Aurola's figure for a while and decided to conclude, "This must be a secondary development. This is a new ability. I can control the change of body shape." Aurora smiled, her whole body shining brightly, and she instantly returned to her original petite body shape and said proudly, "How about it? You are better than you just now. You are better than your sister. I can switch back at any time." Hela let out a whim, moved away from the topic, and asked, "What new abilities do you have?" Upon hearing this, Aurora immediately showed it, and all the functions were strengthened. At the same time, she did not need to develop her own abilities and directly inherited the results left by her ex. She suddenly developed many skills and expertise, fully reflecting the happiness of a stubborn person. Entering the Super A level, Aurora's efficiency in replenishing life energy has increased countless times every day. She basically doesn't have to worry about the deficit of milk volume, and there is also a passive halo effect. As long as she is within a certain range, her life body can get blessings and greatly increase the recovery speed, and the range of the halo can slowly expand as she grows. Also, I should be able to perfectly integrate the power of resurrection now. As Aurora said, a ball of life energy popped up. Seeing this, Hela also released a ball of death energy. The two combined into the golden-orange resurrection force. The intensity of the two energy reached a balance and was very stable. Hyla's eyes moved. In this way, you just need to be familiar with your abilities and you can exert the recovery function of the underworld. 7. Oh no, the 8 heroic spirit kings have been scrambling in the underworld. Now that Aurora has become a Super A level, she has gathered the last puzzle of reincarnation of the infernal land to let these heroic spirits exert their combat power. With the help of the 8 heroes of the underworld, the two sisters became the top-ranked strong men in the universe. This is the biggest legacy left by their ex. Aurora can get enough self-protection, and summoning flow is her combat mode. Han Xiao, who was standing aside, smiled. "You are now Super A level. Do you want to be the deputy commander of the Legion like your sister, or do you have any other ideas?" Aurora rolled his eyes and said excitedly, "I can protect myself now. Can I move freely?" "In principle, that's it." Han Xiao had no choice but to nod. "Then I want to go out for a trip alone. You don't stop me." Aurora couldn't wait to speak. She had been so anxious that she could basically not go anywhere. Now, she just wanted to travel around the universe alone. Han Xiao and Hela looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Now that Aurora has entered the Super A level, she can no longer arrange her like before, and she has to respect her personal wishes. However, there is no need to worry too much about safety issues. With Aurora's current capabilities, it can solve most accidents. I approved it, but you must bring a set of royal thrones. Hela gave a serious instruction. Upon hearing this, Aurora was very excited and turned to look at Han Xiao. "By the way, can I join the Super A level association now?" She has been fascinated by the Super A level association for a long time. She heard that all the members in it are talents and speak nicely, so she had long wanted to see it with her own eyes. "Okay, I'll arrange you in. Well, there will be a presidential election in 2 months. Letting you in can strengthen my momentum." Han Xiao did not refuse. Now that Aurora has grown up, she is enough to protect herself and does not need to continue hiding. and she personally does not want to hide, so it will be a matter of time before she joins the association. Although this will remind the two sisters of the original ones again, Han Xiao can now withstand this kind of storm. Maybe Aurora's ability can further promote the Super A-level alliance. Who doesn't want to be a good match? Aurora blinked. Are you sure you will succeed the president this time? Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled, at least 90% sure. After 50 years of development, the Super A-level association has completed part of its initial ideas and successfully integrated it into a giant interest consortium. Although it suffered from targeting from the three major civilizations during this period, no too severe conflict broke out. Therefore, he has persecuted Manison a lot over the years and has already gained absolute voice in the association. Most of the time, Manison can only be a mascot. In addition to the support of internal members, external forces also support him to take office. The right time, place, people, and others are on his side. If it develops normally, he will definitely be able to smoothly hand over the president's authority at the meeting 2 months later, allowing the Super A-level association to enter the era of black stars in power. But Manison has been low-key for decades and doesn't know what he is planning. Han Xiao doesn't know whether he will watch him as president or make some moves. But no matter what the situation is, Han Xiao has made corresponding preparations. After chatting for a while, Hela took Aurora to the underworld to get to know her abilities, leaving Han Xiao alone. Han Xiao watched the two leave and said to himself, now the Legion has the second Super A-level train by itself, which is unique. If Radhel also makes a breakthrough, it would be even better. Radhel has been working hard for the past 40 years and has made rapid progress. He is already on the road of transformation, but he is not as unavailable as Aurora, and he is still some distance away from being Super A-level. As for other Legion cadres, no one has any sign of entering the A-level in the short term. Han Xiao touched his chin, thinking about the presidential election in 2 months. The position is second, and the important thing is the chain reaction. For example, the elderly people of the Covenant have been practicing for decades. The time they made an appointment to appear was just after they were elected as president of the Super A-level association. Han Xiao can imagine the reaction of the entire interstellar society by then. Even if many details change, they will inevitably re-enter the development trajectory of super disaster events. In the past 40 years, many new people have been born, active in the universe. I have been keeping a low profile for so long. It seems that I will return to the forefront of public opinion this time. The Super A-level association has become a giant in the interstellar society, and the president's term has also received the attention of countless forces. The Grand Federal Homestar, the Presidential Palace. The current glorious President Louis Rocky tapped the table with his finger and spoke in a deep voice to the group of elders in front of him. The Super A-level association is about to change. Manison will definitely be kicked off by Black Star. What do you think? The Chief Secretary General shook his head. This is the general trend. Although Black Star is an ally of the Empire, their honeymoon period has passed. If he comes to power, we will not suffer any loss. Louis frowned. I'm not targeting Black Star alone. No newcomers born in these 40 years have joined the 3 major civilizations, and they all went to the Super A-level association. The existence of the association has shaken our interests. With the development of super-level associations, it is becoming increasingly difficult for the 3 major civilizations to restrict the associations. For example, the private dissemination of knowledge between super-levels is becoming more and more frequent, which has led to the system of attracting new super-level students by relying on monopolizing the ultimate knowledge system of various super-energy systems. The system of attracting new super-level students has been severely hit, and no new allies can be recruited. The 3 major civilizations naturally did not agree to the association imparting knowledge, so this behavior can be regarded as a violation of their ban, but the association did not publicly disseminate knowledge. It is very troublesome to hold the 3 major civilizations accountable, and it is difficult to prevent private dissemination, because now, with the association as a backer, we are less concerned about the settlement of the 3 major civilizations. This is indeed a problem, but if you want to solve it, you must face the Super A-level association head-on, which will cause great turmoil. I suggest that you do not take action easily before making a mature plan, said another elder of the committee. Lewis knocked on the table and squinted his eyes. Former President Bedell did not want to turn the tables on the A-level table during his term, so this task fell on him, and Lewis could only take responsibility. After decades of contact, he increasingly recognized that the Super A-level association was the primary opponent that he had to deal with during his term of office. In Lewis's view, the Red Empire and the Void Spirit sect also thought so. A Covenant base, senior activity room. The Super A-level association has changed its term and finally waited. After the Black Star takes office, we can come out as agreed. Many initials looked at the news broadcast on the virtual screen. Some were excited and some were expecting, with different expressions and talking in a low voice. The swearing man stood by the door, holding his arms in his arms. His eyes fluctuated slightly, and he said to himself, "This day is coming. Haishing, I hope your predictions are correct." Due to limited insiders and the faction did not make much publicity, the news that Aurora became a Super A-level player did not reach the outside world. Today, half a month later, Han Xiao held a welcome meeting for her. The association headquarters, Fengxing, welcome meeting is underway. The venue was filled with remote projections of big shots. There were more seats in the field than 40 years ago, and there was an empty seat next to Hela, which was the place left for Aurora. At this moment, the Super A-level in the field were whispering, curiously guessing the identity of this new Super A-level. Because the news was not leaked, basically everyone present did not know that a new Super A-level was born in the universe, and they did not know the identity of the newcomer. I don't know if the newcomer is a neutral element or a member of a major force. When there is no news from the outside world, Black Star recruited people. It feels like this newcomer has a close relationship with Black Star. I can only be curious about what kind of system the newcomer is. I hope it's not a martial artist. There are enough people who are not good at using their brains. Everyone was discussing it all over the place, and multiple factions were vaguely divided during the conversation. As the saying goes, there is no party emperor outside the party and no faction within the party. After 40 years of running in, there are many more factions in the super-level association. Some are divided by the big camp behind it, such as the difference between the three major civilizations, allies, and neutrality, which has long existed. Some are divided by cooperative relationships, such as Super A-level who complement each other's attributes and have close cooperative relationships, which will be closer. And some are divided by different professions. And the reason for their birth is the private dissemination of the ultimate knowledge of their respective professions. So the 5 systems spontaneously gather together and gather around the big bosses of the same profession. Therefore, many members hope that the newcomers are in the same profession as themselves and strengthen their factions. After letting everyone discuss for a while, Han Xiao clapped his palms and smiled. "Okay, let's be quieter and welcome newcomers." When the vice president gave the order, the members present closed their mouths and became accustomed to it, and directly ignored the Manison, who was closed and resting. Before long, the side door of the venue opened, and the royal sister version of Aurora stepped out and looked at everyone present curiously. The Super A-level present also muttered in a low voice with curious eyes. "She is the new Super A-level, and she doesn't look like a martial artist, don't worry." "Well, I don't know. I have all the famous Super A-level seeds in the universe, and there is definitely no her in it. It's strange. I think it looks familiar. Don't you think she looks a little similar to Hyla?" At this moment, Han Xiao spoke. "This newcomer is called Aurora. She just entered the Super A-level field not long ago. She is sisterly with Hela. She also plays for the Black Star Legion. Her ability is exactly the opposite of Hela. She holds the authority of life and can quickly recover injuries and replenish vitality. Aurora, on behalf of the Super A-level association, I welcome your joining." As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone's faces were shocked. This newcomer is a cadre of the Black Star Army, and it's another relative who is Super A. The probability is too low. One master's death, the other master's life, or a pair of sisters. Why is it so familiar? A murmur sounded in the field. Upon hearing this, many people remembered that there was a pair of similar sisters among the first ones. The same superpowers, the same two sisters. This is a coincidence. If it doesn't matter to the two sisters in front of you and the two sisters in history, most of the people present didn't believe it if they were beaten to death. Recalling the story of the two sisters of the first, everyone's eyes at Hela and Aurora had a subtle change, and in disbelief, they also brought a hint of heat. Hela's ability reduces life, but her sister is just the opposite. Can it help people stay alive? If it were a little more powerful, maybe we could follow the original and create the legendary year after year. For a moment, most of the people present had the intention of making friends with Aurora and immediately spoke up to welcome him with a very enthusiastic attitude. They avoided Hela, but were completely opposite to Aurora. Seeing this, Hela spoke coldly, saying, "Don't make a fool of my sister. I won't be polite. We say hello to Aurora. What does it have to do with you?" Many people snorted coldly. Although he is afraid of Hela's ability, he will not lose to the formation. However, no matter how hard the mouth is, few people really have bad thoughts. The Super A-Level Association has been operating for 50 years and has established authority. No one is willing to violate the rules and attack members. Moreover, the giant power of the Black Star Army has made most people afraid. Even if they are not afraid of Hela, they have to consider Black Star. And when everyone present felt sad when they thought of Black Star, there's another Super A-Level cadre. Where did Black Star find so many top talents? I'm so envious. Well, I am Aurora. I'm very happy to join the association. Aurora came to her seat, briefly introduced herself, and then memorized the draft and said some scenes, which was nothing more than the honor of joining the association. Everyone responded kindly, and many people were slightly complimenting their words. The two sides were joking with each other in business, while Hyla watched coldly and curled her lips secretly. From her, everyone confirmed that Aurora could help people to prosper their lives and couldn't help but feel extremely happy. However, when he mentioned this requirement, Aurora kicked the ball to Han Xiao, saying that he only followed the Black Star's instructions. This was agreed in advance, in order to further improve Han Xiao's voice and try to improve the success rate of success. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but look at Han Xiao frequently. Seeing him smiling and silent, they knew that only by paying a reward could he get Han Xiao's permission. After years of getting along, everyone already knew that Black Star is not a good person and is not easy to fool. It happened that the presidential election was not long after, and Black Star's subtext was self-evident. After chatting for a while, someone couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Why do you want to play for the Black Star Army?" "Black Star saved me before." Aurora briefly explained the experience of her budding period, indicating that Black Star was a life-saving grace to her. Upon hearing this, even some people who had known Black Star's early career experience could not help but show their amazement. A mere surface civilization organization actually created 3 Super A-levels across the universe. And the fortune of this budding organization is also amazing. After a while, Han Xiao saw that he had almost finished chatting. So he spoke away and interrupted, "Okay, everyone knows you. Take this opportunity to emphasize that the next meeting is the presidential election. At that time, Manison will abdicate. All interested parties can run for the election. The candidate for the second president will be determined by voting. 1 person, 1 vote, don't forget." Everyone nodded to express their understanding. At the same time, Manison opened a crack in his eyes, glanced at Han Xiao, and closed it again. A planet shines in the world. Will the next president be elected? If I could sit in that position. In the hall, Rawls's eyes flashed. He was a Super A-level newly born in 40 years. He entered the association early and quickly established his own power with the help of this platform. Therefore, he knew the energy of the association very well and was always envious of it. He occasionally fantasized about taking power one day. The new president will be elected in 2 months, and Rawls feels the opportunity has come. As a newcomer, He knew that his qualifications were too shallow and could not be compared with veterans like Black Star, but his ambition made him unable to help but want to try it out. If he succeeded, he would make a lot of money. He is an actionist, and as soon as he has an idea, he plans to take action immediately. I am definitely not a match for Black Star, but choosing a president is a vote. Although my chances are slim, I am not completely hopeless. Rawls' eyes rolled around. The newcomer has been in the super A-level circle for a short time and is at the initial level. He has no channel to understand Han Xiao's relationship with other members in private, so he does not have a deep understanding of Haixing's connections. This is like a newcomer who is lower than one class and cannot see all the strength of the industry's big shots underwater. So in Rawls' opinion, he is not without a chance. One of his confidence in doing this is that as a member of the association, he will not be in danger of his life. In terms of combat effectiveness, although Rawls believes that he is not Han Xiao's opponent, he thinks the gap should not be too exaggerated. When Rawls rose, Han Xiao had been low-key for a while. He had heard of Black Star's combat power and had never experienced it personally. It was difficult for him to understand the details just by watching online videos. Excessive self-confidence is a common problem for most freshmen who are super A-level. They are bold and ambitious and often want to charge towards people on the throne and replace them. Generally, only social beatings can cure this symptom, and Rawls has not received treatment since he entered the A-level. Although Black Star showed a sure win against the position of president, who stipulated that I could not grab it, Rawls had a small plan in his heart and was eager to try. 2 months passed quickly, and the election of the Super A-Level Association arrived as scheduled. All major forces in the universe turned their attention to this matter and waited for the result. In the closed venue, all members went online early, and the atmosphere in the venue was solemn, and everyone's eyes were occasionally flowing back and forth on the faces of Madison and Han Xiao. Ahem, since everyone is here, then let's start. Han Xiao spoke, then looked at Madison with a smile. I'll ask the president to preside over the meeting. Madison glanced at him, stood up slowly, and looked around the audience. After a while of silence, Madison spoke in a deep voice. The association stipulates that the president will be elected every 50 years. Now that 50 years have come, I will step down as president and will not run for election. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Although everyone thought that Madison could not be re-elected in advance, no one felt that Congress gave up easily. But unexpectedly, Madison did not directly stop running for the election. Han Xiao was also a little surprised. He was wary and was about to fight with Madison when he saw the move, but the other party directly hangs the free-to-play battle card. Strangely, this is not like Lao Meida's character. You really don't run for the election? You should be afraid of losing to me in a miserable way. You're not looking good. Han Xiao asked repeatedly. Madison was too lazy to respond. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head. No matter what Madison thinks, as long as he doesn't run for the election, his biggest competitor will be gone, and he will be basically stable as president. Since that's the case, I'm the first to run for election. Han Xiaohuan looked at everyone's faces and asked word by word. Who else? Many people looked away and refused to look at him. According to the current situation, there is no suspense for Black Star to become president, and it is indeed the most suitable candidate. No one spoke up for the most qualified elections, and most of them were tactful and shut up and did not make trouble. They thought that they would simply let Black Star run alone, omit the voting stage, and be elected as president directly. However, just when everyone thought things would develop like this, a confident voice suddenly rang out. I run for election. Who is so stupid? Everyone was stunned, turned their heads, and looked at it, and their expressions immediately became strange. Rawls raised one hand, keeping his posture with an excited smile on his face, as if he was enjoying the moment he was the focus of his eyes. Are you sure? Han Xiao was a little surprised. Anyway, everyone can choose. Why don't you give it a try? Maybe I will win. Rawls was not afraid at all, staring directly at Han Xiao, exuding a competitive aura. This scene seemed a little passionate, but in everyone's eyes, there was only absurdity. This newcomer is too powerful. He really wants to compete with Hey Star. At the same time, Aurora quietly approached Hey LA's ear and asked in a low voice, "This guy should be a martial artist, right?" Hey La glanced at her. "You guessed it right. P.S. P.Y.'s book, The All Information of Information. Author Mo Xing Songyue. I have read several of his previous books, and I have a big idea. This book has improved the rhythm and has a lot of golden fingers. I personally feel that it is quite good-looking. I have an invincible article. If you're interested, I will go over and take a look." A newcomer suddenly emerged and competed for the president with me. "Who gave you the courage?" Han Xiao looked at Rawls' confident look. His thoughts quickly turned, and many speculations flashed through him in an instant. Watermark advertising test, but after thinking of the other party's profession, his surprise disappeared. "Oh, it turns out to be a martial artist. That's all right." Han Xiao shook his head and no longer continued to speculate on Rawls' motives in depth. Martial arts have a relatively unique brain circuit. Most of the time, you think they are on the first or second level, but in fact they are on the first level, so there is no need to analyze so much. Han Xiao considered running for the top A-level election, but he didn't expect that a newcomer would enter the ballot, which forced him to enter the voting stage. However, it was harmless. A mere newcomer was not qualified to disrupt the situation. Although I don't know where the other party's confidence comes from, it's understandable to martial artists. Is there anyone else going to run for the election? Han Xiao moved his eyes away and glanced at the audience. Everyone looked at each other, but no one answered. Seeing this, Han Xiao nodded. Since that's the case, it's only Rawls and I are the only one who runs for the election. You can vote. Everyone is a super A-level boss present, and no one's opinions can be ignored, so everyone can express their opinions without formalism. Members who have always stood in the Black Star faction immediately expressed their support for Han Xiao as president. The direct descendants of the three major civilizations also voted in favor, and some of the top super A-level leaders of the association also opened their positions. For a time, except for a few people including Herbert, Cisco, Manison, etc., abstained from the power, almost all members of the association supported Han Xiao as president, and the response was gathered and the momentum was huge. In contrast, Rawls stood alone and did not receive any tickets, and inexplicably felt a sense of bleakness. Han Xiao couldn't help but glance at him, his eyes becoming more and more bizarre. No, that's it. Even if you haven't won a single person, you dare to run out to run for election. What are you showing off? Just looking at Rawls's uncertain expression, Han Xiao couldn't help feeling embarrassed for him. What are you doing? Brother, don't you really think that someone will vote for the newcomer? Do you like to humiliate yourself so much? Voting is a completely overwhelming advantage. Han Xiao cleaned up his mood, cleared his throat, and said, "Then the situation is obvious, Rawls. Do you accept this result?" Everyone looked at Rawls in one go, with a series of complex emotions such as banter, pity, and disdain. Rawls opened his mouth, sat down, and said softly, "I accept it," although he was just gambled with no risk. Even if he couldn't choose, he would not lose anything, but seeing the gap was so big, he still couldn't hold back his face. Rawls's small abacus was very loud and knew that he would not be the president. But if he obtained some votes during the election, he could at least show a little voice. In the future, he would not have to be a newcomer who would make a soybean like he usually did, and he could participate in the affairs of the association more deeply. In his opinion, this is the first step for a newcomer to take office. In order to achieve this goal, he privately contacted other members of the association and expressed his idea of running during the call. Some people agreed to support him, so he had the confidence to run for the election. But at this point, all these sluts broke the appointment. In fact, what he didn't know was that most people thought he was joking but just casually tried it, but gave Rawls the illusion of "I can do it." Because they were all big shots, Rawls dared not have an attack and could only sulk alone. Cursing in his heart verbal promises was indeed unreliable. Han Xiao was not interested in Rawls' psychological activities. He understands martial arts very much, not that his mind is really full of muscles. The main reason for the heart of martial arts is to face men and overcome men's qualities. It is a challenging mentality that cannot be retreated. If you can become a super A-level person, this personality will inevitably be more obvious. In other words, it is difficult for a martial arts man to enter the super A-level instead. And this is why Han Xiao is particularly optimistic about Luo Tai. After all, this fierce man is quite irritated. A mixed thought flashed away, and Han Xiao calmed down, looked around the audience, and smiled. I thank you for your respect for me, so I won't refuse the position of the president. Aurora was the first to applaud, with an excited look on her face. Seeing someone taking the lead, others hesitated for a moment and clapped their hands symbolically. Most of them were more reserved and were not very adaptable to this behavior. For a moment, there was a burst of applause from the audience, and Han Xiao returned the greeting with a smile. Although he guessed that this would be the result, he was still happy when he succeeded. Now, I have become the helm of the Super A-Level Association and can lead the Super A-Level group with legitimate influence to a higher level. The effect of Leader Certificate is also updated in real time. When the vice president is a vice president, he can only get a part of the bonus. Now that he has become a full president, the bonus effect is finally complete. Although there will be no qualitative changes, it is also a icing on the cake and a wing. After the president was elected, the position of the vice president was vacant, and the election was also held. This time the system changed, and the vice president changed from 1 to 2, with Sweal and Syrian respectively. In addition, the association also finalized several new directors, and Hella was elected and sat on the association's board of directors. The voting process is very concise. The process is completed smoothly, and the term change is smoothly transferred, and the handover is completed. Han Xiao finally took the main seat, with Sui and Syrian on the left and right. Inaugural speeches are not exempted from the common practice, even in the Super A circle. Han Xiao saw everyone looking at him, pondering for a few seconds, and slowly spoke. Since I've been elected as the new president, I will say a few simple words. It has been 50 years since the establishment of the Super A Association and has established a foundation from nothing. So far, we have done quite well, including the contributions of the former president, Manison, and everyone here. The original intention of the association was to unite all Super A, become a consortium of interests, and maintain the entire class. This purpose will continue to be maintained. Any decisions made in the future must not deviate from this principle. All individuals or forces who want to split the Super A group are enemies of the association. I will do my best to make the association develop better and build it into a safe haven for all Super A levels. No matter how much I think about Han Xiao, no matter how I am nodding in praise. Everyone present knew that from this second, the Super A-Level Association has officially entered the era of black stars. Looking at the faces with different expressions, Han Xiao paused and spoke again with an inexplicable tone. Maybe in a short while, we will usher in a change. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Hearing this, many people felt moved and felt that Han Xiao had something to say and meaningful, but they didn't understand what it meant. Han Xiao has no explanation now. The upheaval will not come until the Covenant members are born. He had already vaguely seen that the storm of the times was about to start again. Old Galaxy, a secret base in the country of machinery. The election meeting ended. Manison removed the remote projection, and his vision returned to the dim room. He picked up another communicator, which was always in communication, and the communication object was Sui. Thanks to you voluntarily withdraw, the change of leadership went smoothly. Sui smiled. I will declare that I gave up running for the election because you begged me. Manison had an expressionless face, and his tone was neither salty nor light. No outsiders knew that the two had a private negotiation. So I quietly came to find Manison, begging him to give up his re-election idea, and secretly reached an agreement. Sui smiled. No matter what, you have helped me. A good election will make it look like a Black Stars one-man show. Manison snorted coldly and said, dissatisfied. That's what everyone wants. Sui laughed. I really don't know what benefits Black Star has given you. If I want to help him like this, if I run for election, Even if I may not be able to be re-elected, at least it will be fine to be a vice president. Madison frowned. Sowery shook his head. He didn't give me any benefits, I voluntarily. Since you went to the secondary dimension with him decades ago, you have been talking to him. Could it be that Black Star has convinced you with his personality charm? Humph, it's not my business anyway. Don't forget that you owe me a favor. Madison snorted lightly. I remember, old friend. Suai smiled, and his figure disappeared from the screen. Madison hung up the communication, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He gave up causing trouble in the election, and Soy's request was a small factor. He just sold a favor, but in fact, Madison had long planned to do so. The first reason is that he has self-knowledge and knows the general trend, and he cannot beat Black Star, so he does not want to humiliate himself. The second is to lie dormant, let Black Star stand at the forefront, and he will further keep a low profile, secretly seek opportunities, and turn around in the future elections. The third reason is the main reason for Madison to make such a decision. It is that after 40 years of fermentation, the independence of the super-level association has become stronger and stronger, resulting in the three major civilizations not receiving any new allies. He saw the brewing crisis and believed that the three major civilizations would take further action soon. At this time, retreating is to avoid pressure and let the Black Star lead the pot. On the other hand, Madison also knew in his heart that Black Star was the best candidate for the Leadership Association during this period. Speaking among the three major civilizations can relieve the pressure of the three major civilizations to a certain extent, and have a greater possibility to lead the association through difficulties and prevent the emergence of the Big Purge. He has a personal grudge with Haixing, but maintaining the safety of the Super A-level group seems more important in his opinion. For this reason, he chose to let Xian go and not cause trouble for Han Xiao's succession. Madison lowered his eyes. The three major civilizations will not sit idly by and watch us grow endlessly. After more than 40 years of cultivation, it is time for them to take action. Black Star, don't know your method. Can you cope with the new round of peak tragedy? Your philosophy is wrong. Peaceful development cannot be exchanged for compromise. Do not let the overlords like the three major civilizations feel scared. How could they allow us to grow freely? If you can't hold on, don't blame me for launching the imitation of intelligent betrayal virus. Black Star replaced the Army Kingdom and served as the president of the Super A-level association. This news spread wildly and quickly spread to the interstellar society that has been paying attention to this matter. A large number of reports have appeared on the internet, announcing the arrival of the Black Star era. For a time, Black Star, who had been low-key for 40 years, once again stood at the forefront of public opinion, and its reputation rose. The legendary deeds of the past were once again revealed by various media, and they were widely publicized and attracted the attention. Even the stock price of Menya Consortium rose a lot. Overall, the interstellar community is optimistic about this election. Black Star is a cosmic hero who solves the intelligent plague, the winner of the Stewart Peace Prize, the winner of the Star Sea Medal, and the joint consultant of the three major civilizations. This series of reputations is much better than that of the military country, and most people believe that the Super A-level association will develop harmoniously under the leadership of Han Xiao. While the outside world expressed various opinions on the change of the Super A-level association, Han Xiao had quietly teleported to the ancient Star Desert with the Emperor and found the Covenant organization. Not only did the first one discussing the discussion in the past, but it was also for another big thing, the key to opening the third sanctuary, and we got it all together again. The spacecraft entered the airport of a secret base of the Covenant organization. The cabin door slid open. Han Xiao walked out and saw the swearing man waiting on the dock at a glance. Watermark advertising test, watermark advertising test. Oh, I haven't seen you for a while. Do you still have this outfit and don't need to wash clothes? Han Xiao laughed. No washing. The man who raised the swearing man twitched. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Go in and talk. After saying that, the man who raised the swearing man walked forward, and Han Xiao followed him along the base corridor. The two of them talked about the important things while walking. Han Xiao scratched his chin and said curiously, "It's only a few decades, and you have collected the keys of the third sanctuary again? It's too efficient. It's nothing. You only have 0 or countless times to enter the sanctuary. With experience, it's much easier to come again. Some keys are not one time. We still keep stocks, such as the original psychic body, which was stuck in this link before, but it was already collected last time. Now I'll take it out and continue to use it. As for other types of keys, with your financial resources and channels to help, it's much more convenient to collect them before," the swearing man explained. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded clearly. This is like the second round of the project. The key props are inherited and do not need to be collected repeatedly. The span of the previous life was not particularly long. The scale of the Covenant organization, when it appeared, was far beyond the present. It proved that the swearing man must have entered the sanctuary several times. It is not surprising that he has such efficiency now. This time, Han Xiao entered the sanctuary alone, on the one hand, to complete the third ring mission of relay crossing iteration, and on the other hand, it was caused by curiosity. The two chatted casually and came all the way to the elderly activity room. As soon as Han Xiao walked in, he was stared at by dozens of gazes. Dozens of the first people who revived were waiting here, and as soon as they saw Han Xiao, they surrounded him. "Hey Xing, congratulations on being elected as the president of the association. The time for the agreement has come. We can come out now, right?" Everyone was talking and noisy. Han Xiao raised his hand to press the pressure so that everyone could rest assured, and said slowly, "Well, it's almost done, but according to me, it's better to stay for another 1 or 2 years." "Do you have to wait for another 1 or 2 years?" Everyone's faces changed slightly. "You asked us to go into seclusion and practice in seclusion. After 3 years and 3 years, it has been nearly 50 years now. If we go on, we really can't hold it in." "Ahem, don't worry, I have 3 reasons." Han Xiao raised his finger and explained, "First, I've just been elected president after all, so it's best to cushion for a while. Second, in the past 40 years, none of the 3 major civilizations have been able to get an ally of the 3 civilizations. I guess they have a lot of opinions. Let's wait and see their movements first. As for the last reason, that is, I have to go to the sanctuary. I don't know how much time it will take." According to the swearing man, the time flow rate in the sanctuary is different. He didn't feel like he stayed in it for a long time, but after he came out, he found that the main universe had passed a few years. So this time, Han Xiao had to prepare for it. Upon hearing this, many of the first people had a look of entanglement on their faces. They want to come out of the mountain immediately, but if Han Xiao enters the sanctuary, it may disappear for a few years. This vacuum period does not receive the support of President Blackstar, and many things will be difficult to deal with. At this time, Pan Gong spoke and said coldly, "It doesn't matter. I didn't join the association at all. I have decided to come out in a while." Han Xiao glanced at him, nodded, and said nothing. The initials of this group of resurgents mainly divided into 3 types. One is to enjoy Super A rights in peaceful times, so they hope to join the association, such as Bagel and Meiji, mainly because of this group of people who are struggling. The second type is to continue hiding in the Covenant and help the oath-making people run the organization. They do not intend to come out of the mountain, so naturally they have no objection. The last one is the debt collector who wants to take revenge against higher civilizations. The number is relatively small, and the representative is Panergon. He originally planned to be a lone wolf, but he did not want to join the association. Han Xiao didn't want this group of people to join in his heart. After all, revenge will greatly intensify the conflict between the 3 major civilizations and super A-level groups. If he joins the association, will he help or not? I believe most of the members of the association are opposed, so he thinks it is better to let Pan Gong and other people be lonely wolves and not to drag the association into the water. In his previous life, the revenge of these people was one of the important fuses of the super disaster version. Han Xiao didn't care about the stay and departure of Panergon. On the other hand, Han Xiao also knew Panergon's idea. Panergon did not expect the association to help, and at the same time he knew the significance of the Super A-level association, so he did not intend to implicate the association. So he took on the responsibility of revenge alone. In his previous life, Panergon did not reveal the existence of the Covenant, so this man was strong, but he was loyal. Han Xiao looked away and looked at Baigir and others. "What about you? Are you willing to wait for me?" Baigir thought for a while and nodded. "Although we can't help it, we should still put the overall situation first. Although we are not from the same era as the current Super A level, we all represent the same class and have the same interests. After we appear, the entire Super A level will inevitably cause huge turmoil. Don't worry, we will not destroy the overall situation because of our own selfish desires." Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction. After more than 40 years of exchange, most of the initials have integrated into the times. Some of them no longer only consider themselves, but are deceived by themselves to devote themselves to the cause of the Super A-level association, put aside their exploration experience, and decided to participate in this new battle between Super A-level and higher civilizations, and strive for the entire Super A-level. In the eyes of these people, when the upheaval is coming, it is not possible to lack the key figure of Black Star, so they are willing to continue to lie dormant for a period of time. Although Bagel and his group have not yet come out of the mountains, in their hearts, they have regarded themselves as part of the Super A-level association and considered their overall interests. "That's great. I did not misread you all." Han Xiao laughed and spoke, and quickly calmed everyone's emotions when he spoke the scene. Everyone got the reply, calmed down, and continued to play cards next to them. Han Xiao pulled the swearing man out of the elderly activity room and entered the small dark room beside him for a private chat. "Close the door," Han Xiao asked. "In order to deal with the drastic changes in the near future, we need more Super A-level media. Are the Resurgence media ready this time?" "Well, it has been done, thanks to many Super A-level descendants left behind the surviving clans. Otherwise, it will be difficult to collect." The swearing man nodded. This time, the candidate to enter the sanctuary was Han Xiao. He took the mission, which was to recover more than the A-level. The recovery of the sanctuary requires various forms of media. Over the past few decades, the Black Star Legion and the Covenant organization have been quietly carrying out this work, collecting some things related to historical Super A-level, including relics and tribes, and gathering a group of them. Han Xiao took the list and glanced at it, narrowing his eyes slightly. It seems that there are a few fierce people in this round of resurgence. "Can you be as fierce as you?" The swearing man curled his lips secretly. "That's right. I'm so unparalleled in the world." Han Xiao said that he accepted this flattery. However, he immediately thought of Jace of Zuxinglian, and he still didn't know if he could recover this guy from different iterations. Shaking his head and temporarily suppressing this idea, Han Xiao found an empty room, stayed alone, blocking all surveillance in the room, then took out the communicator and dialed the number. He was the first to dial to Suai, and soon Suai's figure appeared on the screen. "Hey Xing." "No, Your Excellency President. What's the matter with me?" Saurier smiled. Han Xiao pinched his chin and said, "I may disappear for a while. The time has not been decided. It may be a few days or a few years. When I'm not here, please help me preside over the work of the association." "Where are you going?" Suai restrained his smile and frowned. "Do you remember our experience in the secondary dimension? I found some clues and took time to investigate them." Han Xiao did not mention the details, but the other party was also a half-informed person in the relevant information of the sacred place. He could understand it simply by saying it. Sure enough, Suai understood, looked shocked, and did not ask much, nodded seriously, and said, "Then don't worry, I will take good care of the association." When he learned about the resuscitation of the sanctuary from Jace decades ago, Suai knew that Han Xiao's route was right, and stood on the same front and became a secret ally. Xui was not interested in power and came out to run for vice president. Not because he wanted to get a power, but because he was instructed by Han Xiao to indirectly help Han Xiao consolidate his position. It was not a bad thing anyway, so he didn't mind doing Han Xiao a favor. Then I'll leave it to you. Han Xiao nodded, instructed for a while, and then he hung up the communication. He did not stop and called the numbers of Hela, Emmys, and others in turn, indicating that he would disappear for a while and go to the secondary dimension world to find opportunities for divine transformation. This situation is not uncommon for peak super A level, and this excuse is very good, and Hela, Emmers, and others undoubtedly have him. Han Xiao asked them to take care of the Legion forces while they were out, and after careful instructions. Then, he called the last round number to contact people from the three major civilizations. The three major civilizations once looked forward to him coming to power, believing that he is more suitable for leading the association than the military country. However, over the past few decades, the speed of conflict accumulation exceeded expectations. So this little face is not enough. The three major civilizations cannot allow the Super A-level association to continue to grow independently because of him alone. Han Xiao didn't know how long it would take to disappear after entering the sanctuary, so he planned to reiterate his identity and position and stabilize it for a while. After all, there are three major civilization consultants, and the negotiations are quite smooth, and Han Xiao finds out the tone of the three major civilizations. The three major civilizations are still watching the changes in the association after he comes to power, and there will be no sudden conflicts in a short period of time. This situation is more reasonable and is within his prediction. After everything was arranged, Han Xiao then found the swearing man again, looked at the other party's expectant eyes, and nodded calmly. Prepare and open the sanctuary as soon as possible. 3 days later, a deserted area near the Covenant base was suspended in the desolate universe. Only Han Xiao was floating alone outside the spacecraft, and the built-in screen of the mecha kept the communication of the swearing man. On the screen, the swearing man made an encouragement gesture and said, "Are you ready? Everything is ready here. You can open the sanctuary at any time. Come on." Han Xiao exhaled and calmed down. The swearing man nodded and turned to order. The whole army obeys the order, start. As soon as he finished speaking, the ships that had been warmed up immediately took action and had practiced the operation process countless times, as if they were a sophisticated instrument without any mistakes. Bang, bang, bang. All the original supernatural bodies loaded in the special gun barrel were shot out, and the colorful light columns were concentrated at one point, expanding rapidly, turning into a suspended white light ball. Under the action of special instruments, the light ball is like a piece of plasticine pinched by a big hand, compressed in volume, and turned into a dazzling ring, with a diameter of only about 100 meters and an extremely high energy density. Immediately afterwards, the remaining spacecraft turned on instruments and threw other keys into this ring by pulling the beam. The space seemed to have a thunderous tremor, and the ring suddenly emitted light, projecting 6 mirage-like phantom light gates. The next second, 5 of the light gates disappeared, and only one of the light gates remained, as if they had changed from virtual to real and were still shaking unstable, as if they would disappear at any time. This is the passage to the third sanctuary. Go in. The swearing man hurriedly spoke. Han Xiao's face was certain. He activated the thruster, turned into a meteor, and flew into the sanctuary passage. At this moment, the light in front of me suddenly surged, and there was only endless whiteness left in my sight. Just as he passed through the portal, Han Xiao felt his body lightening, as if he had broken through some barrier, floating like a clear air rising, and inexplicably feeling that he did not exist in this world. Finally come in, the feeling of this moment seemed to have passed for a moment, and countless years have passed. Han Xiao's vision gradually became clear, and he gradually saw the scene around him. This is an endless white world. Without gravity, his body is suspended in mid-air, and countless white light balls are floating from all directions, big and small. From a distance, it seems that blurry images are playing in each light ball. The scene of the third sanctuary is no different from the description of the swearing man. Han Xiao looked curious and suddenly looked back and saw that the light gate passage when he came was shaking greatly, as if it was about to collapse. He suddenly felt a move intuition, and the devil stretched out his hand and grabbed it towards the channel. Buzz. At this moment, a special energy suddenly surged in the body, and the 6 heat flows seemed to be born out of thin air, gathered on the palm, turning into a unique pattern, shining brightly. The next moment, the passage seemed to be blessed with some kind of blessing, and suddenly stabilized, turning into a slowly rotating light gate, like a glowing mirror, unable to see the situation outside. What is this? Han Xiao was surprised. He just had the idea of not wanting the passage to disappear, but suddenly he had an intuition that he could do, and the result was exactly the same. He lowered his head and looked at his palm, observing the mark that appeared out of thin air, like 6 patterns pieced together, and the patterns seemed to be incomplete. Strange. When did this thing happen in my body? Han Xiao was about to open the panel to check his own status, but was stunned and found that the panel could not be opened. This is the first time that the ever-inspiring panel has not responded. Han Xiao frowned, clenched his fists violently, tried to mobilize the energy in his body, and saw a series of brilliant golden mechanical forces shooting out. Well, although the panel cannot be opened, my state has not changed at all, and it is still in its heyday. Han Xiao felt his physical condition and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the panel cannot be opened for the time being, it does not affect his own abilities. From the beginning, he felt completely real, and all his abilities finally became skills he mastered, and he could do it at will. If it were an ordinary player, he would not even be able to release his skills without the panel. It's like making a machine. He needs to complete all the processes himself, while ordinary players only need to read the bars. And there is a huge difference between the two. It was also the first time Han Xiao entered the sanctuary, so he could only slowly explore the situation. He tested various skills and found that it could be used basically, but he could not have any connection with the outside world. He could not use quantum communication or dimension factories, and even the Emperor teleportation failed for the first time. Although the sanctuary channel was inexplicably maintained, all external communication methods failed and the call with the Covenant was disconnected. Interesting, the existence of the sanctuary is of special nature. Not only is the Emperor useless, but he can't even exhale the panel. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, his brain turned rapidly, staring at the mark on his palm, and suddenly a flash of inspiration. 6 patterns. 6. If I remember correctly, this is about the same number of fragments of the 3rd sanctuary I own, right? Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't see the panel at this time, he still remembered this information. Originally, I only had 2 3rd sanctuary skill fragments, one from the primary power collector, milestone, and the other was the reward after beating the Covenant elderly. The 3rd ring task requirement is to enter any sanctuary and reward 3 corresponding sanctuary fragments. Although the panel cannot be seen now, Han Xiao feels that the panel may still be running, and when he cannot see the prompt, he issued a task reward. In this way, I have 5 skill fragments of the 3rd sanctuary in my hand. As for the extra piece, Han Xiao has several speculations about this. According to the experience of the swearing person, the greatest possibility is to automatically obtain a corresponding piece of fragment by entering any sanctuary. If this idea is correct, the number will be appropriate, which is enough to explain the current situation and prove that this mark did not appear out of thin air, but had already fallen asleep in the body, and the activation condition is to enter the corresponding sanctuary. I have never known what the use of the fragments of the sanctuary is, but I have stabilized the passage of the sanctuary just now. Can it be understood that the fragments of the sanctuary are related to my authority in the sanctuary? The more fragments, the more things I can do. Each individual is independent, so the manifestation of the fragments of the sanctuary is not an object, but a skill. Speaking of which, the swearing man said that he had a dream in the sanctuary and was not awake, but I was just a little distracted, not as exaggerated as he said. Could this be the effect of the fragments of the sanctuary? Han Xiao couldn't help but fall into thinking. He suddenly came to his senses and shook his head vigorously. At present, we can only guess this kind of thing. We can't waste too much time on it. After going out, we should know what happened. The most urgent thing is to observe the sanctuary. Han Xiao calmed down and controlled his body to fly to the nearest ball of light. He opened his eyes wide and wanted to see the illusion inside, but it was always extremely blurry. He hesitated for a moment, stretched out his palm with the sanctuary mark, and touched the ball of light carefully. Crazy Lala. Just as the moment of contact, a huge stream of information flowed into my mind like a surging wave. In a trance, an illusion appeared in front of Han Xiao, as if he had seen the entire process of a race from germination to extinction, created a brilliant civilization, gave birth to generations of great men, and continued to improve technology, and was eventually destroyed in a disaster. Han Xiao was stunned for a while before he took back his hand, and found that he could only remember some of the illusions. Some knowledge was added out of thin air in his mind, which seemed to be some of the technologies created by this civilization during its development. This knowledge is mainly based on technologies in the fields of biology and genes. It is not the entire technology of this civilization. It only accounts for a part. Han Xiao savored this sudden gain and turned to contact more light balls. After many tests, he gradually became aware of the mechanism of the sanctuary, guessed, and summarized several rules. First, each light ball is a collection of information states, recording data of different things, mainly civilization. Generally, a light ball represents a civilization and does not exist in the existing history. It should be an iterative existence. Second, contacting a light ball can read the information inside, but only remember a part of it. The amount of content is likely to be related to the authority represented by the number of fragments in the sanctuary. At the same time, the total amount of memory is also limited. When you reach a certain level, when you read the new light ball, you will forget some of the previous light ball information. According to the principle of information state, it is very likely that the memory capacity will be limited every time you enter the sanctuary, and the refresh will be reset and refreshed the next time you enter, which means that the knowledge brought out from the sanctuary is limited, and the upper limit of the memory capacity of each entry may still depend on the number of fragments of the sanctuary. Third, after being exposed to multiple light balls, most of the technologies obtained are from biological, genetic fields, and knowledge related to superpowers. This may be the difference between sanctuaries. Knowledge representing these iterative civilizations is stored in categories. Different sanctuaries represent different types of available knowledge. The third sanctuary is likely to be a technology in the research of biological genes and superpowers. Fourth, some light balls contain super A-level powerhouses of different iterations. Reading this information state light ball can immerse themselves in an immersive way and even obtain some of the information they have. However, there are only psychics in the third sanctuary. According to Han Xiao's inference, if you read the information collection of mechanics and magicians, you may very likely obtain the knowledge, technology, spells, drawings, and other information mastered by the other party. Just didn't lie to me. Han Xiao's face was shocked, and his heart was swelling. Although there are conjectures and speculations in these rules, he feels that the real situation should be inseparable. The last time the Oath person entered the sanctuary, he had almost no other gains except to achieve the goal of recovery, which may be due to insufficient authority. He had 6 fragments in the third sanctuary at the beginning, which was 5 levels higher than the authority level of the Oath person. The things he could do should be far more than the Oath person. Thinking of Jace, his request came to mind again. Try what the revival of the sanctuary is like. Han Xiao calmed down and took out the medium that the swearing man gave him. As soon as the idea of reviving the sanctuary came out, the mark on the palm seemed to have sensed and lit up. Wow! The next moment, a part of the light ball suddenly shot out a thin light, which converged in front of Han Xiao's eyes, followed by a strong light flash, and a glowing mark floated in the air. Han Xiao looked at it and looked happy. This style is right. It is the revival mark of the sanctuary drawn by the swearing man. Han Xiao immediately stretched out his other palm and touched the mark. The mark suddenly turned into a stream of light and was imprinted on the back of his hand. At the same time, a stream of information flowed into my mind, recording the usage of the sanctuary revival imprint and all the revival objects of this imprint. But Jace is not among them. It seems that it was a failure. Han Xiao sighed when he realized this. Either the medium is not recognized by the sanctuary, or, as Jace said at the beginning, there is some limitation to the recovery that transcends iteration. Although he didn't spend long time together, Jace left a deep impression on him. The attempt to recover failed, and he had no chance to meet Jace again. Han Xiao was in a mixed mood. Forget it, this is also due to fate. Han Xiao shook his head, calmed down his mood, and his thinking couldn't help but jump from Jace to the star couplets, and muttered in a low voice. The information collection of the iterative information states of the star couplets should also be stored in the sanctuary, right? As soon as this idea appeared, the sanctuary mark reacted, lit up white light, pointing to a direction. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao was not prepared and was stunned for a moment. Then, he flew over with the guidance of the mark and finally stopped next to a batch of light balls. Are these information state light balls that are iterated by the Star League? Han Xiao thought about it, read the content of one of the light balls, and immediately confirmed his guess. It was indeed the information about the Star League iterating through a civilization. After coming back to his senses, Han Xiao glanced at the mark on his hand in surprise. It seems that I'm right. The fragments of the sanctuary are permissions. I didn't expect that they also have their own indexing function, but that's right. There are so many information-shaped information stored in the sanctuary. If you want to find specific information, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. As soon as the thought arose, Han Xiao paused and suddenly had a bold idea and muttered to himself. Since there is an indexing function, if you search for the iterative information of the star C and find the target, does it mean that we have already? Buzz. Before he finished speaking, the sanctuary mark once again guided the direction. It's really there. Han Xiao's breathing was suffocated and his mood suddenly sank. He pursed his lips, followed the guidance silently, and came to a ball of light. He stayed there for a while before he was mentally prepared, took a deep breath, and slowly touched the light ball. However, the next moment, Han Xiao was stunned. There is no content in this light ball. It is very empty. Why is there nothing? This is the first time Han Xiao has encountered such a situation after touching so many light balls. He also tried to search for the 3 major civilizations of Xinghai and other higher civilizations. Every search was successful, but there was no information in all the target light balls, just empty shells. Han Xiao looked surprised and suspicious, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was worried that he had seen information about the exploring universe in the sanctuary, which means that the iteration of the Star C is just a phantom of the past, just like the star couplets. The situation is beyond expectations. Although the target civilization can be searched, it is all empty. Han Xiao doesn't know what's going on, but at least it's not the worst result. It's interesting what's going on. Han Xiao frowned, pinched his chin and pondered, and secretly made a guess. The reason for the empty shell. Could it be that this means that the Star C is undergoing iteration, which is the so-called current progress, and only when we have experienced a major restart will the relevant information be included in the sanctuary? If this is true, it should be considered good news. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his face changed slightly. So, these empty shells are the tombstones reserved by the sanctuary for this iteration? Is this a sanctuary indicating that everything cannot escape the result of destruction? Han Xiao fell silent. Looking at the blank light ball in front of me quietly, a great sense of sadness suddenly hit my heart. Whether it is the 3 major civilizations or the World Tree civilization, they're all empty shells. Han Xiao exhaled, calmed down his emotions, pressed his feelings in his heart, and stopped looking at the blank ball of light in front of him. This is not a bad thing. At least the Star C is not a phantom of the past like the star couplets. And judging from the timescale of the star couplets, the Star C is still early to restart. I don't know whether I can survive until that day. By the way, if I search for the Earth, I don't know if there will be any results. Han Xiaoxing suddenly came up with this idea. He looked down at the mark, but found that the index function did not respond this time. and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Well, don't you react? You may have thought it a little bit. My hometown is still another world, and it has nothing to do with our iteration. Han Xiao shook his head. He calmed down and continued to do his job, inputting the information he read into the memory. Although the device is disconnected from the internet, the basic functions are still running. He wants to use hardware storage to try to see if it can break through the memory capacity limit of the sanctuary. Soon, Han Xiao transcribed the read technology into the storage, and then began to contact the light ball again to read the information inside. The newly obtained technology once again replaced some of the information recorded in his mind. At this time, Han Xiao opened the storage again and found that some information had disappeared simultaneously in the storage, which seemed to coincide with the part he had forgotten. It seems that this path doesn't work either. It's a bit like the mechanism of the Son of Destiny, but the sanctuary is more advanced. Whether it's the human brain, mechanical hardware, or something else, as long as it is a medium for recording or transmitting information, it will ignore the existence form of the medium and directly eliminate that part of the information fundamentally. One of the principles of high-dimensional information state. Han Xiao murmured secretly and changed the different methods and tried several more times. He confirmed that he could not take advantage of the situation, so he had to let go of this idea for the time being. He put away the storage device, stopped making unnecessary attempts, looked around the sanctuary space, and nodded silently. The sanctuary was successfully revived, Jace's statement was confirmed, and some of the operating mechanisms of the sanctuary and memory capacity reached its limit. In Han Xiao's view, his goal of entering the sanctuary had been basically achieved, and he can almost leave along the passage. Han Xiao was about to set off when suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed, and suddenly realized a problem. Wait a minute, I seem to be influenced by preconceptions. I learned from Jace the origin of the sanctuary, the contribution of the Savior civilization, the sanctuary civilization, and the inheritance of generations, so I know the origin and the outline. But how did the swearer know clearly? If his intelligence only comes from reading the light ball, then there are so many light balls here, and with the memory capacity limit, the information he has mastered should be very likely to be incomplete. Han Xiao frowned and became suspicious. The objects recorded in the sanctuary are not only one iterative final civilization, but all civilizations in each iterative. As long as there are traces of existence, no matter their strength or weakness, they will be included. This is different from individuals, and this means that only a very small number of light balls record the origin of the sanctuary and the information of the big restart. According to Han Xiao's experience of reading information state light balls many times just now, if he hadn't learned the whole story from Jess, he would have probably not been able to piece together such clear information by just reading the light balls by himself, among which the memory capacity limit is the main factor. The authority of the third sanctuary of the swearer is far lower than that of himself. If it weren't for the great fortune, it would be impossible to know clearly the origin and the whole story. Therefore, Han Xiao was doubtful about the source of the swearer. He did not believe that this sanctuary was so lucky, otherwise it would take so many years to get the key to the sanctuary. Han Xiao pondered secretly, and just as he doubted why the sanctuary existed, an accident suddenly happened. Buzz, the sanctuary authority mark on his hand, suddenly flashed, bursting with streams of light, like silk threads, woven into a translucent light curtain, suspended in front of him. Huh, there's another flower job. What is this? Han Xiao was excited and looked at him in a slight manner. I saw a string of characters that I couldn't understand appeared on the light curtain, as if I had changed a word every few paragraphs, and Han Xiao Quan didn't recognize it. But in the next second, all of these characters were translated into Xinghai Common Language. Can you automatically convert to the principle of information state of the reader to understand the language? Han Xiao calmed down and looked at it from the beginning, and found that the content about the sanctuary and iteration was at the top, clearly explaining the ins and outs, which was basically consistent with Jace's statement, but there were more details. Looking down, the content of each paragraph begins to appear, and the more you go down, the more you vacancies. After looking at it for a while, Han Xiao roughly understood what was going on. So that's it. The messages recorded on this light curtain are all messages from each iteration of the ultimate civilization. This thing is probably a special message board that passes on important experiences of the ultimate civilization from generation to generation. These messages should be sorted by time. The first content at the top is the most important basic information, such as the sanctuary and the iteration origin, AD mostly the source of the information from the swearer. And the closer the iteration is to the current iteration, the more random vacancies are. It is probably related to permissions. Only with the higher the authority can the vacancies be reduced. Han Xiao suddenly realized and immediately understood the meaning of the message board, which is to record the iteration order, and by the way, let future generations quickly understand the origin of the sanctuary and the big restart. There is no need to randomly read the light ball to piece together the truth, and allow future generations to learn from the experience summarized by the predecessors and avoid going wrong. This message board should be the main platform for the ultimate civilizations of each iteration to carry out relay. Han Xiao was secretly surprised and murmured with his chin, I feel that this message board function should not be provided by the sanctuary, but the mutation brought about by subsequent iterations. Jace once said that because of the immortality of the sanctuary, many ultimate civilizations have used the sanctuary as a breakthrough point and carried out various plans, which has led to the sanctuary mutating new functions again and again. The sanctuary recovery may be mutated because the profession of the revival object is not restricted by the classification of the sanctuary. This message board is likely to be one of the mutant functions. Through reading just now, he found that there are indeed many civilized plans to revolve around the sanctuary. The original commentator said it was the first to discover the message board function, and there was a light ball that iterated earlier in it before. The initial commentator also briefly introduced the basic mechanism and various functions of the sanctuary, such as the key requirements of several other sanctuaries. And, as Han Xiao expected, the fragments of the sanctuary were permissions. Even super-level powerhouses occasionally receive revelation about the sanctuary, which is a new function of mutation, in order to allow people in this iteration to get to the sanctuary earlier and have more time to develop. At the same time, the ultimate civilization in subsequent iterations still inherits the explanation work and supplements the mutated new functions of the sanctuary on a message board, but most of them are vacant content and cannot be seen. Is the overlord of every iteration paving the way for future generations? Han Xiao's eyes changed, and he glanced at the light curtain again with a different mood, and messages came into his eyes. Tomorrow is the day to implement the plan. I hope everything goes well. Can the plan really succeed? In fact, we don't have confidence. The principle of the Nirvana plan is, according to calculations, our chances of success are around 1.44%. Perhaps our research is not in-depth enough to survive the major restart, but the technology of the Nirvana plan will be recorded in the sanctuary. I hope future generations can continue to study on our basis. The name of our civilization is, please search for it yourself. We are civilization, and a major restart has begun. All this is not a scam. We took advantage of the last time to leave information. Our plan is about to fail, proving that using technology is not feasible. I hope future generations do not follow our old path. This is a dead end. Remember, on the light curtain, there are hopeful messages, unconfident messages, and messages that seriously analyze their own ideas. Looking at these messages, Han Xiao seemed to be able to feel the emotions of these civilized messages, suppressing anxiety, despair, and panic, forcing himself to calm down, and leaving a concise inheritance for future generations. This is the true meaning of crossing iteration relay. It's a great cause. At this moment, Han Xiao had a deeper understanding of the name of this task, and was in a complicated mood, and secretly respected it. Maybe one day in the future, the three major civilizations will also leave messages here. Well, it may also be the world tree. Han Xiao sighed softly, calmed down for a while, and began to look for related messages from Zuxinglian. Because the message board is arranged in chronological order, the order of iterations can be seen from it. He wanted to figure out the ranking of the star couplets and see how many iterations the other party is separated from the star C. He looked one by one and suddenly saw the relevant information at the fifth to the end. Because the time is very close, the comments below are basically all vacant, but he saw the familiar term civilized restart plan, which is the plan for Zuxinglian to survive the major restart. Is it the fifth last? So the Star Alliance is separated from us by at most 4 iterations, and at least our last iteration. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Because the same iteration can leave messages multiple times, he doesn't know whose messages are from the several messages separated. Maybe it's other iterations, or it may be the Star Alliance itself. Language could have been used as a criterion for judgment. The same text was left by the same iteration to clearly distinguish it. However, the message boards were all translated into Xinghai common language. Han Xiao tried it and couldn't return to the original version. I don't know if it was not the function or if his own permissions were insufficient, so he had no choice. The last few paragraphs are the blank spaces of large pieces. The only valuable information is the one that is interspersed in the last paragraph in the middle of the penultimate paragraph. Information state transformation is true. This is the correct path. Han Xiao scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Information state transformation. The principle of intelligent plague and sanctuary recovery is probably the same, but this message actually said that this path is correct. If it is really successful, how could you get cold? Han Xiao sighed helplessly. After sighing for a while, he tried to leave a message on the light curtain, but found that there was no response. Well, speaking of this light curtain is all civilized messages, and there is no individual. I don't know if my permissions are not enough to leave messages, or if the individual messages are not included in the message board. Unable to understand this problem, Han Xiao had to throw it aside for the time being and close the message board. The goal of this trip was basically completed. In his opinion, the biggest gain was to fully record the opening methods of several other sanctuaries by himself, far exceeding the authority of the swearing man. Due to the limitation of information state memory capacity, if you want to gain more, you can only wait for the next time to enter, just like Yugong moving the mountain, emptying the information here step by step. I hope I can go to other sanctuaries next time, preferably the first sanctuary. My initial authority over there is not low. Han Xiao murmured secretly and returned to the stable sanctuary passage. After looking at the sanctuary reluctantly, Han Xiao turned around and flew into the passage. When the light filled his sight again and his consciousness was briefly blurred, Han Xiao had only one thought left in his mind. I have been in the sanctuary for up to 5 hours, and I don't know how long it has passed in the universe. In a vast star space, the holy light gate suddenly appeared, spitting out Han Xiao, and then the light gate disappeared without a trace. Han Xiao was stunned for more than 10 seconds, and his vague consciousness seemed to be pulled by gravity and suddenly came to his senses. Huh? I'll come out. Han Xiao subconsciously shuddered, and the feeling of leaving was the opposite of the glittering when he entered the sanctuary. It seemed to penetrate a layer of film, turning from virtual to solid, and his body was slightly heavy, as if it was entering the water from air. Looking back on the experience in the sanctuary, the memory becomes blurred and hazy, like a layer of screen, but it is much better than the dreaming feeling of the swearing person, and it should be a relationship with high authority. And the techniques and knowledge that have been recorded are very clear. Han Xiao looked down at his palm. The seal of the authority of the sanctuary had disappeared, leaving only the mark of the sanctuary resurrection. I don't know how the panel is going. Can I open it now? Han Xiao tried to call the panel, and the next moment, the prompt popped up. You successfully entered the third sanctuary. You obtained the third sanctuary fragment X1 relay across iterations. The third ring has been completed. You have obtained 2,000 experience, random reward X2, third sanctuary, fragment X3. I detected that you have entered the sanctuary, and the third sanctuary fragment starts to synthesize. The synthesis is completed. and you have obtained the skill 3rd. Sanctuary Permission LV6. Sure enough, fragments are permissions. Although the panel cannot be opened in the sanctuary, the panel is still running. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He opened the skill introduction of the 3rd Sanctuary Permission LV6 and took a look. It was basically the same as the introduction of a sanctuary message board, but the panel was a little detailed, and it also explained that the time flow rate in the sanctuary is also related to the permissions. Han Xiao took out the communicator and looked at the date, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, less than 4 months have passed, which is much shorter than I expected. The unlucky guy who made the oath has passed for a few years, so the higher the authority, the more time ratio should be closer to 1-to-1. He felt much more relaxed. He originally prepared for the year, but now it has only been less than 4 months, which is an unexpected surprise. I opened the communicator and took a look. Because I had greeted me before entering the sanctuary, the affairs of the Legion and the Association were operating normally. It was calm in the past few months, and nothing major happened. It seemed that the Avengers of Panagon had not appeared yet. This is the best situation, and the initiative is still in my hands. Han Xiao nodded secretly, put down the communicator, and continued to look at the panel. The 4th ring mission also popped up. The 4th ring is open. 4th ring mission requirements, optional 1. Disclose relevant information about the sanctuary, major restart, universe iteration, and other information to the current higher civilization, at least supercluster level. 2. Prove the existence of the sanctuary to the higher civilization and help the other party open the sanctuary. 3. Give full play to the advantages of your authority and become the leader of the higher civilization entering the sanctuary. Note: one of the above tasks is required to complete, or multiple choices can be completed. The more the number of completed, the higher the sanctuary evaluation of this ring. Basic reward: 2,500 experience. All sanctuary fragments X1. Other reward depends on the sanctuary evaluation. Han Xiao felt moved. Is the 4th ring actually a form? People who enter the sanctuary share these precious information with higher civilizations. Yes, this is the meaning of relay. This task looks at the problem from a higher standard. Civilization is the protagonist of the development of the universe. The earlier they know the information in the sanctuary, the more time they will prepare. The ultimate goal of this task name is to try to help the civilization get through the major restart. However, although they understand this truth, Han Xiao did not have the intention to do so at this time. From the perspective of the mission itself, it is urgent to help civilization master the sanctuary as soon as possible, but in this way, it will have an unpredictable impact on his plan. Now it is no longer a personal matter, and Han Xiao has to consider it from the standpoint of the entire Super A level group. In the future, in order to deal with a major restart, we may have to cooperate with the 3 major civilizations to develop the sanctuary together. But for now, it is impossible for me, as an insider, to rush to disclose the precious sanctuary information to higher civilizations, which would be a betrayal of the Super A class. Only after the association has steadily grasped the recovery of the sanctuary can it be possible to cooperate with the 3 major civilizations. Otherwise, the super-level system under the rule of the Star Alliance is a lesson learned from the past. If you are in the world, you can't help yourself. Han Xiao sighed softly and temporarily extinguished his mind to complete the task. At this moment, several ships suddenly released their disguises and showed up to ask cautiously on the WAN channel. Is it Mr. Haixing? That's right, it's me. Han Xiao looked up and looked at it, not surprised. He had just discovered these invisible Covenant spacecraft and knew that this was the sentry guard who had been staying here waiting for him. After a pause, Han Xiao took out the communicator, dialed the number of the person who called the swearing person, and it was quickly connected. The figure of the swearing man appeared on the screen, looking surprised. Black Star? Didn't you say it would take a few years? Why are you back so soon? Maybe I'm lucky? Han Xiao shrugged. Really, I don't believe it. The swearing man expressed his strong suspicion and suddenly became sore. Why does it take several years for me to go once, and only a few months for you to go once? Can this be treated differently? It's unfair. By the way, I'll ask you, why don't you tell me about the message board in advance? Little villain, deliberately conceal it from me. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't felt something was wrong, he might have left without seeing the message board, and the Oathman had not explained the authority of the sanctuary in advance, which made him doubt the intention of the Oathman. What message board? What is that? The swearing man said in confusion. Don't you know? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and observed the oath-raising expression, unable to tell anything. It is possible that the other party is affected by authority and cannot remember it, or it is also possible that it is deliberately concealing it. No matter what the person who swears is, this little thing has passed, and Han Xiao is too lazy to pursue it. Forget it. Let's talk about the serious business. I have obtained the mark of the sanctuary revival. You should bring the fleet here quickly. Okay, I'll go there right away. The swearing man was excited and agreed immediately. Han Xiao nodded, thought for a while, and added, by the way, it's best to bring those first people with you. The target of this revival is not an acquaintance. Maybe something will happen at that time, and you have to calm them down. I understand. The swearing man nodded. The target of the first revival was the old members of the Covenant organization, all of whom were acquaintances of the swearing people, and they had some understanding of the revival of the sanctuary, so it was easy to calm down. However, the target of this group of revivals is outsiders, and they basically do not know the existence of the Covenant. Once it is revived, it will be difficult to accept reality. Just put yourself in your shoes and think about it. People died well, but suddenly someone was lifted up. It would be strange if they were not confused. The targets of this resurrection have been screened for a certain period of time, and they're basically super A-level people who died of life. There is no direct lineage of higher civilizations. At most, they are cooperative allies. And here, there are many people who died in the Peak tragedy, because the Peak of Peak is the largest super-level collective fall in the exploration history, and it accounts for a large proportion of the total number. To find a suitable resurrection object, it is difficult to avoid the victims in the Peak of Peak, and Han Xiao also finds it difficult to guarantee whether there will be any thorns among this group of people. The previous life of the Covenant has recovered several batches of super-level groups. There are many outsiders in the organization, but they still have to wait until the World Tree War version to be released. There has been no information leaked before, which proves that the Covenant must have countermeasures. The Covenant organization does not open a good church. For example, the first one like Pan Gong who joined the gang early will be fine. If the outsiders who recovered later want to cause trouble, the Covenant probably won't mind putting them back into the coffin and putting another circle of steel nails on the way. So, the swearing man deceived the members of the organization and said that the sanctuary was only limited to one time to recover the sanctuary, but did good things that made later generations cherish this unique resurrection and not do anything randomly. Han Xiao nodded secretly. After hanging up the communication, Han Xiao opened the secondary dimension barracks, took out a small mobile base from it, and stayed inside to rest, while checking the news for the 4 months, waiting for the swearing man. 2 days later, the Covenant fleet finally arrived late, and a large number of the original ones arrived together. The fleet sailed into the dock of Han Xiao Mobile Base, and the group met cordially on the dock. I didn't expect you to come out in 4 months. It seems you don't have to wait for a year or two. Gel and others were very surprised. Han Xiao glanced at it, but did not see Pan Gong and others. He couldn't help asking, where is Pan Gong and the others? 3 months ago, they had left the Covenant, and now there is no news. The swearing man shook his head. Han Xiao nodded and said nothing. This was something that he had expected. The good news was that before Panergon had caused any major storm, he had already returned. Okay, let's not talk about the many. Let's revive these people first. You are here to keep the market. Only overwhelming force can calm the other party down and talk to us calmly. Han Xiao showed the revival mark of the sanctuary on the back of his hand. Everyone nodded without objection. The group came to the prepared venue and stood scatteredly. Han Xiao took the activation device from the swearing man, took a deep breath, and pressed the start button. Buzz, The sanctuary revival mark suddenly burst into thousands of light, leaving the back of his hand, turning into an inflated, dazzling ball of light. The next moment, the light ball splits and turns into luminous bodies with different shapes, slowly turning from virtual to real, turning into revived super level revelations with confusion on their faces. A long-eared elf man in a gorgeous robe and elegant posture looked around at the front, and finally his eyes fell on Han Xiao, muttering to himself, "Is this the netherworld after death? You dress like a ghost. You should be the legendary Pluto." Han Xiao, ? If you can talk, just say more, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future. Before Han Xiao could respond to the elf man, the other resurrected people became turbulent, and they all opened up their distance, looking at the Covenant members with caution, shocked, and suspicious. "Aren't I dead? Why are you alive again? What did you do to me? Where is this? Who are you? What the hell is it? Is this the enemy's trap?" Shocked and panic quickly spread among the crowd, and various shouting and angrily sounded one after another, and it was a mess. Even with a super A-level mind, I suddenly faced the reality of my resurrection from the dead, and my heart was also hit hard. Seeing the commotion getting stronger and stronger, Han Xiao took a deep breath, then his face tightened, and the pressure burst out. "Give me peace of mind." Boom! It was like wind and thunder blew up on the ground, and Han Xiao's energy level fluctuations suddenly swept across the audience, and golden arcs flashed and jumped in the air. A huge pressure came to every resuscitator present. It seemed as if the stop button was pressed in the field. All the noisy sounds disappeared. Everyone closed their mouths, and all the horror, shocked and fearful eyes were focused on Han Xiao. This feeling is like being at the center of the original Phantom explosion. The pressure from the outside to the inside stimulates their extremely strong, dangerous intuition, like a prey targeted by a hunter whose body is involuntarily tense. Among these resurgents, there are also peak super A-level big shots. They were watching the situation coldly, but now they all changed their faces and looked at Han Xiao in surprise. This powerful energy seems to be stronger than anyone they have ever seen. This guy in front of me, who is covered in black, is probably the ability to take away their lives. At this time, before the resuscitation responded, the other Covenant members stood with their arms in their arms, staring coldly at everyone present and bursting out their aura. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of super level energy fluctuations intertwined. Violent collisions occurred, bursting out a series of air waves and shock waves, and the entire alloy cast room was shaken and shaken. All of these people are super A-level. The resuscitators present changed drastically and were shocked by the impact of this mixed aura. The pressure lasted only 3 seconds, and Han Xiao asked someone to take it back. This wave of authority was significant, and no one dared to move around anymore. Seeing that everyone finally calmed down, Han Xiao smiled. "It seems that everyone has calmed down. It's great, so we can sit down and have a good talk." Hearing this, many resurrected people looked around the dozens of covenants present and decided to follow the heart and wait for the following. Seeing this, Han Xiao cleared his throat, tried to maintain a kind tone, and said slowly, "I know everyone needs an explanation. It is now 780 years since the Shanghai calendar. You are super A-level deaths in different eras. The reason why you appear here is because we have discovered a unique method to bring you back from the dead." After the words fell, although the resurrected people present had speculations, they could not help but be shocked when they heard the confirmation. If there is such a thing, can we live again? For a moment, everyone was in a very complicated mood and mixed joys and sorrows. Although it was a surprise to resurrection from the dead, most people still felt awkward. "You dug us out without our consent. This service is definitely not free, and the other party must have ulterior motives. So this is not the world after death." At this time, the elf man with a small mouth seemed to have reacted, and suddenly spoke, then looked at Han Xiao with a strange look, frowned. "What are you doing in such a dress? Do you think you have a personality?" Han Xiao asked questions and couldn't help but look down at his clothes. It was a bit black, but the style was quite exquisite. Is this person's aesthetic problem? Obviously, my cadres think it looks good. And on such a serious occasion, I actually dislike my outfit. Is it time to worry about such trivial matters? Han Xiao looked at him, flipped through the memory palace, and soon found the life experience of this elf man. Elf King Dilren, the peak super A-level magician, is a fierce man who is active from the end of the exploration calendar to the early stages of the Shanghai calendar. His status at that time was roughly equivalent to the current Dark Emperor, the Void Lord, and the Machine Kingdom. He is also one of the super A-level representatives of the same era. Like the interstellar human race, the elves are a large group of races in the universe with a large number of branches. At that time, Dilren exerted his appeal, gathered one branch of tribe after another, and established a huge force belonging to the elves. His nature was similar to the dragon blood country of the old dragon, and it was a glorious period in the history of the cosmic elves. At that time, the three major civilizations submitted olive branches to Dilren, but he refused and turned around and established a covenant with several supercluster-level civilizations. The reason for making this choice seems to be that he feels that he can only choose one if he joins the three major civilizations. But by turning to cooperate with Superstar Group, he can gain the resources of several companies and is relatively free. In the end, Dilren died in the peak of the tragedy. So, with this guy, it's not surprising, Han Xiao suddenly realized. According to the resume, Dilren has a weird personality, and he never speaks regardless of the occasion or timing, and never takes care of other people's emotions. This led to his extremely poor popularity among the Super A-level groups at that time and many enemies. In his last battle, 12 Super A-level players came to fight him, crushing his bones and shattering him. This treatment is almost up to me. Han Xiao complained secretly. As for the decision-making direction of this guy, Han Xiao is not easy to judge. After all, the times are different and the environment they face are different. In the era in which Dilren lived, because there was no lesson in the past, Superstar Cluster was still competing with the three major civilizations for Super A-level allies, and using looser contracts to attract strong people. At that time, it was normal to throw yourself into the arms of the Superstar Group, and few people would have thought that the peak sorrow suddenly broke out. Han Xiao curled his lips, ignored him, looked away, and continued to say to everyone, I know you still have many questions, such as who we are, how to resurrect you, and how to revive your goal, etc. These questions will be explained by my friends. Hearing this, the swearing man stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, we are a secret organization called Covenant. It was established by some of the first people in the exploration years. The core goal is to resurrect from the dead in the future. As for the means to resurrect you, it is a phenomenon called the revival of the sanctuary. The swearing man had already prepared a draft and explained in detail the origin and mission of the Covenant to answer everyone's doubts. The first one was famous. Everyone looked at the Covenant members present one by one and found that they were indeed the first ones in history. They gradually believed the words of the oath person 5 or 6 points. Who is he? It seems that there is no such person among the first ones. At this time, someone looked at Han Xiao next to him, and everyone looked over. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao tidied up his clothes. You can call me Black Star. I am a Super A-level leader of this era. As soon as this said, everyone's eyes changed suddenly. Super A-level leader? What a big tone. In our era, even if you're the strongest Super A-level, you dare not say that you're the leader of the entire group. Which little biscuit are you? Dare to give yourself such a title? The swearing man coughed and said, Let me introduce that Mr. Black Star is not a member of the Covenant, but an important partner of our era. We have the same goal. In this era, Super A-level has spontaneously established an association and united it. Black Star is the president of the Super A-level association, and his strength is also in the first echelon of the universe. At the same time, he is also the only joint consultant of the three civilizations and has an extraordinary status. After hearing the explanation, Everyone showed surprise on their faces and couldn't help but look at Han Xiao again, president of the Super A-Level Association and co-advisor of the three major civilizations. These titles are things that did not exist before. Although the specific situation is not clear, they can already vaguely feel Han Xiao's influence from the title name alone. Thinking back to the energy level that Han Xiao had just revealed, most people put away their disapproval and deeply remembered the character Black Star in their hearts. Unexpectedly, such an outstanding junior appeared in the future. Maybe this guy named Black Star is the best Super A-level player in history. At this time, another peak Super A-level player on the recovery list spoke and said lightly, "It's your business whether you are powerful or not. I just want to know that if you revive us, you will not be asking us to play the Veen card with you, right? Or do you want to use us to help you achieve certain goals, such as the old ambition of dominating the universe?" Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. "You are joking. The Covenant and I disturbed your sleep not out of personal ambitions, but the entire superclass A-class has reached a critical moment and need to borrow the power of you seniors." As soon as these words were said, many people present felt that there was light on their faces and immediately became interested. "Tell me in detail, why is it so dangerous for Super A-level?" Another person asked curiously. This is still related to the three major civilizations. Han Xiao talked freely, explaining key issues such as the unity of the Super A-level Association, the attitude of the three major civilizations, the significance of the sanctuary recovery to both sides, and trying his best to analyze the current situation of the Super A-level storm. Seeing everyone falling into deep thought, Han Xiao added, "If this issue is not properly handled, it can be foreseeable that the Super A-level group will usher in its second peak sorrow." As soon as this statement was made, many people present were shocked. Many people are victims of the peak sorrow, and this word hits their sensitive points. Seeing this, Han Xiao struck while the iron was hot, slowed down his tone, and said earnestly, "This matter is closely related to each of you, not just the matter of our time. Even if you're unwilling to participate, you must consider your own interests. You have finally recovered from the dead and definitely want to continue to enjoy your life. But if you do not solve this problem, you cannot guarantee your own safety. You must know that there is only one chance of recovery in the sanctuary. If you are not united, you will also face danger. If you are killed, your life will be truly over." Han Xiao deliberately concealed the unlimited secret of the sanctuary like a swearing man, and misleading the recovery only once. In this way, the persuasion is amazing. Hearing these words, everyone knew each other's relationship with each other's lips and teeth was cold, and their expressions were serious. Dilrin pinched his chin and pondered. "So, there are only two ways in front of us. Either join the Super A-level Association or stay in the Covenant. You must choose one of the two, and there is no other choice. Can't you leave alone?" Someone next to him frowned. Dilrin glanced at him disdainfully and hummed. "Think about it with your few brain cells. The information of the sanctuary revival is so important. Will they allow insiders to move freely? It's so stupid. No wonder you'll be beaten to death." The man's expression was suffocated and said indignantly, "What are you showing off? Don't you? What do you know? I'm called strategic death." Dilrin hummed. Everyone immediately looked at him. This statement is really fresh, and you will see it for a long time. However, Dilrin's weirdness is strange, and everyone admits that what he said makes sense. There are two choices in front of you. If you want to gain freedom as soon as possible, you must name it in the Super A-level Association so that the interstellar community, especially the three major civilizations, know about its existence and complete the risk binding. If you choose to stay in the Covenant, you are in secret. No one knows their existence. Even if the Great Purge breaks out, it will not be considered as their heads, and you don't have to take risks. Either choose safety or choose a certain degree of freedom. There is no third way. If you plan to sneak away and hide your identity, you will probably end up lying back into the coffin. Everyone was entangled. Most people tend to be mentally dependent on the Covenant, and most are not free for a period of time, and they're always better off losing a hard-won second life. If the struggle of the Super A-level association is successful, they can enjoy the fruits of victory together. If the struggle of the association is failed, they can still protect themselves. Han Xiao took everyone's hesitation in his eyes, knew that the words were effective, and he was secretly happy. But at this moment, an inappropriate voice suddenly rang among the crowd. Why must we accept such harsh conditions? Everyone, they have a large number of people, and we have a large number. It is better to join forces for the time being and rush out in one wave. They cannot stop all of us, so that everyone can be free. As soon as this fanning sentence was finished, many people who resurrected the audience changed their faces and showed an expression of intention. Han Xiao's face suddenly sank, and he looked in the direction where the sound was heard. Okay, I thought the problem could be solved so smoothly, but now it seems that there are still people's thoughts that need physical correction. Everyone looked in the voice and saw that the person who spoke was a tall and burly male creature with dark skin and long, wild and unrestrained hair like a lion's mane. At this time, he was standing with his arms in his arms, looking directly at Han Xiao with a cold face. Oh, that's what you think. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at him, and his resume came out of his mind. The Fist of Extreme Tao, Bagnita, is an extremely powerful martial artist with an explosive martial art style and amazing destructive power. The founder of many powerful martial arts schools is especially good at Extreme Daolu. Although he is not the founder of this genre, he is recognized in history as the most proficient in Extreme Daolu. This guy is not a person from the peak period, but an earlier Super A-level neutral camp with unknown cause of death, leaving behind a clan, and is also on this list of recovery. Bagnita was wearing a sleeveless vest-style military uniform, and the muscles on his arms were beating vigorously, and he said coldly, "What I hate the most is the multiple choice questions given to me by others. Whether I can help you depends on my mood. If you want to force me, everything is not discussed. People with personality often don't live long." Dilrin sneered. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at him and nodded with deep conscience. Bagnita was too lazy to pay attention to him, looked around the people around him, and said in a deep voice, "It's all Super A-level. Whoever is afraid of whom, stand by me if you are bloody." Han Xiao shook his head and found that he was actually very calm and had a sense of being used to it. If the martial arts master's head was not strong one day, he might feel strange. He turned his head to glance at the many resuscitators, spread his hands, and said, "Who else can think so? You can stand up." Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a while. No one responded. Instead, they retreated one after another and isolated Bagnita. Seeing this, Bagnita frowned and said coldly, "Humph. The Super A-level generation in later generations is worse than the previous generation." Dilrin smacked his lips and retorted, "Hey, incite us to play with you with your life. If you fight with your strength, you will definitely be able to escape unscathed. Anyway, it is not you who sacrificed. If you want someone to be cannon fodder, just say it. There are all experts here. Who can I show you the high-sounding one?" "Idiot." Bagnita glanced at Dilrin and said disdainful. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao's eyes turned back to Bagnita and raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that you are the only one left. Do you still want to continue? Since no one dares to cooperate, what else can I say?" Bagnita snorted coldly and put down his arm that was hanging on his chest. Han Xiao couldn't help laughing. "You are aware of the current affairs, but don't you think you are thinking too beautifully? Just two senses want to incite other resuscitators to riot together. Seeing that things are not done, they give up directly, thinking that nothing has happened. How can such a good thing be done?" Bagnita frowned and tightened his arm muscles. "What do you want?" Han Xiao took a step, slowly walked into the resuscitators' crowd, approached Bagnita, and spoke as he walked. "We revived you because we're the mission of benefiting the entire class, not charity. I have already made it clear just now. Everyone has lost their lips and teeth. They're all partners on the same front. But even so, we did not want to treat you as cannon fodder, and we didn't even force you to take risks. We gave you the choice to stay in the Covenant and watch us fight. We won. You can enjoy it together, If we lose, you can continue to hide in the dark and protect yourself. You may not be grateful for giving you a second life, but for personal needs, you will destroy our overall layout. Of course you have such freedom, but since you have done so, don't blame others for dealing with you. As soon as the words fell, a sudden change occurred. Furious energy surged out, and Bagnita's fist burned with dazzling martial arts aura, crossed the meteor-like trajectory, and stormed Han Xiao's chest. Bang! I know I am a martial artist, but I still dare to approach me and find a fight. This thought flashed through Bagnita's mind. He would not sit still and wait for death. Seeing that Han Xiao was wrong, you would take action first. The next moment, the fist force suddenly exploded, and the concentrated martial arts aura burst out from Han Xiao's back, turning into an inverted conical energy shock wave, blasting out a huge gap in the entire room. Boom! Looking from the universe, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from the outside, as if an explosion occurred inside. In the room, everyone was surprised that Bagnita took such a decisive action and took their own actions. Some wanted to come up to help, and some wanted to step back and wait and see. But before they could make any moves, Han Xiao, who was hit by a heavy punch, didn't even shake his body, and he seemed to be a damn person. He fought back in a flash, hugged Bagnita's head with both hands, pressed down, and raised his legs and hit him with a powerful knee hit. Bang! Bagnita failed to withstand the explosive force for a moment, and his head was pressed down, and he had close contact with Han Xiao's knees. His nose bleed immediately, and his brain was convulsed. Before he could recover from the momentary dizziness, Han Xiao tied Bagnita's head with one hand to form a locking technique. He raised his elbow with the other hand and slashed Bagnita's arched back heavily. Click! The sound of spinal fissures was clearly heard in everyone present, and Bagnita's spine showed a significant backlash. Hiss! Many people took a breath, and their eyes changed when they looked at Han Xiao. He took the initiative after taking a shot, and did not hesitate to exchange his injuries for severe damage to his opponent. He said that this is not a martial artist, and we don't believe it. At this moment, Bagnita got rid of the short-term negative state and shouted angrily. His aura exploded again. His muscles bulged, and his rich blood and energy spread instantly. His entire human attributes suddenly rose a lot. Immediately afterwards, Bagnita hugged Han Xiao's waist, kicked his legs, and the power burst out. He pushed Han Xiao through metal walls and flew out like a meteor, falling into the universe. This is the ultimate truth. Everyone was well informed and immediately understood the changes of Bagnita. Relying on Gideoliu's special explosive ability, the combat power of martial artists can generally cross a small class, and Bagnita's reputation is very famous. As a recognized master of Gideoliu in history, Gideoliu's effects are even more amazing, and under his exclusive improvement, the side effects have become limited. Bagnita himself is not at the peak of Super A level, but with his strong cross-level explosive ability, he is enough to compete with his peak of Super A level opponents and make the nickname Extreme Fist. In everyone's opinion, his strength is very strong. The eyes of many resurrected people changed. Although they felt Han Xiao's energy level fluctuations were amazing not long ago, they did not see the Black Star officially taking action and had no intuitive feeling. Now that there is a chance, many resurgents have no help or stop them. They all want to take this opportunity to observe the actual combat level of Black Star. Most of the Super A-level people are arrogant. The resurgents present want to see what the so-called Super A-level leaders are and what confidence they have. Many revivers originally thought they could see a fight between the dragon and the tiger, but the situation changed in the next second, but they were unexpected. Han Xiao also locked Bagnita with his backhand, and then his body burst into flames. At the same time, countless mechanical warriors swarmed out from the interstellar base, covering the sky and the sun. Without saying a word, he violently outputted towards the two people who were hugging each other. Boom! The expanded energy light ball is like a newborn star, instantly illuminating the starry sky. The aftermath of the explosion spread, and the protective cover of the interstellar base was stimulated and shaking. The entire base was pushed out and violently vibrated. The sudden strong light made everyone subconsciously squint their eyes and look surprised. The two of them will die together, right? The fighting style is too cruel. Are you not afraid of playing with it? By the way of doing it, Black Star is actually a mechanic. His physical fitness, no matter how you look, they are all martial artists. Everyone couldn't help but worry. Looking around, they found that every member of the Covenant looked like an old god, as if they were not worried at all. Aren't you worried about the safety of your partners? Someone couldn't help asking. Vigel turned his head to look at these people, curled his lips, smiled, and said, "Haha, what can kill Black Star probably doesn't exist yet." At this moment, the light gradually shrank and disappeared, and two figures that were close together flew out from the center of the explosion, quickly approached the base, and flew back into the room from the gap. Thump! The sound of falling to the ground sounded, and Bagnita lay on the ground like a dead dog, with almost no good meat on his body. He was seriously injured and dying, and almost breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was shocked and looked up and saw that although Han Xiao was injured, he was recovering quickly at an incredible speed. He almost blinked his eyes and brought back the dying Bagnita. Han Xiao looked calm and said to the person who swore aloof, "Treat him for his injury and don't let him die." The Covenant members were not surprised. Several people walked up to him, turned Bagnita's body over, took out the healing spray, and squirted it. It seemed that they had the feeling of brushing sauce for barbecue. Seeing this scene, everyone's resurrected people only found it difficult to believe their eyes. That's it. From a fight to the end, there are 3 minutes without it. They thought it would be a fierce battle, but no one expected that Black Star would kill Bagnita in seconds. This is not a super A-level fish, but a famous master in history. At the beginning, everyone knew that Black Star might be very strong, but they didn't expect that it was so powerful, which was completely beyond their experience and judgment. No wonder I dare to call myself a super A-level leader. And indeed, I have this qualification. Many people were secretly shocked, and this idea flashed through. Han Xiao twisted his neck and moved his muscles that had been a little sore after receiving bombing massage. When he turned around, he saw the increasingly intense fear in everyone's eyes. He nodded secretly, quite satisfied with the effect of this battle. He was not angry, and scolded Bagnita for taking advantage of the situation and establishing his authority. Because he knew that there must be many people with similar ideas, but because the situation is stronger than others, he dared not respond. If he wanted to dispel these people's ideas, it is not enough to make the other party be afraid of the other party's attack by relying on the number of A-levels. It is also necessary to let the other party feel the huge gap in individual strength. The so-called seeing is true, and taking action directly can give people the most intuitive shock. The best effect of establishing authority is to kill Bagnita in seconds. So Han Xiao deliberately showed his intention to take action, and took the initiative to approach the other party, in order to let Bagnita engage in close combat with him, so that he can use the same life as the world. This move is the most efficient instant killing tactic. His biggest advantage is that his intelligence is ambiguous. As long as people who know their background, basically no one dares to approach him. These resurgents do not know this. Therefore, Bagnita followed his old experience and did not miss the fighter jet. He started with close combat and completely fell into Han Xiao's trap. When Bagnita chose to fight, the result of this battle was destined. Facing an uninformed opponent, the world of heaven and earth is almost the best tactic to use. The result of instantly killing Bagnita met Han Xiao's expectations, causing a huge impact on the young minds of the group, leaving only the last step. Seeing that Bagnita's body gradually recovered, Han Xiao turned his hand and took out the space-time amber, wrapped Bagnita directly, and said lightly, "I won't kill him, but in order to avoid unstable factors, let him close and calm down first." The next moment, the space-time amber was formed, and Bagnita's body was frozen and solidified in the amber. What is this? Everyone looked puzzled, and the Covenant members next to them explained. Soon, everyone present knew the function of space-time amber, and their expressions changed one after another, and they were shocked and frightened. This thing was almost the nemesis that all super A-level feared. At this time, Han Xiao turned his head and looked at everyone, showing a kind smile. The person who asked the question has solved it. So everyone, have you made a choice? Everyone looked different, some smiled bitterly, and some swallowed secretly. Under the strong fear, their choice was no suspense. I'm willing to stay in the Covenant. Same as me. Someone started, and others responded one after another. Among both routes, almost all of them chose to stay in the Covenant organization, and at least they did not want to show up outside the world until the situation was cleared so as not to take risks. Soon, Derlin was left without saying anything. Han Xiao looked over. Where are you? Are you staying in the Covenant or joining the association? Dilrin stroked his smooth and fair chin with his fingers and snorted coldly. I don't want to miss such an interesting thing. I join the association. If I fight with the three major civilizations, I will have to settle the score with them. As he said, Dilrin seemed to feel unhappy, and then turned to glance at the other resurgents present, and said sarcastically, Sure enough, the book is right, and the mediocre people who are timid and fearful always account for the majority. Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but look at Dilrin more. You deserve it, because you were crushed in ashes. I want to beat you to death. After asking around, only a few of the second batch of resurgents chose to join the association. Han Xiao wrote down their names, then looked at the members of the Covenant and nodded. I'm leaving this for you. Anyway, you have nothing to do. Let's help newcomers integrate into the times first. You should be fine, right? Don't worry. We are familiar with this field. We are short of new friends. Bigel smiled and responded to everyone. The swearing man on the side nodded subconsciously and suddenly realized. Wait, isn't this my organization? Why are you giving orders? The swearing man wanted to speak. However, just as he started, Han Xiao clapped his hands, interrupted him, and said with a smile, I'm glad we reached a consensus. Let's break up first. Let's go back and get more familiar with the situation of this era. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue eased a lot. The members of the Covenant led everyone out of the room in a row, chatting while walking, and the conversation became farther and farther. The corners of the mouth twitched slightly. The leader of the organization, was ignored? I don't want to be faced. At this time, Han Xiao walked over, patted the man on the shoulder of the oath, and smiled. You may have to work hard for a while. This group of resuscitators was temporarily shocked by me, but I can't stare at them all the time. Someone must find an opportunity to sneak away. You have to keep a close eye on them, but don't be too obvious to avoid their disgust. I understand. Cough. I know how to do it. You don't need to teach me. The man on the oath coughed dryly. Han Xiao smiled, called out the virtual screen, and quickly wrote a list. This is a list of keys for several other sanctuaries. In this regard, you are professional, and it is best to collect them indefinitely. The more keys we accumulate, the more confident we are. Is this what you found in the third sanctuary? The swearing man looked surprised. Why didn't I see it when I went there? It may be that your authority is too low. Han Xiao shook his head and explained casually. As for whether the swearing man deliberately concealed it, it is not the time to care about such details. Okay, it will be more convenient for us to open the sanctuary in the future. The swearing man was happy. Although the information recorded in each sanctuary is different, the sanctuary revival is universal, and it masters the opening method of other sanctuaries, which means that the efficiency of resuscitations has increased several times, greatly shortening the collection time of the sanctuary keys. After putting away the list, the swearing person paused, changed the subject, and asked, Have you considered the timing of the first resurgence being born? It's probably within these few months. Han Xiao nodded. After they are born, the attitudes of the three major civilizations will change tremendously. Are you okay? The swearing man said worriedly. No matter how much psychological preparation you are in advance, it is impossible to be a leader of this storm. Especially, this is a fuse event that will inevitably cause drastic changes in the universe pattern. It is a turning point in the fate of Super A-level, with far-reaching impact, and may divert the future of the interstellar society into another unknown direction. He cannot do it without being nervous. I know in my mind, this is a step that must be taken, and there is no need to look back. Han Xiao smiled slightly and patted his shoulder. The swearing man frowned slightly and said slowly, "Also, we concealed the truth about the revival of the sanctuary, making others think that there is only one chance of revival. In this case, although the three major civilizations will still be afraid, they are likely to not give up the idea of a great purge. So don't we really reveal the true situation of the revival of the sanctuary?" Hearing this, Han Xiao shook his head. "It's okay. This trump card must be hidden. Although it can make the three civilizations afraid of the rats, they will also adjust their strategies. It's better to give them a wrong message. After all, it's useless to say that it's not a restricted recovery. It's useless to just say it doesn't work. If the Great Purge really happens, it's not too late to recover. It can not only disrupt the strategies of the three civilizations, but also a surprise to the dead. Besides, fear is a shackle of desire. If the truth is told to the resurrected person now, it will be difficult to manage. They can't take off." The swearing person was helpless. "It's just that you will bear too much pressure. The resurrected person is introduced to the society by you. Everyone will think that you have the truth. The three civilizations will definitely rush to you. Can you withstand it? There is no big problem. As long as the association sees the revival of the sanctuary, the Super A-level will be united by my side unprecedentedly. With my ability, power, and the existence of the underworld, there is no problem in temporarily competing with the three major civilizations, so there is room for negotiation." Han Xiao smiled and gave the person who started the swearing. The swearing man nodded and said solemnly, "It's good that you have a plan. In short, it depends on you whether we can walk freely in the sun in the future." The next day, Han Xiao rechased the association, and Sui retreated to his deputy. He contacted Han Xiao more than once in private, and wanted to inquire about the result of Han Xiao's trip, but Han Xiao was evaded. After disappearing for about 4 months, Han Xiao appeared again in public and did not attract much attention. It is too common for Super A-level outings. None of the forces in all parties think about Han Xiao's short-term disappearance and are calm. After waiting patiently for more than half a month, the three major civilizations took action and issued a private invitation to talk. After watching for so long, can't you finally sit still? In the room, Han Xiao was immediately excited and sat up straight when he saw the invitation notice from the communicator. He opened the online link to the invitation letter and projected remotely into the online conference room. The next second, I saw a flash of sight and came to a secret conference room. The remote projection of the leaders of Guanghui, Empire, and Zuling were already in the room. "Blackstar, you are here." The head of the Empire, Bruce, smiled hard. Han Xiao glanced at him and smiled with the sign of Lao Ba of the underworld. "Three masters, what's the matter with me? You have taken office as the president of the Super A-level association. We have not officially congratulated you yet. Congratulations on becoming the president." Bruce nodded. "Thank you." Han Xiao smiled. "This is all the love of the members. We are optimistic about you. You are more suitable to lead the Super A-level association than Madison. We unanimously agree that under your leadership, the Super A-level association will go further and further on the right path of win-win cooperation." As usual, several people whispered each other in business, and then they got to the point. Lucky President Lewis touched his beard and said, "We call you here today. There's a main problem that needs your help. The chaos of the members of the Super A-level association privately imparting the ultimate knowledge of each super energy system has lasted for too long. When Madison was in power, he deliberately indulged it and ignored it. Now you have become the president of the association. I hope you can help deal with this issue." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I'll try it, but it's not guaranteed that it will work. After all, I can't limit the private life of each member. As if hearing Han Xiao's perfunctory behavior, Su Ling's head coughed, aggravated his tone, and slowly said, Black Star, we attach great importance to this issue. The chaos has been going on for decades. It is impossible to allow it to exist all the time. Patience is limited. We hope to witness the improvement of the situation as soon as possible. Han Xiao was not angry either, but just kept a smile and did not refuse positively, and was not surprised. Because the laws of the three major civilizations have never relaxed the restrictions on ultimate knowledge, the association can only spread it to each other in private, which is an important factor that attracts fresh blood, and Han Xiao naturally cannot agree. The three major civilizations must also understand this point. Part of the motivation is to test his attitude, the new president, and part of the reason is to pave the way for the big purge. If it is not done as usual, the three major civilizations will have excuses to target the association and become famous. If the association compromises, it doesn't matter. 80% of people will be fluctuating and disagreeing. Besides, there's a trick that will lead to all kinds of mistakes. The three of them looked at Han Xiao deeply. Then we'll wait for your results. You won't let us down, right? Of course, I have always believed in the win-win route, and you understand it. Han Xiao smiled. If there's nothing else, I'll go offline. Well, you'll be busy with yours. Hearing this, Han Xiao performed a simple etiquette, hung up the communication, and the remote projection left in the room disappeared. There were only 3 leaders left in the field. They looked at each other, nodded, and reached a consensus. It seems that it's time to take substantial actions. Black Star replaces the armed kingdom to take over, which is the time to take action, because in their opinion, the biggest difference between Black Star and Armed Kingdom is that Black Star knows how to seek profit and avoid harm, is not as tough as Armed Kingdom, and the probability of turning over the table is very small. This is also one of the reasons why they waited for Han Xiao to take action before taking action. The leader's character is very important. The 3 of them did not plan to deal with Black Star. The plan was to kill one group and attract another. Basically, the peak of the Super A level is not the target of the 3 major civilizations. Instead, they would appease and win over these people when taking action, so as to internalize the Super A level group. According to the personality analysis made by Big Data, Black Stars are extremely prone to seek benefits and avoid harm. In order to take into account their own interests, there is only a small probability that they will completely confront the 3 civilizations for other Super A levels. As long as their attitude is firm enough and their means are fierce enough, Black Stars will have a high probability of protecting themselves, which provides them with conditions for the division of the association. The ideal result is that the Super A level association will be disbanded, the backbone and bottom level forces will be killed and injured, and most of the unstable factors will be eliminated, leaving only the direct members and the peak Super A level ones. In this way, individual power can be re-understood to the control of the 3 major civilizations and restore it to its original state. Just as the 3 were discussing the plan in the office of the Black Star Army, Han Xiao put down his communicator, his eyes flashed, and he murmured, "The situation is almost at the critical point. It seems that it is time for the resurgence to be born." Just so happened that a new member recently applied to join the club and could take the opportunity to make an appearance and announce their existence to the entire universe. Half a month later, Fangxing, the headquarters of the Super A-level association. A small fleet slowly sailed into the planet's airport with blue-tail flames. In front of the bridge porthole of the main ship, a thin figure stood, looking at the panoramic view of Fine Star. I finally arrived at the local level. The Super A-level association has finally accepted my application. Male breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. He was a new student born a few years ago and was trained by a certain galaxy-level civilization. Although the probability is slim, it is not completely impossible. There are always some civilizations that have good luck. As the only Super A-level civilization, Male has a great responsibility. After entering the Super A-level field, he acted as a guardian of civilization, consolidated his power, and sought benefits for civilization in the region. He did not join the Super A-level association as soon as possible and also rejected the olive branches of other civilizations. It was not until now that he applied to join the association, and he came with a mission, hoping to gain a foothold in the Super A-level association and borrow the resources of other members to feed back to civilization. Today is the welcome meeting specially held by the association for him. For this day, Mail made a lot of preparations and even asked professionals to draft a speech and memorize it. He planned to make a decent speech at the welcome meeting to win the favor of others and quickly integrate into the group. I hope everything goes well. The spacecraft stopped at the port, and Mail walked onto the dock, following the reception staff and the internal passage to the temporary lounge of the venue, while constantly rehearsing in his mind what posture to speak in the wait. Soon, Mail came to the door of the lounge, pushed the door open and walked in, subconsciously raised his eyes, and suddenly stood there in a daze. I saw dozens of people sitting or standing in a room, chatting casually. When I heard someone pushing the door, I stopped talking and focused on him. Isn't the temporary lounge a single room? Did I go wrong? Mail was stunned for a moment, took a step back, took a look at the door number, and was confused. That's right. This is the lounge where newcomers are waiting to enter. Shouldn't it be my room? Where did this group of people come from? At this moment, everyone in the room suddenly laughed. The person close to the door stood up, pulled Mail, who was full of question marks, and pressed it on the sofa. Oh, there's finally a real newcomer. Sit down and eat something. This is the first time I have seen a newcomer from the new era. Others came over one after another, looking up and down curiously and greeting each other. Mail was caught between the crowd and was at a loss. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? This should be my room. Please go out if you don't care." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, showed subtle smiles, and suddenly they were shocked. Bang! The Super A-level momentum burst out, and it was stopped as soon as it was released. Mail was shocked and froze in place, completely confused. All the strangers in this room are Super A-level. You guys? Mail's eyes widened. His brain was a little short-circuited, and he was speechless. Bagel's tone was playful. Don't be so nervous. We are all newcomers who join the association like you. Impossible. How could dozens of new Super A-levels appear silently in the universe? Who are you? Mail suddenly stood up and lost his composure. Isn't the welcome party held today to welcome him alone? Bigel smiled and waved his hand. We are not strangers. Do you know us if you take a good look? Upon hearing this, Mail hurriedly scanned and observed everyone present, and suddenly his face changed drastically. I read your information. Are you the original ones? Haha, I just said you know us. Don't have this expression. We are just resurrected. What's the point of making a fuss about this? Bigel smiled and patted Mail on the shoulder. Mail, as if his bones were removed, slumped on the sofa, his eyes dulled, as if he had lost his soul, and he looked like he had been ruined. At this moment, his mind went blank, and he was completely confused, with only one thought left. When did I fall asleep? P.S. P.Y. has a book called Detective in the World of Film and Television. Author Mia Binyuan, who was reborn in the United States and transformed into various film and television copies. I have read a paragraph before, and it was written quite interestingly. If you're interested, you'll go and read it. Thanks for my crazy reward. Into this chapter. Just when Mael was doubting his life, in the venues across several corridors, remote projections of Super A-level members arrived on his seat, chatting in groups of 3 or 3. Today is the welcome party again. I remember the last newcomer was Aurora. It's only about half a year since now. I wonder if you have any feeling that the frequency of the birth of Super A-level in recent decades seems to have increased a lot compared to before. Indeed, I remember that it was a long time ago it was good to have 3 or 4 Super A-levels in decades, and 8 Super A-levels were born in recent decades. Although this kind of thing is very random, it can also prove that the times are progressing. Yes, the population base of the interstellar society has risen exponentially, and the research on super energy systems in the universe has become more and more perfect, and the Super A-level seeds have accumulated a lot to the critical point. Under the influence of various factors, I think a blowout period of freshmen will appear. Before the meeting, the routine is the time for members to exchange feelings, and everyone chats casually in a lively scene. Han Xiao's projection sat in the main seat, looking at this harmonious scene with a smile. Looking at the unaware of everyone's appearance, Han Xiao's mouth curled up a curve. These people still don't know that something that will subvert the universe pattern will happen here today. At this moment, someone suddenly brought the topic to Han Xiao. I was warned by the Guanghui Federation a few days ago, strictly prohibiting me from continuing to spread the ultimate knowledge privately. Mr. Blackstar, do you know about this? Hearing this, many people immediately agreed, saying that they had also been warned by the three major civilizations, and looked at Han Xiao together. Han Xiao glanced at the three direct civilized branches next to him and nodded. I talked with the heads of the three civilized countries not long ago. They hoped that I would rectify this situation and eliminate the chaos of privately spreading ultimate knowledge. How did you answer? Manison, who was standing beside him, asked lightly. The three major civilizations maintain the order of the interstellar society. I will cooperate with their work as much as possible without affecting the operation of the association. Han Xiao said in empty official words with a smile. Manison snorted lightly. He knew that with Han Xiao's sleekness, he would not clearly reject the three major civilizations. The most likely thing was to deal with it and agree verbally. At this time, a direct lineman spoke. What method do you plan to deal with this problem? I haven't thought about it yet. Do you have any suggestions? Han Xiao turned his head and looked over. I think one of the reasons for privately disseminating ultimate knowledge is that the association's constitution is too loose, and there is no clear restriction on this behavior. I suggest improving the constitution and severely punishing the communicators. When the direct descendant spoke, all other normal members of the association shut up tacitly and exchanged glances with each other. The direct people have different interests from the normal super A-level interest demands. These are the two factions with the clearest boundaries. As the three major civilizations become increasingly dissatisfied with the behavior of super A-level associations, the differences between the two factions have become increasingly greater. More than once, someone has secretly suggested that Han Xiao kick the direct people out of the association. Han Xiao listened to the speech of his direct descendants for a while, suddenly interrupted the other party, and laughed. These suggestions are good. I will consider them as appropriate. Let's leave this topic for the next regular meeting to discuss it. After all, today is the welcome party. Don't make the main and secondary mistakes. He gently exposed this topic. His tone was meaningful. The direct lineman's super A-level tone was suffocated. Hearing Han Xiao's faint warning, he had to sit down in a depressed manner. The other super A-level members were excited. Distinguishing the primary and secondary is just talking about who is the master of the association and warning the direct descendants in disguise not to think that the three major civilizations can give orders to them. With Han Xiao's obscure reply, many people relaxed a little because Blackstar had a close relationship with the three major civilizations, and some people were uneasy in the end, afraid that Blackstar would change the tough way of the machinery country and compromise with the three major civilizations. Seeing this, Saurier helped smooth things out. The president is right. Today we are gathered here to welcome newcomers and not to talk about serious matters. Hearing this, the atmosphere became cheerful again. Everyone tacitly moved the topic and turned to guess the identity of newcomers. There were still people who had nothing to do to start a bet. After arguing for a while, someone came to Han Xiao and asked jokingly, President, the newcomer to join the club this time should be male? It's not that the Black Star Army has a new super A-level cadre, right? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. I can only say, the newcomer this time is definitely everyone's acquaintance. Everyone was chatting and waiting, and after a while, the staff finally arrived. Seeing this, Han Xiao raised his hand and asked everyone to calm down, and smiled. It's almost time. The welcome party can begin. Be quiet, prepare to welcome the newcomers. Hearing this, everyone calmed down, turned their heads in unison, looked at the side door of the venue. According to the convention, the newcomers would come out from here. Before long, the side door was finally pushed open, and Mail came out and showed it to everyone. The low voices of people suddenly sounded in the field. "It's Mail, I knew it was him." "Haha, I guessed right. Don't bet. I'm willing to accept the loss." "Hey, why does he look weird?" Everyone looked at Mail and soon discovered an abnormality. Mail looked dull, as if his soul was wandering outside the sky, motionless, and completely didn't take everyone seriously. How many things do this person meant when he was standing there? Why didn't he even say a word? He wasn't a mute. Everyone felt confused. However, at this moment, another figure walked out from behind the door, followed by the second and third paths. Soon, dozens of people came out in a row, pushing Mail aside. "What's going on? Isn't it the welcome party?" Everyone present was stunned and confused. At this time, Han Xiao laughed and said slowly, "Don't be surprised. These people are all newcomers to join the association this time. Everyone, please welcome their franchise." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned, with a look of, "You are not joking with me, are you?" Even the three civilized direct descendants who were silently watching widened their eyes and were shocked. Without any notice in advance, they thought today was a normal welcome party, but they did not expect that it would be such an unexpected situation. Every welcome meeting is specially held for one person. When have you ever accepted so many newcomers? And when did so many new students have super A-level extras in the universe? This number is almost 1/3 of the association. It's simply impossible. Is it a festival today? So, the president deliberately teased us? That must be true. This thought flashed across everyone, subconsciously looking at dozens of newcomers, and suddenly they were shocked. "Wait, these people look so familiar. They are the first ones. How is it possible? The first ones have been dead for many years. They deliberately pretended to be like this. Oh, it's exactly the same. This is the disguise technology is too good." Everyone hurriedly searched the internet for information about the first ones, and they met the resuscitators present one by one, and couldn't help but look surprised. Manison frowned and looked at Han Xiao, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "I deliberately found a group of people to pretend to be the first ones, and asked them to join the association." "Were you making a fool of yourself? Do you think it's fake?" Han Xiao glanced at him, not surprised. After all, in the eyes of ignorant people, this kind of thing is too incredible, and anyone who is normal has to doubt it. He slowly stood up and looked around the audience. The curve of the corners of his mouth gradually expanded, and he turned a firm decision. "I know everyone has doubts, but the group of people you see are the super A-level persons who have existed in history. They lifted the coffin from the grave of time, brushed away the dust of history, and resurrected from the dead. Finally, he decided to join the association to shine and heat the entire super A-level person." As he finished speaking, the field was so silent that it was so loud that it could be heard. All the super A-level present were shocked, with a look of, "You are fucking teasing me." The only exception is that Saurier was so excited that he shivered all over. He was another insider in the revival of the sanctuary and immediately recalled it. Could this be the result of the disappearance of Black Star for 4 months? "Tell me, is this true?" Saurier turned his head and stared at Han Xiao, unable to wait to know the answer, afraid that it would be just a joke. Han Xiao replied with a tacit look on each other and slowly spoke. "I guaranteed my reputation. Today I didn't joke with anyone." At this moment, emotions such as ecstasy, shock, admiration, and other emotions exploded in Suai's heart. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. Black Star. He succeeded. At this moment, Baijel, who was in charge, chuckled lightly, stepped forward, faced everyone's shocked and suspicious eyes, and said lightly, "Young people, the times have changed." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of super A-level powers surged into the sky, without reservation this time. Boom! With a loud bang, the ceiling of the entire venue was suddenly lifted off, and the ground and walls cracked inch by inch. A huge pressure suddenly swept across the entire planet. At this moment, all the creatures on Fine Star were almost crushed to the ground by the pressure at the same time, and a harsh alarm sounded throughout the sky. The Super A-level present were all remote projections, and the impact on the spot was not felt, but everyone's power had an office on Finestar. Almost at the same time, everyone received an emergency detection report from the office. Each radar detection screen showed dozens of super-level energy sources, and the targets were these dozens of people. There is no better evidence than this. At this moment, all the members present had a drastic change in their faces, unbelievable and shocked. Is this actually true? Did the first one really live? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. An irresistible impact instantly shattered their worldview, leaving only endless confusion. At this moment, there were few words that could describe their inner horror. Even McNyson was stunned for a few seconds. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Han Xiao. What did you do? How did they resurrect? Everyone woke up as if they were dreaming, and their shocked eyes fell on Han Xiao. These resurrected people were recommended by Black Star. They are inseparable from him. He must know all the inside story. Hey Xing, what's going on? Answer us quickly. Speak. One by one person couldn't wait to know the answer, and the crowd was excited. Looking at the excited people, Han Xiao smiled, spoke without rushing, and finally found out. In this world, there is a special information phenomenon called sanctuary resurrection. As long as I step into the Super A level, I can leave a record. Even if I die in a bad life and leave no fragments, I can also inspire this phenomenon to resurrect from the dead. This opportunity is only once, which is equivalent to giving all the second life of Super A level. And it is precisely with this phenomenon that I can reborn in the graves of history. After receiving a positive answer, everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, shock and ecstasy suddenly exploded in everyone's minds. Is there such a wonderful phenomenon in the universe that specializes in Super A level? Could it be another wonder of the universe? Everyone realized that this is the blessing of the entire Super A class. If you heard about this kind of thing rashly, everyone would probably sneer at it, and it was basically impossible to believe it. But now the living example is right in front of you, which has proved that what Han Xiao said is true. The next second, everyone's eyes change when they look to Han Xiao. The Black Star has recovered so many original people, which means that he has mastered the use method. He said the mechanism, but did not explain the method of the sanctuary recovery. So at present, Black Star is probably the only channel for them to enjoy the sanctuary recovery. Thinking from another perspective, Black Star has only been the president for about half a year. According to common sense, he may have mastered the methods of reviving the sanctuary. If he had not become the president, he might have kept hiding it. At this moment, everyone felt that choosing Black Star as the president was simply the wisest decision. Han Xiao glanced at everyone, looked at everyone's expressions, and chuckled softly. Since everyone no longer doubts, don't forget the theme of today's welcome meeting. As he said that, Han Xiao raised his hand, and the seats on the round table began to adjust, and rows of new seats stretched out from the ground, which were the seats reserved for the resurrected person. And then he took the lead in applause. Everyone, welcome the return of the old era with me. Papa, with Han Xiao taking the lead, everyone could only suppress the shock in their hearts and applauded for the time being. A feeling of witnessing history arose. The true portrayal of their mood at this time is probably like eating hot pot and singing songs and suddenly being robbed by bandits. It's so fucking surprise. Seeing this, dozens of resurrected people smiled and went up to sit down. Some of the first people saw a male standing foolishly in place and kindly pulled the little brother to take the seat together. The applause gradually stopped. Han Xiao sat down again, looked at Baigir and others and smiled and said, Everyone, do you want to introduce yourself? I don't feel that it's necessary. Baigir waved his hand and glanced at the audience. If you want to know who we are, just check the history. Everyone nodded subconsciously. The first one was famous, and basically every Super A-level person knew their names, so there was no need to introduce them again. At this time, Dilrin raised his smooth and fair chin slightly. Although I am not the original, no one here doesn't know me, right? Everyone turned their heads and looked at him. Among the resuscitators, there were a few super-level, A-level history among the resuscitators. In comparison, they were not that famous, and there were many people who did not know Dilrin. Who are you? The Sun Hunter was curious. Fisk, is there really someone who doesn't recognize me? Dilrin glanced at him. Little thing, listen well. I am Dilrin, the Elf King in history. Go home and add more historical knowledge. Don't ask such an inexplicable question next time. The Sun Hunter was stunned for a moment, and then furious. Can you speak and dare to call me a little thing? If it weren't for the fact that the body was not here, I believed it or not, I would have created dozens of cannon barrels in minutes and stuffed them into your mouth, causing you to explode until you die. On the other hand, many magicians were excited. It turns out that it is the famous Elf King in the history of magic. It is said that you have taken a different approach and created a special elf spell system. It has been passed down to this day and has become the mainstream spell genre of the elves. Unfortunately, due to your sudden death, some secret techniques have been lost forever. I hope you will have the opportunity to ask you for advice in the future. Austin couldn't help speaking and unleashing goodwill. The magician's desire for various spells was just like the mechanic's curiosity about technology. Hearing this, Dilrin lowered his head and clenched his fingernails and said, "It depends on my mood. I usually don't like to communicate with a talented mage, but if you're in a good mood, it's not impossible to open the net." Austin's expression was suffocated, and he shut up embarrassedly. Seeing this, other magicians who wanted to make friends with him also consciously closed their mouths and did not want to use their hot face to touch their cold butts. Seeing this scene, many people looked at it sideways and suddenly looked at Dilrin. So this person speaks so strangely? No wonder he died so miserably in history. He deserves it. Seeing that the atmosphere became a little subtle, Bygel moved away from the topic and smiled. I have to say that this association is very good. There is no such good environment in our era. The person who established the association is really a long-term and talented person. I admire it very much. I think so too. Han Xiao smiled. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Han Xiao, and then at Bygel, who was still looking at him. Your uncle is still your uncle. This flattery is really hard. One dares to shoot, and the other dares to answer. Bygel turned his head to glance at everyone and said kindly, "The days ahead are still long. I hope we will get closer." Everyone nodded and responded one after another. However, no one showed an arrogant face. The first one was the pioneer who pioneered the precedent, and there was still the necessary respect. The Welcome Club finally returned to its original role. The two groups of people communicated with each other for a while, and dozens of resuscitators initially integrated into the association group. The original members of the association also calmed down. Even if they felt incredible, they had to accept the reality that the elderly had lifted their coffins. Although they accepted the resuscitators, everyone was still full of doubts and were very curious about how Black Star discovered the resuscitation phenomenon of the sanctuary, how to persuade the resuscitators to join the association, where the resuscitators were before, etc., and asked indirectly. Han Xiao acted lightly and exposed these problems without explanation. Everyone was itchy, and their impression of Han Xiao became more mysterious, and their attitude became more and more awe-inspiring. No one knew how much power the Black Star had hidden underwater, and they just felt that it was unfathomable. But the more this happens, the more relieved the many members of the Super A-Level Association. In the past, for the protection and resources of the association, everyone abides by the rules and obeys the orders. But now, there's another more important reason. The revival of the sanctuary gave everyone confidence. Some people were still worried about the warnings of the three major civilizations, worried about gains and losses, and were unstable. But now their mentality has stabilized suddenly, and their fear of the three major civilizations has disappeared a lot in an instant. While everyone was chatting, Manison watched silently, shocked in his heart. Black Star, it turns out that this is the trump card you prepared. Beautiful. The recovery of the sanctuary means extraordinary to us, not only to enhance members' confidence in facing risks, but also to enhance the cohesion of the association, and the group will be united unprecedentedly. Moreover, the recovery history is super A-level, which is another way to quickly replenish fresh blood. This is much more efficient than waiting for the new generation to be super A-level. The power of the association will expand in a short period of time, be reborn, and break through the preset safety line of the three civilizations at once. If they want to do it, they have to weigh it again. In this way, I don't have to take the risk of launching smart viruses. Madison breathed a sigh of relief. He has always been worried that Black Star's peaceful route will become the confidence for the three major civilizations to take action, and he is worried that relying solely on Black Star's influence will be difficult to shake the determination of the three major civilizations. But now it seems that Black Star's response was completely beyond his expectations. He actually hid this trump card, and he immediately felt relieved. Madison had to admit that the Black Star move was much better than the virus deterrent plan that killed 1,000 enemies and damaged 800 by himself. Although the two of them usually don't deal with each other, he admits Han Xiao's ability, and at this time he feels relieved that I don't believe in the wrong person. On the other side, Saori glanced at Han Xiao from time to time, feeling more and more pleasing to her. Xui is not aware of the revival of the sanctuary. He may be the only person present except Han Xiao who knew that there was no limit on the revival of the sanctuary. He was more excited than anyone else. He didn't know why Han Xiao pretended that the sanctuary had only one chance to recover, but after thinking about it, he could guess the general intention, so he naturally would not expose it on the spot. At this moment, Suri couldn't help but feel glad. Fortunately, I have a good relationship with He Xing and have never offended him. Fortunately, the companion I chose during the trip to the stars was He Xing. If it were someone else, even if I knew the existence of the sanctuary, I would probably have been like me, and I had no clue for decades. I don't know how Han Xiao mastered the sanctuary to revive it. Sui didn't know the existence of the Covenant organization, and thought that the secondary dimension was the only inspiration that Han Xiao was given, and secretly lamented that he had chosen the most reliable companion. When most of the members of the association were surprised and excited, the only three civilized direct descendants were stern and were in a heavy mood. From a personal perspective, the revival of the sanctuary is indeed a super-level gospel, but from the perspective of civilization, the super-level association has mastered this method, which is undoubtedly earth-shaking bad news for the direct line. If you have an extra life at super-level A, you cannot remove the unstable factors once and for all, so it will be troublesome. Even if you can clean it once, the deceased will definitely learn to be smart after resurrection and will turn to take revenge in secret. The core of the problem is Black Star. Only he has the means of resuscitation in the sanctuary. It is almost impossible to split the super-level A-level association unless he kills him first or gets the method of resuscitation in his hands. Many direct descendants frowned, and a similar thought flashed through their minds. They have received more or less the news that the top civilized leaders are about to substantially crack down on the super A-level association. At this critical moment, the Black Star map is revealed, and deliberately showing this method is undoubtedly a warning signal in their opinion. They want to use this move to shock the three major civilizations and prevent them from acting rashly. Moreover, the association's high-end combat power suddenly soared by 1/3. Even if the top leaders of their own civilization have to take action, they have to consider the cost issue again. For the sake of the entire superclass, I will take all the pressure on myself. This is not like Black Star's usual style. Thinking of this, the eyes of many direct descendants looking at Han Xiao became meaningful. Han Xiao also noticed the gazes of these direct descendants, his face calmly and a smile in his heart. Super disasters are inevitable by chance, and sooner or later conflicts will break out. Although he has become the detonator of super disasters, his fundamental goal has not changed. One is to find a way to make the three major civilizations throw themselves into danger and stabilize the other party, so as to control the intensity of the super disasters, preserve more viable forces, and deal with the World Tree War that will arrive at some time. Another goal is to consider yourself. only when the entire class is well able to make its own position stronger. This step has finally taken out. There is no turning back when the bow is drawn. It can only guide the torrent of the times and keep running forward. Various thoughts flashed by. Han Xiao calmed down, clapped his hands, interrupted everyone's communication, and said loudly, "Everyone is already met. There are opportunities to interact in the future. Let's come to the New Year's party today. Next regular meeting, we will discuss resource allocation issues to help these old seniors establish their power." Everyone nodded without any objection. If a lot of extra Super A levels are added, a part of the interest cake will inevitably be divided. However, because of the recovery of the sanctuary, almost everyone has made a decision to further have a deep relationship with Han Xiao in their hearts. Han Xiao's voice in the association has expanded to the extreme, and he is basically the same. "Okay, let's have a meeting today." Han Xiao smiled, directly removed the remote projection, and disappeared. Seeing this, everyone dispersed on their own with their own thoughts. No matter what kind of mood you are in, everyone realizes that from today on, the Super A level ecology has been rewritten. When what happened in this venue today spreads, the entire interstellar society will be greatly impacted, and a storm of change will inevitably start from here and sweep the entire universe. The initiator is the Black Star, who has never been revealed for decades, and has suddenly released a kingly bomb. Many Super A-level Black Stars are vaguely feeling that they have pushed to the position, which is likely to kick off a new era. The content of this welcome party was not kept confidential. With the help of those who were interested, the news spread faster than expected. The next day it spread across major star fields, and countless media wrote various reports, rushing to broadcast them. For a time, the news media channels in major regions were all shocked. The first one is the dead and the return. Real or lie? The truth about the revival of the sanctuary. Shocking news came from the Super A-level association. Where did dozens of freshmen Super A-level come from? Black Star, welcome the return of the old era. Titles like this. I don't know how many interstellar citizens and interstellar forces saw this news, and their first reaction was that they didn't believe it and thought it was false information. The revival of the sanctuary can resurrect the Super A-level powerhouse who died. The first ones who had long been buried in history collectively resurrected. Don't joke, okay? You don't dare to shoot TV series like this. However, within a few days, as members of the Super A-level association personally admitted the authenticity of the news, the entire interstellar society was confused. What's the fucking real thing? Are the historical figures in the textbook alive? If I weren't crazy, then the world would be crazy. Countless people's emotions exploded instantly. Driven by the emotions of panic, fanaticism, and shock, the news spread faster and faster, and the interstellar community that had been calm for decades once again caused storm waves. Whether it is an ordinary person or a superpower, whether it is a civilized or a civilized force, almost everyone vaguely saw a storm brewing rapidly and gave birth to the same strong premonition. This universe seems to be about to change. Thanks to the emergency report after the direct line Super A-level meeting. Before the outside world public opinion broke out, the three major civilizations had already learned about the resurrection of the original. When the report was delivered to the table, the three supreme leaders were all shocked and hurriedly contacted each other and held an emergency joint meeting. In the highest conference room, the projection of Bruce, Lewis, and the head of the Zuling cult were all at one end, and the senior officials of each civilization were qualified to participate in the meeting. The core powers of the three major civilizations gathered together, and the atmosphere in the venue was extremely solemn. The history of recovery is Super A-level. Black Star actually has such an incredible method, hidden so deeply, and it has only been displayed in a high-profile manner until now. He did it deliberately. Marber's face was heavy, and he was shocked and angry. He had tried his best to pay attention to Black Star, but he did not expect to underestimate the other party. As a hardline head of state with strong control, when Black Star suddenly gave out this trump card that was enough to leverage the universe pattern. His inner anger was hard to extinguish, thinking that this ally had completely escaped from the control of the Empire. Lewis said in a deep voice, "Yes, Black Star has been planning for a long time. He had this idea for a long time. Maybe he was just waiting for an opportunity. Now, he noticed a risk. So he resolutely released this killer weapon to disrupt all our deployments." The head of the Zuling sect frowned and said, "The situation is not good for us. The return of some historical Super A levels has expanded the top power of the association by about 1/3. If we use the original plan to clear Super A levels, the cost will be doubled, which may shake the order of the entire interstellar society. What's more, this is just the first batch of resurgence. Black Star can resurrect more people." The three of them were all the same, shocked and angry. Originally, their plan had entered the preparation stage, but the emergencies brought by Black Star scared them and had to stop all current actions and rediscuss countermeasures. As the root of this trouble, the three of them's favor for him disappeared, leaving only boundless hostility. Even if Black Star is nominally an ally of the Empire, Mar Bruce, as the head of state, was also hostile. When the other party is beneficial to its own rule, even if there is a private rift, they can cooperate with a smile. But now the actions of Black Star have broken the balance of the universe and are already leveraging the ruling foundation of the three major civilizations. Those false reputations and status cannot prevent both sides from becoming enemies, and there is no sympathy. In the eyes of the three, they gave Black Star so many benefits, but in the end they received was Black Star's backstud, which was clear. If it weren't for fear of Black Star's strength, power, and connections, the three of them really wanted to convene the army and directly siege the Black Star Legion. Mar Bruce suppressed his inner impulse and said in a low tone, "It's already so difficult in the short term, but it's even more dangerous in the long term. Don't forget that many historical Super A levels have hatred with us, such as the guardian of the civilization that was destroyed by us in the exploration history, or the Super A levels implicated in the Peak's sorrow. If they make a comeback, they will likely retaliate against us." Many senior officials here know the seriousness of the inability to eradicate the roots, and they just feel chill. Although many of the three major civilizations have Super A-level direct lines, their number cannot be compared with the number of enemies in history. Once the enemy is resurrected on a large scale, their direct lines will likely be wiped out by the enemy, resulting in the civilization losing all protection in the field of individual power. The most powerful thing about Super A-level is its special strategic significance. It is a soldier with one person with incomparable flexibility and being able to break through the surface with a point. If there are no direct powerhouses to suppress it, even if the three civilizations can still destroy Super A levels by relying on fleets, technology, and various cosmic treasures, the cost will increase exponentially. The head of the Su Ling sect thought for a longer time and said solemnly, "From the overall situation, even if it is not considered the enemy factor, the dominance of the three major civilizations is in danger of overturning. The recovery of the sacred place has greatly increased the life expectancy of Super A level and increased risk resistance, resulting in a qualitative increase in the accumulation speed of the total amount of Super A level in the universe. With this trend, in the near future, the total number of Super A level will break through the balance line between civilization and individual power, enough to break through our dominance foundation. At that time, it will be difficult to return. It is no longer the Super A level worrying that we will take action, but it is our turn to fear that the ambition of the Super A level association has expanded." As he said, the head of the Su Ling sect suddenly sighed, a little helpless, but know what the use of trends. The Black Star's trump card has promoted checks and balances under deterrence. He holds a remote control that changes the era, and we can no longer act rashly. Hearing this, the three of them fell into silence at the same time. The current situation is like nuclear deterrence, and the three major civilizations no longer dare to break up. Even though the civilization was very powerful, the three of them felt helpless in the face of this emergencies and became more and more annoyed by Han Xiao. The only solution seems to be only one. That is, we are in control of the resurgence of the sanctuary. For the sake of the present, we can only negotiate with Black Star as soon as possible and figure out his plans. The three nodded and reached a consensus, secretly regretting it. When they were in the tough-hearted leadership association of the Armed Kingdom, they did not act rashly and waited for the Black Star to take over. But now it seems that the Black Star is more dangerous than the Armed Kingdom and hides too deeply. The route of the military country is polar opposites, and the Black Star is a deterrent coexistence, which has no negative impact on the development of Super A level, but has almost only benefits. It is much less solution than the military country's mutual losses, which makes the three major civilizations in a dilemma. If we had known this, when the Super A-level association was first established, we would have. Alas, what would have been the use of knowing it? We were not in power at that time. What a big mess that my ex left for us. Marbruce couldn't help but remember the warning he heard from Ulan Riel decades ago. Be careful of Black Star. He is 100 times more dangerous than the Armed Kingdom. At this point, he could only sigh. It's true. Without delay, the three of them directly dispersed all the senior management, sent out invitation messages, and prepared to have a secret talk with Han Xiao. The three of them didn't wait long, and soon waited for the remote projection that Han Xiao was invited to come. Three of you, what a coincidence. We will meet again so soon. Han Xiao remained the same, nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. Although Han Xiao's tone was exactly the same as before, the three of them always felt that there was a mockery. Marbruce suppressed the urge to strangle Han Xiao to death and said in a deep voice, "Hey Xing, I guess you know why we called you here. To be short, what is the revival of the sanctuary?" Han Xiao blinked. "I don't know much. I also discovered this strange phenomenon by chance. Maybe it was some kind of cosmic wonder." The three of them twitched. "Stop mentioning the word universe wonder. It will be a headache to hear it. What is the process of the sanctuary revival like? What are the rules or restrictions?" Lewis asked. I'm not very clear. I haven't studied it thoroughly yet." Han Xiao spread his hands. The head of the Zuling sect cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "I don't know if you are willing to share the method of reviving the sanctuary. You could discuss anything you want." Han Xiao smiled without saying a word. "Brother, are you thinking about nothing?" Seeing this, the three of them knew that this request was whimsical and were secretly unwilling to accept it. Marbruce gritted her teeth and shouted in a deep voice, "Black Star, you should know what kind of chaos the resurrection of the sanctuary will bring to the interstellar community. What is your intention to resurrect these historical Super A-level groups? What is the purpose?" Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled. "What you said, I just want to test whether the resurrection of the sanctuary is effective. Unexpectedly, I accidentally resurrected these people. This is just an experimental accident. I can't put them back into the grave again, right?" Marbruce almost burst into anger. "An experiment accident? Only fools believe this reason." The head of Zuling's sect took over the conversation and asked seriously, "No matter whether it is an accident or not, they're now a group of so-called newcomers in the Super A-level association. We really want to know how you should deal with this issue." What the three of them are most worried about is that Black Star has this group of new forces and takes the initiative to take action. No need to deal with it. They join the association, so they are naturally part of the association. They do not need special treatment. I will only give them certain resources and assistance in accordance with the association's established charter. As for other matters, as long as they do not violate the association's regulations, I will not care about it. Han Xiao's attitude was not in progress. "This is not enough. You know what we mean. We hope you can guarantee that the Super A-level association will always be at peace." Han Xiao smiled. "I promised it. Do you believe it?" The three of them shook their heads helplessly. Indeed, not mentioning that the trust foundation of both parties has collapsed. Even if they believe in Black Star, their own responsibilities require them to prepare for the worst and make the worst plans. Anyone is useless to guarantee it. The three of them dare not show a tit-for-tat attitude towards Black Star. Although Black Star was a big family and a big business in the past, they still had a meal with them, but now it is different. Due to the recovery of the sanctuary, Black Star itself has the significance of strategic deterrence and detonator, and is already in an equal position with the three major civilizations. Bruce narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "Black Star, is the Empire still an ally with you?" Han Xiao glanced at him, thought for a while, and said, "The Covenant has not been torn down. The Empire has provided me with a lot of help, and of course we are allies. It is not in the interest to turn against each other completely, and Han Xiao did not want to do so." Bruce's eyes flashed. "Then I want to cooperate with you. Since you have the means of reviving the sanctuary, I hope you can resurrect Gouda, or other Imperial direct lineages are above a level. I'll think about it." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said he could not recover the three civilized direct lineages. Seeing this, the three of them knew that it was impossible to ask anything from Han Xiao anymore, so they had to endure the dissatisfaction and end the communication. In the huge room, the three of them looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. Bruce pondered for a while and said, "The original cleaning plan can be canceled. We need a new response plan. I have about 3 ideas. One is to start with Black Star, use spy infiltration, and find a way to get information about the recovery of the sanctuary. The second is the dividing association, to win over some resuscitators and try to inquire about the news about the recovery of the sanctuary. As for the third," as he said, he glanced at the two of them, seemed to hesitate for a moment before continuing, "we should establish a joint R&D team to independently study the secrets of the recovery of the sanctuary. I believe that Guanghui and Zuling are not ignorant of this, and they both have some information." The other two were stunned for a moment, paused, and nodded slowly. The three major civilizations have come from exploration history and are naturally not ignorant of the sanctuary. The direct line Super A level will occasionally get relevant inspiration, leaving some vague information. And due to rumors among the first people in the exploration history, it is not the first time that the three major civilizations have heard of the super level recovery. When they learned that the deceased was resurrected, they thought of this unverifiable confidential information. These related information are all high-level secrets of the three major civilizations. They cherish each other and just want to study it by themselves. However, because of the extremely incomplete data, the research has been progressing slowly and has no clues. Most projects have been stopped long ago, and even the authenticity of these information has been doubted. Now that the situation has changed, the ruling foundation of the three major civilizations is under threat. Bruce feels that this is not the time to hide his own private interests. I suggest that we share all the relevant secrets, piece together the clues we have, and study the so-called sanctuary revival together. Only in this way can we have a slight chance of making progress in the short term." After hesitating for a moment, Lewis nodded slowly. "It seems that this is the best way at present, so just do it." The Zuling sect nodded, expressing acquiescence, and suddenly changed the subject and said, "In the short term, the possibility of us solving this problem is very small, but in the long run, although we cannot stop the recovery of historical Super A level, there is no way to suppress the number of Super A level. We cannot stop the resurrection of the deceased, but we can reduce the real new Super A level and prevent them from growing endlessly." "You mean?" The other two people's eyes moved. The head of the Su Ling sect's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light and whispered, "The birth of Super A level comes from the huge base of superpowers in the universe. If we erase the potential natural disaster level, because the superpowers to be cut off, and even cut off the inheritance of superpower knowledge at the bottom, and all of them are nationalized, it may cause the Super A level to lose fresh blood." Hearing these words, Bruce and Lewis were shocked, and could not help but be shocked by the big moves of the Su Ling sect's head. The superpower has always been an important part of the interstellar society, but is this to uproot the superpower class and remove the fire from the bottom of the pot? Even with their knowledge, I think this idea is too crazy. But if only higher civilizations remain in the universe to cultivate superpowers, how stable will public security be, and how solid will the foundation of rule be? The two of them couldn't help but fantasize about the picture, and had to admit that this blueprint was indeed tempting, and they were a little moved. At the same time, Black Star Palace, the Legion commander's exclusive machinery factory. Han Xiao put away the communicator, recalled the communication with the heads of the three civilizations just now, and breathed a sigh of relief. The checks and balances have been formed. The three major civilizations are afraid of being vulnerable to the situation and should have given up the plan of a large-scale cleaning. They are likely to wait and see for a while and will not overturn the table. In this way, the intensity of the super disaster can be temporarily controlled, but I don't know how long it will last. Han Xiao nodded secretly. The resuscitator was born early and the sanctuary was revived. The butterfly effect brought by himself will inevitably change the course of super disasters and will not develop like in the previous life. But he couldn't say exactly how the plot of the super disaster would change, so he could only adapt to it. P.S. P.Y. promotes the book, The Great Sui Dynasty. The author breaks the spring breeze with a word, reads the book with a name and a series of themes, and the brother who likes history and text can read it. Although I haven't completely broken up now, my relationship has almost frozen. Han Xiao touched his chin and secretly planned. Although the plot has changed, he has predicted the actions of the three major civilizations. The three leaders asked him to have a secret talk, so naturally they had the intention of negotiation. But Han Xiao had no intention of discussing at all. The fundamental contradiction was already on the surface. If this was not resolved, the negotiation would be useless. The negotiation results that the three major civilizations want to reach are nothing more than conditions, such as the conditions that the historical Super A level is not allowed to be resurrected at will. The resurrection targets must be screened through them, and a number of resurrected people must not exceed a certain value. In short, he is not allowed to use the sanctuary to revive at will, which is most in line with the needs of the three major civilizations. Even if you compromise, as long as the three major civilizations do not master the sanctuary for a day, the other party's behavioral trajectory will not change. The foundation of trust has been broken, and nothing can be said to eliminate fear. The fundamental conflict of interest has made it impossible for both parties to reach a consensus. Han Xiao naturally didn't want to tie his hands and feet. Now the deterrents and checks and balances were barely reached, and it was nothing if he didn't negotiate. However, if he didn't talk, he didn't want to overstimulate the nerves of the three major civilizations. After that, the Covenant revived a new Super A-level reunion, and as long as the three major civilizations do not take further action, he will not intend to expose it. The three civilizations have become enemies with us. Although they are not openly hostile, the business cooperation between me and the three civilizations should be gradually lifted, and the resource support will naturally not be given to me again. TSK. Mar Bruce originally disliked me, but because of the agreement signed by Ulan Riel, he had to continue to provide me with strong support. He was unwilling to do so. Now, he can finally terminate the cooperation with the rightful one. However, it is estimated that I am not the only one who has such treatment. Except for the direct descendants and allies who have not made clear statements, it is difficult for others to cooperate with the three civilizations again. It is still necessary to enhance the independence of the association's power. Han Xiao's eyes rolled. The nature of this storm caused by the Super A-level association has changed. The three major civilizations are likely to continue to invest in enemy, and it is not ruled out that they will adopt non-armed conflict countermeasures, such as economic sanctions in the future. With three major civilizations taking the lead, a large number of affiliated civilizations will also terminate cooperation with certain super-level forces. If certain targeted policies are introduced, many interstellar consortiums will consciously terminate contracts with super-level forces, making it difficult for super-level forces to develop. No matter how powerful individual power is, it cannot be achieved overnight. Han Xiao does not doubt the influence of the three major civilizations in this regard. At a certain level, free trade will eventually turn into a political issue. The three major civilizations are huge in size and don't care about stopping this part of cooperation, but it is a loss for some super-level forces. Many channels have been cut off, which has a great impact. Although in this case, the Superstar League may take advantage of the situation and try to get along with some Super A levels, hoping to replace the three major civilizations. But perhaps the three major civilizations would rather turn around and complete the Superstar Group alliance than continue to cooperate with Super A-level associations. Of course, even if the three major civilizations do this, they will not do it in a high-profile manner. This struggle will only take place outside the sight of most interstellar citizens. These problems may not happen in the short term, but it is necessary to establish an interest system for the super-level association to operate independently of the three major civilizations, in Han Xiao's view. The current interest consortium can only be regarded as a semi-finished product and needs further improvement. There are countless forces contacting me these days and asking me about the recovery of the sanctuary. These are all resources that can be used. Han Xiao scratched his chin, thinking about something. For ordinary people, although the recovery of the sanctuary is magical, it has little to do with them. Consortiums with a more sensitive sense of business are requesting further cooperation, believing that this is a huge business opportunity. In Han Xiao's view, these are all the cornerstones that come to his door. Various consortiums have always been important partners of Super A-level forces, but if the three major civilizations adopt economic sanctions in the future, these consortiums will be stuck in the middle of the two camps and have to make choices. However, in extraordinary times, Han Xiao did not want to explain the risks clearly to investors. He planned to refuse everyone, let the association and these consortiums further cooperate in depth, tie these consortiums, and prevent them from running away. If economic sanctions really occur one day, either these consortiums will go all the way to the dark and continue to provide benefits to the association, or they will cut their losses and withdraw. In short, they will not be allowed to retreat without being allowed to leave without being able to cut them. They will all be treated as leaks. Losing the environment of harmony and wealth can only be used to take radical measures. With the energy of the association, the dealer should be able to ensure the smooth collection of accounts. On the other hand, for some forces that have Super A or once had Super A, the significance of the recovery of the sanctuary is even more important. Among them, Han Xiao's most concerned are the various Super A-level survivors. During this period, many people have tried to contact him and express their desire to revive their ancestors. The remnants with Super A-level history are both a medium source and a high-value talent reserve pool. The sanctuary is revived in my hands, and I can exchange some things from these groups. Han Xiao murmured in a low voice. Resurrection of a dead Super A-level person is likely to only get thanks from the other party, and if others request to resurrect a target, they can get more substantial benefits from the other party. The so-called demand has a market, and the price can be raised. In Han Xiao's view, this may be the correct way to open the recovery of the sanctuary. But now he just thinks about it. To maintain a sense of mystery, it will be vulgar, and it is not time to get rid of the money. Han Xiao wrote and painted on the memorandum, recording one idea after another. The president was responsible for guiding the development direction of the association and needed to consider all aspects and make preparations early. Soon, the memo was written in a dense manner. Han Xiao listed the matters that needed to be completed at present, which looked complicated and trivial. He browsed it from the beginning and nodded secretly. The work on the development of the association is basically all about it, and the power is only one aspect. I took the pressure on myself, and my own strength is the foundation for maintaining all this. While thinking, Han Xiao opened the panel and smiled. The resurrected one joined the association, and the bonus of leader certificate has been slightly improved. After decades, he has digested most of the treasures of Jace's technology, created various golden equipment, and made up the foundation, and has already gone a long way on the road of divine transformation. The divine transformation of the mechanical route has reached the peak of LV-15 and has used many task settlement cards. The divine transformation of the void system has also reached LV-9, which has also reached a very high level. The bonus brought by both has increased his energy level by thousands of ana again. At the same time, when the divine transformation of the mechanical route reaches the final 15th level, it has brought additional enhancements again, such as obtaining a first sanctuary fragment with the probability of forming exclusive feats plus 15%. But unlike the previous two times, this time, the unknown feats finally activated and turned into a new feat, Mechanical Divinity. This is a special reward for the mechanical branch to reach its peak. It has a comprehensive effect. The bonus range covers ability strength, mechanical affinity, manufacturing efficiency, basic attributes, endurance bonus, etc., which has increased Han Xiao's energy level by about 900 ana again, and took a step further. In addition, Divineness of Machinery has two additional abilities. One is that when connecting the machine with mechanical force, you can slowly stack it, and the more you fight, the more brave you become. Second, when you advance next time, you will get an additional life level transition. In Han Xiao's view, this may be the most critical effect of this expertise, and it can be called a transformation. Another void route mainly strengthens racial characteristics and basic attributes, and its own racial talent has been greatly improved. At the 5th level, the Black Star Clan talent, Mechanical Genius, has undergone a leap evolution, and at the same time, it also obtained a fragment of the Sanctuary, which is also from the first Sanctuary. As for exclusive expertise, Han Xiao was finally clueless. During decades of research, he finally triggered the relevant prompts for exclusive expertise. Exclusive expertise is not a type of sudden enlightenment. The mechanism is that when conducting related activities, a certain progress will be obtained at random. Only when the progress reaches 100% can the real expertise be formed. The trigger frequency and amplitude range depend on the opportunity of forming exclusive expertise. Because of the bonus of divine transformation, Han Xiao finally activated the prototype. It only triggered about 3 times in decades. The probability is very low, and the progress is barely 44.7%. At this speed, it takes about 100 years for a normal level to be over A to be produced. The awakening point can speed up this process, but there are no leaks to be cut for decades. Han Xiao is very saving and has not upgraded his skills much, so naturally there are not many awakening points. Master Han looked at the panel and silently calculated his own strength in his mind. The energy level increase brought to me by various expertise is too high. It has already widened the gap with the first echelon of the universe, and it belongs to the same level. When I advance at level 360, maybe I can really open a new level. Well, it is best to push the divine transformation of the virtual route to the top before advancement to maximize the benefits. The golden drawings in Jace's technical treasure may not be enough, but next time I enter the first sanctuary, I should be able to collect a wave without worrying about the lack of divine transformation points. Han Xiao's eyes were shining, and he was looking forward to it secretly. It seems that no one has stepped into the higher field of individual power in any iteration. I don't know what it will feel like at that time. Superstar Group Alliance, Joint Conference Room. I didn't expect that the Super A-Level Association gave us such a big surprise. The leaders of various superstar group civilizations gathered together, and their faces could hardly hide their smiles. Since the defeat of the Shining Battle, the Superstar Group Alliance has been driven out of the Shining World by the 3 major civilizations. They can only endure humiliation and go home to lick their wounds, recuperate, and lie dormant to find other opportunities. However, they did not expect that just a few decades later, the universe pattern took a turn. The conflict between Super A-Level and the 3 major civilizations began to break out. This guy Black Star can always surprise people and even dug out all the dead people. Now the 3 major civilizations will definitely not be able to sit still. This is our opportunity. The leader of the Xing Arc civilization flickered his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up. Well, this is indeed a good time to intervene, and it is another direction that shakes the rule of the 3 major civilizations. We can improve it based on the original plan. Someone smiled. Even though he was recuperating, the Superstar Group Alliance was not idle and had always planned to cause some small trouble for the three major civilizations. Everyone originally planned to jointly support a special force, take the bottom line, incite the people to be uneven class struggle anger, and try to minimize the people's hearts of the three major civilizations, so as to slightly shake the rule of the three major civilizations. But the plan cannot keep up with the changes, and now there are obviously better options. Everyone had their own ideas and started a heated discussion. Then what angle should we intervene in this storm? It's not possible to end up in person. We must hide behind the scenes. Well, now the three major civilizations and the Super A-level associations still maintain restraint. We should intensify their conflicts and let them openly hostile. The best result is that both sides suffer losses, but the Super A-level association only has the top-level power, and the power is too far apart. We are not the opponent of the three major civilizations. We may find a way to help the association increase some power. You mean cooperation in interests? Although feasible, it will also attract the attention of the three major civilizations. No, it's not cooperation. We can quietly kill the members of the association and then blame the three major civilizations, just like what they did to us in the Peak sect. Everyone threw out plans and discussed endlessly. At this time, the leader of the Star Ark civilization flashed and said, "Maybe we could play a big one." Hearing this, the others looked over and looked curious. "What do you think?" The leader of the Star Ark civilization narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The current contradiction is only an opposition between the super level A and the three civilizations. The scope is still too narrow. We can provoke a larger scale opposition. For example, expanding the conflict to the opposition between the super level 3 civilizations. We can spread rumors, claiming that in order to prevent the new generation from being super level A, we have to massacre the superpowered people. Then we find some people to pretend to be hunting teams of the three civilizations and pretend to be exposed. Even if the rumors are too exaggerated, fear is the best persuasion, and people will inevitably be panicked. Super A is the natural opinion leader of the superpowered class. In this way, many superpowered people should be pushed to the association, confronting the three major civilizations and expanding the contradictions. The association will be profitable, and it is likely to cooperate tacitly, add a fire, and seize the opportunity to strengthen its power. The three major civilizations have lost a large number of superpowered people, and their prestige plummeted. Wouldn't this be very profitable? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. After a while of silence, someone couldn't help asking, "Is this a little exaggerated? If the rebellion of the entire superpowered class is inciting a big mess, the interstellar society will cause chaos. Besides, the three major civilizations will not sit still and wait for death, and they will inevitably counter it. What if we are exposed in reverse? What should we do? The risk is indeed very high, but the benefits are also huge. This is already a good bet. I'll just put forward a new idea. How to do it specifically needs to be considered in the long run." The leader of the Star Ark civilization spread his hands and said that he could only make choices. He suddenly paused and added, "Besides, the three major civilizations may not be clean. Judging from their current situation, maybe they really have the idea of creating a super-level fault and cannot stop the resurrection of the dead, so they have to prevent the birth of new people. However, even if they have ideas, they will only act secretly, targeting potential natural disaster levels and narrowing the attack surface. And what we have to do may just help them promote." As he said that, the leader of the Xing Ark civilization sneered. "I dare not say anything else. Gonghua, he is professional." At the same time, somewhere in the ancient star desert, there is a prosperous interstellar transit station. On the bustling street, several guys in black hooded robes walked among the endless crowd, with their hoods covering their faces and unable to see their appearance. Suddenly, several people stopped and looked up at a tall building not far away. At this time, The virtual screen on the exterior wall was broadcasting news about the revival of the sanctuary, telling the identity of the revivalist of the association. The burly man in the lead slightly raised his hood and showed a tough and cold face. It was Pan Gong, the group of Avengers who left the Covenant more than 2 months ago. Have Bygel and the others been born? Panergon murmured to himself. A companion next to him glanced at him and asked, "We have been out for several months. What are you going to do?" Pangong's eyes flashed with a cold light. "With the power of a few of us, it's too early to take revenge on higher civilizations. Just so happened that the group of people of Bygel attracted the attention of the entire universe. We lie down and develop our forces secretly. Once we accumulate enough power, it's not too late to find revenge of the 3 major civilizations. Before this, we have to hide our hostility, and we can even pretend to cooperate with the 3 major civilizations and stab them at the right time." As he said that, Panergon took out the communicator, which showed a character's life experience, which was a strange god. He glanced at his companion, pointed to the avatar of the strange god, and said in a deep voice, "What this junior does is very valuable for learning." We can refer to his approach. The world of secondary dimensions deep. This is a lush landscape and vibrant. At the center is a white tower with a beautiful and prosperous appearance. The surrounding buildings are circularly arranged, and the height gradually decreases from the inside to the outside. The continuous building complexes extend to the end of the site, like a city built against this tall tower. The streets are bustling, and species with different appearances live harmoniously here, most of which are species that exist in the main universe, and a small number of native races born in this secondary dimension. Although there are sun, moon, and thousands of stars in the sky, if there are super A-level powerhouses here, you can find magic patterns flashing in the subtle areas. These scenes are all illusions engraved through magic circuits and do not really exist. At this moment, on the terrace at the top of the tower, is a beautiful brown wooden table made of magic core wood, a precious material in magical alchemy. There are 4 ivory white teacups on the table, which look like ceramic texture. The cup is filled with amber tea. The heat is steaming and the fragrance is everywhere, making people feel calm. It is obviously a precious tea material. 4 figures sat at the table, overlooking the endless city, while drinking tea gracefully, looking leisurely. At this moment, an almost invisible phantom suddenly appeared beside the table, as if this space suddenly had the effect of a convex mirror. "My messenger is back." One of the old men in the gorgeous mage robe pressed the middle of their eyebrows, and the thick magic power turned into an invisible vortex, immediately absorbing the phantom. He closed his eyes, his expression as if he was savoring, and suddenly he raised his eyebrows. It seems that something big happened in the main universe. Hearing this, the others put down their teacups and looked over curiously. "What happened over there? You can see it yourself." The old mage pointed his finger and shot a thread of mental power from his eyebrows, sank into the heads of the other 3 people, sharing his memories just now, and there was interstellar news about the events of the Super A-Level Association. The first one lived? The sanctuary was revived. Is there such a thing? The faces of several people changed, and they looked surprised. The changes in the main universe are changing with each passing day. Things that I dare not imagine seem to be coming true one by one. This is the wave of the times. The old master sighed a little emotionally. However they change, it has nothing to do with us anyway. We live in seclusion early, don't we just don't want to be involved in this kind of storm? The other person shook his head. Even higher civilizations cannot supervise the birth of every super A-level birth. Everyone pursues differently. Occasionally, new students who are super A-level unwilling to fight for power, unwilling to show their abilities, and unwilling to participate in the changes of the times. Therefore, after entering the super A-level field, they choose to live in seclusion and hide the power they have finally obtained. Because people who can be promoted to the A-level are generally strong people, there are fewer new students who have no ambitions and Super A level. Due to factors such as luck, they have not been recorded in the book by higher civilizations. The 4 people in the field were the Super A level who had been living in seclusion for a long time ago. They were like-minded and stayed away from the main universe together, settled down in the secondary dimension world, hid in a small building, and became unified, regardless of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This secondary dimension, called 4 Gods' Kingdoms, was not formed naturally. The 4 people chose a suitable dimension and put into the material, population, and other elements stolen from the main universe to transform it into a prosperous world like a utopian. At the same time, everyone's memories of the main universe were cleared, making the residents think that this dimension is the world of the world, and the population has been passed down from generation to generation, and they have long believed it. Residents stay away from war and enjoy the peace of escaping the world here. Almost everyone can live until their deaths, and regard the 4 people as the god of creation. The old master shook his head. That's right, the revival of the sanctuary deserves our attention. Sooner or later we will die. If we can get a second life, we can continue to exist. When we left, we didn't want to go back. Are we going to break the precepts now? Someone hesitated and was used to being here. He had some phobia to go out and felt instinctively repelled. The old master stroked his long beard and hesitated. Let's wait and see. Now is not a good time to go back. It is the right time to wait until everything is settled. At that time, we can chat with the younger generation called Black Star. Even the A-level escaped from the world who turned a blind eye to the revival of the sanctuary could not help but be attracted by the revival of the sanctuary. Not only were the 4 people in the field, but similar things happened in multiple corners of the secondary dimension world. The sanctuary revival is like a deep water bomb, turning up the mud and sand deep in the sea, allowing some existences hidden in the shadow to enter the range of sunlight, and invisible undercurrents surge in unknown corners. Central Star C, within the Zuling sect, the Temple of the Gods. The hall is filled with dense statues of gods, with different shapes, some majestic and heroic, some transcendent, and some indescribable. The only similar thing is that each one is lifelike, and there are all kinds of gods from various religions circulating in the universe. Selective God, Ernos, stood in the center of the hall, lowered his head to pray. His silver-gray sacrificial robe on his body was free from wind, and the colorful and unique aura surrounded his huge body and flew around him. After careful observation of the interior of these aura, it seemed that there were divine proverbs. At this moment, a priest led a senior executive of the Zuling sect. Great priest, the head of the teachings needs your help. The senior executive of the Zuling sect stroked his palms and nodded his head and saluted with a respectful attitude. Ernos stopped praying without looking back and said lightly, "Say, okay, because of the revival of the sanctuary, we have reached a new cooperation agreement with Empire and Guanghui, intending to form a joint scientific research team to study the phenomenon of the revival of the sanctuary by ourselves. We are preparing to establish a secret research institute in the desolate universe between the 3 territories. The head of the church means asking the gods to come and sit in the charge." Yes. Ernos turned his head and pointed to a statue of a god next to him with a sword-holding angel. This is a god worshipped by a large religious sect called Babroi. In the mythological system of the church, the clergy of this god is equivalent to an existence like a combat man. At this time, the invisible energy spread, and the statue suddenly shook, and a platinum golden spiritual light shot out from the inside to the outside. At the moment the light left, the lifelike feeling of the statue disappeared, and suddenly became lifeless and spiritually unsatisfied. The platinum golden spiritual light merged into Ernos's body. The next moment, with a slam, an illusory figure suddenly grew on his back, giving a sense of déjà vu. This phantom has pairs of glowing wings and holding a gorgeous long sword. It is exactly the same as the appearance of the statue, but its size and appearance are exactly the same as Ernos, like the product of the two being combined. At this time, The phantom only stretched out from his upper body, like a conjoined brother. He supported Erno's broad shoulders with his hands, trying to pull himself out of Erno's body inch by inch. In just a few seconds, this sword-holding angel version of Erno's successfully separated from the body, flapping its wings and floating in the air, sprinkling platinum liquid energy all over the ground, and the body quickly transformed from a phantom to a solid body, with a strong aura, emitting high-level, super-level energy fluctuations. Two figures stood side by side, like different versions of the same person. At this time, Ernos himself slowly spoke. "A god is enough, but Broy is enough to do this mission. Please take him there." "Okay, I will take him there. Thank you for your gift." The senior executives of the Zuling sect nodded again and saluted. No matter how many times he saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh in secret and felt respect. This is the guardian of the Zuling sect, the strongest person recognized by the universe for many years, and the selective god, who can enlighten the gods in the legend. One person is the gods. This is not just a personal ability, but one of the core universe treasures of the Zuling sect, which is also integrated into Ernos' body, creating the name of Selective God. At this time, Ernos saw that the other party had not left. He said lightly, "Is there anything else?" The senior executive of the Zuling sect came to his senses and hurriedly, "There is another thing, the head of the sect. I asked for a question." "Ask." The senior executive of the Zuling sect hesitated for a moment and said carefully, "The head of the sect, are you sure to kill the Black Star?" Upon hearing this, Ernos finally looked back at him and frowned. "Not sure. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you, I'll leave." The senior executives of Zuling sect had to say goodbye and leave. Watching the officials disappear from sight, Ernos retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and continued to pray, never moving from beginning to end, like a statue of a god standing in place. The news popularity of the sanctuary's recovery quickly rose to its peak within a few days, and there was no sign of fading in half a month. Major news media found a new entry point and began to take stock of the identities, resumes, and abilities of the revivers, which immediately hit the curiosity of the people, and the ratings remained high. At the same time, the production company of Card stated that it will work overtime all night, create the Resurrectionist series of decks based on historical figures, draw card bags to obtain, and formulate several new genres based on the Sanctuary revival. And the level of riding on the popularity has become perfect. Among all levels of society, the natural disaster level superpowers responded very fiercely. The natural disaster level has the strength to occupy one side, and it is better to be a phoenix tail. A considerable number of the natural disaster level do not want to join the super A-level forces and rely on others. But the existence of the recovery of the sanctuary has shaken many people's ideas. Generally speaking, when joining super A-level forces at the disaster level, it is either to enjoy the cool under the big tree or to obtain guidance at the super A level. But some people know their potential well and understand that they are not qualified to enter the A level, so the motivation for hard training is not that strong. A lot of people stop moving forward and indulge in the power brought by power. But now, almost no one can refuse the attraction of life for the second time. Even a disaster-level superpower who accepted his mediocrity early could not help but be rekindled by greed. Especially the super A-level seeds are the biggest impact in their hearts. Originally, most super A seeds have a sense of arrogance, and not everyone is eager for super A-level guidance. Even though they know that this is beneficial to themselves, some people do not want to work for others. After all, they have to pay whatever they want, and it is impossible to work when they work. Some super A-level seeds with lone wolf styles just want to go out of their own way, complete sublimation based on themselves, and then stand on their own and become the number one figure in the universe. But now the situation has changed. If you don't enter the A level, you will not be able to enjoy the recovery of the sanctuary. This is security. These potential stocks that are only one step away from the A level, their mentality has gradually become unstable, and their ideas have begun to slowly turn to join the super A-level forces, obtain guidance, and get the qualification to recover the sanctuary as soon as possible. Most of the superpowers who can become super A-level seeds are decisive people. Once they make a decision, they will quickly take action. For a time, many super A-level seeds in various star fields stop practicing and adjusting their itineraries and turn to the shining world. Talents with abilities are all arrogant, but most of the time, the reason why talents are not rude is that they don't give enough chips. Its true fragrance is the law of the universe. Somewhere in the black hole realm, a small fleet is advancing towards the star border near the shining world. In the command room of the first ship, many operators are busy at their posts and report parameters from time to time. Report to the captain, we have left the hit civilized border and entered the low-security area where star pirates ravaged. The alert level has been adjusted to level 7. After about 54 general hours, the fleet arrived at the joint neutral area and entered the radiation range of the cross-star domain Stargate. Well, expand the cruise range of the unmanned reconnaissance fleet. The next section of the road is not good. Be cautious. Gavin sat in the captain's seat and issued an order. He has a slender figure, fair skin, handsome appearance, and a wide-brimmed black hat on his head, with a white feather on the top of the hat, and an elegant and decent casual outfit, with his chest open to reveal his smooth and fair chest. He hung a slender sword with a sheath on it, with magic patterns carved on it, which was obviously a magic weapon. Baibois, Gone, one of the super A-level seeds recorded in the book, does not belong to any force and generally travels freely around the universe. This neutral super-level seed has always been an important object of enlistment by higher civilizations, and Gavin is no exception. The three major civilizations, the supercluster civilization, and the major civilizations in the black hole world have all sent him olive branches. But Gavin has never made any statement. He not only doesn't like working very much, but also leaves room for a price. Originally, the price tags of the three major civilizations had already made him hesitant to join, but the recent resurgence of the sanctuary made Gavin dispel his mind. Even though the three major civilizations significantly increased the price they won over after the incident, it was different now. Gavin was unmoved and had no feeling of supporting the resources promised by the three major civilizations, and even had no intention of continuing to bargain. He directly decided to turn around and join the Super A-level forces and lead the fleet to the shining world. He even chose the target, and the Black Star holds the sanctuary and recovers. So if you want to add the Black Star Legion, if you step into the Super A level in the future, you will get the moon first. Gavin casually stroked the communicator and browsed the recent news events on the local online channel. He soon saw a headline news titled, "The three civilizations claim to know the recovery of the sanctuary and have been secretly researching it and recently achieved phased results." He couldn't help but curl his lips and expressed dissatisfaction. Tisk, have the three civilizations started to promote fake news in order to calm people's hearts? Recently, similar news will be spread from time to time. Because of the impact of the recovery of the sanctuary on the outside world, many social classes have had chain reactions, and even some of the direct descendants of higher civilizations have been shaken. In Gavin's view, the three major civilizations deliberately released ambiguous news to soothe people's hearts and make outsiders believe that the three major civilizations can also master this sanctuary revival in the future. Although this kind of rumors are groundless and untenable, they cannot be said to be completely ineffective. A considerable number of citizens in the interstellar society have a simple and crude logic. That is, their long-term inertial thinking, which makes them believe that the three civilizations are the most advanced in any field. Even if the recovery of the sanctuary is an unheard of new technology, they believe that the three civilizations have known about it for a long time, but they have been kept secret. However, most of the people who believe in this kind of rumor are relatively low-level interstellar citizens, so Gavin naturally doesn't believe it. The three civilizations feel pressure, and this is not bad. Only when there is competition between the big camps can we get more attention. In order to win over us, we have to provide better benefits. If the three civilizations had not felt the pressure of competition, they would not have suddenly increased their bargaining chips to win over me. Gavin grabbed his jaw and muttered secretly. After opening this news for a while, Gavin found that something seemed to be right in the comment section of netizens, which was filled with a lot of sarcastic scolding against the super people. Some people sarcastic privileges, and some people were angry and shared the cases of the super people bullying ordinary people. These comments actually received a lot of likes from passersby. Zhaowen browsed it carefully and shook his head helplessly. Most ordinary people envy and awe, jealous and hatred for the strength, status, and privileges of superpowers. The superpowers are one of the most active classes in the universe, but they only account for a very small part of the total population of the universe. Ordinary people are the mainstream, and the contradictions between the two have been accumulated for a long time. Most people are destined to have no potential to become a superpower when they are born, and are destined to be mediocre all their lives. The more they envy the superpower, the more they are angry that they do not have such a fate and are unfair in their fate. Therefore, they hate the house, and the hatred also transfers to the superpower. Rationality is difficult to tame people's hearts. Thoughts that are not afraid of being weak, but not being uneven always have a place, forming a stubborn social contradiction between the two classes. From the perspective of the universe, superpowers and ordinary people are not just class issues, or even the same biota. Superpowers represent the direction of life evolution, while ordinary people represent backward low-level lives. Even if the Interstellar Society does not advocate this trend of thought, many people think that this is the truth. Ordinary people who occupy the mainstream of the population are unwilling to accept their innate positioning as an eliminator of the evolutionary process, which is doomed to conflict. In life, most interstellar citizens dare not make rash things in front of superpowers, but they do not need to worry about it on the quantum network and attack hard and vent their emotions. The existence of a sanctuary revival seems to have become an opportunity to ignite the class resentment again, and many ordinary people are becoming more and more angry and scolding the injustice. In the group thoughts with venting nature, emotions are often higher than rationality. Even if many people know that the power of superpowers is the result of hard training, it has no meaning. Either all superpowers in the universe die, or they will become superpowers, otherwise they will have to be scolded. Although Gavin was not surprised by this, he felt that the class conflict broke out a bit violently this time. He didn't believe it if there was no behind-the-scenes pusher behind it. Dark clouds keep accumulating, and heavy rain will come as scheduled. I always feel that if this continues, the future of the Interstellar Society will be very bad. Gavin couldn't help but shake his head. Dong! At this moment, the spacecraft suddenly shook and the radar buzzed. Alarm! Alarm! Detecting that there is a space interference device nearby, it has exited the transition flight mode, and it is detected that an unknown spacecraft is approaching quickly. Gavin was slightly shocked and hurriedly enlarged his vision. He soon saw a small fleet surrounding him, which was in Star Pirate Group active in this area. The leader seemed to be a natural disaster level. The next moment, the wide area channel heard the call from this Star Pirate Group. Stop the ship immediately, open the connecting channel, and let our personnel board the ship. Otherwise, we will open fire. So it was blocking the road and robbing. Gavin breathed a sigh of relief, and his face turned cold. Captain, what should we do? The driver next to him asked. Because he believed in Gavin's strength, he was not nervous at all. Let them board the ship. They want to die. So let them do it. I'll deal with them. Gavin's eyes flashed. Soon, the fleet stopped in place as he told him. Seeing this, the Star Pirates quickly approached and the two sides connected. The hatch door opened with a flash of light, and a planetary pirate stepped on Gavin's spaceship with unscrupulous steps, holding his guns, and everyone on the ship was waiting in front of the passage. Where's the captain? Come out to see me. The Star Pirate leader looked around the crowd. Just then, a loud shout rang out of the crowd. You messed with the wrong person. Gavin, who was hiding his breath in the crowd, suddenly attacked, pulled out his slender sword, slashed out a trained ray of light, and a sharp cold light flashed out. The leader of the Star Pirate Group was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm. The martial arts aura tangled up and turned into solid armor to try to block the raid. Brush. The next second, a blood flashed, and the star pirate leader screamed in pain. The blade cut open his protective aura and deeply embedded his blocking arm. Gavin held the knife in both hands, and as he spun his steps, a wave-like white knife light suddenly lit up, flashing and leaving stunning traces on everyone's retina. Brush. One of the arm of the star pirate captain was cut to the ground. The fracture was smooth, and the blood seemed to have not kept up with the speed of the knife light. It solidified for a full second before it erupted and died, the spacecraft corridor read. Both of them are natural disaster level, but Gavin's rank is much higher than the other, and with one blow, he crippled his opponent. As a martial artist in the branch of war soldiers, Gavin is extremely lethal and has long been at the level of a master in swordsmanship. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the Star Pirates team, suddenly 7 or 8 people suddenly burst out with a natural disaster-level momentum. And at the same time they attacked Gavin, as if the hunter who had been hiding for a long time suddenly became full of murderous aura? What? Gavin's pupils shrank, and his eyes changed drastically. This group of people is definitely not a member of the Star Pirate group. If this Star Pirate group had so many experts, it would have been famous for a long time, and he would not have been mentally prepared. Being so close, I didn't find the hidden aura of this group of people. These sneak attackers must be not simple. Gavin had no time to think about the origin of this group of people, so he hurriedly dodged and blocked. However, the sneak attack was too sudden. He did not block much attack and suffered most of the heavy blows. He suddenly burst into blood. The martial artsmen in the warriors' branches did not know their defense. He suffered heavy injuries all at once. It's not an ordinary natural disaster level. It's all masters. Gavin was shocked. While vomiting blood, he shot out with the reaction force, slashed out a wide half-moon-shaped chopper with one knife, smashed the bulkhead of the spacecraft, fled into the universe, and headed straight for another spacecraft. At this time, 7 or 8 natural disaster levels immediately chased after him, sieged and blocked them, cooperated with tacit understanding, and snatched Gavin while smashing all the spaceships, leaving no vehicle for the other party to escape. Seeing that the retreat was cut off one by one, Gavin's eyes were bloodshot and had to resist desperately. The sword lights came and went, fighting with a group of people, and soon became dangerous. Even as a super A-level seed, he could not stand it when facing 7 or 8 natural disaster level sieges. Not everyone has the terrifying ability of Black Star to resist attacks. You're not Star Pirates. Who are you? Gavin shouted loudly on the wide area channel. Through the locking of the chi, he had already vaguely felt the resolute, murderous intention of these natural disaster-level people towards him, as if they were targeting him from the beginning. Could it be that this Star Pirate gang and this group of people deliberately hid here and plotted against me? But his question is destined to be unanswered. These disaster-level silent people are just taking action more and more, and unscrupulously release their cold, murderous intent. Seeing this, Gavin gritted his teeth and was unwilling to sit and wait for death. While calling for help from the wide area channel, he tried his best to break through. Even though he knew that his hope of survival today was extremely slim, he would not give up. Several figures fought endlessly, and energy after waves shot out in all directions, and the battlefield continued to move in the fierce battle. Gavin's wounds became more and more, and he became a bloody man. I don't know how long he had been hit, but his energy gradually faded away and his consciousness began to blur. I finally have the strength I am now, and I have the hope of entering the super A-level field. The future is promising. Do you want to die here today without understanding? Gavin held his spirit, and his strong unwillingness kept surging in his mind. But at this moment, everyone's attack suddenly paused, looked up at the universe not far away, and saw a shuttle-type spacecraft appearing in sight, approaching here, as if they had discovered the abnormal energy reaction here, and came to check it out. What should I do if there is an eyewitness? Don't worry about him. Kill the target first, and fight quickly. Several people quickly exchanged. The next moment, the intensity of the offensive soared again, abandoning all defenses and changing them to the fighting style of using injuries to exchange injuries. This became the last straw that defeated the camel. Gavin's seriously injured body could not withstand the surge in attack. He was hit by a violent storm. His whole person was shattered inch by inch, and his breath of life quickly left the body. A natural disaster level was about to exert the final fatal blow, but at this moment, something happened again. Buzz! A holy golden light suddenly shot out from the shuttle-shaped spacecraft that was approaching quickly, shining on Gavin's broken body. The next moment, it seemed like a miracle happened. Gavin's body returned to its intact state in the blink of an eye, and all the injuries disappeared without a trace. He opened his eyes, as if he had not come back to his senses. Several natural disaster-level pupils suddenly shrank, and they suddenly looked at the spaceship that was shining in the light. At the same time, in the shuttle-type spacecraft, Aurora withdrew her hand. Her eyes flashed with an excited and curious light. It's really fun to go out with you. You can always encounter strange things. Upon hearing this, Fording next to him shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't been dragged down, he wouldn't want to travel around with Aurora. He called him a bodyguard. In fact, he just wanted to take advantage of his luck and treat him as a trigger for the event, so that the journey would be more twists and turns and fun. Since entering the Super A level half a year ago, Aurora has received the approval of Han Xiao and Hela. She left the base camp alone and ventured everywhere in the universe. In her words, she finally managed to make it happen and had to play outside before going back. In the first few months, Aurora traveled around alone, looking at the scenery and feeling the culture of different civilizations. But soon she felt that this journey was too dull, without any turbulence, and not as exciting as she imagined. So after Han Xiao returned from the sanctuary, Aurora borrowed the tool man Fording from him and asked Han Xiao to teleport to him by the Emperor. The effect of this move was very significant, and her journey suddenly became exciting. According to incomplete statistics, in the past 2 months, the two have been involved in more than a dozen incidents of all sizes, and are very excited. Aurora was very satisfied, but Ferdine was reluctant to live, so she could only be pulled around and continued her career as a tool. He couldn't help but regretted having separated the soul of Morningstar. Otherwise, he would have been able to pass the time, so that he would not have done anything and be a mascot like he is now. The two of them are special-class spacecraft made by Black Star, with jump engines, energy shields, detection radars, concealment devices, intelligent protection, and other equipment, all equipped with top-notch equipment. Not long ago, the spacecraft detected an abnormal energy reaction here and inferred that a battle was taking place. The special communication device broke through the channel blocking signal here and successfully intercepted Gavin's call for help. At the same time, Aurora's superpower also sensed multiple natural disaster-level life signals and immediately knew that there was fun here. He turned over and took a look and immediately saw this scene. Although I don't know what happened here, after several months of travel, Aurora has already developed her own style of doing things. No matter why they fight, no one is allowed to die before I figured out the whole story. Her breasts are so powerful. Seeing that Gavin was seriously injured and dying, Aurora didn't say anything and raised her hand and sipped her big breasts. With her Super A-level superpower strength, a natural disaster level of breast burst is as simple as breathing. Not only does it instantly pull Gavin back from the brink of death, but it also gives it various reinforcement states, making Gavin stronger at this time than in his prime. I'm not dead. Gavin looked down at his intact body in a daze. In the moment, he had already felt the darkness of death coming towards him, and he thought he would definitely die. The sudden sip of milk caught him off guard, and he was left with a confused heart, unable to tell whether this was an illusion for a moment. At the same time, the faces of several siege-stricken natural disaster-level people changed drastically and suddenly dispersed. It's a Super A-level fluctuation, run. The few people fled separately without hesitation, and enchantment tattoos lit up on their bodies, all of which were engraved with magic loops of short-range teleportation. The space fluctuated slightly, and everyone's teleportation technique entered a guiding state. I want to leave after hitting me. Gavin immediately came to his senses and rushed towards the closest opponents. A stronger aura condensed on the blade, and the blade slashed rapidly, with afterimages blowing out sharp sword lights. The guidance of 3 people was interrupted, and they hurriedly avoided. A small vortex portal has been created in front of the other people, and it is expanding rapidly. It only takes a few seconds to guide them and allow them to teleport and escape from this place. Seeing that the teleportation technique had taken shape, the few people were about to breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly they sensed a special spatial fluctuation spreading out of Aurora's car. Buzz! This wave was like an iron, directly smoothing out all the space wrinkles in the battlefield, and the portals that were about to be formed shattered and disappeared. On the boat, Aurora curled her lips. Is my spaceship a decoration? Her car condensed many black technologies, including some technologies inherited by Han Xiao from the treasure of Jace's technology. Instant powerful space-time anchoring is just a pediatric department. Seeing this, the few natural disaster-level people immediately looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. The next moment, the group of people gave up and fled, turned their heads, and rushed towards the shuttle-shaped spacecraft, moving forward in an instant, as if they wanted to fight with their backs, and they would be defeated by the death. Fording narrowed his eyes and was about to take action when Aurora pressed his shoulder. "Stay here, let me do it." Aurola's eyes shining. Her whole person's energy surged, and she instantly changed into the Royal Sister version, and the underworld mark on the back of her hand lit up. She raised her hand and waved her hand. Life energy, death energy, and the resurrection power of the two appeared at the same time. She entangled each other and used energy to weave bones, muscles, and blood vessels, turning them into temporary shells of 10 different species. Under the special effect of the resurrection force, the temporary body is quickly solidified, and the details are almost no different from the real physical body. The only difference is that these temporary bodies all emit a faint fluorescence and still retain certain energy body characteristics. Immediately afterwards, she bounced her fingers, and 10 natural disaster-level heroic spirits flew out from the underworld imprints and merged into different bodies. The next moment, these bodies burst with natural disaster-level energy fluctuations. The heroic spirit comes to the world and is reincarnated in the filthy land. This series of operations was smooth and flowing. I don't know how many times I practiced. Until this moment, these heroes became complete bodies and had the actual combat power they had during their lifetime. Go and take them down. Aurora smiled. 10 natural disaster-level heroes nodded, rushed out of the spaceship immediately, intercepted the opponent, and started fighting fiercely. Seeing this, Gavin didn't bother to be surprised and joined the battle group. The heroic spirits do not care about the death of their bodies and are not on guard at all. This radical style of play is just a conventional tactic for them. They are unscrupulous in opening and closing and can often perform beyond their level, but their combat power is more than before they were alive. Even after mastering the holy light particles, Aurora's frontal lethality is still weak. Now she is completely used to the summoning stream fighting style, but generally only summons natural disaster-level heroes, because the physical energy consumption of summoning super-level heroes is too huge, and she promised Han Xiao that she would not easily allow super-level heroes to come out for a walk. Super A-level bullying the natural disaster level. There is no suspense. These natural disaster levels with unknown origins soon retreated step by step and were covered in bruises. Seeing that they were about to be captured alive, the group of people gritted their teeth suddenly, as if they had made up their minds and frantically compressed the energy in their bodies, and their bodies were quickly covered with glowing cracks. They want to self-destruct. Gavin was shocked and subconsciously pulled back. He didn't expect that this group of people would rather self-destruct than be captured alive. Boom! The next moment, the bodies of several people exploded and a shock wave burst out. However, the self-destruction had just opened, and a holy light shot out from the shuttle-type spacecraft again. After sweeping by, the broken bodies of the group of people readhesively and returned to their original state. The pupils of several people suddenly shrank, and they exploded again without hesitation. But the same scene happened again. When they felt the pain of their body tearing, another holy light shot out, erasing their injuries again. I tried several times in a row, and the same result was the same. The determination on the faces of several people turned into confusion and despair. I already understood that life cannot be controlled by myself from now on, and I can't even commit suicide. I can't survive or die. Okay, stop playing with them. I'll do it. Fording shook his head helplessly. He took out the soul-turning meter, pulled away the souls of several people, and transferred them to several prepared animal containers. After decades, Fording finally joined the ranks of super A-level seeds. With his strange, soul-turning meter, he could be said to be a rare rival in the natural disaster level. The bodies of these people suddenly became empty shells, and they were stunned and easily captured alive. They were brought into the spaceship, and the remaining heroes began to sweep the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Gavin finally relaxed, full of joy of escaping from death, and hurriedly spoke on the wide area channel. I am Gavin. Everyone saved my life. I wonder if I have this honor to express my gratitude in person. After a few seconds, the channel rang out. Let's chat on the boat. Gavin was excited and then approached the spaceship. The cabin door opened and let him fly into the cabin. Following the guide robot to the command room, Gavin saw the eye-catching Aurora at a glance and saluted respectfully without hesitation, and his tone was excited and surprised. It turns out that he is the new deputy commander of the Black Star Army. The goddess of life, Aurora. I am so lucky to see you. When Aurora took the first move, Gavin vaguely guessed the identity of the helper, and it was not until now that he saw the real person that he dared to confirm it. Gavin's inner gratitude became stronger and stronger. Fortunately, I met Aurora, who controlled the supernatural power of life. If someone else had it, he might not have been able to pull him back from the verge of death, and it might have been a big deal. In the vast universe, I happened to encounter a super A-level who could save me. What is the probability? My luck is so good. Hey, when I get this nickname? Aurora originally wanted to learn from Hela to pretend to be cold, but she was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Don't you know? Gavin explained. Because you're the sister of Hela, the goddess of death, and control the opposite abilities, the outside world gradually calls you that. It's not bad, I'm also a nickname. Aurora was happy. Although there's only one nickname at present, and Hela has a lot of titles such as Goddess of Death, Red Snake, and Long Slave and other titles, this is a good start. Sooner or later, one day I can get up and turn over and press my sister down and be proud. Fantasizing about this scene, Aurora couldn't help but feel excited. Fording knew that Aurora was distracted again at first sight, so he had to take the conversation and ask, well, we received your call for help, so we arrived in time. Let's talk about the causes and consequences. What happened here? That's right, I was on a way, but suddenly I met a group of star pirates. Gavin told the process one by one, without any concealment. After listening to the complete journey, Fording pinched his beautiful chin and guessed. It seems that this matter is not simple. This group of people is by no means simple star pirates. I think they're specifically targeting you. Maybe it is a vendetta? It makes no sense. I've always been kind to others and fight without entering any camp. Even if I kill someone, I will be eradicated. I have never provoked forces that can release 7 or 8 natural disaster-level killers at once. Gavin looked confused. Upon hearing this, Fording thoughtfully and pondered. If it weren't for revenge, it might have been related to the recent storm. What do you say? Gavin was curious. Well, it's not clear yet, but we'll know after we've arrested the survivors, and we'll know after interrogation. Fording shook his head, suddenly paused, and turned his mind. You just said that you went to Shining the World to join the Black Star Legion? Yes. Okay. Fording's eyes lit up. You don't want to run far away to Shining the World. It's so dangerous. The deputy commander is right in front of you. Why are you trying to stay away? Aurora is fully qualified to recruit new people. Why don't you stay and be her guard? This. Gavin was stunned for a moment and hesitated. His goal is actually to become the guardian of the Black Star. He will get the moon first when he is close to the water. However, Aurora just saved his life. Although he is a new champion, his superpower is special and his breasts are strong, which is enough to ensure the safety of his followers' lives under any circumstances. Moreover, if you go to the Shining World, you may encounter a crisis. It is not bad to stay with Aurora for the time being, and Gavin was a little moved. Yes, come to my command. As long as you come here, I will give you the position of guard captain. Aurora's eyes lit up. She is now the deputy commander of the army and is qualified to draw up personnel from the Legion to form a confidant and guard officer squad. However, since her promotion, she has been busy traveling, so she has no recruitment and no armed forces under her command. The talents in the Legion have been divided by Haixing and Hyla. Even if she draws them from the inside, she can't find many masters. She has always envied the personal guards under Hyla, but she doesn't want to be compared. Now that he accidentally encountered a super A-level seed in trouble, Aurora immediately became interested. Gavin struggled for a while, but finally got moved and agreed. Okay, I'm willing to be your guard captain. He did a little research on the organizational structure of the Black Star Legion. From his perspective, there are only 3 factions in the Legion, with different super A-level leaders. Black Star is undoubtedly a faction in power, but there are too many talents in it, and there is no chance to show it, so it is far away. Most of the Hela factions are women, and they have already taken shape and do not seem to have the intention to expand. I heard that Hela is not easy to get along with and is not a suitable leader. Aurora's new faction has just been established, and it is a time when people are short of people. If he becomes a new early follower of the Super A level, his status in the Legion will definitely be extraordinary. Although Gavin's original intention was to revive the Sanctuary, since he decided to join a force, he was not satisfied with being a marginal person without a sense of existence. He would do his best if he wanted to do it. It's great. I'll help you register the Legion Authority. Philip, come out quickly. Aurora was overjoyed and immediately called out Philip, unable to wait to help Gavin register as her guard captain, and was in a hurry, looking like she was afraid of being intercepted. Why is she more excited than me? Gavin complained in his heart and had no choice but to cooperate. However, he was slandering, and he was not disappointed with Aurora's eagerness to show such lack of airs. Instead, he was a little flattered. He felt the feeling of being valued by the boss. He felt the heat in his heart and was inexplicably moved. Seeing this, Fording did not disturb him. He simply walked aside, entered the spiritual realm, and began to interrogate several prisoners in his hands. After a while, Aurora took Gavin to complete the procedures, and many heroes also cleaned the battlefield. At this time, the two saw Fording on the side walking back with a solemn expression. You finished the interrogation? How was the situation? Aurora was curious. The situation is beyond expectations, and the matter is much worse than we thought. Fording shook his head and spoke in a decisive tone. Report to the Legion commander immediately. This is not a problem we are qualified to deal with. Oh, are you saying that someone is hunting super A-level seeds? In the exclusive machinery factory of Black Star Palace, Han Xiao turned his head to look at the virtual communication screen and looked at Fording in surprise. He has been busy with digestive technology recently. Just now, Fording suddenly called and claimed that he had caught a group of hunting teams that specifically attacked super A-level seeds. Tell me carefully, I need to know all the details. Han Xiao put down the parts in his hand, and his expression became serious. That's it. Fording nodded and explained the process in detail. After he caught these attackers, he dug out amazing information by interrogating and reading memories. The natural disaster-level attacks on Gavin were all ordered to act, quietly controlling the Star Pirate Group, wandering around, waiting specifically to intercept Gavin. Do you know what kind of force they are? Han Xiao was curious. Fording shook his head. I have checked. These natural disaster levels have not left any identity information in the universe. At the same time, they have no relevant memories, and they do not know why their forces work. They only accept direct orders from one account unilaterally, and the accounts that post tasks to each person are different. I carefully examined their memories and found that they have been undergoing some kind of ideological shaping training since childhood. They seem to be specialized in training dead soldiers, and their self-awareness is extremely weak. Secret dead soldiers without resumes? They can cultivate 8 natural disaster levels as death soldiers since childhood, but are not small forces. Moreover, the so-called ideological shaping training should be a brainwashing method that can maintain long-term effects on the natural disaster level. And at least it is a technology above the star cluster level. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, pondered for a while, and said, "Is there any clue? I found some security houses and secret code keys, the actions and deeds of these people, etc. I will sort out a report and hand it over to you. I will send you the top secret accounts of these people receiving tasks. It may be useful to you." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "You attach so much importance to this matter, and it seems that you are aware of the problem?" Fording sighed. "If I can't guess the seriousness of the matter, I won't inform you immediately. There are not many forces that can cultivate multiple natural disaster level death soldiers, and this team may not be the only hunter. If you contact the recent storm of the sanctuary recovery, the situation is obviously not simple. Yes, there are few forces who are motivated and capable of doing such things. The 3 major civilizations and the Superstar Group Alliance are all suspected." Han Xiao nodded. Although he did not ask about the origin of several people, through various factors analysis, Han Xiao was the first to think of the 3 major civilizations and the Superstar League Alliance, both of which were motivated. The former may be to reduce the dimensionality and reduce the source of future new generations, super level, and dig out the roots of leaks. The latter has more motives, and it is possible to rob and blame, creating confrontation and forcing the 3 major civilizations and associations to break up. Of course, it is not ruled out that other people are taking advantage of the situation, so Han Xiao did not make a conclusion immediately, but he still tended to be the secret action of the 3 major civilizations or superstar clusters. From this, it is inferred that there is a high probability that there will be more than one hunter team. At present, there are many super A-level seeds in each star field to rush to the shining world. The mastermind behind the scenes are likely to have arranged intercepting troops. These super A-level seeds are at risk, and not everyone is so lucky to meet the number 1 nurse in the universe. Fred frowned and said in confusion, "I won't talk about the superstar cluster, but will the 3 civilizations really do it? I think it's incredible. Do you not be afraid of pushing all neutral and advanced superpowers to the opposite side when implementing this crazy plan? It's too radical, unlike the means they will use." Han Xiao shook his head and said without a surprise, "This behavior is crazy but effective. The super A-level seeds in the entire universe are just a little bit, and the cost of taking action is not high. Even if all these people are missing, the impact can be easily suppressed. Besides, the 3 civilizations should be very clear that they have lost the monopoly advantage of ultimate knowledge. We can give what they can, but we have more attractiveness to the recovery of the sanctuary, which makes it difficult for them to attract new talents, so they don't need to push them at all. Many super A-level seeds are going to join the association. If you don't do anything, the situation will get worse and worse. Instead of sitting on the sidelines of the association's talent reserves continue to grow, it's better to secretly send dead soldiers to arrest and kill people and destroy what you can't get. I guess this is their idea. As for radical means, the peak sorrow is as radical. The 3 civilizations are never good at robbers, don't have any misunderstandings about them. Which winner of the exploration history is not a ruthless person? Once you get angry, you could do anything. Fording pursed his lips. Aren't they afraid of exposure? Han Xiao touched his chin. I think I should be afraid, but it depends on the operation methods of the 3 major civilizations. It is hard to say now. There was no association or sanctuary in his previous life, and there are differences in conflicts, so the seeds of the super A level were not intercepted. It was the first time Han Xiao encountered the situation today. The practices of the 3 major civilizations were also unknown to him. The super A-level seed was unlucky and Han Xiao had no choice but to treat it as a fire in the city gate that affected the pond fish. The scope of this storm is getting bigger and bigger. Fording looked worried. What are you going to do? Well, the purpose of the association is to regulate conflicts over A. The natural disaster level is not within our functional scope. So, nominally, the association is not good at crossing the line and is not suitable for public assistance, unless it is really necessary to force it. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. But if it is not stopped, the Super A seed will suffer heavy casualties, which is indeed not conducive to the birth of newcomers. So, don't they want to join different Super A forces? Then the corresponding forces secretly send people to support and protect them, which is nominally reasonable. Okay, Fording paused and asked, but this kind of response troops will have an encounter with the hunting team. Should we spread the news to make the Super A seeds alert and give the mastermind behind the scenes a warning? Han Xiao thought for a while and shook his head. It is enough to privately suggest that the Super A-level seeds should not be spread on a large scale. Now that the news is exposed, the happiest thing is the Superstar Group Alliance. I don't want to break up with the three major civilizations, nor do I want to be a gun envoy of the Superstar Group. Let's focus on protection first. If you can avoid conflicts, there will be no conflicts. Although I have nominally mastered the revival of the sanctuary, the Covenant organization has not collected the second key yet, so Han Xiao's confidence is still a bit weak for the time being. It is not within the scope of consideration to make trouble, so you should be a little more stable. I understand. Then what else do I have to do? Fording asked. You guys look for the nearby Super A-level seeds. It's safer to follow Aurora. Just bring them back at that time. As he said that, Han Xiao smiled with relief. You have made great contributions this time. If it weren't for your news, we might not realize something was wrong after the Super A-level seed disappeared on a large scale. It was indeed the right decision to lend you to Aurora. He felt that Fording was simply a perfect intelligence officer. Most people were looking for trouble, but Fording was looking for people. He could encounter key intelligence while lying down, and it was fully automated, and he didn't have to worry about it. And it's so easy to use. Fording looked helpless. He had accepted his position as a tool. By the way, what should I do after I've finished interrogating these prisoners? Keep them, maybe their personal certificates. What else can I do? Serve in the underworld. Han Xiao waved his hand without hesitation. The two discussed the details before they hung up the communication. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly noticed that there was movement on the panel. You trigger the mission. Stop hunting. Task introduction. For some reasons, some unknown forces are trying to hunt those talents who want to join you. As a well-known organization, protecting the personal safety of candidates is a basic requirement. Task goal: try to prevent hunting operations against Super A-level seeds. Note: rewards depend on task evaluation, and task evaluation depends on the number of people you have successfully rescued. Basic rewards: 80 experience, favorability of the rescued object, plus 20, random reward, x2, designated blank character card, x1. The experience value is a little less, but the blank character card is. Not bad. Han Xiao took a look and put away the panel. This level of task cannot make his mood fluctuate any time, and he is more concerned about the matter itself. The three major civilizations have reacted a lot. It's a fucking luxury to want to live in peace. They can always make trouble. The version has been updated for almost 50 years, and players should be back. At that time, I'm afraid another wave of kings will be blown up. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows. His thoughts flew around, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, someone hunts Super A-level seeds, which is also my chance to poach people. I don't know how Carlot is now. At most, he's a normal disaster level and should not be taken seriously yet. So I just knock him out and dig him up. Han Xiao's heart moved. In the past, I didn't want to interfere with the other party's growth trajectory, so I didn't poach Carlot. Now that someone has attacked the neutral Super A-level seed, don't blame me for following the example. Originally, Karloth would become the pillar of the Empire's direct line, but now you're on the first day of the lunar month, and I am on the 15th day of the lunar month, and I'm going to be assholes in this sturdy man. Unlike the mastermind behind the scenes, Han Xiao knew exactly who was a super A-level person who had not yet made his fortune in a higher civilization. He used to be difficult to poach for various reasons, but now he has no mercy. Moreover, Han Xiao was also worried that the huge changes in the plot would lead to the powerful man like Carlot who shined in the future who died young, and that would be more than worth the loss. He might as well end the stalking and concentrate them all to ensure that they would not die early. If they know the truth, they have to thank me. For the sake of the peace of the universe, I really broke my heart. Maybe this is boundless love. I admire myself. How could there be such a magnificent man in the world? Han Xiao was about to move himself and felt that his face was a little thicker. Somewhere in the endless nebulous star field, a small fleet hovered in a transportation hub area, and the leaping streams flashed by the side, and the fleet remained motionless, as if waiting for someone. In the main ship command room, Morgan paced back and forth in front of the porthole. His expression was both serious and anxious, and the crew in the room was silently watching him walk around. After a while, Morgan paused. His tone was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "I'll urge you to ask when will the Black Star Legion arrive? Boss, you asked it only 2 minutes ago. People have already said it's almost here, so it's not appropriate to ask again." The adjutant next to him couldn't help but complain. "It's so troublesome. I'll ask if I ask. Otherwise, your salary will be deducted this month." Morgan glared at his eyes and said, "Who knows when the enemy will appear? Do you know? You don't know. And you can't say that. You don't have to be responsible for my life. Of course you are not worried. I can't beat 7 or 8 natural disaster levels. If my life is gone, I will treat you as a cushion before I die." The adjutant looked speechless, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He had followed Morgan a long time ago, and he knew too much about this guy's personality. He was greedy for life and fearfulness, carefreeness, indecisiveness, stinginess, and stinginess. Sometimes the adjutant really doubts why such a person can become a super A-level seed. Morgan Panther, a senior super A-level seed, runs a small force in the endless nebulous star domain, occupying one side, just to ensure the convenience of daily life, not expanding, and has a thin sense of existence. After the resurgence of the sanctuary was exposed, he did not say a word and just packed up his belongings and went to the Super A-Level Association. His first choice was also the Black Star Army. In addition to the reasons for being close to the water, he and Hardaway have a good personal relationship. The two are online gambling friends and have similar smells. However, before he left the star field, he received a private notice from the Black Star Army, saying that recently some mysterious forces seem to have sent death soldiers to hunt Super A-level seeds, and maybe 7 or 8 natural disaster level first teams. Therefore, the Army specially sent an escort team to instruct him to be careful before joining. This scared Morgan and stopped rushing to wait for the escort of the Army before leaving. Not only that, he also stopped the fleet at the bustling traffic intersection area and stayed in public, fearing that murder would attack. Among all the Super A-level seeds who received the notice, he is the cowardly one. At this moment, the spacecraft communicator suddenly rang and a baby face appeared on the screen. "Hey, I'm Milo from the Black Star Legion. We've arrived. I've seen you. Come and dock." Upon hearing this, Morgan was overjoyed and hurriedly looked out the porthole. He saw a fleet with the Black Star Legion logo jumping and stopping not far away. The reinforcements have finally arrived. The ship is ordered and move forward quickly and come to meet immediately. Morgan slapped the table excitedly. "It's all in a range of sight. It's just a dozen seconds. Let's go ahead quickly." The adjutant complained secretly. The two fleets quickly converged. The main ships were docked, and Nello took his men to Morgan's spacecraft. As soon as he walked into the cabin, Nello saw Morgan and waited at the entrance of the passage. Without saying a word, he rushed up and grabbed his hands, looking moved. "My relatives, you finally come. Do you know how I live these days? I was so worried every day, and now I can finally feel at ease." "Don't be so excited, it's all my duty." Nilo's lips trembled, and he pulled out his hand hard. If he hadn't wanted to receive Morgan's fatal series of calls again, he would probably have to arrive 2 days later. Morgan didn't mind at all and looked behind Nello excitedly. I wonder how many masters the Legion sent to pick me up this time? Master? If you insist on saying anything, I'll be the only one. Nello scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed. Morgan glared at his eyes and said shyly, Only one. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but the notification said that the killers are all 7 or 8 natural disaster level players to act together. It's just the 2 of us, and the number is probably a bit risky. There's no way. There are a lot of Super A-level seeds to join the Black Star Legion recently. The advanced combat power of the Legion is not enough. Some objects can even send B-level superpowers to respond. Originally, this kind of work is the most suitable to hand over to the Immortal One, but they have reached the disappearance period again, which has lasted for 50 years, so the Legion cannot draw out more strong people. Nero explained. Then, the question of the end. Don't worry. All the responders brought the Black Star's Mechanical Combat Squad and the special life potion made by Your Excellency Aurora, which is enough to ensure your safety. Morgan then felt relieved and said, Then we can set off now. Are we going directly to the Shining World? Nero scratched his head. No need. We just need to go to the main Legion branches of each star field. Generally, there are the Godfather's master clone and the throne of the Imperial Mecha. You can borrow it and send it back to the base camp. Han Xiao didn't plan to do this, but after discovering the hunter, he temporarily opened a privilege to allow the super-level seed to borrow the Imperial teleportation to avoid the risk of long journeys. As for the talents who join other Super A-level forces, Han Xiao has no idea yet. He also provides this help, but only charges a little handling fee to a symbolic charge. This is also one of the significance of the association's existence. It allows Super A-level forces to integrate resources, and, as the president, he sets an example at such sensitive moments. The 2 of them came to the command room while talking, and the fleet finally set off and began to march. At this moment, Morgan suddenly remembered something and said curiously, By the way, you just said that there are many Super A-level seeds that have joined the Legion recently. Have they all encountered killers? Has anyone been hit? Hearing this, Nilo's face turned a little serious and nodded slightly. It is very wise for you to stay where I am waiting. Although some Super A seeds receive notifications, they still do their own things, thinking that they can continue to rush forward if they're careful. Finally, they were attacked and killed before joining the receptive troops. Due to the distance, some people had already joined the receptive troops. We were considered relatively late. Before us, there were indeed colleagues who fought with the killers, and it was basically fine, but some of the people from other forces were annihilated by the killers, which was a pity. Morgan trembled, who was so big that he actually attacked so many Super A seeds at the same time. It was terrible. Nero pondered for a moment and said, The Legion commander did not explain the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes, but it is not difficult to guess. The enemy can control the whereabouts of so many Super A seeds, and the intelligence network is extraordinary, and they can send so many dead soldiers. Ordinary organizations do not have such ability, and the targets they chose are Super A seeds who have recently gone to the Shining World. The target is obvious, and the suspicion of higher civilization is very high. Although it is a secret operation, the outside world will sooner or later find that these Super A seeds have disappeared. It has probably scared away some people who want to join the association, so that their goal will be achieved. Oh, it's hard to bear. Morgan sighed in a low voice, frowning. Nello patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, you won't be in trouble with me. Morgan nodded and suddenly asked, By the way, how do you arrange the positions for so many Super A-level seeds joining the Legion? I'm not very clear about this. Only a small number of them should act as guard officials. The others serve in various departments of the Legion to supplement the vacancy of advanced combat power. It mainly depends on your wishes. The Legion will not be too forced. Nello guessed. Morgan's eyes lit up. Then can I choose to follow who is Super A-level? Yes, everyone can submit an application, but it depends on whether they choose you. Nello nodded. Who do you want to choose? Lord Blackstar? The competition on his godfather is relatively fierce, and there's a possibility of losing the election. Morgan hurriedly denied it and said embarrassedly, "No, I don't want to follow Hei Xing. I want to follow Lord Aurora." Nello looked him up and down and suddenly realized it. I understand. This slut must be afraid of death to the extreme. So if you want to follow Aurora to enjoy the ubiquitous milk flower, it will be difficult for you to die in the future. You are so cowardly. Report, 6 more dead soldiers lost contact and may have been captured by the enemy, and all related contact have been cut off. Report, the attack on target number 045 failed. 3 dead soldiers were sacrificed, and the remaining people escaped with difficulty. In a secret intelligence processing center, a large number of intelligence personnel sat in front of instruments, constantly reporting on the situation, and the room was very lively. The wall of the room is an oversized screen, spliced by multiple small surveillance screens, and a separate chair is placed below. At this time, a tall and thin figure is sitting on the chair, facing away from everyone, staring at these surveillance screens with his head raised. This place is a secret department jointly built by the Superstar Group Alliance many years ago. It has no specific name, is very mysterious, and has great authority, so it is directly responsible to the leaders of various civilizations. This secret department is responsible for formulating and leading extremely confidential secret actions, and at the same time cultivating secret death warriors. Each superstar cluster civilization selects talented children in secret and sends them to various secret training bases. They conduct cruel training since childhood and then specializes in shameful tasks. The training method of this department aims at the potential of exploitation. It is combined with top technology and magical industrial technology and continuously pulls seedlings to promote growth, resulting in extremely high elimination and mortality rates. However, it can indeed effectively increase the birth rate of natural disaster-level superpowers and shorten the growth time to a certain extent. From the training period until the future of the tasks, these dead soldiers will not know who they work for. Even for certain purposes, this department has specially trained a group of special dead soldiers who think they are working for the 3 major civilizations, and use many means to ensure that outsiders cannot track down the supercluster civilization through the dead soldiers. All the personnel in the department are special members who are not recorded in the internal archives and are called by code names. The tall and thin figure in the room is the person in charge of the secret department. No one knows his name or resume and only calls his code name, Bone Man. Listening to his subordinate's report, the Bone Man leaned forward, put his palm on his nose, and slowly said, "It seems that those super A-level people have noticed our hunting operations, equipped all targets with guards. The suspicion chain has been formed, and our target has been achieved. If we continue, we will just sacrifice people for nothing. Stop the action and let someone withdraw." "I understand." Everyone immediately obeyed orders and never asked more questions. The Bone Man bit his nails, squinted his eyes, and the wrinkled corners squeezed into a pile. "Ha! The reaction of the Super A-Level Association is indeed similar to expected. In the 3 joint conference rooms of civilizations, the projections of Marbruce, Lewis, and the head of the Zuling sect gathered together and were having a meeting. TSK, the situation has changed, and the removal plan cannot be continued." Marbruce frowned, and the other 2 people's faces were not very good-looking. "Although we have begun to study the recovery of the sanctuary, the 3 major civilizations also have plans to hunt super A-level seeds, because even if we master the recovery of the sanctuary in the future, since this large number of existing super A-level seeds have been invested in the association early, they will not switch to themselves in the future. Both sides are destined to enter the stage of long-term talent grabbing, so they will return to the problem of excessive number of non-directed groups exceeding the A-level. It is better to curb the total number of super A-levels in advance. But before we could take action, the 3 major civilizations discovered that these goals were protected. At first, the 3 of them were a little confused and thought that Black Star had predicted their actions, and the boat of trust between both sides had indeed overturned. But after careful investigation, I found that there was an unknown force that took action first and alerted the enemy. This directly disrupted the plans of the three major civilizations, which made them very disgusting. Originally, the solution of the three major civilizations is to mobilize manpower, monitor all neutral super A-level seeds to the shining world through a powerful intelligence network, and secretly mobilize ambushes. After all the people are in place, attack these super A-level seeds at the same time and directly eliminate them without giving any reaction time from the outside world. Nowadays, this kind of hunting plan that alerts the snake is not the approach they will take. If they want to do it, they will naturally catch them all in one go, and there is no evidence to die. Although I haven't found out who the forces are taking action yet, even if the three civilizations think with their butts, they know that the Superstar Group alliance is the most important. The Superstar Cluster deliberately alerted the snake, leaving the association with time to respond, that is, to take action first and predict the actions that undermine us. Lewis was annoyed. It's unexpected and reasonable. The head of the Zuling sect was expressionless. In the eyes of the three, the intention of the Superstar Group alliance is very obvious. By alarming the enemy, the suspicion between the association and the three major civilizations has been aggravated. The Super A-level association is just a secret protection and does not publicly accuse it. If the three major civilizations take the initiative to clarify, they will feel like there is no silver here. Moreover, even if you blame the Superstar Group alliance in the eyes of the association, there are probably the intention of trashing the blame. There are too many pastiches. With the current relationship between the three major civilizations and the association, this is a yellow muddy loss. It is not shit or shit. It is difficult to gain trust no matter what, unless there is ironclad evidence. Moreover, if it is exposed in the plan, they would have wanted to blame the Superstar Group. Now that Superstar Group is the first to take action, I am afraid that this has been predicted. Anyway, they will be thrown into dirt. So they simply seize the initiative, interfere with the possible plans of the three major civilizations, and help the association obtain talent reserves. The Superstar Cluster has been pitted more often and has already gained experience. Anyway, there is no room for reputation to decline, so I just gave up. I will pull you off the cliff together, and I will die together. Let's see how you plot against me. Moreover, under the current situation, the Superstar Group alliance is not afraid of frame up by the three major civilizations. It has completed the hob meat, and the dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, there is no chance in the shining world, so we just huddled at home and didn't go out. We have the ability to provoke a war and beat me. Can we really kill us? The three of them are indeed a little annoyed by such a superstar league. If these super A-level seeds that have been invested in the association have been eliminated, it will be fine even if they are suspected. Anyway, there is no evidence to die, but now that there are not many people who have killed them, they will take the blame, which is a bit of a loss. Cancel the removal plan for super A-level seeds. They're all protected and there is no chance now. The three of them are not in a very beautiful mood.